Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Where is this place? Su-mu looked at the fleeing crowd in front of her in surprise. Screaming and wailing, they seemed to have seen hell. He remembered that he was still watching the anime Demon Slayer a moment ago. Why, he came to this ghost place suddenly. The faces of the running crowd were all pale, as if something terrible was chasing them. Soon, a hideous, humanoid creature with strong limbs jumped up from behind the crowd, and a person who ran at the end was caught instantly. Chilla. Like a dismembered corpse, the human body was instantly split apart by its strong arms, and the dark red blood showered on this humanoid monster like a shower. He bared his teeth and opened his sharp teeth to bite. Large pieces of flesh and blood were devoured by it, and as the flesh and blood were devoured, his body seemed to be changing. Seems to be getting stronger. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the monster stopped devouring the food, and its scarlet eyes stared at the front, a young boy who was standing there in a daze. Quack! A terrified human imp. The monster licked its tongue, and walked quickly towards the boy. Su-mu stared blankly at the terrifying monster that was coming. What are these things? He didn't understand. The instinct of escape made him start to run backwards. Just took 2 steps. It just doesn't feel right. The steps I took were too small. He bowed his head. Really? Even this body is not his own. Wearing ordinary linen clothing, with short legs and a frail body, it is completely the body of a teenager. At the same time, the memories in his mind also came one after another. He came to the world of Demon Slayer and became a very ordinary resident in this world. Everything is ordinary, the only thing that may be special is that he has a fiancé. However, his fiancé's family background is very poor, her parents are cold-blooded and ruthless, and she often has domestic violence. Several of his fiancé's brothers and sisters died directly under the violence of their parents. To the critical point and be able to live until now. The original host was too busy to take care of himself, so he watched the situation of his fiancé coldly. The real bottom dwellers of the world. He understood the world he was in and accepted the memories in his mind, but he was still a little at a loss. Who will tell him what happened? Why is there a ghost chasing behind me? Boom! His legs seemed to be caught by something, and he fell to the ground. Blood splashed all over his body, making him look extremely miserable at this moment. He looks up. The monster-like creature was walking, its scarlet eyes were playful, and he didn't mind playing with his prey before he died after he was full. Look at the monsters that keep coming. Su-mu fumbled around in a panic. A hard object was caught in the palm of his hand. It is a sword hilt. Pulled out of the bloody water, the moonlight shines, and the sword exudes an intoxicating halo. The blade is sharp. Looking next to it, there was a corpse lying there, the standard uniform of the ghost-killing squad. Obviously, the owner of this sword is the corpse lying there. Look up and look at the monster across the way. A ghost to be exact. He lowered his head again and looked at his thin arms and legs. The situation in front of me. It's the rhythm that prepares him to die immediately after crossing over. Do not. Su-mu shook his head. He couldn't give up yet, at least, he wasn't dead yet. Thinking this way in his heart, he tightly grasped the hilt of his sword. Stand up slowly. Quack. The human kid doesn't want to escape, but wants to resist. The ghost's voice is full of teasing and teasing. Su-mu clenched the hilt of the sword tightly, but he could still feel his legs trembling. One moment he was living in a peaceful world, and the next second he was here, facing the ghosts. Palpitations, feeling of fear as if suffocating. Run away? He shook his head, faced the ghost, and fled. Obviously there was no way to escape. Call. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the Nichiren blades tightly, ready to fight to the death. Quack! Seeing the boy's actions, the ghost let out a cruel grin, and was about to make a move when he suddenly felt something. In the distance, in a dark corner, a little girl is curled up in the corner. At this moment, her eyes are as bright as stars, but she seems to have lost something and looks very stiff. What was lost was probably something called human emotion. And this girl happens to be the fiancé of this body. And when he saw the little girl, his eyes widened suddenly. Although the memory of watching anime before is a bit fuzzy, but the little girl in front of me undoubtedly matches Tsuyuri Kanawo. At this moment, he realized. It turned out that his fiancé turned out to be Tsuyuri Kanawo. Chapter 2. Su-mu didn't expect to meet Tsuyuri Kanawo for the first time in this way. As he looked over, Tsuyuri Kanawo's bright eyes looked at him too. He froze. Those eyes that are as beautiful as stars are like empty shells, empty and so stiff, as if they have lost all the emotions that humans should have. At this moment, he seemed to touch something. Unconsciously, a picture emerges in the mind. Poor family. Cold-blooded parents. He was often brutally abused. If he hadn't relied on his sharp vision, he would have been beaten to death. As long as she cries, she will be beaten by her parents, so she has to hold back her feelings. As time goes by, she gradually becomes less painful and no longer able to express her feelings. Everything Tsuyuri Kanawo has ever encountered. Such a cute girl has lived in deep water and fire since she was a child. She has no childhood and no feelings. This is not what this girl should bear now. Unconsciously, he clenched the sword in his hand. At this moment, his heart suddenly felt touched. He suddenly wanted to change something, at least, to change the damn world in front of him. Ding! The strongest sword ghost system has been bound. Does the host accept the system? Something crisp and without any emotion sounded in Su-mu's mind, which made him feel excited. The strongest sword demon system. He whispered softly. This system carries the word ghost. Could it be? Suddenly there is a guess in my heart. Good. If you are willing to accept the system, you will become a ghost. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the system sounded, making his heart suddenly tangled. Looking at the ferocious monster on the opposite side, and at the girl who was still curled up in the corner, who seemed to be very dull. His heart seems to be touched by something. Su-mu never thought of herself as an angel who saved the world. But the scene in front of him forced him to make a choice. Choose to be a ghost. Still continue to be human. Accept. With only a little hesitation, Su-mu chose to accept it. Whether he wanted to or not, the situation before him had no choice. What about ghosts? What about people? In a world of ghosts like Demon Slayer, if you are at the bottom and have no strength, you never know if a ghost will suddenly break out and take away your long-established happiness. When happiness is destroyed, there is always the smell of blood. Instead of becoming a bottom class, he would rather choose to become a ghost. When Su-mu said accept silently in his heart, some changes seemed to have taken place in his body. His heart stopped beating, the blood in his body also stopped flowing, and he could feel his body becoming more powerful. The originally dark pupils also turned golden. At the same time, 2 ghost horns appeared on his forehead unknowingly. Ghost horn. Moreover, at this moment, he seemed to feel that the Nichiren blades he held in his hand seemed to have feelings. Unconsciously waving the Nichiren blades in his hand, as if this knife is a part of his body. It seems that I was born with a unique affinity for swords and knives. Is this the sword ghost? Feeling the powerful force coming from his body, the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously, and the golden pupils shone with light under his eyes. Similar. In front of him, the ghost who had just devoured several human beings looked at Su-mu suspiciously, and he felt the breath of ghosts from Su-mu's body. This made him very puzzled. Obviously, just a moment ago, this was still a human being. Why, suddenly, he felt the same kind of breath on his body. Ghost. Su-mu raised her head, looked at the other party, and whispered softly. But immediately, shaking his head again, I am completely different from a creature like you who can't restrain itself from devouring flesh and blood and loses its nature. He said softly. Chapter 3. I'm completely different from a creature like you who can't restrain itself from devouring flesh and blood and loses its nature. He said softly. Quack. We are all the same creatures, all ghosts. The ghost roared angrily, its figure stepped forward like a cheetah, its sword-like sharp claws slashed towards the head of the little ghost in front of him. Ghosts have never been a herd thing. There can only be one ghost in a region. Although it belongs to the same kind, it has already put the little devil with thin arms and legs in front of him to death in his heart. At this moment, the boy's golden pupils opened. Palm flow. Nichiren blades seemed to let out a happy sword cry with the movement of his palm. Choke. Slashed fiercely, creating a red ripple in the pitch-black night. The ripples passed by, as if they were hindered by something, they burst open suddenly, bursting out countless sparks, accompanied by the sound of metal impact. Clang! Nichiren blades collided with Oni's claws. This ghost's claws are as hard as the Nichiren blades. And before, the owner of this Nichiren blades, the members of the Demon Slayer squad who came to kill it, died under his sharp claws. The faces of the two people meet at this very moment, face-to-face collision. If they are human, they can smell each other's breath at this moment. But they all became ghosts without any breath. At this moment, Su-mu can be regarded as fully seeing the true face of this ghost. It vaguely has the face of an adult man, but because it has become a ghost, its face is extremely ferocious. The pupils of the eyes were white, and a large amount of mucus flowed out of the mouth, especially when the mouth was exposed. The ferocious ghost teeth gleamed indifferently under the moonlight. Looking at the other party, his eyes were indifferent. If he hadn't been able to block the evil ghost in front of him before, he could do it now, obviously because he became a ghost. At the same moment, information about the ghost in front of me appeared on the page. Name, Kita Ono. Ghost level, Elementary Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghosts. Abilities, Immortality, Inferior, Ghost Claw, Super Healing. Cons, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. This is all the information about the ghost in front of me. Roar. Damn brat. My own attack was blocked by Nichiren Blades. This ghost was full of anger. From the moment it became a ghost, although it didn't completely lose its mind, it also became extremely sensitive emotionally. Flammable and explosive. Almost without thinking, the ghost figure suddenly took 2 steps back, then stepped again, approaching at a faster and more violent speed. Under the moonlight, the ghost's claw glowed with a deeper coldness. Although he was not close to his body, Su-mu could already feel the coldness emanating from the ghost's claw. With his current strength, fundamental. Can't resist. With such a judgment in mind, the corner of the boy's mouth showed a deeper coldness. If you can't stop it, then you can't stop it. With a slight arch of the body, he stomped his feet and met him at an extremely fast speed. Nichiren blades in hand against the ground. As he walked, the tip of the knife and the ground drew sparks. Stupid brat! Seeing this scene, the ghost sneered. The little ghost in front of him might have lost his mind, so he didn't run away, and wanted to confront him head-on. Su-mu raised his eyes, golden ripples flashed across the ghost pupils. Next moment, the two collided. Ghost claws go through his chest. Hey, kid, go to hell! The ghost grinned, looked down at Su-mu with a sneer. For some reason, a strong pain emanated from his chest. It turns out that becoming a ghost does not give up the feeling of being a human being, and it also hurts when you get hurt. His face became a little ferocious, but at this moment, his 5 fingers clasped tightly on the handle of the knife. Go to hell! He spoke coldly. What? The ghost was slightly surprised. But at this moment, Tsuyuri's wrist trembled, and the Nichiren blades dragged on the ground slashed across. Crack! The sharp blade cut across the neck, and a head was thrown away. The power of the sun contained in Nichiren blades emanates from the neck, and finally spreads to the whole body. In an instant, the ghost's body is corroded clean. Only the stench remains. The boy knelt on the spot, covering his chest with his hands. It hurts. Why do you still feel pain when you become a ghost? It's really disgusting. He murmured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a ghost and getting the ghost's claw. Ghost claw, which can make the palm of the hand completely ghost, and the palm of the ghost is extremely hard, which cannot be lowered than Nichiren blades. A crisp sound was generated in his mind. At the same moment, he felt something change in his palm. It seems that with one thought of his, the palm of his hand can do it. Thinking like this, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and in an instant, a touch of gold appeared on his fair palm. This is the ability of that ghost just now. And as he beheaded that ghost, he possessed that ghost's ability. So, is it just the ghost who was beheaded by him? We'll have this result. Think about. There is a feeling of thumping. Chapter 4. If you have time, try killing another ghost. He whispered softly. Suddenly, what came to mind? He turned his head sharply. The golden pupils were reflected in the dark corner, and a little girl was curled up there. Following his gaze, the girl moved back slightly. Purple eyes, slightly pink hair, perhaps due to long-term malnutrition, the hair looks a bit withered and yellow. He stepped forward. Seriously looked at the girl. The dusty little face can vaguely feel a little cuteness from the childish little face with correct facial features. Double check. Only then did Tsuyuri confirm that the girl in front of her is the future Tsuyuri Kanawo. I didn't expect my fiancé to be Tsuyuri Kanawo. He whispered softly in a voice only he could hear. However, now, his fiancé is not called Tsuyuri Kanawo, or in other words, his fiancé does not have a name now. Because, from birth to now, her parents have never given her a name. Fiancé! He yelled softly. The girl didn't speak, but raised her head and looked at him. She is like a mute. To be exact. Now, she is no different from dumb. Because, I don't know how long I haven't spoken. Even Chengdu's eyes are a little empty, as if they no longer contain human feelings. To be exact, she is not very good at expressing her feelings anymore. Seeing this scene, Tsuyuri couldn't help sighing. He knelt down and gently touched the girl's head. Shall we get out of here? He asked, seeking the girl's opinion that this place could not stay for long at present. Perhaps, it won't be long before people from the ghost killing squad will come. Or maybe someone from the police station will come. No matter which one it is a very troublesome existence for a ghost like him. Today's era has long changed. It is no longer the era of ghost rule. Now it is the Taisho period, and technology has developed rapidly. Even ghosts may not be able to resist the roar of artillery fire. Even Muzan, the ancestor of ghosts, was almost buried. JY detonated the mansion with a bomb. Therefore, it is very unwise to continue to stay here. The little girl didn't speak, but when his hand gently stroked her head, the girl's eyes seemed to flicker slightly. If his eyes were not sharp enough, he might not even be able to see them. When he didn't get an answer, he didn't hesitate, and hugged Tsuyuri Kanawo in his arms. As he gently hugged her, the girl's body visibly trembled, but she immediately regained her composure. For Tsuyuri Kanawo, the real world is dark. She received beatings from her parents since she was a child, which made her get used to submissiveness, and she didn't know what resistance was. Sometimes, I also thought about dying, but in the end I didn't have the courage. She didn't know when her suffering would end, perhaps, she was born to endure suffering. It's just that I always look forward to the warmth coming one day. But never. What awaits her will always be her parents' beatings day after day. She no longer cries, because as long as she cries, she will be greeted by her parents' fists and feet. She also has to bear with her feelings, because feelings are really a luxury for her. Over time, it becomes less painful and less expressive. I no longer expect the warmth of this world to come to me. Sometimes she also thinks. What did she do wrong? All the suffering in the world is on her body. Now, the man behind her back, she recognized, was her fiancé. I didn't care about her existence before. Why, I suddenly looked at her with such gentle eyes today. Very warm feeling. The little hand unconsciously grasped the clothes around the man's neck. I'll be home soon. Su-mu said softly. Just saying these words, the girl on the back obviously struggled, it seems, for Luoluo. Kanao. Home is a terrible thing. Chapter 5. Feeling the struggle of the girl on her back, Su-mu also suddenly realized something, and tightly grasped Luoluo Kanao's hand. Don't worry, this time, I'll be with you. He said seriously. The girl's trembling body stopped suddenly, and then she quietly lay on his back, no longer struggling. Maybe, it's a habit of being submissive. Or maybe, her fiancé's words gave her a little sense of security. For Luoluo Kanao, even a little sense of security is a very luxurious thing, so luxurious that she tried her best to get close to it. Seemingly feeling Luoluo Kanao's state of mind, Su-mu's mood is also slightly depressed, thinking of Luoluo Kanao's childhood in his mind, and his mood is getting more and more depressed. Are there really such cruel parents in this world? He couldn't understand why some parents would treat their children like this. However, before taking Luoluo Kanao home, he has to cover up. Involuntarily, he touched his head. Pair of ghost horns. Things that don't belong to people can easily expose his attributes. The figure jumped up and down, quickly jumped over a fence, and found a black bamboo hat in this family's house. Putting on the bamboo hat to cover the ghost horns on his head, he set foot on the way home with Luoluo Kanao again. He wanted to see how a pair of parents could abuse such a lovely child as Luoluo Kanao. The farther you go to the place where Luoluo Kanao lives, the stench in the air becomes more and more intense, and some human feces can be seen in the ditch by the roadside. Obviously, the place where Luoluo Kanao lives is a slum, and the environment here looks extremely poor. From time to time, in the dark corners of the contract, the screams of women can be heard, which are prostitutes who sell their bodies to make money. There are the cries of abused toddlers and the roars of bullies. The filth of the world flourishes in this slum. When he got here, he could obviously feel the girl's little hands holding onto the clothes on his back a little tighter. He stretched out his hand, and gently patted the girl's thin back. The girl's mood seemed to have stabilized a lot with the comfort of his palm. Soon, a dilapidated courtyard appeared in front of him. Kanao's home, here, lives in Luoluo. Kanao's parents include her father and mother. He gently put Kanao down. For some reason, the girl's star-like but emotionless eyes. Now, there was a palpable sense of fear. He stretched out his hand and gently held Luoluo Kanao's little hand. The girl's hand was so small and thin, which made him feel pity. At the same time, an invisible fire spread in his heart. He patted the door with his hand. Who is it? With a constant roar came from the house, the door was pushed open suddenly, and a man with a swollen face appeared in front of Su-mu. Kanao's father. Kanao's father took a strange look at Su-mu, who was wearing a black bamboo hat, but immediately, his eyes fell on Luoluo Kanao, who was holding Su-mu's hand. You lose money, where did you go today? Almost instinctively, he raised his palm to beat his daughter. This seems to be a normal thing for him. Luoluo. A flash of fear flashed in Kanao's eyes, and he didn't dare to dodge. He just instinctively moved his head to the side, praying to avoid the deadly position a little bit. Obviously, Luoluo. Kanao was ready to be beaten, it had become her instinct. Or habit. Accustomed to parental violence. Only. This time, the palm did not fall. A palm stretched out, blocking Luoluo Kanao's face, and grabbed the big hand that was whipping him. Same moment. A hint of indifference flashed across the golden eyes under the young man's black hat. Chapter 6. The palm of the boy blocked the palm of Kanao's father. What are you doing? Why stop me from teaching my daughter? Kanao's father stared angrily at the boy in the bamboo hat with staring eyes, and tried to break free with his palm several times, but the boy's palm was like iron tongs, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Living in a slum, you may not have good vision, but you don't lack the ability to perceive words and feelings. He clearly felt that the boy in front of him was not easy to mess with. Otherwise, he would have waved his fist and taught Su-mu a lesson. Su-mu lifted the bamboo hat, revealing her fair face. Kanao's father narrowed his eyes, and it took him a while to realize who Su-mu was. So it's my daughter's fiancé. He smiled lightly, but didn't care. Su-mu waved his hand coldly. Kanao's father only felt a huge force coming from his wrist, the whole person was pushed by this gravity and staggered back several steps, almost fell to the ground. Take me to your daughter's bedroom. He looked at each other lightly. This indifference made Kanao's father jump. You, BD, be polite to your future father-in-law. Boom. With a loud noise, Su-mu threw out a punch, and a hole was punched out in the wall next to him. Call. Kanao's father and Kanao's mother who rushed over gasped, and looked at Su-mu with obvious fear. Standing under the moonlight, Su-mu's golden pupils glanced coldly at the couple, or things that were not worthy of being called parents, and repeated her own words, "Take me to my fiancé's room." As his indifferent eyes swept away, the two of them felt as if they were being targeted by a scourge, and they shivered unconsciously. Not daring to say anything, he hurriedly led the way. When walking through the yard, a bald middle-aged man seemed to be startled by the movement outside just now, and walked out, just in time to bump into them. Master Toroya Ichiro. Kanao's father fawned on his face. Emotani Ichiro glanced at Kanao's father indifferently, then glanced at Su-mu, and finally landed on Kanao, as if looking at some goods, showing a touch of satisfaction. Is she your daughter? Yes, Mr. Ichiro Tamiya. Kanao's father wanted to say something, but the coldness made his hair stand on end. It was Su-mu's pair of golden eyes that stared at him again. For some reason, he was a little afraid of those eyes. It was really scary, and he felt like seeing a ghost. The daughter's room is on the right side. Kanao hastily pointed forward with his hand. Su-mu also ignored Kanao's father. As for the so-called Toroya Ichiro who stayed at Kanao's house, he didn't care, and took Kanao's little hand and came to Kanao's room. It was more of a doghouse than a room. Looking at such a bad living environment, his eyes were inexplicably dimmed, and he lowered his head, looking at Kanao, feeling a little distressed. Here, is there anything you want to take away? He said softly. He came here not only to see how a pair of parents could bear to abuse their children like this, but also to take away things that belonged to Kanao. He was going to take Kanao away. After all, he doesn't want Kanao to live in such an environment. Kanao stood where he was, without moving. Su-mu frowned, as if there was nothing Kanao cared about here. But it's also a small room like a kennel, and the things inside can be seen at a glance, and there is nothing at all. Shall I take you out of here? He squatted down, looking at Kanao's purple pupils with golden eyes. Chapter 7. Will you come out of here with me? He squatted down and watched the chestnut blossoms fall. Kanao. The girl's star-like eyes have not changed much, as if it has always been like this, it seems that this girl has lost the ability to express emotional choices. Seeing this, he was slightly silent, feeling inexplicably sad in his heart. What kind of childhood did you go through to become like this, like a walking dead? I will definitely protect you and never let you get hurt again. He stretched out his hand, pressed it on the girl's shoulder, and said very seriously. As his serious words fell, the girl who had been silent all this time, who had always been emotionless, seemed to be slightly touched. At this moment, he faintly seemed to see a few seconds of hope in Luoluo. Kanao's dead, lifeless, beautiful purple eyes. But that ray of hope only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Perhaps, the girl's heart has long been closed, unable to accept the warmth from outside. In other words, I dare not accept the warmth anymore, because it is even more torture to lose it after feeling the warmth. He watched the chestnut flowers fall. Kanao. This girl with purple eyes as bright as stars but extremely empty, spoke in the softest tone possible, no matter what, please remember, I am still your fiancé. You will rely on me in the future. So, don't be afraid. He reached out and grabbed the girl's thin hand, ready to take Luoluo. Kanao out of here. Since there is nothing Luoluo Kanao wants to take away here, then, this place of childhood that makes Kanao extremely sad. Or don't come again. As for Kanao's parents, that pair of men and women are not worthy of being called parents at all. Holding hands, Kanao walked out of the room with Luoluo. At this moment, in the yard, Kanao's parents are chatting happily with the man named Ichiro Tamiya. I am very satisfied with your daughter, and I agree with your price. Ichiro Tamiya took out a pocket, and as Ichiro Taroya took it out, the pocket made the sound of jingling coins. Kanao's parents looked at the purse in Udani Ichiro's hand, their eyes were also hot, they almost said nothing, licked their faces and said, Master Udani Ichiro, don't worry, from today on, our daughter is yours, whatever you want how we deal with it has nothing to do with us. Su-mu, who was walking out of the room holding Luoluo Kanao's hand, heard the conversation of Kanao's parents, and her eyes became inexplicably gloomy. This pair of dogs fell in front of chestnut flowers. Kanao. Negotiate their daughter's price with their daughter's face. They should know that Taroya Ichiro is a slave trader and wants to sell his daughter just for that little money. Do they really regard Luoluo Kanao as their daughter? Or, never have been? Su-mu lowered her head subconsciously, and looked at Luoluo with some worry. Kanao, after all, Kanao would be very sad if his parents talked about selling him as a slave trader. But surprisingly, Su-mu didn't feel any emotion from Luoluo Kanao, even if she was sold by her parents, she wouldn't feel any sadness. She seems to have really lost what is called expressing emotion. Even if he was sold by his parents in front of him, he was indifferent and didn't feel the slightest sadness. I really want to kill them. Su-mu gritted her teeth, a golden light glowed slightly in the palm of her hand, but she hesitated for a moment, then took it back. No matter what, they are both Luoluo Kanao's parents, how to decide, depends on Kanao, not him. But, looking at Luoluo Kanao with empty eyes, she seems unable to make any decisions right now. Call. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in his body, now, he can't deal with the parents, waiting for the future, when the chestnut blossoms fall. Kanao gets better, it's up to Kanao to decide. As Kanao's parents accepted the money, Yugu Ichiro also set his sights on Su-mu and Luoluo Kanao who had just walked out, and finally, he stayed on his own cargo, Luoluo Kanao's emaciated body. As a slave trader, his vision has always been good. Although the girl in front of him looks extremely thin, her face is grey, and her clothes are sloppy, but with his vicious eyes, he can still see the girl. Potential. A beauty. Moreover, it is a perfect submissive slave, a slave who will not rebel against its master. Whether such slaves are raised and played with by themselves, or sold to dignitaries and nobles in the future, it is a very lucrative business. Didn't expect to find such good stuff in a place like the slums. Yugu Yulang murmured, stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and was about to pull Liwaluo Kanao away from Sumu's hand. He had paid, the girl was already his slave. However, just as the hand was stretched out on the way, it stopped suddenly. Under the bamboo hat, the boy stared at him with a pair of golden eyes. Chapter 8. Yugu Yulang was just about to step forward to hold Liwaluo Kanao, but just as he reached halfway, he stopped suddenly. Under the bamboo hat, the boy's pair of golden eyes were icy cold, which made Yugu Ichiro shiver unconsciously. There is a feeling of being watched by ghosts. Is this what I bought? Ichiro Yugaya pointed at Liwaluo. Kanao, I have paid the money to her parents, now, he is my personal property. Yes, yes. Kanao's parents also nodded at this time. Sumu glanced at Kanao's parents unconsciously. Facing his eyes, the two of them unconsciously took a step back. Even so, they still tightly held the money bag in their hands, which was the money they got from selling their daughter just now. He suddenly felt a kind of sadness that the darkness of human nature had degenerated to such a disgusting degree. Boom! He punched the wall next to him. Boom! With a muffled sound, his fist punched a big hole in the wall. Yugu Ichiro looked at this scene with some horror. Although a musket can break through the wall, it cannot be as violent as Sumu. Moreover, Sumu's destructive power with just the palm of his hand is obviously even more shocking. Emotani Ichiro backed away unconsciously. Now, I want to take my fiancé away, do you have any objection? He looked at Ichiro Tamiya lightly. No. No comment. Facing such a humanoid monster, how could Ichiro Tamiya dare to say the word no? Let's go. He lowered his head and looked at Liwaluo Kanao, as if he was asking for her opinion. However, even though she caused such a big commotion just now, the girl is still like a doll, her purple eyes are empty and dim, and she can't see any emotion. Likewise, there will be no response to his comments. In just a short time, Sumu seemed to have gotten used to Liwaluo Kanao's silent appearance. Without saying anything, he stretched out his hand directly, holding Liwaluo Kanao's little hand and walked out. Kanao's parents wanted to say something, but when they met Sumu's golden eyes under the bamboo hat, they dared not say anything. That look is like a ghost, as if you stare at it for a while, the ghost will miss it. Master Toroya Ichiro. As Sumu took Kanao away, Kanao's parents watched Ichiro Tamiya carefully. Ichiro Imoya stared at Kanao's parents with some annoyance. Being stared at by Ichiro Tamiya, Kanao's parents shrank their necks, but their hands were tightly holding the money bag. He had already handed over his daughter, and the rest of the matter did not care about their affairs. It is impossible to hand over the money. This is the money they sold their daughter for. Humph! Yugu Yulang snorted coldly, in this land, people who offend me generally won't survive dawn. Kanao's parents couldn't help but turn pale, he naturally knew the implication of Ichiro Toroya's words. As a slave owner who sells slaves, Ichiro Tamiya has many thugs, and even possesses advanced weapons in this world. Musket. It seems that their daughter's fiancé is going to be in trouble. Thinking of this in my heart, I was a little happy in my heart. Emotani Ichiro walked straight away, not planning to do anything to Kanao's parents. As for taking money from Kanao's parents, he didn't think about it. Because, there is no need to seize it, and within a few days, Kanao's parents will send the money out in the casino and send it to him, and even owe him a large sum of money. He really knows the character of Kanao's parents too well. Only, when I think of the golden eyes of that boy in the bamboo hat just now, Yugu Yulang's expression turned ugly. He has been king in this area for so long, and no one has ever dared to take anything away from him. although the boy just now looked scary. But, after all, they are human beings. No matter how powerful a person is, can he still beat a musket? Chapter 9. Holding Liwaluo. Kanao's hand, I walked through the slums filled with strong stench. The world outside the slums is full of bright lights and bustling. Turning the head, it belongs to Liwaluo. The slum where Kanao lives is so dark, and there are only a few flickering lights, forming a sharp contrast with the outside world. Su-mu held the chestnut flower and walked forward by Kanao's hand. A pair of ghostly golden eyes scanned the surroundings. An indoor. He stopped. She lowered her head and looked at Liwaluo. Kanao, her clothes were already sloppy and her face was dusty. Without thinking much, he took Kanao's hand and walked in. Come to a room. He raised his head and spoke to the innkeeper very calmly. The innkeeper glanced at Su-mu, and he could tell at a glance that these two people came from the slums. I'm really worried that they won't be able to pay for the accommodation. 100 yen. The boss opened his mouth, and at the same time pointed to the notice next to him, thank you for not paying on credit, don't open your mouth. Su-mu didn't say anything, he didn't have much money on him, but he still had some money, so he fumbled around. The total value is about 300 yen. Stay for one night, and prepare a set of clean clothes. He pointed to Liwaluo. Kanao, and at the same time took out all the 300 yen in his hand. Now he is really empty-handed. The boss nodded, didn't say anything, just handed over a key, C-size room, the third room on the left in front, the clothes will be delivered later. Su-mu didn't say anything, and led Liwaluo. Kanao came to the room. He motioned for Liwaluo. Kanao went to bed and had a rest first. But after waiting for a while, Kanao didn't make any move. He couldn't help lowering his head, looking at Liwaluo Kanao with some doubts, and said softly, why don't you go? Liwaluo. Kanao is still like a marionette, his purple eyes can't show the slightest emotion, and he doesn't speak like a mute. However, this time, he pinched his clothes rarely. A worn-out dress, because it was in a slum, it had already been stained with filth. Seeing this scene, he probably understood something. Obviously, Liwaluo. Kanao was worried that his clothes would stain the white bed in the inn. He was a little distressed, but also a little happy. The heartache is Liwaluo. Kanao, the joy is that Kanao seems to have a little bit of his own will. Nothing. He knelt down and stroked Kanao's hair gently. Perhaps due to long-term malnutrition and the poor living environment, Kanao's hair is a little withered and sticky. Apparently, Kanao hadn't showered in an indefinite amount of time. It's okay, it doesn't matter if it gets dirty. He gently patted Kanao's little head. Chestnut blossoms falling. Kanao's purple eyes blinked rarely. The spiritual gaze at that moment made Su-mu lose his mind, but this moment only lasted for a moment, and then he returned to being empty and lifeless. It made him wonder if he was wrong. Although it was just a fleeting look, Su-mu knew that he was not mistaken. A tiny crack opened in the girl's closed heart just now. It seems that for the first time, he is willing to accept the warmth from the outside world. He gently took Liwaluo Kanao's hand, and asked her to put it on the bed to do it. At this time, the waiter also brought hot water over. Along with the hot water, there was a neat set of girls' clothes. Take a shower. By the way, change your clothes. He squatted down and said softly to the girl sitting on the edge of the bed. However, after waiting for a long time, Kanao did not respond. I'm going out first, call me if something happens. He said softly, not surprised by Kanao's reaction. Ready to leave. Just stood up. A thin little hand grabbed the corner of his clothes at once. He couldn't help lowering his head, looking at the pale and weak hand of a girl who was pinching the corner of his clothes. He glanced at the girl who was still like a marionette. Although Kanao can't express emotion yet, But the girl has obviously begun to rely on him a little, and seems to be worried that she will leave her. He squatted down again, watching Luoluo gently. Kanao, hey, I won't go far, I will watch at the door and stay with you. The gentle words were like a spring breeze, blowing on Luoluo. Kanao's face, making the girl's purple eyes seem to blink again. Wait until the girl's little hand gradually loosened. He just patted Kanao on the head, take a good bath, call me if you need something. After speaking, he walked out of the door and closed the door at the same time. When the door was completely closed, the boy suddenly raised his head, looking into the distance with his golden eyes. A ray of cold light flashed away. Chapter 10. He raised his head and looked into the distance. After becoming a ghost, he became very sensitive to everything around him. You can clearly feel that you are being spied on by something. But he didn't look for. What should come will come eventually, he just needs to wait quietly. Kneeling down and sitting at the door, he took out the Nichiren blades from his waist and took out a rag from his pocket. Wipe again and again. The soft moonlight and the light of the candlelight reflected each other, falling on the blade. The fiery red light of the sword carried some kind of deadly threat. Since becoming a sword ghost, he seems to have a unique affinity for swords. Especially when his fingers brushed across the blade, he could even feel a slight trembling between the blades. Wipe little by little. Yu Jian's connection is also getting closer. He has never studied swordsmanship, and he is ignorant of the so-called swordsmanship, but as he strokes the sword continuously, he seems to feel that he has comprehended something. Sword. Arm extension. In other words, it is already no different from your own arm. To some extent, it is already a part of the body. He wiped it over and over without stopping. As a ghost, he has boundless physical strength, so there is no need to worry about this. A long time. He exhaled. Stand up. What should come finally came, finally came. He didn't know who was hostile to him, but since he wanted to kill him, he also needed to be prepared to be killed. That is it. With 5 fingers gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, the killing intent was approaching. Shhhhhhh. In the pitch-black night, dozens of arrows pierced the sky and shot towards him in all directions. Tsuyuri stood there calmly, under the bamboo hat, her golden pupils flickered coldly. Clenched fingers. Nichiren blades was unsheathed at this moment, accompanied by a trembling sound, and for a moment, his whole body seemed to be surrounded by a stream of red light. In an instant, the welcoming arrow hit the red streamer. Clang clang. There was a metal-like collision sound, and the metal arrows hit the Nichiren blades one by one, and finally fell to the ground. There were dozens of arrows, but none of them hit him. At the same moment, there were powerful warriors running with swords in hand. These people were strong, with ferocious eyes, and almost everyone exuded a sturdy aura. It can be seen that there are many murders. Almost in an instant, they culled towards him. What a big scene! He whispered softly. With a shaking of the wrist, Nichiren blades slashed across the fiery red horse, and lightly slashed across the samurai's neck. The first samurai who charged was holding his neck and shaking, but his body was only slightly on one side. The body of the samurai fell to the ground and landed on his toes. In just an instant, one person was killed. Seeing this scene, the other people were not afraid, but became more fierce, roaring, holding weapons, and continued to pounce on him. He raised his eyebrows, and his golden pupils under the bamboo hat were icy cold. The 5 fingers circulated, and the knife was almost in an instant. The blade cut across the air, causing the air to ripple, followed by the crisp sound of the sword. A few more warriors who came over were chopped off at the waist. At some point, a samurai walked around behind him, holding a knife in both hands, leaped suddenly, and slashed out in the air. He just walked around, his wrists shook rapidly, and under the moonlight, a red light shone. When he looked again, he saw that the samurai who had struck in the air had been cut in half with his sword, and a large amount of bright red blood spattered to the ground. One sword, one person. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 corpses lying on the spot, and there was no living person here except him. And at this moment, he raised his head and looked into the distance. Yugu Yulang looked at all this with a pale face, and with the support of several subordinates, he staggered back. It really is you. He grinned slightly, I should have killed you before. He walked towards Ichiro Imoya step by step, holding Nichiren blades in his hands. The tip of the knife slashed across the ground, and sparks shot out one after another. Shot! A fearful voice came from Ichiro Taroya's mouth. Chapter 11. The lead bullets ejected from the musket pierced the air, causing bursts of howling. Blink! It is already close to the body. Holding the hilt of the sword in his hand, he slashed across the fiery red light. Clang clang clang! At this moment, the swung blade seems to be woven into a fiery red network, blocking the incoming lead bullets one after another. But the bullet is too fast. Moreover, his time as a ghost was too short, and he hadn't fully adapted to the strength of a ghost. There was still a lead bullet that passed by the fiery red sword light and hit his chest. The lead bullets bursting out from the musket carried a powerful impact, which made him stagger back a few steps. Bow your head. A finger-thick bullet hole appeared on the chest. Hit! Imoya Ichiro's face that had turned pale due to fright before was now flushed with excitement. No matter how powerful you are still human. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Yugu Yulang's mouth, many such people died in his hands. I don't know how many ignorant people who show their courage for a while, but can only fall down unwillingly in the face of firearms. Like this brave young man in front of me. The heart was shot, and death was not far away. He is dead. Yuya Ichiro showed a smug smile, but it also shocked Sumu's strength just shown. The bravery of a person has reached such a level that he can catch a bullet. It hurts. Sumu was covering her chest with her hands. This part was the part that was pierced by the ghost's claw before. It was healed with the ghost's super strength before, and now it was pierced by the bullet again. He didn't lose his sense of human pain just because he became a ghost. Keep shooting. Yugu Yulang gave cold instructions to his subordinates, because Sumu, he had already killed more than a dozen elite thugs, which made him heartbroken, and at the same time hated Sumu even more. Today, he must be killed. And at this moment, he raised his head. In the distance, more than a dozen dark muzzles pointed at him. Hey hey! There was a sneer from the corner of his mouth. He stepped on the ground with his toes, and his figure quickly entered the surrounding darkness. Bang bang bang! Buckshot pierced the air and hit nearby buildings with burning flames. Bang bang! A series of lead bullets flitted through the air and hit the nearby building dance, making a deafening sound. The boy's voice waved among the bullets, and several lead bullets almost passed by his cheek. Into the dark. Lose sight. The gunners were also a little overwhelmed. Just at this moment, a young man wearing a bamboo hat suddenly appeared in front of these gunmen. The gunman realized that it was too late to shoot again. They only saw the golden eyes under the bamboo hat, followed by the raised sword light. In an instant, across the neck. Blood spattered and his body stiffened. The head was thrown away, and the whole person also fell to the ground, making a heavy muffled sound. In an instant, the sword in his hand swung out continuously. In a short period of time, in the pitch-black night, only a fiery red sword light flickered, followed by a gushing of blood, dyeing the pitch-black night with a tinge of red. But for a short time, all of Yugu Ichiro's subordinates were all beheaded. Only Yugu Ichiro stood there blankly, watching all this with a pale face. Plop! Yugu Ichiro couldn't help but knelt on the ground, looking at the young man who kept coming with horror on his face. He couldn't figure out why he was still alive after being shot in the heart. Seeing the young man approaching step by step, at this moment, his eyes were full of remorse. How could he provoke such a murderous god? Forgive, forgive. Just as the sound of begging for mercy came out, a sword had already been cut out. Puff! It was the sound of a sword cutting into flesh. Su-mu easily chopped off the opponent's head. Standing in the middle of the pool of blood, the golden eyes of the young man under the bamboo hat flickered slightly. A long time. A slight sigh came out. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary good boy in society, and he experienced so much in a short period of time. Before he knew it, he already had dozens of lives in his hands. Shaking his head, he bent down and picked up some money from Yugu Ichiro. At the same time, he picked up 2 muskets on the ground and put them on his waist. Firearm is a good thing. It may be a lot worse to deal with ghosts, but it is a great weapon to deal with people. Plus. Chapter 12. After packing up everything, Su-mu also came back to the door. After such a long time, the chestnut flowers have fallen. Kanao should have finished taking a shower and changing clothes. Moreover, there has been such a big commotion in this inn, and it is no longer possible to stay for a long time. Knocked on the door. Waiting for Kanao's response. But after waiting for a long time, he still couldn't wait, which made him frown slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he made up his mind to open the door. The folded clean clothes were still quietly placed on the table, and the hot water did not move. This made him frown, and unconsciously looked at Luoluo. Kanao. The little girl was curled up in the corner, following him in. She was looking at him with her beautiful but lifeless purple eyes. Why don't you take a shower and change your clothes? He asked Kanao gently. Kanao didn't respond to his inquiry. Su-mu has adapted to Luoluo. Kanao's current character, the current Kanao, is more like a puppet on a string, completely without his own thoughts. I can only help myself. Let me wash it for you. He said softly. Although there are differences between men and women, Kanao is just a child now, so there is no need to care so much, let alone, he is Kanao's fiancé. His inquiry did not get a response. He smiled helplessly, knelt down slowly, and hugged Luoluo Kanao. The sloppy clothes were taken off, revealing the girl's petite body and abnormally pale skin. The body is frighteningly weak, almost skin and bones can be seen. On the skin, there are all kinds of scars and traces of being beaten. Seeing this scene, the boy's golden eyes under the bamboo hat couldn't help flashing a low-pitched annoyance. Trying to suppress the anger rising in my heart. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that there would be such cruel parents in the world. The viciousness of the human heart is sometimes more terrifying than ghosts. He didn't say anything, but gently used warm water to remove the stains on Kanao's body. In the future, no one will bully you, I promise. He said softly. The dull purple eyes of the girl in the bathtub blinked. In her limited memory, it has been a long time since she was treated so gently. Scooped hot water with a ladle and started pouring it on Kanao's head. Close your eyes. He said softly. Perhaps after not taking a shower for too long, Kanao's hair is almost stuck together, which is very difficult to wash and requires a lot of hot water to water. Whether it was in the previous life or in this life, helping people take a bath was the first time he did it. It seemed to be very busy. But it was finally done. When the filth is removed, the girl's thin skin reveals a bit of brilliance like beautiful jade, but the skinny and bone-like shape does not show any beauty. Put on clean clothes, and then dry Luoluo Kanao's hair with a dry towel. Luoluo Kanao's form also completely appeared in front of him. The dusty little face has been washed clean, the facial features are delicate, and the skin is like ceramics. It is hard to imagine that a person's skin can be so delicate. Only long-term malnutrition, coupled with the beatings of her parents, the girl's figure is too thin, her skin is abnormally pale, and her shriveled body greatly reduces the girl's charm. Even so, it can be seen that the future Liwaluo Kanao is definitely a beauty. Seeing the brand new Liwaluo Kanao, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of Sumu's mouth. Rubbed Liwaluo Kanao's head, perhaps, because of washing her hair, the girl's hair looked much smoother, although it was still a bit dull. We should go. He said softly that there was such a commotion in the inn, it would not be suitable to stay any longer. If it wasn't for Liwaluo Kanao taking a bath, he would have taken Kanao away long ago. As he said, he didn't expect any reaction from Kanao, he naturally took Kanao's little hand and prepared to leave. Only immediately, he froze. The girl's footsteps didn't seem to keep up, and he brought a lot of resistance when he led Kanao away. Turning around with some doubts, the girl's purple eyes looked at him, and then, in his shocked eyes, Kanao slowly stretched out his little finger and pointed to his chest. He looked down. That was the place that was hit by musket bullets before, and that piece of clothes had already been wet by the bright red blood, making it look a little scary. Turned out to be. It's Liwaluo. Kanao is worried about his body. Looking at the girl who was still like a marionette, Sumu felt a warm current flow through her heart. Warm. He stretched out his hand, touched the girl's head, and said half-jokingly, I'm a ghost, this injury is fine. He doesn't care whether Kanao understands or not, he is just a little happy now. The closed world in Kanao's heart seemed to be opened again. Maybe, it won't take long. Liwaluo Kanao will also restore the youth and vitality that a young girl should have at her age. Because, that's what Liwaluo Kanao should be like. Chapter 13. Leaving from the inn, far away, he only turned back. I could vaguely see a large number of people from the police station driving to the inn where the accident happened. After all, there was too much noise there at night. Wearing a bamboo hat, he was walking down the street holding Kanao's hand. The girl's expression still looked dull and indifferent, as if she would never have any emotional fluctuations. Will not express any opinions, nor express their own ideas. It seems that he only knows to follow him numbly. If it wasn't for being able to faintly hear the girl's breathing, Sumu would almost have thought that she was leading a ghost. But he is a ghost. It seemed a bit strange for a ghost to walk among the crowd. However, with the cover of the bamboo hat, it is not easy to be discovered. Suddenly, seems to feel something. He turned his head sharply. In the crowd, two girls in ghost-slaying team followed him silently. The two girls are somewhat similar, but there is a big difference in temperament. One looks very gentle with a smile on his face, while the other is serious and serious. One is taller and the other is shorter. The taller girl has pink-purple eyes, long black hair reaching to her waist, and emerald-green Kochu barrettes with pink edges on both sides of her hair. Wearing a standard ghost-killing squad uniform, covered with colorful butterfly pattern feathers. The shorter girl has short hair, the same purple eyes, purple hair tips, curly hairstyle, and also wears the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad. With just one glance, he knew who the two were. Current style Kochu Kane. Future bug pillar Kochu Shinobu. Now they are all members of the ghost killing squad. Seeing the two of them staring at him all the time, it is obvious that they are here for him. But when you think about it, it's not surprising that the Kochu sisters are here. According to the plot, the Kochu sisters should appear in a nearby area to perform tasks. According to the development of the plot, the two will rescue Kanao who is being dragged by a rope by the human trafficker Ichiro Tamiya, and finally rescue Kanao and adopt Kanao as his stepson. Kochu Kane and Kochu Shinobu obviously found him, but, because of some scruples, they didn't shoot him. The golden eyes under the bamboo hat looked around. Ordinary people who keep walking. Apparently, Kochu Kane and Kochu Shinobu were worried that fighting here would affect these ordinary people. Sister, that ghost seems to have spotted us. Kochu Shinobu squinted his purple eyes, and his serious and delicate face was full of murderous intent. Kochu Kanawo turned his head and looked at his sister. She could clearly see the burning anger and hatred in her younger sister's ninja eyes, and she naturally knew that what her younger sister wanted to do was probably to use Nichiren blades to chop off the neck of the ghost in front of her. She couldn't help stretching out her hand gently, and rubbed her sister's head. What happened back then had already left a deep shadow in her heart. Not only the younger sister, but even she couldn't forget that scene. After all, they were supposed to be like other normal children, surrounded by their parents' love, living a carefree and happy life. Only all these good things were destroyed by a ghost. Kochu Kanawo's eyes unconsciously fell on the ghost in front, who was holding a human girl by the hand. Why would a ghost lead a human girl? There was a hint of curiosity in the pink-purple eyes. Looking at it again, I always feel that this ghost is a little different. Kochu Kanawo spoke softly, his voice was like the warm spring sun, gentle everywhere. Elder sister. Kochu Shinobu was a bit offended, but looking at his sister's eyes, he could only turn his head and sulk. Sister, you are always so gentle. Even if you are gentle with ghosts. Kochu Kanawo was silent for a while, just stroking his sister's head, and said softly, ghosts were the same people as us in the first place. But, he has turned into a ghost. Kochu Shinobu likes her sister's gentleness very much, but also hates her sister's gentleness. She even maintains sympathy for ghosts and sisters. In case, this ghost is different. Kochu Kanawo shook his head. I think, as a member of the ghost-killing team, ghost hunting should not only save the people the ghosts want to kill, but also free the ghosts from the cause and effect of sorrow. Kochu Shinobu was even more annoyed. Just, looking up at my sister, are there any different ghosts we have encountered so far? Hearing this, Kochu Kanawo couldn't help being silent. The ghosts that the sisters have encountered so far are all the same. Ghosts who are hungry, whether they are parents or brothers and sisters, will be killed and eaten. They cannot suppress their nature to become ghosts. The ghosts I have encountered so far, without exception, are all like this. Unconsciously, Kochu Kanawo looked at the ghost in front who was wearing a bamboo hat and holding a human girl by the hand, hiding in the crowd. Will this ghost do the same? Chapter 14. Su-mu took Kanao's little hand through the crowd, and could vaguely feel the breath of the Kochu sisters following closely behind. Obviously, it was impossible to get rid of them. Although unwilling to face the Kochu sisters. But in the end, you have to be prepared. But he had one more thing to do before facing the Kochu sisters. Thinking through the crowd. Take Kanao's hand into a restaurant and find a seat by the window. The two figures of the Kochu sisters followed closely, and sat down on nearby seats. Kochu Kanao's purple eyes looked curiously at the boy in the bamboo hat who was lighting food there. This ghost is different. Even greedy for food in the world. For ghosts, isn't human blood the most delicious thing, and human flesh the most valuable thing? Did you find them, so you did it on purpose for them to see? Kochu Kanawo couldn't help thinking, and became more and more curious about this ghost. A large table of food was served quickly. As the food was served, the chestnut blossoms fell. Kanao's pair of purple eyes stared at the food on the table. For a girl who was abused by her parents and lived in a slum since childhood, being able to have a full stomach is already a desire. When have you seen so much food in front of you? Now, with so much food in front of him, Kanao can't take his eyes off. Perhaps, the tragic childhood memories made Luoluo. Kanao gradually closed off the human feelings, but the human instincts were not curbed. Let's eat. Su-mu looked tenderly at Kanao who was staring at the food. He could feel the chestnut blossoms falling. Kanao was so eager for food that he even wanted to reach out to get it, but maybe some tragic experience left a shadow and made her dare not reach out. Get out and get the food. Maybe, that's the reason why my father stretched out his hand to grab the rice while eating, right? Eat, No one will bully you. Su-mu spoke softly again. It seems that Su-mu's gentle words let Kanao slowly let go of his heart, and his thin hands carefully grabbed the chicken legs on the table. Seeing this, Su-mu also showed a smile. He was very happy to see Kanao slowly transforming from a marionette state to a human being. But, immediately, he froze. Kanao's little hand holding the drumstick stretched out in front of him. Apparently, the drumstick was handed to her by Kanao. He obviously felt that Kanao was so hungry for food, but he handed him the best food. Living in the world of slums, chicken legs are definitely something that Kanao can only dream of eating. But now, Kanao handed him what she thought was the best in a simple world. There is a feeling of being filled with warmth in my heart. Stretched out his hand and patted Kanao's little head. I'm not hungry, you eat. As he spoke, he gently wiped off Kanao's oily hands with the silk scarf prepared by the hotel, and then sent her back with her little hand. It's delicious, and the fat ones look better. He tilted his head and smiled. You are my fiancé, if you become ugly, I don't want you. It seems that the words I don't want you anymore have an extremely terrifying magic power, which made Kanao's body tremble suddenly, and a touch of fear appeared in his eyes that had been numb all the time. With his sleeves. Kanao's sudden change, especially when he felt Kanao's little hand tightly clutching his sleeve, Su-mu secretly blamed himself. She should have said something wrong just now. This made him blame himself. He shouldn't have said such a thing. Hey, I'll never leave you. He stretched out his hand and patted Kanao's head lightly, assuring Kanao. With the stroking of the palm, Kanao's emotions gradually eased. I'm starting to eat, it won't taste good when it's cold. He didn't speak until Kanao's emotions had completely stabilized. Seemingly hungry for food, or because of the fear of the word I don't want you just now, Kanao began to eat food crazily. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the girl's bulging mouth like a little hamster, still grabbing the food on the table. Eat slowly and drink some water. He put the water glass next to Kanao, and opened his mouth gently. Slightly. The girl burped all of a sudden. Hearing this, he couldn't help laughing. And on the seat next to the table, Kochu Kane watched this scene quietly, with a pair of beautiful purple eyes showing some thought. Next to her was the shorter sister Shin with short hair, her serious and pretty face showed some doubts. This is a very strange ghost. Chapter 15. Wait until the chestnut flowers fall. After Kanao is completely full. He just waved. The shop waiter immediately trotted over. My lord, it's 500 yen sincerity. He paid 1,000 yen. When he killed Ichiro Imaya before, he collected a lot of money from Ichiro's body, and he is not short of money now. The waiter in the shop took the money and said, I'll ask the shopkeeper to look for the money right now, my lord will wait a moment. However, just as the waiter was about to leave, Su-mu's hand grabbed his shoulder. The waiter in the shop looked at Su-mu with some doubts, not knowing what was going on with the boy in the bamboo hat. I have something to leave, and my companion will stay here for a while, please take care of it, and I don't need to change the rest of the money. He looked at the waiter's calm opening. The waiter was taken aback for a moment, but immediately understood what Su-mu meant, and couldn't help but be ecstatic. You must know that 500 yen is equivalent to the money he can get by working here for a month. Now, he only needs to take care of this young lady to get it, so he is naturally very happy. Although the young lady looked a bit dazed, he only needed to take care of her for a while. My lord, please rest assured, before my lord returns, I will definitely. The waiter hurriedly patted his chest to assure. Su-mu nodded, didn't say anything, but squatted down in front of Liwaluo Kanao, gently picked up the rice grains near Kanao's mouth with her fingers, and put them in her mouth to swallow. Liwaluo. Kanao seems to feel something, the beautiful purple eyes are always looking at him, and the little hand is unconsciously grabbing his sleeve. He smiled, and then patted Kanao on the head, I have something to do, you have to stay here obediently and wait for me to come back. If I can't come back in a short time, you will follow those two sisters first." As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the pair of Kochu's sisters. Sister Kochu, who had been paying close attention to the movement at Sumyu's table, stood up abruptly following Sumyu's voice. "Sure enough, you found us." Kochu Shinobu pursed his lips, his pretty face was full of seriousness, and one hand was also on the scabbard of his Nichiren blades. Sumyu ignored Kochu Shinobu, but looked at Kanao gently. "Can it be done? This is the first time my husband told you about it." Kanao's small mouth opened rarely, but it seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, or he had lost the expression of human emotions, but he didn't make any sound. Sumyu rubbed the black hair on Kanao's little head distressfully, and then he stood up. The golden eyes under the bamboo hat looked at the Kochu's sisters who were also staring at him. Without saying anything, he turned around and left, and walked outside the hotel. The Kochu's sisters naturally kept up without saying a word. If it weren't for the fact that this place is in a downtown area, and that his sister has been preventing it, Kochu Shinobu would have done something to this ghost long ago. The waiter in the shop glanced suspiciously at the Kochu's sisters who followed the young man in a bamboo hat, but he didn't care. What he has to do now is to take good care of Kanao before the adults leave. After all, the adults gave a tip of 500 yen. Dark alley. Quiet environment. A young man wearing a black hat hurried past with extremely fast steps. Following closely were two girls in the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad. The slight wind blows, blowing the emerald green Kochu hairpins on both sides of the girl's hair, like a dancing Kochu. The end of the alley. The boy in the black hat stopped. "Turn around. Look at the Kochu's sisters who are following." Kochu Kane, a long-awaited daimyo. Kochu Kane's exquisite little face showed a touch of astonishment. Apparently he didn't expect this ghost to know him, and unconsciously wanted to ask something. Kochu Shinobu next to him said impatiently, "Sister, what are you talking about with a ghost? Before my sister was worried that she might accidentally hurt the people around her, but now she doesn't have to worry about it." There was a hint of anger and hatred in the girl's purple eyes. She will never forget the scene where her parents were killed by ghosts in front of her eyes. She hates ghosts. Hate all ghosts. Breathe, flow. Bug breath. It is her original breath, which is not yet complete, and is a derivative of her sister's breath of flowers. It is one of the most important means for the ghost-killing team to fight against ghosts and ghosts by allowing people to have ghost-like physical fitness in a short period of time. Kochu Shinobu pressed his hand on the scabbard, barely waiting for his sister's order, and impatiently stepped forward. The alley was silent, only the sound of a girl's footsteps coming. Sound like insects. Kochu Shinobu's hand on the scabbard at his waist slams out. Chapter 16. The figure of the girl is like a dancing Kochu, with a graceful posture and fatal lethality in her beauty. The young man under the bamboo hat lowered his eyes, and his hand was only lightly pressing the hilt of the sword at his waist. Howling wind. Accompanied by the slight sound of insects. The girl's sword was already in front of her. At the same moment, his forehead also unsheathed his sword. A fiery red horse cut out along with it. Choke. There was a metallic crashing sound in the air. Two swords intersect. The blades collided with each other, bursting out golden sparks, and the faces of the two were also approaching each other at this moment. A pair of golden eyes, a pair of purple eyes. The two eyes are staring together at this moment. Damn it! There was a cold killing intent on the girl's serious and delicate face. Especially when his pair of purple eyes fell on Nichiren blades in Sumyu's hand, the coldness in his purple eyes became a little bit more, and at the same time, a little more sad. As we all know, Nichiren blades are the standard equipment for members of the ghost-killing team. An extra Nichiren blades in the hands of this ghost means the death of a companion. The young man under the bamboo hat was silent, he didn't say anything, but the hand holding the hilt of the sword suddenly exerted force. Boom! In just a split second, Kochu Shinobu felt a huge force coming from the Nichiren blades he was holding tightly in his palm. She, who was already weak, couldn't resist this powerful force at all, and she immediately flew backwards. Su-mu clenched the hilt of the sword, squatted down, and lowered her body. Boom! Feet slammed into the ground. The whole person followed like a cannonball, and the Nichiren blades in his hand were also cut out, as if there was no thought of pity at all. I just want to kill each other with a knife. Damn it! Kochu Shinobu bit his red lips with his white and tender teeth. Facing the following ghosts, he could only hold the hilt of his sword tightly. The white scabbard was tightly held in his hand, and his breathing was mobilized at this moment. Insect breath dance of butterflies. Teasing. The slender figure flying upside down suddenly began to change, moving gracefully like Kochu, dodging Su-mu's fatal strike. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, the Nichiren blades in the girl's hand carried out 5 consecutive thrusts. The speed was extremely fast, and almost every thorn pierced the skin of the young man in front of him. However, Su-mu was not moved at all. The Nichiren blades in his hand continued to open and close, and cut towards Kochu Shinobu. The swords of the two met again in the air. It's just that Kochu Shinobu, who is weak, is at a disadvantage. Su-mu doesn't know much about swordsmanship, and his attack method is simple and rude. Moreover, the most important thing is that he can only attack but not defend, so he was injured in many places by Kochu Shinobu's guerrilla attack in a short fight. Sometimes, even in the face of a situation where both sides suffer, his golden eyes will not even blink. After this attack, the forced Kochu Shinobu could only back away again and again, even more secretly crying in his heart. Although the current Kochu Shinobu has made great achievements in medicine and pharmacy, it is still in the experimental stage to extract toxins from wisteria flowers that are specialized for killing ghosts. Therefore, at this moment, the Nichiren blades in Kochu Shinobu's hands are not smeared with wisteria poison that can specifically kill ghosts. Therefore, intelligence is simply stabbing the ghost's skin with Nichiren blades to cause damage. But with the body of a ghost, just ordinary minor injuries are not injuries at all. On the contrary, Kochu Shinobu was short of breath under Su-mu's continuous super powerful attack, and was forced into a panic. Another sword blocked the ghost's Nichiren blades with difficulty, but the huge strength still surged along the blade, causing Kochu Shinobu's breath to surge, and his chest was also extremely stuffy. Stepping back quickly, Kochu Shinobu skillfully relieved the huge strength while preparing to move. However, this time, the boy under the bamboo hat suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed her directly. Go to hell! Suppressing the overwhelming anger in her chest, the Nichiren blades in her hand slashed at the ghostly hand protruding from her face. I thought the ghost would retreat, but found that it had no intention of retreating at all. Choke! Nichiren blades slashed at the hands of the ghosts, but instead of cutting it off as expected, there was a burst of hard resistance. What? Kochu Shinobu stared, his purple eyes looked over unconsciously, only to find that the ghost hand was already glowing with a golden metal plate, and the place that Nichiren blades had just cut didn't even cause any damage. And in Kochu Shinobu's dazed kung fu, the ghost hand had already grabbed her face. Ruined. The girl thought sadly, she had been working hard all the time, but she still found that she had too many deficiencies. Although she was already prepared to be killed by the ghost, she never thought that death would approach so soon. Choke! The metal-like sound sounded again, and a Nichiren blades lay in front of the ghost hand, blocking the blow of the ghost hand. But Kochu Kanawo, who had been on the sidelines, made the shot. Call! Kochu Shinobu also took advantage of this opportunity, his figure hastily stepped back, and finally landed lightly behind his sister. The haori she was wearing also flew with the wind. Under the moonlight, the girl's messy short black hair was blown by the wind, and her panting and pretty face was staring at the ghost in the black hat in front of her. Sister, this ghost is very powerful. Kochu Shinobu bit his red lips with white teeth and said, his beautiful eyes were full of fear. Kochu Kane didn't speak, and Bainan's hand just held the hilt of the sword quietly. From the beginning to the end, the other Nichiren blades were not out of the sheath. Even if the younger sister just blocked the attack of the ghost, she used the sheath. The young man under the bamboo hat withdrew his hand, flipped over several times, and landed on a courtyard wall. The gentle moonlight shines on the boy's figure. He looked at Kochu Kane silently. You don't seem to mean to kill me. He tilted his head and looked at the gentle girl. As described in the anime, this is an excessively gentle woman. Kochu Kane. Chapter 17. Soft moonlight falls. Imprinted on the girl's delicate face. The girl's pink and purple eyes are slightly squinted, and as the wind blows, the girl's black hair is blown up with the wind, and the emerald green Kochu hairpin on her head flaps her wings with the wind. It's like a real Kochu resting on the girl's hair. How did you get the Nichiren blades in your hand? The girl spoke softly. Even when talking to ghosts, Kochu Kane's voice is still so gentle, like the warm spring sun. Sister, do you still need to ask? Behind him, Kochu Shinobu squinted his pupils, and a handful of Nichiren blades appeared in the hands of a ghost, the significance of which is self-evident. I picked it up. The boy under the bamboo hat spoke calmly. Lie. Kochu Shinobu glared angrily at the ghost opposite. Although she couldn't get a glimpse of the ghost's appearance due to the cover of the bamboo hat, she could already imagine the disgusting appearance of this ghost in her mind. Ghosts are disgusting, without exception. Kochu Kane was also slightly silent, and after a long time, he said in a very gentle voice, Nichiren blades, for the members of the Demon Slayer squad, are often more precious than life. Simple words, the meaning is very simple, Nichiren blades, it is not so easy to pick up. Su-mu shrugged his shoulders, and he also knew that even if he tried to explain, it would be useless. Because he is a ghost now. To make a member of the ghost-killing team believe the ghost's words is undoubtedly a fairy tale. I'll give you another chance to explain now. Kochu Kane looked at the boy in front of him with pity. Although it has now become a poor creature like a ghost, ghosts were once human. It is really sad for a ghost to lose himself. Su-mu was silent, raised her head, and narrowed her golden eyes under the bamboo hat. Are you going to make a move? He asked softly. Kochu Kane caresses his own Nichiren blades gently. Kochu Kane's Nichiren blades are very special. The jaw is orange, four-leaf clover-shaped, the handle is emerald green, and the blade is peach-colored. Can I save you? She shook her head. What I can do now is to free you from the cause and effect of sorrow. White fingers caressed the blade of the sword, and there was a faint and joyful sound of the sword. Feel the breath. The soft body tensed at this moment. Sensing the situation of Kochu Kane, Su-mu's face is also extremely dignified. Style. Kochu Kane. It is the pillar that can fight against the second Doma of the winding. Although his strength is not as good as that of the first string, it is not that he can be hostile now. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the soft-looking girl opposite. Next moment, Kochu Kane moved. Accompanied by its movements, the surrounding flowers seemed to bloom at this moment. His eyes widened in an instant, staring at the other party firmly. Next moment, the figure of Kochu Kane had already appeared in front of him, and the cold sword light slashed towards him. Su-mu gritted her teeth. Swing the knife violently. The fiery red horse is cut out. It was empty, nothing was cut, and the sword that the opponent cut over seemed to have never appeared. However, the next moment, the beautiful sword light flashed on his cheeks again. So fast. There is no way to react at all. It was obvious that there was not the moment before, and it appeared so abruptly the next moment. All he could do was barely move his head. Click! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the bamboo hat on his head was cut off instantly, and the sharp blade brushed past his cheek. Pain first appeared in the cheeks, then in the shoulders. Crack! The sharp blade cut through the flesh and blood of the shoulder, and finally stopped at the hard bone. It was a golden hand pressing tightly against the blade, preventing Kochu Kanao's Nichiren blades from removing his arm. The girl's pretty brows frowned slightly. The hand holding the hilt of the sword was hard, trying to withdraw it, but Sumiu's ghostly hand was firmly grasping the sharp blade, with no intention of letting go. From the very beginning, he knew that he couldn't match Kochu Kanao in his own right. If you let the opponent use Nichiren blades, you are afraid that without a few moves, your head will be chopped off by other Nichiren blades. So, he waiting for the other Nichiren blades to strike at his head. The weakness of ghosts must be kept in mind for every member of the ghost killing team, and the method of killing ghosts must be understood from the moment they join the ghost killing team. One of the easiest ways to kill an ONI is to chop off its head with Nichiren blades. Obviously. He has been waiting for this scene. It finally came, and at the same time avoided the vital parts of the head dangerously, and was not killed by one blow. There are only a few ways to kill ghosts. Nichiren blades are one, wisteria is one, and sunlight is one. As long as Nichiren blades are under control, Kochu Kanao wants to kill him. It's not that simple. A smart ghost. Kochu Kanao's purple eyes stared at the young man, his gentle face carried a touch of coolness. But if you think that you can beat me like this, you are completely wrong. The girl spoke softly, and kicked out her long legs like a whirlwind. Powerful energy poured into his body like a cannonball. The boy could only let out a scream, and he was kicked out of the body. His body collided with the wall of the alley, knocking down the wall in an instant. With more energy remaining, he continued to hit the ground. Boom! A powerful muffled sound followed, accompanied by smoke rising. The slender and tall figure of Kochu Kanao stands quietly on a wall, and with the reflection of the moonlight, the girl's posture is like an elf. Ahem! As the dust and mist cleared, Sumiu stood up from the ground in embarrassment. The powerful anti-strike ability brought by the ghost's body, as well as the strong self-healing ability, prevent him from losing his fighting power all at once. Standing up with difficulty, he pulled out his hand on his shoulder, and he also pulled out the sword stuck on his shoulder. He looked up and looked at the woman standing on the wall like an elf under the moonlit night. He laughed. Kochu Kanao frowned. You don't think that if you take away my sword, there's nothing I can do to you? Sumiu didn't speak, but just wiped her lips with her hand, wiping off the bright red blood on her lips. As we all know, there are only a few ways to kill ghosts, and Nichiren blades is one of them. He spoke softly. Sister, there's more than one Nichiren blades, brat. Another cold voice came out, but it was Kochu Shinobu who spoke. The girl looked at the ghost mockingly. And my Nichiren blades? Kochu Shinobu sneered, then looked at his sister, and slammed the sword in his hand. Sister, take the sword. Kochu Kanao took the sister's sword, looking at Sumiu with pink and purple eyes pitifully. Hey! The boy suddenly sneered. When dealing with ghosts, you can never be too careful. Kochu Kanao, you are too careless. It's too gentle. Kochu Kanao frowned slightly. In this situation, the other party is educating himself? Open your lips, want to open. But the words didn't come out. Her complexion changed drastically. Chapter 18. From the very beginning, Sumiu was actually ready to be killed. But he did not give up a chance of survival. With his current strength, he is about 5 to 5 with Kochu Shinobu, but compared with Kanao, who has become A-style, he is completely incomparable. If Kochu Kanao had paid him serious attention from the very beginning, he would be beheaded by his Nichiren blades if he didn't take 3 moves, and he wouldn't have any chance at all. But now, he saw a glimmer of opportunity. And this chance is Kochu Kanao's younger sister Kochu Shinobu. In fact, his eyes fell on Kochu Shinobu from the very beginning, especially Kochu Shinobu attacked him impulsively at first. At that time, he wanted to do it. However, right away, he found that Kochu Kane cared deeply about his sister, and when Kochu Shinobu fought him, his palm never left the hilt of his sword. At that time, it was impossible for him to really do anything to Kochu Shinobu. But now it's different. Kochu Kane just kicked him in the air, which kicked him out, but at the same time, brought him closer to Kochu Shinobu. Moreover, since the two fought just now, he deliberately moved to a farther place. Now, Kochu Kane is far away from Kochu Shinobu. What's more, the current Kochu Shinobu doesn't even have the weapon Nichiren blades. So, when he bowed, bent down, stared at Kochu Kane with a pair of golden eyes, prepared to attack, and said, "You can't be too careful when dealing with ghosts, Kochu Kane, you are too careless and too gentle up." When Kochu Kane was on guard against him secretly and focused all his attention on him to prevent him from using any special attack method, his whole body rushed towards Kochu Shinobu like a cannonball. Hateful. Seeing the ghost rushing towards him and using himself as a breakthrough, Kochu Shinobu didn't lose his mind while being angry, and the whole person floated backward like Kochu. Her purple eyes stared at the approaching ghost with anger and sarcasm in her eyes. Her strength was originally between 5 and 5 with the opponent, but because of being a human, she was much weaker in strength, plus the ghost's special vulgarity. Therefore, in the previous confrontation, the opponent caught this weakness and made a breakthrough. But if she is given another chance to do it again, Kochu Shinobu feels that he is still sure to win the opponent. After all, his speed is faster than the opponent's. But now, this little ghost actually used her as a breakthrough point. He really didn't know how to live or die. When his sister arrived, he would be able to kill this nasty ghost right away. Only, right off the bat, Kochu Shinobu paid for his carelessness. Boom! Accompanied by 3 consecutive gunshots. Up. Middle. Down, 3 bullets, each aimed at the head, chest, and leg wrists, made Kochu Shinobu's face change drastically. With his extraordinary speed, Kochu Shinobu dodged the deadly lead bullets to the head and chest, but could not dodge the bullets to the ankles. As the gunshots ended, Kochu Shinobu, who was moving at high speed, almost staggered and fell to the ground. Although Kochu Shinobu has not completely lost the ability to resist at this moment, the shadow of the ghost is also approaching him in an instant. It was this change that made Kochu Kane's complexion change drastically. Although he reacted immediately and ran towards his sister, he could only watch helplessly as his sister was shot and fell to the ground. For the first time, the killing intent permeated this young girl. She paid the price for her pity for this ghost. She should listen to her sister, otherwise, her sister would not. She had to get to her sister before the ghost did something to her. Bang bang bang! The young man held the tip of the Nichiren blades in his mouth, and drew his hands to his waist again. He held 2 muskets that had already been loaded in his palms. Fingertip pull trigger. Just simple movements. Bullets faster and more lethal than arrows roared towards Kochu Kane. Firearms may be inferior in dealing with ghosts, but they are a great killer in terms of dealing with people. They are stronger than styles like Kochu Kane, and they dare not let lead bullets hit their bodies easily. After all, people don't have the immortality of ghosts. If they are really hit at a fatal part, they will really die. Clang clang! There was a burst of metal-like crit in the air. Kochu Kane wielded his sister's Nichiren blades and waved a silver-white horse. Ding ding ding! Bullets were blocked by him with Nichiren blades, without exception. However, Su-mu never pinned his hopes on firearms from the very beginning, nor did he think that firearms can do anything to a pillar master like Kochu Kane. Time will do. And in the instant of time he was fighting for, he was completely close to Kochu Shinobu, who was shot and fell to the ground. The golden Oni hand grabbed Kochu Shinobu without hesitation. Kochu Shinobu, who was shot in the leg and wrist, did not lose his ability to resist, and hurriedly swung his fist. However, Kochu Shinobu's strength was too weak, and it was useless to hit his ghost body with fists, and almost between breaths, both of Kochu Shinobu's hands were held down by him. At the same time, as soon as he pressed his palm, Kochu Shinobu fell into his arms. Kochu Shinobu struggled desperately, but Tsuyuri's hands were like iron tongs, and the weak Kochu Shinobu couldn't break free at all. Hateful! Kochu Shinobu felt ashamed and angry when he felt that the ghost was hugging him from behind, and his two hands were also grabbed by the ghost's hands and pressed against his chest, and he couldn't move at all. At this time, Kochu Kanawo also rushed over. Just about to start, but when he saw the black hole of the musket pressed against his sister's head, Kochu Kanawo had to stop stiffly. Let go of my sister. Chapter 19. Let go of my sister. The girl's pink and purple eyes were staring at him firmly at this moment, and that originally gentle and delicate face was also full of evil spirit at this moment. Tsuyuri didn't care about Kochu Kanawo's evil spirit at this moment, but said in very plain words. From the very beginning, you were merciful. He said quietly, this gave me a chance. You are too gentle. If it is an ordinary life, such gentleness is commendable, but, as a ghost-slaying team, a professional ghost hunter, excessive gentleness will destroy you one day. Just like today. If it keeps like this, you shouldn't be hunting ghosts. Kochu Kanawo frowned. At this time, this ghost said this to mock her? Let go of me, you disgusting ghost, I'm so disgusted that I want to vomit when I'm close to you. Kochu Shinobu struggled crazily, but Tsuyuri's hands were like iron pincers controlling her. Strength is her weak point, and she can't break free from the shackles of ghosts. He has great strength. Because of the struggle, the other party pressed her chest, and the hands controlling her hands became tighter. Make her breathe more quickly. She still struggled, but immediately, there was a sharp pain in her head, and then she felt that the sky was full of little stars, and then she didn't know anything. Younger sister. Kochu Kanawo couldn't help exclaiming, and stepped forward unconsciously, but when he saw that the black muzzle of the ghost hit his sister's head again, he could only take back his steps. Younger sister. She looked worriedly at her younger sister who was beaten unconscious by a ghost. Tsuyuri looked at Kochu Kanawo calmly, you should remember today's lesson, the next time you meet a ghost, don't hold on to your poor, pity ghost thoughts. Kochu Kanawo pursed her lips and did not speak. Once, Hime-jima Kume, the rock pillar who rescued their sisters from the ghost, once said similar words to her. I vaguely remember Hime-jima Kume asking her like this, you want to save the ghost who killed your parents? Is that what you said? At that time, Hime-jima Kume contained deep anger. At that time, my answer was, ghosts are sad creatures. They used to be humans, but now they eat humans. They are afraid of the beautiful sunrise. If possible, she hopes that she can free the ghosts from the cause and effect of sadness. I want to protect the happiness of someone who hasn't been destroyed. Just like you did to us, just like you protect me, I want to protect someone important. In this way, I think I can stop the chain sad. Faced with his own answer, Hime-jima Kume just asked lightly, in the end, did I and my sister die? She was silent then. It took a long time before she raised her head and answered Hime-jima Kume, I have already realized it. It's just that I didn't expect this realization to come so quickly. From the moment she joined the ghost-killing squad, she had already realized this. But my sister is different. My sister shouldn't just die like this, she should get the happiness of an ordinary girl until she dies at the end of her life. Not now. Let go of my sister. She gritted her teeth, raised her hand slightly, and held the hilt of Nichiren blades exuding the coldness of an iceman. If you dare to hurt my little sister's hair, you are dead. She gritted her teeth, full of evil spirit, her pink and purple eyes contained extremely strong evil spirit, even if I chase you to Tianya Cape, I will cut off your head with my own hands, if you dare to hurt my sister. Facing the threat of Kochu Kanawo's words, Tsuyuri was unmoved. If language was useful, the world would not have so many hoarse roars. Now, I am asking you to do something. He said softly, if you care about your sister. Then, now, please use your own sword hilt to knock yourself unconscious. Did you think I would do that? Kochu Kane looked at the ghost with sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. You think I will clumsily knock myself unconscious, and then be killed by you unconsciously? The result of this is that not only will I die, but my sister will also be unable to escape from you, Palm. Do you think I'm so stupid? Kochu Kane glared at the ghost annoyed. Su-mu shrugged his shoulders and looked at Kochu Kane firmly. No, you are just that stupid. You. Kochu Kane only felt an invisible anger filling his chest, and his pretty face was also turning red because of anger at this moment. She, who was already delicate and pretty, exuded a more charming charm at this moment. Right now, the choice is simple, or knock yourself out. Or, now I kill your sister first, and then you kill me in anger. He said softly. The sharp blade of Nichiren blade stuck to Kochu Shinobu's fair neck. A slight red mark appeared on that fair neck, faintly bloodshot. You. Kochu Kane watched all this with gritted teeth, but when he saw the trace of blood on his sister's neck, he lost his composure already. Although, it is so ridiculous to believe a ghost's words. But at the moment, worried about her sister, she seemed to have no choice but to believe it. If you hurt my sister's hair, I'll never let you go even if I'm a ghost. Boom. She could only say such a sentence bitterly, and then clumsily hit herself on the back of the head with the handle of the knife. The soft body fell to the ground at this moment. Su-mu held Kochu Shinobu, who was knocked unconscious by himself, and looked at Kochu Kane, who was also unconscious in the distance. Suddenly. Have a weird feeling. Is this the so-called sisterhood? Chapter 20. Although, he just said that Kochu Kane is stupid. But, in fact, Kochu Kane is still very smart. At least, there are still small tricks like pretending to be comatose. Only, pretending to be unprofessional, and not exposing the other party is simply insulting one's IQ. Front. The girl lying in the corpse should at least pretend to be comatose. The most basic thing is that you have to control your eyelashes not to blink. Although, it was a very slight blink, but you think I am the same as you. Stupid, easy to cheat. Of course, your eyelashes are beautiful. Su-mu hugged Kochu Shinobu, who was unconscious, and looked at Kochu Kane, who was lying in front of him speechlessly. You. Kochu Kane sat up annoyed, a pair of pink and purple eyes filled with intense anger. Never such a moment. Such a disgusting ghost. Although this ghost is not as ugly as other ghosts, it looks very delicate, especially the pair of ghost horns are even more cute. But this ghost is really annoying. Now, really knock yourself out. Su-mu looked at Kochu Kane calmly. Don't play tricks in front of me, because I hold your sister's life in my hands. You're playing tricks on your sister's life with your little tricks. He looked at Kochu Kane calmly. At this moment, he completely grasped the lifeline of this woman. Please. Please, don't hurt my sister. Kochu Kane lowered his head and could only beg helplessly, I really can't lose my sister. Seeing the girl pleading sadly to herself, Su-mu really felt that she was the kind of super scumbag who abandoned her wife and daughter, and she felt like letting go of sister Kochu Kane immediately. But this feeling just flashed in his mind and was swept away by his mind. What is certain is that as long as she relaxes a little, or if Kochu Kane finds a chance, this powerful girl will definitely cut off her head immediately. For a gentle girl like Kochu Kane, she cares most about her sister. The most intolerable thing is that his sister is hurt. Go ahead, don't challenge my patience. He opened his mouth lightly. Kochu Kane looked helplessly at this cold-blooded ghost, but facing the situation before her, she didn't have much choice. Although, once he knocks himself out, with the characteristics of a ghost, he will definitely not let him go. After killing himself, not only will he die, but his sister may also die. But if he didn't knock himself unconscious, his sister would die immediately. She basically has no choice, and what if, after killing her and eating her, the ghost is full and doesn't eat her sister anymore? I beg you. Kochu Kane looked at Su-mu pleadingly. As if confirming the other party's entreaties, Su-mu promised very seriously, as long as you knock yourself unconscious, I will not hurt your sister. Although it is so ridiculous to believe in a ghost. Since the history of the ghost-killing team, people who believe in ghosts have never had a good end. But at this moment, Kochu Kane can only choose this way. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and this time, Kochu Kane completely fell to the ground, beating himself unconscious. Looking at Kochu Kane who really passed out, Su-mu couldn't help but shook his head. In the world, how could there be such a stupid woman? No wonder she was later killed by Doma, the first string in 12 Kizuki. Fortunately, this woman met her and other ghosts today, and she would never let go of the opportunity to devour the woman in front of her. Shook his head. Although becoming a ghost. But he will not be that disgusting ghost who devours human flesh. Holding Kochu Shinobu between his arms, Su-mu found the black hat that had been dropped earlier. Gently put on the head. Turning his head, he looked at the girl who was still lying there upright, and cursed unconsciously, this woman is quite stupid. But still cute. Chapter 21. When Su-mu returned to the hotel, Tsuyuri Kanawo was sitting quietly in the window seat. Seems to feel something. The girl turned around suddenly. Exquisite face, very good looking, but sickly pale, purple eyes are very beautiful as stars. However, those beautiful eyes are empty. Grown-ups. Seeing Su-mu approaching, the waiter also hurried over, and at the same time looked at Kochu Shinobu, who was hugged by Su-mu and looked unconscious. This one seems to be one of the two girls who left with this adult before. It seems that something is wrong? Unconsciously want to ask, but there is a little more in hand. He lowered his head, looked at the 500 yen in his palm, and smartly closed his mouth quickly. What does all this have to do with him? Unconsciously let go. Footsteps passed by the waiter. Su-mu came to Tsuyuri Kanawo, come with me. The girl stood up like a marionette, and walked behind him consciously. He nodded, turned around, and prepared to leave. Now. It's almost dawn. He didn't know that his ghost, which was different from the world of Demon Slayer, was afraid of sunlight. But at this time, he had to think about this, because it involved his life, and he had to find a place to hide from the sun. Suddenly, a cold feeling in the palm of his hand made him lower his head unconsciously. There is a thin hand in his palm. Is the hand of Tsuyuri Kanawo. He unconsciously set his eyes on Tsuyuri Kanawo. Unexpectedly, Kanao would be so proactive. It seemed that, feeling his gaze, Kanao raised his head, looking at him with beautiful purple eyes. Although Kanao's eyes are still so empty. But he still faintly felt that there was a touch of emotion in Kanao's eyes. That touch of emotion. Let's call it something called dependence, and it's getting deeper and deeper. He smiled, and suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was a strange feeling, a heavy but comfortable feeling. Probably, it is a kind of responsibility, right? As he thought about it, he unconsciously squeezed Kanao's hand tightly. Walking in the city under the moonlight. A boy wearing a hat walks briskly ahead. The girl followed with difficulty. After all, she was just an ordinary little girl, and it was very difficult to follow. If it wasn't for the boy's big hand holding her small hand, which gave her a certain amount of traction, otherwise, this thin girl might not have followed. Call. Heavy breathing came from Kanao's nostrils. Although she could barely move, she remained silent, like a marionette, unable to express any thoughts of her own. Soon, Su-mu felt Kanao's heavy breath, lowered her head unconsciously, and looked at the girl who was panting heavily, with fine sweat on her forehead, obviously heavy and tired. I feel a little guilty about myself. Almost without thinking, Kanao was slung onto his back while his arms clamped around the unconscious Kochu Shinobu. Hold my neck tight, he whispered to Tsuyuri Kanawo on his back. A pair of delicate little hands wrapped around his neck, feeling a little cool. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The soft moonlight is gradually fading, and faintly, a ray of red sun is about to rise from the top of the mountain. His time is running out. He had to find shelter as soon as possible. The city's underground sewers would work, but he didn't like the smell there. The mountains outside the city are a good choice. Galloping fast, rushing to the mountains at his speed, it was not difficult to find a hiding place. Not thinking about anything, running quietly. Kochu Shinobu woke up faintly, only feeling a tightness in his chest. His eyes fell unconsciously, but an arm clamped himself tightly. As for the one who caught me, it was that annoying ghost. He is running with himself. This ghost should be looking for a hiding place. Almost instantly Kochu Shinobu understood the ghost's purpose. Here's her chance. You only need to act when the other party finds a hiding place, stop the ghost, let the ghost bathe in the sun, and you can eliminate this hateful ghost. So. Now she still needs to be patient, try to recover her energy, and carry out the crucial blow at the end. Only. Immediately, she froze. Because, a girl with the same purple eyes as her was looking at her, and although this girl was beautiful, she looked hollow. She knew this girl naturally, she was the girl who was taken to the restaurant by the ghost before. In Kochu Shinobu's view, the girl must have been coerced. So, Kochu Shinobu blinked, carefully put his little hand between his mouth, and made a gesture of woo. Then, Kochu Shinobu was stunned. The girl actually slapped the ghost on the head with her little hand, and then pointed her finger at the ghost. BCH. Kochu Shinobu looked at the little girl's actions and cursed angrily. Chapter 22. BCH. Kochu Shinobu looked annoyed at Kanao who was slapping the ghost's head with his little hand, and felt his lungs exploded. She only needed to stop the ghost at the critical moment and let the ghost bathe in the sun. At that time, she could make the ghost who ignored her carelessness pay the price. But now, everything has been destroyed by the spy pool. Really angry. Tsuyuri Kanawo looked at Kochu Shinobu with his little head tilted. She didn't quite understand the meaning of the word baichi. The big purple eyes just look at Kochu Shinobu, the eyes seem to be so empty, but unconsciously, there seems to be a little more emotional color. As Kanao patted his head with his small hands, Su-mu also quickly discovered that the woman Kochu Shinobu had woken up. It's really a bit careless. He secretly thought. Just as he was about to hit Kochu Shinobu unconscious, he felt a pain in his waist. Boom! It was Kochu Shinobu who knew that his awakening had been discovered, so he attacked decisively, clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and punched Su-mu on the side of the waist. Although Kochu Shinobu's strength is very small, the punch with all his strength is still not small. Suffering from the pain in his waist, he had no choice but to instinctively let go of the arm that was clamping Kochu Shinobu. Falling to the ground, Kochu Shinobu rolled over and stood up. The girl's short hair was extremely messy at this moment, and her delicate face showed a very painful expression. Kochu Shinobu felt his feet hurt so much, he lowered his head unconsciously. Strands of blood continued to flow out of his socks, which was the part where he was injured by the lead bullet. After some strenuous exercise, the blood that had been stopped flowed out again. As a doctor, Kochu Shinobu knew that if he didn't treat it in time, he might have sequelae. Even may become a cripple. Now she is already distressed by her lack of height, if she becomes a cripple, she really wants to die. Kochu Shinobu understands that he shouldn't think about these things at this time, but he can't help but think about them. And at this time, the ghost on the opposite side already stooped. Bent knees. Gaining momentum. Call. Kochu Shinobu took a deep breath, she could only pray that she would last until dawn. Boom. With a muffled sound, Su-mu shot towards Kochu Shinobu like a cannonball, like a ferocious beast, so terrifying. The girl resisted the pain under her feet and stepped on the ground, her whole body was like a dancing Kochu. Boom. Behind him, a tree as thick as the middle was broken by the ghost's punch. The girl kept dodging with light footsteps, and tried to escape to the distance. If there is no injury, Kochu Shinobu is confident that even if he can't beat the opponent, it should be no problem to escape. But now, the leg and wrist were shot before, and the lead bullets that penetrated into the flesh and blood were not taken out. Now, every movement, she feels a piercing pain, which seriously drags her down. But she could only grit her teeth and insist desperately, hoping that the sun would rise soon and burn this ghost to death. Boom! Another punch came, accompanied by the strong wind, as if the surrounding air was torn apart at this moment. The girl's petite body was like a flying Kochu, dodging his attack. But at this moment, Su-mu has already stepped forward quickly, and quickly approached Kochu Shinobu. A sweeping, whip-like leg kicked at her. Kochu Shinobu clenched his red lips with his white and tender teeth, stretched his palms, and slapped the kicking foot, secretly using a trick, trying to follow the opponent's kick to send him away. Unsurprisingly, she succeeded, and with the help of the Oni's kick, the girl quickly retreated like a dancing Kochu. But Kochu Shinobu ignored behind him. A huge tree blocked her way back. Kochu Shinobu took a deep breath, trying to change the trajectory of her figure, but two gunshots, one left and one right, blocked her. She had no choice but to run into the big tree helplessly. Fortunately, before the collision, he made preparations, mobilizing his breathing to enhance the vitality of the body of the impacted part. Boom! The big tree was broken by the middle, and the girl's petite body rolled several times on the grass, her hair was messed up, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Enduring the severe pain, Kochu Shinobu struggled to stand up, but the shadow of the ghost was approaching and almost controlled him. A hole, shameless, a ghost still uses a firearm, are you a ghost? Are you still a ghost? Shameless! Kochu Shinobu yelled angrily. Su-mu completely ignored the girl's anger and swiped her palm. Tear! The girl's clothes were torn. Kochu Shinobu's eyes widened, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just as she was about to shout, her clothes torn apart by the ghost were made into a ball by the ghost and stuffed in her mouth. Woohoo! Kochu Shinobu wanted to scold, but his mouth was blocked and he could only make a whining sound like crying. Tear, tear! There was the sound of clothes being torn again. The ghost tore open her standard uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad, and twisted it into a rope, binding first her legs and then her hands. Woohoo! She wanted to curse, but she couldn't, she could only stare at the ghost fiercely, shamefully and angrily with her purple eyes. But the ghost didn't care about her eyes at all. Angry Kochu Shinobu's chest rose and fell. Su-mu didn't care so much, and softly said to Kanao, who was holding his neck tightly with his small hands, "Get out of the way." Kanao was very obedient and immediately stepped aside a bit. Su-mu didn't have any thoughts of pity, he hugged the girl hard, and she carried Kochu Shinobu on her shoulders, just like carrying a sack. The soft chest was pressed against the ghost's shoulders, causing Kochu Shinobu to feel tightness in his chest, and he struggled hard, but the ghost's tie was too tight, and she couldn't break free with her weak strength. Beside, the little girl with her small hands around the ghost's neck tilted her head, quietly looking at the struggling woman. It seems to be curious why this sister is struggling, obviously so warm on her fiancé's back. It seems that I dislike Kochu Shinobu for being too noisy. Su-mu slapped Kochu Shinobu on the head with his palm. The girl suddenly became depressed and passed out. Chapter 23. A dark cave. The bonfire was burning quietly, occasionally there was the sound of cracking when the wood was burning. Above the bonfire, there was a wooden frame, and 2 fat chickens were roasting on the wooden frame. Chicken fat fell on the bonfire from time to time, making the flames of the bonfire even more intense. Beside the bonfire, the boy was sitting there quietly, the bamboo hat on his head had been placed beside him, and a girl with purple was quietly nestling in the boy's arms. Next to it, a girl in disheveled clothes and the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad lay there, seemingly unconscious. The girl's clothes had been damaged for some reason, and they were already in tatters. Except for the main parts that were covered, many parts of the skin were directly exposed to the air. The cave was silent, except for the occasional cracking sound of burning wood, there was no other sound. Suddenly, screaming shouts broke the silence. Papa! Mama! Ah! Su-mu couldn't help turning her head, looking at the girl with a terrified face. That delicate face was full of pain and fear at the moment. At this moment, she didn't look like a member of the ghost-killing squad, but a helpless little girl. No, ah, 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 ah. Constant screams of pain. Su-mu frowned, stepped forward to check the situation unconsciously, only to find that she was still asleep. Judging by the current situation, she should be having a nightmare. I stretched out my hand and pushed her, the test questions woke her up. Unexpectedly, the girl hugged her all at once. Sister! The ghost ate my father and mother. The sound of wailing and crying like weeping blood came from his arms. Su-mu lowered her head, looked at the girl who had just had a dream with some pity and helplessness. She was obviously used to him and regarded him as her sister Kochu Kanawo. Gently patted Kochu Shinobu's head with his hand. Wake up! The girl opened her purple eyes, and her delicate face faintly revealed the fear she encountered in the dream. Immediately, she felt something was wrong. The thing she was holding was obviously different from the soft body of her sister who woke up from the previous nightmare. Can't help but look up. What they met was a pair of golden eyes. What? There was another scream, and the girl stretched out her hand in a panic to push. However, he didn't push Su-mu away, instead he fell to the ground. Struggling to step back, but the ghost firmly held her feet, making her unable to move at all. If you want to be crippled, just move. The faint voice of the ghost rang in her ears, especially under the gaze of the pair of golden eyes of the ghost. She stopped instinctively. He lowered his head unconsciously. The leg and wrist hit by the lead bullet under Zagui's thigh had already been bandaged. Although, in the eyes of her doctor, the bandage was not only unprofessional, but also very ugly. But these are not the point. Her feet were bandaged, and the lead bullets in her ankles should have been taken out. Who did it? Doubts arose in Kochu Shinobu's heart, and her eyes first fell on the BCH girl Kanao. But looking at the other party's sluggish appearance like a puppet, it is obvious that it cannot be her. That except her. Could it be? Kochu Shinobu felt like he must be crazy, or hallucinating. A ghost. Will bandage a wound. This ghost would burn incense if he didn't eat forbearance. How could he bandage her wound? But besides this ghost, who else will bandage her? You, bandaged me. She stared at the ghost. Su-mu just glanced at the other party indifferently. I just don't want you to die so quickly. I see. Kochu Shinobu nodded in agreement. You should be full, and now you keep me waiting for the next meal. You are just afraid that I will die and lose the freshness of the ingredients, so you bandaged me. Su-mu couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this. Why does this Kochu Shinobu always think that he can eat people? Is her brain a pig's brain? Are ghosts sure to eat people? However, after thinking about it carefully, it seems that in the world of Demon Slayer, except for Nezuko who later became a ghost, he does not eat people or drink human blood. It seems that all ghosts cannot restrain their instincts as ghosts. It's no surprise that Kochu Shinobu would have such thoughts. Stupid woman. He just glared at the girl who was also trying to open her big purple eyes, and said angrily. Really stupid. Being called stupid by a ghost, Kochu Shinobu felt that she had been greatly insulted. Anyway, it fell into the hands of a ghost. Man! But to call her stupid would be going too far. You ghost, it's really too much. She sat up resentfully, and wanted to say something to this hateful ghost, but felt a slight chill in her chest. Look down. Her pretty face suddenly blushed. You pervert, go to hell. Kochu Shinobu swung his fist at the ghost that she saw as extremely hateful. Chapter 24. The waving fist was easily blocked by Tsuyuri. Moreover, Kochu Shinobu's strength was too weak, relying on the fist alone could not cause any damage to him. The fist was blocked, and Kochu Shinobu wanted to make another shot, but the coolness in her chest forced her to withdraw her fist, which was shaped like 5 fingers and blocked in front of her. She looked at the pervert with shame and anger. You, take advantage of others' danger. You pervert, you will die badly. Kochu Shinobu's mouth was like a cannonball, without stopping. Shut up, stupid woman. Tsuyuri was a little annoyed, so she yelled directly. The girl's mouth stopped suddenly, and she looked at him with her big purple eyes open. Unknowingly, mist condensed on the girl's beautiful eyelashes. As if about to cry. You are bullying me. The girl muttered for a long time, but she could only say this aggrievedly. Kochu Shinobu didn't dare to say extra words, because at this time, she remembered her situation, her life and death were controlled by this annoying ghost. Now, what if this pervert is angered and the other party eats her up? No matter what kind of eating it is something she cannot accept. Seeing that Kochu Shinobu had calmed down, Tsuyuri also nodded. If Kochu Shinobu continued to make trouble like this, he would probably choose to knock Kochu Shinobu out again, because it was too annoying. Although the girl's voice was clear and pleasant, the questioning like a string of cannonballs was really annoying. And he wants to be quiet now. Seeing that the ghost turned his head away, hugged the Baichi girl again and warmed himself by the fire, as if he had no intention of responding to her, Kochu Shinobu moved his body carefully and found a slightly more comfortable place to sit down. Get away from that pervert a little bit. After all, this is a pervert. After a while, seeing that pervert didn't want to talk to him, Kochu Shinobu blinked his beautiful purple eyes, and a pair of beautiful eyes began to wander around. This place should be a cave. If nothing goes wrong, it should be daytime outside, so ghosts are hiding here. As long as I find an opportunity and find a way to run outside and appear in the sun, this ghost can't do anything with me. When the time comes, I must find my sister, let my sister catch this ghost and control it, and then I must take revenge. It's just that I don't understand how this ghost escaped from my sister's hands. As for the idea that her sister would have an accident and fall into the hands of this pervert, Kochu Shinobu never thought about it at all. In Kochu Shinobu's cognition, her elder sister is her protector. No matter how dangerous or difficult things are, her elder sister Kano can solve them very well. It is simply not comparable to this pervert. It's best to give up the idea of running away. If I catch you, I will pull off your pants and spank you hard. Tsuyuri turned her head, and her golden eyes looked at her flatly, as if she could see through the girl's thoughts. Call. The girl unconsciously covered her upturned little butt with her hands, and looked at the pervert with a pair of beautiful purple eyes with some fear. This ghost is really terrifying. To spank a girl's a. Is this something a ghost can do? This is what the devil did? What kind of ghost is this? How can there be such a shameless ghost in the world? Kochu Shinobu became much more honest after seeing the words that followed his own threats. Only then did he set his eyes on the fat chicken on the bonfire again, concentrating on roasting the fat chicken. Golden eyes twinkle. He was thinking about the future. Chapter 25. Dark Cave. Very quiet. Kochu Shinobu looked at the ghost who was concentrating on roasting the chicken with the little girl Baichi in his arms. This ghost was different from the ghosts she had ever seen. Although it wasn't long before she became a member of the ghost killing team, she had been on missions many times, and at least 10 ghosts were killed under her command, and those ghosts who roared to devour human beings as soon as they came up, lost their minds like madmen. This ghost is obviously different. He is very quiet. Seldom speak. The face is also different from the ferocious ghost, which is very delicate. If he is not a ghost, he must be a very good boy, the object that many girls like, right? This idea suddenly came to mind. But immediately, Kochu Shinobu shook his head, throwing this idea out of his mind, no matter what the ghost was like before he was alive, but from the moment he became a ghost, the ghost is disgusting and deserves to die. I'll be damned. Without exception. Instead of thinking about this ghost, she rolled her eyes and began to think about running away, even though the ghost just threatened her that if she dared to run away, she would pull off her pants and spank her. This is a terrible threat. But she is Kochu Shinobu. How can you be afraid of the threat of ghosts? Although, spanking is a terrible, terrible punishment. Especially being spanked by a ghost, it is the greatest shame for her, who is determined to become the most powerful female swordsman in the ghost-killing squad. However, if you are afraid of ghosts, that is the greatest shame. However, before escaping, there is one thing that must be understood, that is, did this ghost, have he done anything to this girl? Hey, hello! Kochu Shinobu shouted angrily at the ghost staring at the chicken in a daze. Tsuyuri recovered from his thoughts, raised his head, and looked at Kochu Shinobu suspiciously. I don't know what's the matter with this girl. I always feel that the girl Kochu Shinobu is a bit annoying, unlike my fiancé Kanao, who always stays quietly in his arms and won't cause trouble for him. This Kochu Shinobu is different, always rowdy. Chirping like a sparrow. Very annoying. You ghost, have you done anything to me before? At this moment, the girl who had been serious, earnest, and unsmiling towards ghosts showed a rare bit of shyness. Seeing Kochu Shinobu pointing at his corset shyly with his small hands, and then covering his chest with his small hands, Tsuyuri couldn't help but rolled his eyes. In his world, there are many more women who dress more revealingly than this. After all, aren't they just for men to see? As for caring so much? Moreover, although many parts of Kochu Shinobu's clothes were torn, he did not move at the main and key positions, which were tightly covered. He pointed impatiently at Kochu Shinobu's feet. I'm not interested in what to do to you as a girl with no development. Hearing what the ghost did to him, Kochu Shinobu also breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, it was even more annoying. What do you call an immature girl like yourself? She has obviously. She stared at the nasty ghost. Are you blind, ghost? Where am I? However, a pair of Shangwi's golden eyes suddenly shrank their heads and muttered, where am I so young? Tsuyuri didn't care what Kochu Shinobu was muttering, and just explained plainly, the material of your underwear is relatively soft, so it's more suitable as gauze for dressing up wounds. Kochu Shinobu lowered her head. At this moment, she realized that the wound on her ankle was made from the material of her corset. It's just that she didn't recognize it because it was torn into cloth strips and was already beyond recognition. After knowing all this, she also felt relieved. Although the ghost's words annoyed her a lot, but the ghost really didn't do anything to her. However, there is still a trace of depression in my heart. Is he so unattractive? However, immediately, I thought that the other party was a ghost. How can ghosts understand these things? Thinking of this, she came to her senses. Otherwise, she would really die of shame and anger, so she wouldn't be so ugly that even ghosts are not interested in her. She is obviously very beautiful. My sister always praised me for being beautiful. The only thing that troubled her was the lack of height. About my appearance. Miss Kochu Shinobu is super confident. Chapter 26. Roast chicken is finally ready. Tsuyuri took the grilled chicken out of the bonfire, and the fragrant grilled chicken was full of fragrance, which made the injured Kochu Shinobu's cute nose couldn't help sniffing. From last night to now, coupled with her physical injury and lack of nutrition, she has been hungry for a long time, and now, she smells such a delicious smell of roast chicken. Feeling really hungry. I want to eat. Eat. A large chicken leg appeared in front of her, exuding the aroma of roasted chicken. The same fragrant smell reaches the tip of the nose, and there is also the sound of ghosts. Kochu Shinobu watched with wide eyes as the ghost handed a chicken leg in front of him and asked if he wanted to eat it. A man is a real man, never a cheap food. Although she is a girl, she is determined to be a beautiful female man. As the most powerful swordsman in the future of the ghost-killing team, how can he eat what the ghosts give him? The girl turned her head stubbornly. Kochu Shinobu. Even starved to death. I don't even eat the food you, a ghost, give me. Tsuyuri smiled, didn't care, took the chicken leg back, and stuffed it into Kanao's mouth naturally. With a puffy mouth, Kanao, who was as cute as a little hamster, looked at Tsuyuri with big purple eyes, and then, she ate it obediently. The chicken legs are very fragrant. Hey, girl, you can't eat what a ghost gives you. Kochu Shinobu's eyelids twitched when he saw the Baichi girl eating the chicken leg given by the ghost. Although she hates this Baichi girl, she doesn't want to see this girl being killed by a ghost. Tsuyuri Kanawo opened his big eyes and looked at Kochu Shinobu in puzzlement. This ghost must see that you are too thin, and wants to fatten you up, and then eat you. You can't fulfill this ghost's wish. Kochu Shinobu spoke out what was in his heart. After all, this girl is too thin. If she is a ghost, such a thin girl who is as thin as a stick of hemp must not taste good. She must be white and fat to be delicious. Kanao blinked blankly. The thin little hand obediently took the chicken leg out of his mouth. Kochu Shinobu was also relieved to see this annoying girl listen to his words. At least, this girl is not so stupid. But immediately, she saw Kanao stuck out his little tongue and licked the drumstick. Then, opening his white and tender teeth, he took a big bite of chicken in his small mouth and stuffed his small mouth round. You. Kochu Shinobu stared at the girl with wide-eyed eyes, and felt that his full chest was filled with anger. Baichi. Didn't she hear her own reminder? Really, when she Kochu Shinobu's words fall on deaf ears. Gulu gulu. At this time, there was a sound of hunger in her stomach. Tsuyuri Kanawo tilted his head involuntarily, staring at Kochu Shinobu's belly with big eyes. Being stared at curiously by this annoying girl, Kochu Shinobu's fair face couldn't help but blush. I feel so ashamed. What a shame. She couldn't help but cast a cautious glance at the ghost, and was relieved when she saw that the ghost didn't seem to notice her situation. If the ghost saw the embarrassment just now, it would be too embarrassing. It would be too embarrassing to be a swordsman of the ghost-killing team. You should eat less of what the ghost gives you. His intentions are not pure, and he must have bad intentions. She alerted Tsuyuri Kanawo. Then, Tsuyuri Kanawo was seen eating up the chicken leg given by the ghost very quickly, and then saw the ghost give her another chicken leg. And that ghost patted the little head of the Baichi girl and said, Kanao, you have to eat obediently, and you will look good if you eat fat. Then that. The Baichi girl nodded foolishly. Listen to ghosts like a little fool. How can you listen to ghosts? Stupid woman. Kochu Shinobu yelled at Tsuyuri Kanawo, just looking at the other person eating sweets. Feeling hungry again. I really want to eat chicken legs. I really want to eat roast chicken. Chapter 27. Gulu gulu. Seeing the Baichi girl eating delicious grilled chicken with the pervert in front of him, Kochu Shinobu's stomach always makes untimely noises. And every time there was a sound in his stomach, the ghost would stare at her with an intriguing expression. Feel. I was looked down upon by ghosts. It's really embarrassing. Having grown up so big, Kochu Shinobu has never been so humiliated. At the same time, the ghost became more and more annoying. You say you eat roast chicken. When you eat roast chicken, what are you doing with your bala mouth, acting like no one else has eaten roast chicken? And also, what do you eat roast chicken? Don't you eat human flesh and drink human blood? How did you degenerate into eating chicken? The most annoying thing is still eating in front of her Kochu Shinobu. A fertile roast chicken was quickly eaten by Tsuyuri and Tsuyuri Kanawo. Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but look at the last roast chicken on the grill, and swallowed unconsciously. If this roast chicken is eaten by ghosts, it should be gone. Thoughts like this pop up in my mind. Immediately, Kochu Shinobu shook his head to get the thought out of his mind. She doesn't care about eating that roast chicken. The other party's roast chicken must be very bad. Yes, it must be very bad, very bad. Kochu Shinobu reminded himself over and over again. Then, the little nose couldn't help sniffing, and the smell of roast chicken lingered on the tip of the nose again. It smells really good. All of a sudden, my eyes widened. The pervert held the chicken leg in front of him again. You, this, ghost, really, 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 really annoying. Think, Miss Kochu Shinobu is a little girl who can be subdued by food. I really underestimate Miss Kochu Shinobu. She glared at the ghost angrily. Eat. The ghost's voice sounded calmly in her ears. This ghost is tempting her again. Turning her head stubbornly, she doesn't eat ghost things. Looking at this stubborn girl, Tsuyuri smiled, I really feel sad for you. Kochu Shinobu turned his head angrily again, staring at the ghost. It should be that she felt sad for ghosts and became a poor creature like ghosts. Tsuyuri smiled, and put the chicken leg to Kochu Shinobu's mouth again. Eat, you can recover quickly when you are full, and then you can find a way to escape, otherwise, you may be starved before you think of a way. It's so sad to die. Kochu Shinobu's pretty purple eyes stared at the ghost. Suddenly, I felt that what the ghost said made sense. But immediately, the little head shook again. How could I have such an idea? How could I feel that the ghost's words made sense? Tsuyuri ignored what Kochu Shinobu was thinking at the moment, just put the chicken leg in front of Kochu Shinobu, continued to hug Tsuyuri Kanawo, and began to start her feeding plan for her fiancé. Tsuyuri Kanawo is too thin, she has to eat well to grow well. Only then can she become a beautiful girl. Wife. To cultivate from an early age. Kochu Shinobu stared at the chicken legs on the ground and swallowed unconsciously. She is really weak now. And, coupled with the gunshot wound, was weak. As a physician, she deeply understands that she now needs nutrition very much. It's just that she just swore in her heart that a real man would not eat anything that comes from him. But immediately, Kochu Shinobu thought again. She is not a man. She is a girl. Girls have nothing to do with men. Moreover, in order to maintain her strength and prepare for her escape, she should eat this food even more. Otherwise, starving to death would be the worst thing. Although, this may be the conspiracy of this ghost, who wants to fatten himself up before killing him. But if he was fatter and stronger, he might be able to beat this ghost. With such an idea, Kochu Shinobu also overcame his inner obstacles. Picked up the chicken legs on the ground. Before, she had imagined countless times in her mind that this chicken leg must be very bad, very bad. But really bite down. Kochu Shinobu's beautiful purple eyes narrowed unconsciously. It's delicious. Chapter 28. The warm sunlight brushed over the gentle face, the eyelashes fluttered, and the eyes opened quietly. I just feel a pain in the head. The girl who just woke up was a little confused, and unconsciously touched the back of her head that was sore. Immediately, the girl suddenly remembered something. Younger sister. The girl screamed, and a carp turned over, standing gracefully on the ground. Her pink and purple eyes swept around, but she couldn't see her younger sister anywhere. Hateful. Kochu Kanawo gritted her teeth, worrying about her sister. At the same time, also have some doubts. That ghost didn't eat him while he was unconscious? Did some accident prevent the ghost from attacking me? Kochu Kanawo murmured softly, a little confused. However, my sister must be found immediately. Never let the ghost eat my sister. She has already lost her parents, she can't lose her sister anymore, she can't. Bend over. Pick up the Nichiren blades that belonged to my sister on the ground. The pink-purple eyes showed a touch of astonishment. Beneath the Nichiren blades, there was a piece of paper. Picking up the piece of paper with some doubts. Style, Kochu Kanawo, your sister Kochu Shinobu will entertain me for a few days, don't worry, I won't touch your sister's hair. What the ghost left behind? Kochu Kanawo narrowed his pretty pink-purple eyes. Although the ghost said so, how could she believe a ghost's words about her sister's safety? She must find her sister as soon as possible and take her back from that ghost. Let her sister stay by that ghost's side for a moment, she can't feel at ease. Suddenly, seems to feel something. She raised her head unconsciously, and a crow flew over and landed on her shoulder. The girl's delicate face was instantly full of dignity. This is the letter crow of the ghost-killing team, the eyes and ears used by the ghost-killing team to convey missions or messages. It's just that there are basically very few tasks for masters of the pillar level like them. When there are tasks, they are generally very tricky. This also means that the master has a task to convey to them these pillars. My lord, summon. All columns go. Kochu Kanawo's pink and purple eyes froze instantly. All the pillars are called together, this is what happened, and all the pillars need to be called to go. What happened? Kochu Kanawo couldn't help squinting her eyes. Now, she just wants to find her sister as soon as possible, and now she doesn't want to. Kibutsuji Musen appeared. The crow answered hoarsely. Kochu Kanawo couldn't help clenching the hilt of his sword. Kibutsuji Musen. As a member of the ghost-killing squad, it is almost impossible not to know this name. This name represents the ultimate goal of the ghost-killing squad. In other words, killing Kibutsuji Musen is the purpose of the ghost-killing team. Kibutsuji Musen. An original ghost that has survived for more than 1,000 years. Absolute ruler of ghosts. Self-proclaimed creature infinitely close to perfection. The ancestor of ghosts, the strongest ghost. At the same time, he is also the only one who can easily create a large number of ghosts. Evil ghosts in this world cannot spread like zombies. Ordinary ghosts can hardly infect others. Only Kibutsuji Musen can do the ability to expand the race. It can be said that as long as Kibutsuji Musen is willing, he can produce a large number of ghosts in a very short time. Almost all the members who joined the ghost-killing squad were indirectly persecuted by the ghosts created by Kibutsuji Musen. There is not a member of the ghost-killing team who does not hate this ghost. And she. Kochu Kanawo's reason for joining the Demon Slayer squad is to end this chain of grief. And to do all this, just kill Kibutsuji Musen. Kochu Kanawo hesitated. When she and her younger sister Ninja agreed to slay ghosts together, they made a conscious sacrifice to protect the happiness of others. Now that the ghost that can truly end all these sources appears, she should leave immediately. But shook his head. Although I really want to rush over now. But looking at the Nichiren blades in my hand. This is the Nichiren blades belonging to the younger sister. There is a barb at the tip of the blade, the scabbard is white, the blade, the collar and the handle are all mint green, and the collar is four-leaf shaped. Evil ghost and killing are engraved on both sides of the blade. No matter what, I can sacrifice for this, but sister, absolutely not. At this moment, she has made a decision in her heart. Kochu Kanawo turned his head and looked at the crow on his shoulder. Tell the Lord, Kochu Kanawo has something to do with him, and he can't go there for the time being. Once the matter here is resolved, he will leave immediately. Following the crow's flapping wings, the girl's figure also disappeared. She must find her sister as soon as possible. Chapter 29. After eating the roast chicken, the girl patted her stomach with some satisfaction, but she seemed to feel someone was watching her, so she suddenly raised her head and found that Ghost was looking at her. His face flushed red. What to look at? What is there to see? Thinking of being seen by this ghost when he patted his stomach, Kochu Shinobu felt extremely shy inside, and spoke in embarrassment. Tsuyuri shrugged his shoulders, and said with a bit of sarcasm, I thought Miss Kochu Shinobu wouldn't eat it. You? Kochu Shinobu stared at the ghost with big purple eyes, then turned his head angrily, forget me, Kochu Shinobu owes you a favor, next time we meet, I will spare your life. However, your life is now in my hands. Tsuyuri looked at Kochu Shinobu with a playful tone. Then you can kill me? If I frown, I won't be called Kochu Shinobu. He smiled, I'm not interested in you, a little girl who hasn't fully developed. If it's your sister, it's about the same. Or, you introduced your sister to me, so it counts as repaying my favor. Tsuyuri was only half joking. You are the little girl, and your whole family are little girls. You nasty ghost. And also, my sister wouldn't fall in love with a ghost. Kochu Shinobu stared angrily at the idiot, crossed her hips, and wanted to stand up, but as soon as she moved, she felt a burst of pain in her leg and wrist, so she had no choice but to sit down again. Tsuyuri smiled and didn't say anything to Kochu Shinobu, just stared at the campfire in a daze. He came to this world suddenly, became a ghost, and broke away from his original life. Now he is a little confused. Seeing the ghost who suddenly became quiet, Kochu Shinobu looked at the ghost unconsciously. I always feel that this ghost is different. Before, he hated ghosts the most, hated all ghosts. But this ghost gave her a very special feeling. Although this ghost made her very angry, the feeling of hate gradually became lighter as she got along with it. Shaking her head, to get rid of the strange thoughts in her heart, she lowered her head and untied the bandage tied around her leg with a torn corset. It's ugly and unprofessional. She muttered in her heart, and began to check on her own, but immediately, her eyes froze. Don't think about it, the knife under your shoe has already been removed by me. The ghost's calm voice sounded. Kochu Shinobu looked up a little annoyed, looking at the knife in Tsuyuri's hand, his beautiful purple eyes were full of anger. Turn your head away from looking at this annoying ghost. She was afraid that she couldn't help but make a move. Actually, we have no enmity or grudge. You don't have to be so hostile to me, do you? Tsuyuri shrugged and looked at Kochu Shinobu. He hadn't provoked Kochu Shinobu before, so Kochu Shinobu didn't need to have so much hate towards him. Kochu Shinobu turned his head to look at Tsuyuri, and was slightly silent. It took a long time before he spoke in a deep voice, my father and mother were killed in front of my face by ghosts like you. And from that moment on, I swore to cut off the heads of all ghosts, so I worked hard to learn how to cut off the necks of ghosts. Tsuyuri smiled helplessly, she was affected. Looking at Kochu Shinobu who was clearly depressed, Tsuyuri didn't know what to say. I'll let you go home after you recover from your injury, he said calmly. Family. Kochu Shinobu froze for a moment, then shook his head, I don't have a home. The girl said in a very stiff tone, everything is gone, there is nothing left, I only have my sister. When it came to home, the girl's mood became even more depressed. Sorry to touch on your sad memories, but it's all in the past, isn't it? How could it be possible? What do you know? Tsuyuri's words seemed to touch the girl's heart wound at once, and Kochu Shinobu's eyes were full of anger and hatred. The loud voice frightened Kanao unconsciously grabbed Tsuyuri's sleeve. Father and mother were killed right in front of my eyes. Do you think that you can live like nothing happened? Impossible, how could I do it? Deceiving myself, pretending to forget, that has nothing to do with death. What's the difference? I don't know what happened to you, and I can't understand the pain in your heart, because all this has already happened, and there is no way to change it. What I want to tell you is that your father and mother will definitely not. I hope you live in pain every day like this. You should have your own future, your parents must hope you have a better life. He looked at Kochu Shinobu and expressed his understanding. Father, no one knows what mother wants. Ninja growled in a voice almost crying. Su-mu didn't know what to say either. Kochu Shinobu gritted his teeth and asked like a cannonball, if someone important to you is killed, can you still live as if nothing happened? Can you do it? Seeing that the other party stopped talking suddenly, Kochu Shinobu suddenly lowered his head very depressed. What's wrong with me? How can I tell you this, a ghost? What do you, a ghost? No. Chapter 30. Kochu Shinobu lowered her head, looking at her palm. She still hated the ghost who took everything from her, even though that ghost had been killed by Himejima Kume. As for hating ghosts in the heart, such feelings will never disappear. How many ghosts do you have to kill before you stop hating? Kochu Shinobu thought he would hate ghosts until his heart stopped beating, right? He raised his head and looked at the ghost that he had never met before. Sorry for being so hostile to you. She said softly, even if you let me go in the future, I will still be hostile to you. Because you are a ghost. So, my advice to you is that it's best not to let me go. She said calmly, I'm not my sister, I will never be as gentle as my sister. I never thought about the idea of saving ghosts. Like my sister. My concept is that ghosts deserve death, without exception. Su-mu shrugged helplessly, looked at Kochu Shinobu, and muttered in words that only he could hear, as expected, this is the real Kochu Shinobu. Unlike in the anime, after the death of her older sister Kochu Kanae, she tried her best to be gentle like her older sister, and tried her best to keep smiling. However, at that time, even though there was always a smile on his face, he kept suppressing the anger in his heart. Perhaps, at that time, Kochu Shinobu should have died, and the motivation to live was just to imitate her sister and want to live instead of her sister. It's just that Kochu Shinobu couldn't do what her sister did. He shrugged his shoulders and looked at Kochu Shinobu helplessly, you are really not afraid that I will kill you for saying such things. Kochu Shinobu looked up and looked at this ghost who was different in her eyes. From the moment I joined the ghost killing team with my sister, I have already realized that I was eaten by ghosts and killed. So, now, have you decided to kill me? Kochu Shinobu looked up at this ghost which was completely different from the one she had encountered before. Su-mu's eyes lingered on Kochu Shinobu's body. Although the girl tried her best to keep calm and was already prepared to be killed by a ghost in her heart, when death really came, she would still be afraid, and her body would still tremble. He shook his head and looked at Kochu Shinobu with a very strange tone, why do you keep thinking that I will kill you? Kochu Shinobu looked at Su-mu with doubts in his purple eyes. The ghost's attitude didn't seem to have the intention of killing her. Because you are a ghost. Isn't it normal for ghosts to eat people? Isn't it normal for ghosts to destroy the long-established happiness of human beings? Kochu Shinobu said in a calm but sure tone. Then, are some ghosts different? Why must all ghosts eat people? He looked at Kochu Shinobu with a questioning tone, have you ever seen me eat people? What if I'm a ghost who doesn't eat people? Kochu Shinobu froze, muttering a ghost that doesn't eat people. After a long time, she opened her mouth and looked at Su-mu in shock, could it be, you are Kibutsuji Musen? The girl's face suddenly turned pale. Perhaps, only ghost ancestor Kibutsuji Musen can restrain his instinct? Su-mu was also dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Kochu Shinobu to say such words out of the blue. Really surprised him? How did this girl's head grow, and how could she have such a strange idea? If I were Kibutsuji Musen, would I be beaten by your sister and run away, to the extent that I can only escape by kidnapping you? He looked at Kochu Shinobu angrily. That's right. The girl scratched her short black hair embarrassingly, looking naive. It's really stupid, how can such a stupid girl become a ghost-killing team? Su-mu complained. Being called stupid again, Kochu Shinobu wanted to refute, but her guess just now seemed really stupid, even she herself felt that her guess just now was stupid. As a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, not only was she called stupid by the ghosts, but she couldn't refute it. She was really stupid. Even she herself thinks so. No, no, how can I agree with a ghost's words? Kochu Shinobu glared at the nasty ghost with some disbelief. However, after talking to the other party about what had been suppressed in his heart, he suddenly felt that this ghost was no longer so hateful. Chapter 31. Take a good rest. As a doctor, you should know how to recover quickly. Su-mu looked at Kochu Shinobu and said something casually. Kochu Shinobu did not speak. As a doctor, she naturally knew how to recover quickly. Although I hate ghosts, I still want to say thank you. I don't know why I told you so much today, but I feel much better after saying these things. Su-mu smiled. If you really want to thank me, can I trouble you with one thing? Please say. Kochu Shinobu nodded. She never thought that she would help ghosts, but today, she surprisingly agreed. Su-mu led Tsuyuri Kanawo, who was behind him, to Kochu Shinobu. Help me see the situation of my girlfriend. Kochu Shinobu's eyes fell on Tsuyuri Kanawo unconsciously. She was very impressed with this BCH girl. As for the girlfriend Su-mu mentioned, she also simply thought of it as a female friend, and didn't think about it in terms of male and female friends. After all, this world doesn't have the meaning of the word girlfriend. It is good. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Although she hated the girl a little, she could tell that the girl was in poor health. Go to that sister. He patted Kanao on the shoulder. Kanao obediently walked up to Kochu Shinobu. Kochu Shinobu nodded and began to examine Kanao's body carefully, but the more he checked, Kochu Shinobu's face became more and more ugly. He raised his head angrily and looked at Su-mu. Are you still human? Such a small child, you abuse her like that. As he said that, Kochu Shinobu pulled Tsuyuri Kanawo behind him like a hen to protect him. Su-mu touched her nose and shook her head with a wry smile. These injuries were all caused by her parents. Kochu Shinobu frowned tightly, not quite believing that when her father and mother were still around, she was always surrounded by her parents' love. She couldn't imagine that there would be such cruel parents in this world. Looking at Kochu Shinobu, who was still looking at her with disbelief, Su-mu shook her head with a wry smile. Although you don't believe it, such parents do exist in this world. Compared to Kanao, you are undoubtedly much luckier. At least, you were once surrounded by the love of your parents, but, Kanao, never. Since she was born, she has encountered violence from her parents, and the parents even negotiated the price of selling the child in front of the child. These are beyond your imagination. When talking about these things, he felt that his heart was slightly distressed, and he felt sorry for what happened to Kanao. Especially when he looked at Kanao's state like a marionette, he felt helpless and sad to have such parents in the world. Su-mu's words seemed very sincere, which made Kochu Shinobu hesitate for a while, and looked down at Kanao again. Although this girl feels like a puppet, she doesn't seem to have any feelings of her own. However, she could still feel her dependence on this ghost. Otherwise, this girl would not have reminded this ghost before. Maybe, what the ghost said was indeed true. Kochu Shinobu felt very guilty when he thought that he called Kanao by chi before. How could I say such cruel words? Her body is very weak, and she needs to maintain a proper recuperation for a long time. I will make a list of some medicinal materials, as well as diet and recuperation. Kochu Shinobu said in a low tone. Well, thank you. Su-mu nodded. But at this time, Kochu Shinobu suddenly said quietly, are you planning to take her with you all the time? Su-mu looked at Kochu Shinobu strangely, is there any problem? Do you remember your own identity? You are a ghost. Su-mu was slightly silent, and couldn't help looking at Tsuyuri Kanawo, and it happened that Kanao also looked at him. The girl's purple eyes were as bright as ever, but they were also as empty and lifeless as ever. However, when his eyes met Kanao's, the girl's empty eyes suddenly blinked, showing a trace of human emotion. All of a sudden, he smiled, and he looked at Kochu Shinobu, calmly. So what if it's a ghost? Chapter 32. Putting away Kochu Shinobu's list of herbal formulas and dietary treatments with great care, at the same time, she took a look at Kochu Shinobu, who was combing Kanao's hair. Although, he also combed Kanao's hair by the way when he helped Kanao take a bath before, but he is not very good at these things after all, so the combing is naturally not very good looking. Seeing that in the hands of Kochu Shinobu, the hair gradually turned into a pair of ponytails, which also added a touch of youthful color to the dull girl at the moment, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You guys take a rest here." He said something softly, and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Kochu Shinobu looked at the direction Su-mu was leaving in a strange way. Their cave was so deep that they could hardly see the light, but they could vaguely see the light coming from outside through a few cracks. Obviously, it should be daytime outside. "A ghost, what are you doing outside?" At the same time, her purple eyes also began to flicker slightly. "Ghost, leaving, is it my chance?" But thought about it. She gave up again. "I can clearly feel that this ghost has no intention of harming her, nor does it intend to eat her. Moreover, it has also said that it will let her go, so hold it back. After all, she can't be sure. Is this a deliberate act by ghosts? However, he is really a strange ghost." She no longer remembered how many times she had sighed like this to this ghost. Anyway, everything about this ghost was completely beyond her expectations. "Keep walking outside the cave, the light in front of you is getting brighter and brighter." Finally, Su-mu stopped and looked ahead. One more step forward, and he would be basking in the sun. Moreover, instinctively, his ghost body has an aversion to sunlight. This is the instinct of ghosts. Hate the sun, love the dark. He suppressed the ghost instinct in his heart, and gently stretched out his hand. Hands bathed in sunlight. There is a burning pain in the hand, which is very uncomfortable. But I just feel uncomfortable, and there is no other discomfort. After a moment of hesitation, more of his body appeared in the sunlight. Explore bit by bit carefully. Until, the whole person is bathed in the sun. He, a ghost, can really bask in the sun. The corner of his mouth unconsciously showed a smile. You know, ghosts in this world cannot bask in the sun, not even the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen. The only one who can do it seems to be Nezuko, who later became a ghost. However, he also felt that although he could bathe in the sun, his whole body felt very uncomfortable, with a feeling of powerlessness, and a feeling that he almost didn't want to move. At the same time, I can feel that my own strength has also become much smaller. Probably only 50% of the strength of the body. After bathing in the sun for another half an hour, and after thoroughly understanding the changes in her body, Su-mu retreated to the cave. After entering the darkness again, he felt that his whole body seemed to become more relaxed, and all the cells in his body were also extremely active. Really? Ghosts love darkness and hate light. He murmured softly, roughly understanding his own situation, and heaved a long sigh of relief. At least, he will not die as soon as he is exposed to sunlight. It can be regarded as an end to his knot, you know, he has been worried about this before. Looking out at the hot sun, he suddenly remembered a very interesting thing. If Kibutsuji Musen saw himself bathed in sunlight, what kind of psychology would that ghost have? Suddenly want to know. Chapter 33. After staying in the cave for 2 peaceful days, Kochu Shinobu's leg and wrist injuries are almost healed. Although the girl's medical skills are very powerful, but her muscles and bones have been injured for 100 days. Obviously, medical skills alone cannot solve these problems. However, the recovery ability of the girl is obviously different from that of ordinary people. In just 2 days, the part that was injured by the gunshot wound has almost healed. Of course, in the past 2 days, he has not been idle, and he will go hunting to provide the necessary nutrition for the two of them. Pheasant, mountain rabbit, wild boar, cheetah, mountain deer. The small cave is full of prey. Sufficient food, together with the help of Kochu Shinobu, a person who is proficient in pharmacy and medicine, Tsuyuri Kanawo's body has recovered a lot. His pale face is now much ruddy, flushed, and very cute. Distance. The development of a beautiful girl is one step closer. This made him look forward to it gradually. Looking forward to this still young fruit slowly growing into the sweetest fruit. This night, as the soft moonlight fell, his spirit became uplifted again. During the day, he always feels weak and doesn't want to move much, but at night, his mental strength will be particularly strong. And always staying in a boring cave for a long time will always be boring. In the first 2 days, he would go out to practice swords. But today, looking at Kochu Shinobu who has almost fully recovered, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shinobu, do you want to go out and fight? Kochu Shinobu, who was combing Tsuyuri Kanawo's hair, couldn't help raising his head, looking at Su-mu who was eager to try, his purple eyes sparkled slightly. Although Su-mu didn't restrict her these 2 days, she still had the consciousness of being a captive and stayed quietly in the cave. Now, when she suddenly heard Su-mu's idea of fighting with her, she was also refreshed. She has been staying in this dark cave for 2 days, and she has long been a little bored. Now, Su-mu's words undoubtedly fulfilled her wish, and she also wanted to teach this very special ghost a long time ago. It is good. Almost without thinking, Kochu Shinobu agreed. After tidying the last hair of Tsuyuri Kanawo, Kochu Shinobu clapped his hands and walked out of the cave. Su-mu smiled, and led Tsuyuri Kanawo outside, looking at Kochu Shinobu's back. He was not so worried that he would run away. In fact, he had intended to let the other party go long ago, and if the other party really wanted to escape, he would not stop him. Obviously Kochu Shinobu should have seen his intention, but, strangely, this girl had no idea of running away for the time being. She seems to be very interested in him as a ghost now. When we got outside, the two parties looked at each other with a distance of more than 10 feet. Su-mu stretched his hand to his back and pulled out one of the swords. The orange jaw, 4-leaf clover shape, emerald green handle, and peach-colored blade glow softly in the moonlight. This Nichiren blades belonged to Kochu Kane, Kochu Shinobu's older sister. Kochu Kane used this sword to chop on his shoulder, was caught by him, and was taken away by him. With one flick, he tossed the Nichiren blades. The girl took the Nichiren blades in astonishment, stroked the blade, raised her head, and looked at Su-mu with a complicated expression. "Give me the Nichiren blades, so you won't be afraid that I will kill you," she said softly. As we all know, there are only a few ways to kill ghosts, and Nichiren blades is one of them. "Don't be afraid, at least you won't kill me now." Su-mu shrugged and looked at Kochu Shinobu confidently. Of course, what is more important is his confidence in his own strength. In the past 2 days, with the familiarity with his own strength, his strength has already become much stronger. "You are the strangest ghost I have ever seen." Kochu Shinobu looked at Su-mu, pursed his lips and said, "You don't eat people, you don't drink human blood, you don't have the characteristics of a ghost. If it weren't for the 2 ghost horns on your head, I would have thought you were a human. If you weren't a ghost, I think it will be very popular with girls." Su-mu smiled, "Why don't you introduce your sister to me? I quite like your sister. Very gentle, very suitable to be a wife." Kochu Shinobu raised his pretty brows and glared at Su-mu annoyedly. "Your mouth is as annoying as ever." He chuckled, didn't care much, and took out another Nichiren blades from his back. "Hold on to the hilt." He looked at Kochu Shinobu and bent slightly. "Tsu-mu, please give me your advice." At this moment, his face became extremely serious. Kochu Shinobu also narrowed his eyes slightly, holding the hilt of the sword tightly in the palm of his hand, and also bent over. "Kochu Shinobu, please advise me." Chapter 34. Kochu Shinobu clenched the hilt of his sword with 5 fingers, and looked at Tsu-mu quietly. Although he has only joined the Ghost Slayer squad for a short time, he has experienced many battles. The ghosts who died under her sword were not afraid of 10. Experienced in dealing with ghosts. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Kochu Shinobu did not launch an attack, Tsu-mu was impatient to continue waiting. Be the first to attack. The explosive speed brought by the powerful power of the ghost, as well as the destructive power brought by the swing of the sword, make every blow of him powerful. A sword went straight to Kochu Shinobu's head without any delay. The girl walked lightly and easily dodged the sword. Her purple eyes looked at the place where she had just stood. There was already a huge pothole there. His eyelids twitched slightly, his destructive power was so strong. Seeing that he couldn't cut it with a single sword, Tsu-mu bent over, knees slightly bent, and slammed on the ground. A sonic boom sounded, and the whole person followed Kochu Shinobu like a cannonball. The strong wind blew the girl's jet black hair. But Kochu Shinobu just stood there. After several confrontations, she has roughly figured out Tsu-mu's strength. Thanks to the characteristics of ghosts, Tsu-mu is completely superior to her in terms of strength and reaction ability. But the other party seems to have never practiced martial arts, and his attack methods are simple and brutal, and he never spares his physical strength. Many attacks are useless. But she is different from Tsu-mu, she is a human being, her strength is not unlimited, and her physical strength is also limited. In order to end the battle faster and in a shorter time, she often tries to use the smallest force and exert the greatest strength when making moves. Effect. As if she had predicted the direction of the opponent's sword, she easily reversed her steps and avoided Tsu-mu's sword like a gust of wind. If the two were in a real life and death battle, Kochu Shinobu felt that at the beginning of the battle, he might be slightly superior to the opponent with his fighting skills and swordsmanship, but as time passed and his physical strength weakened, he would definitely die by the opponent's sword. However, right now, the two are just sparring. Therefore, Tsu-mu must control a certain amount of strength when attacking, and try to stop in time when it may really cause life-threatening. If it is purely just to learn from each other and not involve life, then the two of them are almost on the same level. Therefore, even though the strength and reaction ability are stronger than Kochu Shinobu, Kochu Shinobu can always dodge his powerful blows in incredible ways, so that he always hits the empty space with all his strength. That feeling is extremely awkward. Keep fighting. Or slowly, it completely evolved into Kochu Shinobu feeding him moves. How to unleash maximum strength with minimum effort. How to maximize the power of your sword. How to make the most effective counterattack with simple movements. Tsu-mu can also feel that Kochu Shinobu intends to convey this. Although the positions of humans and ghosts are different, at this moment, the two are actually fighting each other as swordsmen and learning from each other. Hoo-hoo! One's physical strength was finally exhausted, and after an hour, Kochu Shinobu had to stop panting. Tsu-mu also put away the knife and looked at the other party with gratitude. He benefited a lot from the fight with Kochu Shinobu today. Although Kochu Shinobu, as a member of the ghost-killing squad, could not teach him the breathing method, he did his best to guide him during the battle. Let him learn a lot. Kochu Shinobu panted heavily, looked at Tsu-mu who was still looking very calm, and had to sigh, the power of ghosts. Sadly, though, her swordplay genre doesn't suit Tsu-mu. Compared with her style of fighting, which pays more attention to body skills, wandering, and self-focus, the unstoppable explosive style is more suitable for Tsu-mu. For example, Naruto Kawahime Jigero's Thunder Breath attack style is more suitable for him. Looking at the other party, although she has only been in contact with him for a short time, she already has a certain liking for this ghost. She didn't know why she should hate ghosts. Why? Is the other party a ghost? If the other party is not a ghost, come to think of it, she will definitely become good friends with him. It's just a pity he's a ghost. There is nothing to be friends with. She couldn't be friends with a ghost. However, at this time, Su-mu seemed to feel something, raised his head suddenly, and unconsciously clenched the Nichiren blades tightly in his hand. A figure as graceful as Kochu is rushing towards here. Kochu Kane. Finally found it. Chapter 35. Moon Shadow Falls. A slim figure descends from the sky. That slender girl, at this moment, is exuding an extremely terrifying message. It looks like an evil ghost, but it is more terrifying than any evil ghost. Flower's breath 6 shapes. Vortex Peach. As the girl's low voice fell, Kochu Kane turned sideways in mid-air, and the Nichiren blades in his hand rushed out, slashing horizontally, and petals would fall wherever they passed. In the next second, a terrifying knife fell on Su-mu's head. Almost without saying hello, they launched a powerful attack. Su-mu hurriedly held the knife and resisted upward. 2 swords clashed together. What was mixed with it was a terrifying air wave spreading to the surroundings. Where the air wave passed, trees were broken and rocks flew up. With a scream, the boy's figure also flew upside down. Landing on the ground, Kochu Kane narrowed his pink and purple eyes as he looked at the ghost that was knocked into the air by his sword. There is a little ground under his feet, accompanied by splashes of mud, and the whole person follows him like a shadow. Flower's breath 5 shapes. Fruitless peony. The Nichiren blades in the girl's hand shot again, sending out 9 combos from all directions. But, in the end, they stabbed at the same point in unison, like the petals of a peony, which bloomed and then shrank a little. This time, she won't hold back. Definitely kill this ghost. What? Kochu Kane's eyes widened suddenly, and he tried his best to take back the flower's breath 5 shapes. Fruitless peony. The pretty figure stopped with difficulty. The sharp blade was withdrawn with difficulty before falling to the figure in front. Kochu Kane was full of disbelief, never expecting that his sister would stand in front of him. She is saving ghosts? Is this her sister? Kochu Kane's eyes widened. Her younger sister hated ghosts the most, but now, she stood in front of her, preventing her from killing ghosts. It's incredible. Ahem. A violent cough sounded, accompanied by the figure of the boy standing up from the ground with difficulty. He patted the dust splashed on his clothes, raised his golden eyes and looked at Kochu Kane. It hurts. He rubbed his chest and glared at Kochu Kane angrily. This woman really didn't hold back at all. If he wasn't vigilant enough, he might have been chopped down by her. Kochu Kane ignored Su-mu, but grabbed her sister behind her. She will not make a second mistake, and will not put her sister in danger again. Kochu Kane looked up and down at his sister with pink and purple eyes, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with her, Kochu Kane breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, she has been worried about her sister to death. Now that she sees that her sister is fine, she is completely relieved. Sister, how can you protect a ghost? Kochu Kane really doesn't understand, but she knows that her younger sister hates ghosts the most. I owe this ghost a favor. Kochu Shinobu explained in a low voice. But obviously, Kochu Kane didn't quite believe it, especially looking at his sister's ruddy face. Kochu Kane's pink and purple eyes narrowed unconsciously. She was thinking about what happened to her sister during the days when she was captured by a ghost, which changed her sister's impression of this ghost so much. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something and turned her head suddenly. A little girl walked towards the ghost with small steps. The little girl who ate with ghosts before. She walked up to the ghost, and gently grabbed the ghost's sleeve with her hand. Then, standing with ghosts. Sumyu patted Tsuyuri Kanawo's little head, and then looked towards Kochu Kane. You sisters, don't you need to kill me as soon as you meet, just like me abandoning me from beginning to end. Kochu Kane narrowed her pink-purple eyes slightly, but did not speak. Your mouth is really annoying. Kochu Shinobu blushed and stared at the ghost with some shame. Anything can be said out of the mouth. Sumyu shrugged, ignoring Kochu Shinobu's glare, but said to Kochu Kane, I think we should sit down and have a good talk with each other. Chapter 36. I thought, let's sit down with each other and have a good talk. He looked at Kochu Kane and said his proposal seriously. Kochu Kane frowned tightly. She has always had sympathy for ghosts, but this ghost once hurt her sister, which is something she cannot tolerate. Sister, you can talk to him. A crisp voice sounded behind him, causing Kochu Kane to turn his head. After looking at his sister for a while, he turned his head and nodded to Sumyu. Okay, then I will talk to you. Sumyu smiled and walked towards Kochu Kane holding hands naturally. Kochu Kane squinted her eyes slightly, but kept her hand on the hilt of the sword. She hadn't let go of her guard against the ghost yet. Can't let go of guard. Before, because of a momentary negligence, my sister almost had an accident. She will not make another mistake again. Sumyu ignored Kochu Kane's vigilance, and sat on the ground in front of the two sisters. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and Tsuyuri Kanawo was naturally held in his arms. Kochu Kane looked at the girl who was quietly staying in the ghost's arms, revealing a pensive look. Miss, please sit down, if you don't mind that this is a grass field. Sumyu showed a gentle smile. Humph. Kochu Shinobu snorted heavily, and naturally knelt down opposite Sumyu. His short legs were tight together, and his slim and delicate body was straight. Kochu Kane hesitated slightly, but also came to his sister and knelt down. Compared with his sister's short legs, Kochu Kane's legs were slender and straight. Come on, what do you want to talk about? Kochu Kane had doubts in his eyes. What can a ghost talk to the ghost-killing squad? Sumyu shrugged helplessly, pointed at himself, and said with a wry smile, as you can see, I am a ghost, and you belong to the ghost-killing squad, which is an organization that specializes in hunting ghosts. If you want to persuade us to stop hunting ghosts, then I advise you not to do useless work. Before Sumyu finished speaking, Kochu Shinobu beside him interrupted. It's a bad habit to interrupt without waiting for someone to finish talking. Sumyu smiled at Kochu Shinobu and began to correct her mistake. Kochu Shinobu turned his head away, clenched his small fists slightly. It's really embarrassing to be educated by a ghost, and it's still in front of my sister. Kochu Kane rubbed his sister's head, and could feel that his sister's emotions towards this ghost seemed a little different. In other words, it's not like treating ghosts at all, but treating, between friends. A ghost can be regarded as a friend by my sister in a short period of time. What did this ghost do? Sumyu didn't care about what Kochu Kane was thinking at the moment, but continued to say, what I want to express is very simple, that is, I have no grievances or enmity with your ghost-killing team, and I have no intention of being an enemy of the ghost-killing team, and I don't want people from the ghost-killing squad to trouble me. He spoke his mind. Kochu Kane's beautiful brows frowned unconsciously, and after a while, he quietly asked, have you ever eaten people? Sumyu was taken aback, but also a little speechless, and at the same time a little helpless. There is no way, in cognition, ghosts are all cannibals, without exception. He shook his head. Kochu Kane obviously doesn't believe it. Can you restrain the ghost's instinct? If you say it's cannibalism, I definitely won't do such a thing. He said with certainty, once a human being, even if he became a ghost, how could he do such a thing? Kochu Kane didn't say anything. He pressed his hand on the scabbard, and the cold blade was pulled out. Sumyu's heart tightened, thinking that Kochu Kane would make a move. Even Kochu Shinobu next to him opened his mouth, ready to speak. But, immediately, both he and Kochu Shinobu froze. Kochu Kane didn't attack him, but gently cut his arm with the blade. A long and thin wound was cut on the fair skin, and strands of bright red blood dripped down. Then, naturally, Kochu Kane waved his bleeding hand in front of him, blood dripping down. Unknowingly, a bloody smell began to fill the air. As for Su-mu, when he smelled the blood in the air, he also faintly felt a restlessness in his heart, which was the instinct of ghosts, the desire for blood. However, this ghost instinct was firmly suppressed by him. Whatever the hell instinct. Now, it was him who had to act on his will. Even if he becomes a ghost, he still has to live in a human way. Chapter 37. Kochu Kane stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He cut his arm, splattered blood, exuding a strong smell of blood, but this ghost was completely indifferent. He shouldn't. You are really the most unique ghost I have ever seen. Kochu Kane wrapped the injured part with gauze, feeling a little emotional. Pink eyes looked at Su-mu. I believe now that what you said is true, you have never eaten anyone. If you promise me that you will not eat people as always in the future, my sister and I will not trouble you. And, after I go back, I will try to persuade other teammates not to trouble you. It's just that I can't decide what the other teammates think. As for whether other members of the ghost killing team will trouble you, I can't promise you that. Kochu Kane spoke seriously. Su-mu frowned upon hearing this. In the case of the Demon Slayer squad, if nothing else happens, no matter how Kochu Kane helps, I'm afraid they won't be able to convince them. Just like, in the anime, the Ghost Slayer team treated Nezuko at the beginning. After all, the ghost killing team's perception of ghosts has long been ingrained, and it cannot be changed in the short term. Unless... Well, after you go back, tell you to be the master, and I can help you to deal with Kibutsuji Musen. Call. Both Kochu Shinobu and Kochu Kane stood up abruptly, staring at Su-mu. You can handle Kibutsuji Musen. Some don't believe it, but they have some expectations. After all, this is the ultimate goal of the ghost killing squad for thousands of years. Your strength. Kochu Kane's eyes are full of doubts. The current Su-mu is at best between a junior ghost and an evolutionary ghost, not even 12 Kizuki, so how could he be Kibutsuji Musen's opponent? Su-mu shrugged. You misunderstood me. I mean, I can be your inside ghost and provide you with information about Kibutsuji Musen. Of course, I haven't been in contact with Kibutsuji Musen yet, and I don't know too much information about Kibutsuji Musen, but in the future, not necessarily. After all, I'm a ghost, but it's easier to get in touch with ghosts than you guys. With me as an internal response, the information I provide will allow the ghost killing team to more accurately grasp the ghost's traces and be more handy in dealing with ghosts. Hearing Su-mu's words, Kochu Kane stared at him with pink and purple eyes, and she suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Are you sent by Kibutsuji Musen? Kochu Kane's voice is still as gentle as ever, but amidst the gentleness, there is something almost boiling, as hot as a scorching Sunday. Killing intent. You know, Kibutsuji Musen is extremely powerful, and with his own strength, he can completely destroy the demon killing team. But these years, why has the ghost killing squad survived to this day? It's because the ghost killing squad adopts a recruitment system, and after killing one batch, there will be another batch. Just like the ghosts that Kibutsuji Musen can create, they can be killed and recreated. So Kibutsuji Musen wants to destroy the demon killing team, and only by eradicating the maker can it be completely eliminated and uprooted. The recruiter of the ghost killing team, that is, the leader of the ghost killing team, the Yubayashiki clan, is extremely secretive, and Kibutsuji Musen is hard to find. The Yubayashiki family also knows that Kibutsuji Musen is powerful, and they are also worried that Kibutsuji Musen will find them through the ghost-slaying team, so they have always used crows to send messages to protect their headquarters and the location of important institutions. Even if a ghost killer is followed or controlled by ghosts, it is impossible to easily get in touch with the Yubayashiki clan. Because only by becoming a pillar can you have a chance. Even so, the Yubayashiki family made plans to relocate from time to time in addition to cutting off news leaks. Therefore, the ghost-killing team has been able to exist for thousands of years without being wiped out by Kibutsuji Musen, and has been active in hunting ghosts, and sometimes even caused some small troubles for Kibutsuji Musen. Now, the ghost Tsuyuri suddenly said that he wanted to be the internal response of the ghost-killing team, and Kochu Kane had to think about whether he was sent by Kibutsuji Musen to try to track down the location of the headquarters. Chapter 38. Feeling the boiling, fiery passion in Kochu Kane's eyes. Killing intent. Tsuyuri was very speechless. Why do this pair of sisters like to wrong themselves so much? In fact, Tsuyuri didn't know that Kochu Kane had just received the news about the appearance of Kibutsuji Musen from the master before. Just at this critical moment, he proposed such a concept again. The combination of the two is hard not to make people think. Feeling Kochu Kane's faint killing intent, his eyelids also twitched. Don't look at how gentle and tight this woman is, but if she really launches a threat, he will not be able to subdue it now. I can say, can't I? He calmly looked into the girl's eyes with a sincere expression. How could he be sent by Kibutsuji Musen? Golden eyes and pink eyes meet in the air. Kochu Kane tried hard to see something in Tsuyuri's eyes, but unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. But she could still feel the ghost's honesty. Although, to be honest, this thing is so illusory, maybe this is a woman's intuition. Of course, what I'm talking about is just a proposal. If you doubt me, we don't need to have direct contact, for example, all the news is fine. As he spoke, he paused, then pointed to the distance. On the branch of a tree in the distance, a crow was sitting there. Those are the eyes and ears specially trained by the ghost-killing team. We can convey the message through this. After Tsuyuri talked about this, Kochu Kane was also completely relieved. He was just a false alarm just now. However, I still don't understand something. Kochu Kane tilted his head and looked at Tsuyuri. Well, you say. Why do you want to help us? After all, you are also a ghost. This is really a difficult question to answer. Tsuyuri shrugged her shoulders, and then, her golden eyes seemed to stare at Kochu Kane affectionately, because, when I first saw you, I fell in love with you. I am deeply fascinated by your gentle temperament, and I can't help but fall in love with you, and I can't help but want to help you. All I have to do is hope that you will not hate me because I am a ghost. I have worked hard for this everything, I just hope that you fall in love with me, and that you can marry me after it's over. What? Accompanied by the scream, there was a click sound when Nichiren blades fell to the ground. Kochu Kane's delicate little face froze at this moment. Tsuyuri's words completely surprised her expectations, leaving her almost unprepared. Kane, look, you and I are strangers to each other, but the sea of people is vast. We meet each other. Does this mean that God foretells our fate? Does God also want us to stage a love affair between humans and ghosts? A good story. Next to him, Tsuyuri Kanawo raised his head, looked at his fiancé who was dancing and doing his best, and blinked blankly, as if he was trying to digest his fiancé's words. After a while, after Tsuyuri finished speaking, she unconsciously looked at Kochu Kane. Only then did he realize that the woman had completely stayed where she was. On the other hand, Kochu Shinobu was staring at him with wide eyes, full of embarrassment. He was already immune to Kochu Shinobu's stare, but he swayed in front of Kochu Kane's cheek, who was still standing there, seemingly unresponsive, and softly called out to Kane. Hey! Following Tsuyuri's actions, Kochu Kane woke up. At this moment, the girl's pretty face can be said to be very exciting. For a while blushing with shyness, for a while frowning with anxiety, and for a while full of worry. The girl's 18 emotions are almost all displayed at this moment. We just met, what you said. I really can't accept it in a short time. The girl lowered her head, her pink and purple eyes were no longer as brave as when they met his golden pupils just now, they seemed extremely dodge. Growing up so big, she had never heard such bold love words. And at a young age, there are always fantasies about the other half in my heart. It's just that I have been working hard in the ghost killing squad, and I have never really thought about my own problems. I don't know. You actually have such a good impression of me when we first met, but it's just that we don't know each other very well, we should get acquainted with each other, maybe, you will find that I am not like you as good as imagined. Kochu Kane worked hard, using clumsy language, carefully rejecting this boy, being careful not to organize his words carefully, for fear of hurting the first boy who confessed to her in his life. But, for some reason, there was a ripple in my heart unconsciously. Girls are always impressed by their first time. Elder sister. Kochu Shinobu really can't bear it any longer. My stupid sister, didn't you see that people were joking with you? Kochu Kane looked down at his younger sister, wondering what her younger sister suddenly called him for, but when he thought of Sumyu's bold confession of love just now, he still felt hot. Sister, don't pay attention to this man, he is joking, he is a pervert, always making such inappropriate jokes. Kochu Shinobu looked at his sister angrily. Before, he almost fell for this ghost, but he didn't expect that his sister was as stupid as him. What? Kochu Kane also reacted, and couldn't help looking at Sumyu, but saw Sumyu shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. I just saw that the atmosphere was too boring, so I made a joke. Miss Kane can't take it too seriously. As for why you asked me a ghost, why you want to help you, the reason is also very simple, because I never thought that I was the same type as the ghosts in this world. He said softly. You ghost, how can you make such a joke? Kochu Kane was ashamed and angry, she really took it seriously just now. He blinked and looked at Kochu Kane. How do you know that I must be joking? Kochu Kane couldn't help being taken aback. Chapter 39. How do you know that what I just said is not the truth? His golden eyes stared at Kochu Kane earnestly, seeing the young girl's white and tender hands suddenly clenched her dress, looking at a loss, a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. I feel like it's fun to tease a girl like Kochu Kane. In his world, if you suddenly said such similar love words to a strange girl, most of the other party would probably regard you as a lunatic, right? Or would it be considered? But in this world, it is obviously much simpler. The girl obviously took it seriously. What an interesting girl. Okay, no kidding, my suggestion, you can convey it to your masters, I am very interested in cooperating with your ghost killing team, especially cooperating with you. He looked at Kochu Kane with a smile. Okay. I will convey it to the boss. If the boss is interested in cooperating with you, he probably won't allow the members of the ghost killing team to trouble you. Kochu Kane lowered his head, for some reason, he was afraid to look at the boy in front of him. Although, the other party said that everything just now was just a joke. But after a sudden inexplicable confession, let her stand in front of the other party, there is always a feeling of embarrassment, some don't know how to face it. She didn't know how to describe the feeling. Anyway, she was a little afraid to meet the pair of golden eyes of the other party. As for now, the idea of killing this ghost is gone. Of course, the duty of the ghost killing team is to hunt ghosts, and the reason for hunting ghosts is also because ghosts rely on their own abilities to wantonly destroy the happiness of others. I very much hope that the ghosts in this world can be as gentle as you. Kochu Kane bent slightly. I'm sorry, I can't stay here any longer, my sister and I need to get back to the ghost killing squad as soon as possible. Well, no problem. Sumyu nodded, somewhat regretful in his heart, he still wanted to know more about the pair of sisters. Whether in the anime or now in reality, he has a good impression of the pair of sisters. Of course, the beauty plays a big role. But this is human nature. Humans are visual animals, and they are always greedy for beautiful things. Let's go, sister. Kochu Kane rubbed the head of the sister next to her. Kochu Shinobu looked at her sister with some puzzlement. She didn't understand why her sister suddenly wanted to return to the Ghost Slayer squad so eagerly, but she didn't ask any further questions in front of the ghosts. Su-mu looked at the slender backs of the two sisters leaving with some regret, and felt that if she was not a ghost, with such a natural barrier, with her own means, these two pure Kochu sisters should easily capture their hearts. Suddenly, as if feeling something, Su-mu suddenly lowered his head. Tsuyuri Kanawo's big purple eyes were looking at him. Although the girl's eyes were still so beautiful and empty, but at this moment, there was obviously a trace of human emotion in these beautiful eyes. He even faintly felt a little jealousy in the pair's eyes, and he didn't know if it was his own illusion. Some mistakes? He was a little annoyed. How could he say that to other girls in front of his fiancée Tsuyuri Kanawo? Sister, why are you in such a hurry to leave? This ghost is quite special. When it was far enough away from the ghost, Kochu Shinobu looked up and looked at his sister with some complaints. It is the first time to meet such a special ghost, which is very valuable for research and very helpful for understanding ghosts. After all, the more you know about the enemy, the easier it is to find ways to deal with ghosts. Kochu Kane turned his head, looked at his sister who was complaining, then raised his head again, and said softly, "When the Lord invites all the pillars to gather." A collection of all columns. Kochu Shinobu opened his mouth in surprise. What is it that can make all the pillars gather? That guy appeared. A faint voice came from Kochu Kane's mouth. The girl's delicate face still had a gentle smile, but in the smile, there was a fiery killing intent like a scorching sun. As long as that ghost is killed, no one will be deprived of happiness by ghosts. As long as that ghost is killed, all ghosts can be saved from the cause and effect of sorrow. That guy. Kochu Shinobu murmured, his white and tender fingers clenched unconsciously. Kibutsuji Musen. Chapter 40. Miss Kane, Miss Shinobi, welcome, Lord Hime-jima-kume is waiting for you. The hermit who had been waiting for a long time looked at Kochu Kane and Kochu Shinobu who hurried back, and spoke gently. The hermit is the post-processing team of the ghost-killing team. It is mostly composed of members without sword skills, and is responsible for the finishing touches after the ghost-killing team fights with ghosts. Kochu Kane nodded gently to the hermit. I see. Saying that, he took his sister's hand and walked to Hime-jima-kume's residence. Mr. Sorrow Island. After entering the room, Kane looked at the people who appeared in the room gently. He is dressed in monk-style clothes, with tears in his eyes, a very long scar on his forehead, blindness, and a brown cassock with Namo Amitabha written on it over his uniform. It is the rock pillar in the Demon Slayer squad. It is also the strongest among all the pillars. He was later admired by Koku's Hibu as a swordsman who had tempered his body to the limit that he had not seen in 300 years. Namo Amitabha. Kane, you are late for the first time. Hime-jima-kume raised his head and looked in Kane's direction. Although his eyes were lost, it didn't seem to affect Hime-jima-kume, and he clearly knew the position of Kochu Kane. Something is delayed. Kochu Kane explained in a low voice. Namo Amitabha. Hime-jima-kume clasped his hands together and said a prayer. If you think about it, you should be in trouble that is difficult to solve. Kochu Kane didn't answer the question in this regard, but asked softly, why didn't you see anyone else? They were all sent out by the Lord. After all, the principle of the ghost-killing team is that all the pillars cannot stay in one place for too long until they are completely sure. Kane nodded. If she is not sure of completely defeating Kibutsuji Musen, she can't be too careful. It seems that I am really still late. Kochu Kane lowered his head and blamed himself. but immediately raised his head again. My lord said that Kibutsuji Musen appeared, where is it? Do not know. Jimakume shook his head, and then his face became solemn. My lord said, this is a temptation. Probing? Kochu Kane frowned tightly, then understood. That ghost, be careful as always. Mr. Baiminjiu, I met a very strange ghost during my mission this time, and I need to report it to the Lord. Strange ghost? Jimakume was slightly puzzled, and then nodded. My lord hasn't left yet, you can go and report to my lord. It is good. Kochu Kane nodded. After leaving with sisters Kochu Shinobu, there are only Sumu and Kanao. He didn't stay in that place too long, he couldn't wait here for the attention of sister Kochu Shinobu. Similarly, he did not let go of his guard against the ghost-killing squad. No matter what. He's a ghost now, isn't he? Looking down at Kanao beside him, he stretched out his hand and took Kanao's hand. Perhaps, now, only Kanao, who can't feel pain, can't express feelings, even if he is sold to traffickers by his parents, won't feel the slightest sadness bar. Now, what is his purpose in coming to this world? Looking at Kanao who is obediently standing in front of him. Perhaps it is to cultivate your future fiancé well, right? I have to say that it is quite fun to develop this kind of game. It is a very exciting process. But before that, strength must be improved. In the world of Ghost Slayer, how to improve strength? He is a ghost, so he can naturally increase his strength by eating people, but he doesn't like this method. Of course, it seems that killing ghosts can also be done through the system. He remembered that when he killed the first ghost, he got the ability of Ghost Hand, so if he killed other ghosts, would he also get it? You can try this. Another way to improve strength is breathing. Only he is a ghost, and with the attitude of the ghost-killing team towards ghosts, it is impossible to teach him the breathing method. The method of breathing seems to be unique to the ghost-killing team. But it seems that there are breathing methods left in places other than the ghost-slaying team. Same. That place is also where the protagonist of this world stays. Nezuko sauce. I'm looking forward to it. He lowered his head and looked at Kanao. Let's go, fiancé is going to find you a good friend. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, and he laughed unconsciously. Chapter 41. Where Kamadu Tanjiro lives, Sumu does not know. I only know that it should be in the vicinity of Xiao Mountain. Xiaowushan. He didn't know where it was, only that it was the water pillar, the place where Urokodaka Seikanji trained his disciples. He still has to look for it. Due to the characteristics of ghosts, he gradually fell in love with walking in the dark. During the day, he usually finds a dark place and sleeps with Tsuyuri Kanawo. These days, he did not forget to take care of Kanao. As long as you can think of nutritional items, as long as you can get them, whether it's stolen or robbed, you will find a way to get them for Tsuyuri Kanawo. Therefore, almost all the local pharmacies they passed by, or the places where they had treasured treasures at home, almost suffered. After all, no matter how well hidden the place is, and where the manpower is well prepared, once ghosts miss it, it is basically doomed. She is taken good care of by Sumu every day, and the food is also very good. Moreover, the girl is growing up. Gradually, it became more and more watery. Seeing Sumu's eyes are shining slightly. Looking forward to the future more and more. There is a temple ahead, shall we go there and rest for a while? Sumu tilted her head and looked at the girl who was holding her hand. The girl is still like a puppet, unable to express her feelings at all, but she can already do some simple movements. For example, right now, she nodded blankly. It feels a little kawaii. After finding a clean place and letting Kanao sit down, Sumu stood up and looked at the ruined temple. This is a dilapidated ruined temple, but there is still a faint smell of fireworks. Obviously, this place is not empty of people. Stretched and walked at the gate of the ruined temple. In the extremely dark night, you can't see your fingers, but all this is clearly visible in his golden pupils. In the distance, the held torch illuminates some places, like the light of fireflies under the cover of the dark earth. Someone should be coming. He couldn't help tightening the hat on his head. Although he wasn't afraid of humans, revealing his identity as a ghost would still bring him unnecessary trouble. Not long after, a loud noise came faintly. There are horses carrying things, and everyone is carrying a heavy load. It seems that they should be people like traveling merchants. After about half a quarter of an hour, the team of traveling traders appeared in his field of vision. There were a lot of people, about 30 people, among them, there were some women and children. However, there are several strong people among them, their waists are bulging, and their hands are sometimes inadvertently pressed on their waists. Obviously, it should be the guard of this traveling trader. No wonder he dared to walk at night, and still had a bit of support. The traveler came to the gate of the ruined temple, and his heart tightened when he saw the young man in the bamboo hat standing at the gate of the ruined temple. After all, with the help of firelight, seeing a person suddenly in a dark and abrupt place always makes my heart flutter. We are merchants who pass by here. We are going to the city ahead. We can't travel at night. Could it be convenient for us to have a rest here? The leader of the traveling merchant kept his posture very low. After all, although the other party looked like a small boy, it would always be special to appear suddenly in this wilderness. As traveling merchants who travel far and wide, they naturally know that people with unknown origins like this are generally not to be provoked. Su-mu smiled, I also passed by here, this is an unowned place, if you want to rest here, don't worry about me. As he said that, he didn't look at these people anymore, and just quietly walked in front of Kanao. Hearing what Su-mu said, the leader of the caravan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked them. At the same time, he asked everyone to unload their belongings and rest in this ruined temple tonight. Almost all of them were busy carrying goods, but there were a few people who were not busy with the others. Those few were all strong people with bulging waists. They should be responsible for the safety of the traveling merchants. Especially the leader, although he didn't speak, his eyes were always looking at him vigilantly, especially when he saw the scabbard hanging from his waist, he couldn't help being vigilant. After all, in this era, if you dare to travel at night, if you don't have some skills, it's probably impossible, especially if you have a little girl with you. This kind of cooperation always seems very strange. Su-mu didn't care about the vigilance of these people, he had nothing to do with them, and they would go on the road again after Kanao had a rest. But immediately, a person on the caravan caught his attention. A very clever black-haired boy, always busy helping everyone. It looks like a person. Tomioka Jiyuu. Chapter 42. The merchants began to raise the fire. The light began to dispel the darkness of the ruined temple, bringing some warmth. Everyone sat on the ground without any scruples and began to rest. Some people even started to eat rough rations. The young man who looked like Tomioka Jiyuu didn't eat. After finishing his work, he sat alone in the corner of the fire, covering his cloth bag with a happy smile on his face. Suddenly, as if feeling something, the young man raised his head involuntarily, and met a pair of golden eyes. It can be seen that you cherish this thing very much, is it a very precious thing? Su-mu smiled and pointed to the cloth bag in his hand. Tomioka Jiyuu showed a little bit of vigilance, but felt that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intentions, and then he was slightly relieved. Carefully opened the cloth bag, revealing a female hairpin. Under the faint light, it exudes a psychedelic light. Very beautiful. Su-mu couldn't help but praise. Hearing the admiration, Tomioka Jiyuu's face was obviously happy, this is for my sister. I think my sister will like it very much. At this moment, Tomioka Jiyuu had already imagined in his mind that this hairpin would be beautiful when inserted in the black hair of sister Tomioka Tsutako, and it would definitely make her sister's white skin even more beautiful, right? Since childhood, he and his sister had lost their father, and relying on the property left by their father, she and her sister depended on each other and lived with difficulty. His sister has always taken good care of him. This time when his sister got married, he decided to work with a traveling trader and saved a sum of money, just to buy this hairpin for his sister. Your sister will definitely like it, and will praise you as a good brother. Seeing Tomioka Jiyu who loves his sister so much, Su-mu also showed a smile, but, thinking of Tomioka Jiyu's situation in the future, he couldn't help but frown. If there is no mistake about this anime, the day before Tomioka Jiyu's sister held her wedding, the Tomioka family was attacked by a ghost, and Jiyu escaped the disaster because she was hidden by her sister. However, Tomioka Jiyu also lost all relatives including her sister. My sister won't praise me. Tomioka Jiyu shook her head. Maybe my hard-working sister would frown and say too wasteful for such a beautiful hairpin. However, no matter what my sister says about me, my sister must be happy in her heart. Your sister, you really have a good brother. Su-mu said. No, I have a good sister. If possible, I hope my sister can live happily ever after. Tomioka Jiyu spoke seriously. If possible, I really hope to see what a sister who can educate such a good brother looks like. He sighed. Welcome to my house as a guest. Tomioka Jiyu looked up enthusiastically. After all, I am still not deeply involved in the world, so I invite others to be guests without knowing their details, and I am not afraid of inviting a ghost into my house. Thank you very much, but it's still very troublesome for you. Su-mu smiled. If possible, he still hoped to help Tomioka Jiyu by the way. He didn't want Tomioka Jiyu to fall into self-blame in the future, and he couldn't even get out of the psychological shadow for a while. No trouble. Tomioka Jiyu scratched his head, and at the same time, pointed to the girl sitting there blankly not far away. Is that girl your sister? No, it's my fiancé. He smiles. She looks a little. Tomioka Jiyu feels the girl seems to be. Well, Kanao doesn't like talking to people very much. But, actually, she's a very nice girl. Su-mu said seriously. Chapter 43. The night was so long that before they knew it, most of the traders fell asleep, including Tomioka Jiyu next to him. Of course, the guard who was in charge of protecting the merchant was still vigilant, but at this moment, his eyes were slightly squinted, showing a bit of fatigue. After all, they are not ghosts, and at this time, they are also sleepy. Su-mu hugged Tsuyuri Kanawo in his arms and looked into the distance. As a ghost, he keenly sensed the aura of the same kind. A ghost has been following the caravan. Is it the ghost who attacked Tomioka Jiyu's family the day before Tomioka Jiyu's sister reported her marriage? He unconsciously thought, carefully put aside Tsuyuri Kanawo who had fallen asleep, and stood up gently. Following his movements, the vigilant merchant guards also opened their eyes abruptly. After all, he was still very wary of Su-mu, a stranger walking in the wilderness and mountain suburbs. Su-mu ignored the merchant guards, and just walked out with light steps. The leader of the guards was worried and nodded towards the two guards. The two guards also stood up and followed carefully. The night was very dark. Su-mu walked slowly into the dark night. The eyes of the two guards who followed were full of doubts, and they were even more deeply vigilant. What are you going to do when you run out suddenly at such a late night? Could it be that it is an internal response to some bandits who are responsible for delivering the news? Some thoughts can't help but appear in my heart, and the boy who looks at the front is even more indifferent, if it is true. The two guards couldn't help pressing their waists. Suddenly, the young man wearing a bamboo hat stopped in front of him, turned his head, and looked at the direction they were hiding in. You guys, go back. He looked at the two guards and spoke seriously. It was discovered. The two guards couldn't help being shocked. They thought they were careful enough, but they were still discovered. After being discovered, the two guards did not hide at all, and walked out of the grass, looking around vigilantly. Say, what are you thinking about running here in the middle of the night, or who are you meeting with? Hands, unconsciously pressed on the waist. Tsuyuri shook her head helplessly, she was misunderstood again. This is not where you stay, he said seriously. The two guards obviously didn't believe it, they were still looking at him vigilantly, and even looked eager to catch him and ask him what he meant. It's really hard to persuade the damn ghost. He smiled wryly, not persuading the two, but turned his head, squinted his eyes, and looked into the distance. The breath of the ghost is getting closer. The other party seemed to sense his aura, and at this moment, he also showed hesitation. But immediately, that ghost charged at an even faster speed. Under the hat. His eyes were cold, and his hands were just tightly pressing the Nichiren blades around his waist. This is the second time he has met a ghost. Compared with the panic in his heart when he met the ghost for the first time, he is very calm now. When he first encountered a ghost, he was weaker than a ghost. Now, after such a long period of training, coupled with the adaptation to his own ghost body strength, his strength has already improved a lot. And he could clearly feel that the strength of this ghost should be similar to the strength of the first ghost he met. All right, just to see how my strength has been during this period of time, he said softly. But at this time, the sound of piercing the air came, and a ghost with a humanoid shape covered in barbs was lying on a big tree in front of him at some point, staring at him coldly with bright red eyes. Where did the brat come from? Come to my territory and compete with me for blood. A gloomy voice came from the other party's mouth. Exudes infinite malice. Chapter 44. Ghost, Ghost. Seeing the sudden appearance of the ghost, the faces of the two following guards turned pale with fright. They have never seen such a terrifying thing. Although there have always been rumors about ghosts, they never believed that there would be ghosts in this world. When they met for the first time, their legs were already weak from fright. Following the guard's exclamation, the ghost also looked at the guard and licked his tongue greedily. Humans are the most wonderful food. Eating human beings can not only satisfy the desire of the stomach, but also improve the strength. There is no such wonderful food in the world. Run! Almost without saying a word, the two guards began to flee in a panic. Hey, wonderful food, let me swallow it obediently today. The ghost glanced at Tsuyuri, and thought to himself, this ghost wants to come to my place to snatch blood, but he can't fulfill his wish. The strong wind swept across, and the ghost leaped about, walking through the trees like an ape. The terrifying sound made the two guards shudder from fear. How could there be such a terrifying creature in the world, especially when they felt that the terrifying thing was getting closer and closer to them? What? With a scream, the ghost has already run ahead of them. Under the moonlight, those terrifying scarlet eyes are looking at them, as if they were looking at delicious food. Delicious food, let me devour it obediently. The ghost made a hoarse voice, lingering in the ears of the two guards like a poisonous snake. Unknowingly, a foul smell appeared. Scared out of control, the ground shook, and the ghost's feet stepped on the ground, and the figure rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. Ruined. Facing the ferocious, unknown creature, the two guards were too scared to resist. Choke. A crisp sound resounded in my ears, and the attacking ghost claw was blocked by the sword. The two guards stared blankly at the sword that appeared in front of them, and the boy in the bamboo hat stood in front of them at some point. Leave, this is not a place for you to stay. He glanced at the two people who had already become incontinent in fright, and said calmly, not looking down on them too much. There is nothing to despise a person's instinctive fear when facing an unknown terrifying creature, just like when he faced such a creature for the first time, he was also panicked. Thank you. The two guards scrambled to their feet, thanked them in trembling voices, and then ran towards the ruined temple. You brat! It's really disgusting to let the human beings go away. The ghost looked at this scene with a roar, and wanted to chase after the two humans, but the boy's sword slashed away. A fiery red horse headed towards him. Damn! The ghost roared and hurriedly dodged. The fiery red sword glow struck the ground where the ghost had just stayed, cutting out a deep ravine. The ghost fell in the distance, and looked at the scene in front of him in fear. If he had just been cut, he might not know how long he would have to recuperate before he could recover. At the same moment, Tsuyuri's gaze also showed the information of the ghost in front of him. Name: Yuta Shibukawa. Ghost level: Elementary Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghosts. Abilities: Immortality, Bad, Super Bounce, Split. Cons: Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. Tsuyuri was slightly taken aback by the information that appeared in front of him. He has seen the super strong bounce. Just now, this ghost was tossing and turning among the trees, as if walking on the ground. But what kind of ability is this division? Damn anti-bone boy, actually helping humans. The ghost gritted its teeth, and a viscous liquid flowed from the corner of its mouth, giving it a nasty feeling. No wonder ghosts are hated by people. If I were a human being now, I would hate ghosts like this. He looked at the ghost in front of him and seemed to be talking to himself. Damn it, you actually mocked me. Today, I will tear you up, sir. The ghost roared angrily, and its figure bounced up, tossing and turning among the trees like an ape, like a black shadow, whose trajectory was hard to discern. Tsuyuri stood calmly on the spot, just caressing the blade of the sword with her hand, and vaguely felt the sword groan happily. Every time I hold a sword to fight, my body and mind are always so happy. The boy under the bamboo hat whispered softly. The golden eyes are so cold at this moment. Dance with Swords. Chapter 45. Roar. Accompanied by a huge roar. The ghost climbing on the tree suddenly kicked the tree under his feet, and the huge tree was broken by his kick. At the same moment, the ghost's figure also bounced up and landed in the air. Under the black hat, the boy raised his head. In the middle of a full moon, a ghost descended from the sky, waved its sharp claws, and grabbed straight at him. Tsuyuri put his hand on the hilt of the sword, without any thought of retreating. 5 fingers grabbed it suddenly. Choke. Accompanied by the clear sound of sword chanting, a fiery red horse slashed down. Under the moonlit night, that flaming red horse is so gorgeous, like a flame blooming in the sky, its beauty is threatening with death. The flame slipped. Like a shooting star, the ghost claws waving towards the boy flashed across. Crack! A crisp sound sounded, and the ghost claw was easily cut off. With more momentum, it easily chopped on the opponent's ghost body. One clean break. Blood splattered all over the sky and fell to the ground. Compared with the tough claws of the first ghost I encountered, although the claws of this ghost were sharp, they were easily cut off by Nichiren blades. Although, cut off the ghost with one knife. However, Tsuyuri did not let go of the slightest relaxation, still staring at the ghost body that he cut in two in front of him. Originally, the body that had been cut in two suddenly turned around strangely at this moment, and 2 identical ghosts emerged. Damn, damn, you managed to annoy me, I will catch you and eat your meat piece by piece. 2 ghosts with hideous faces. The ability to split. Looking at the 2 ghosts that appeared in front of her eyes, Tsuyuri murmured slightly, and could feel that these 2 ghosts were very real ghosts, not some illusion. Very powerful ability, just like the avatar in the novel. I don't know if I will gain the ability of this ghost if I kill it. His golden eyes could not help but light up slightly, thinking of the ghost claw he got when he killed the first ghost. At this time, the 2 ghosts had already jumped up, flickering back and forth among the trees. Like ghosts, it is difficult to distinguish the trajectory at all. Tsuyuri didn't pursue him, but just stood there. No matter how he changed, he would eventually attack him. Call. A strong wind swept down, and the ghost rushed over from the air, and the bloody eyes shone with hatred at this moment. But in the next second, a fiery red horse slashed out. He is out of the sword. In an instant, the sword was so fast that it seemed that only the fiery red horse was left in the whole world. Facing this, the evil ghost's figure was hanging in the air, and at this moment, it was impossible to hide. Crack! The fiery red horse chopped off the ghost's neck, and the ghost's head fell to the ground. The ghost's figure slowly corroded like cremation, and the air exuded an unpleasant stench. A sword head. The ghost whose head is cut off by Nichiren blades will be affected by the energy of the sun contained in Nichiren blades, and will no longer have the chance to be reborn. But at this moment, a black figure appeared behind him, and ferocious claws appeared on the back of his neck. Just cut out a sword, the sword is still in the air. At this moment, it may be very difficult to cut out another sword. All of this was obviously expected by the ghost. This ghost has obviously seen that the ability of the ghost who looks like a human boy in front of him should be in swordsmanship. But that frail body is his weakness. Although the body of a ghost is definitely much stronger than that of a human, there is still a contrast between him and a ghost. But at this time, a golden ghost claw emerged and grabbed his dark ghost claw. They were obviously the claws of a ghost, but the opponent's claws exuded a bright luster like gold. Ghost Claw. The opponent's ability obtained by killing the evil spirit last time was used by him again at this moment. The ghost's claw exerted a little force, and the golden ghost's hand, which was obviously much smaller than the opponent's, easily pinched off the opponent's ghost's hand. The ghost stared blankly at this scene with its scarlet eyes. Why are his claws stronger than mine? Like the claws of a fox, the golden claws slid across, piercing the ghost's chest, and a heart was held in the palm of the boy's golden hand. The ghost's heart that has stopped beating. The 5 fingers squeezed violently, and the heart was broken. The blood spurted out and was blocked by the black hat. The ghost backed away clutching his chest. He was already afraid of this brat. He didn't dare to continue fighting with this brat. Go on and he'll die. But the next moment, a ray of cold light came out. That ghost cut out another sword. The sword clearly slashed across his neck, and the ghost stared blankly, watching his head detach from his shoulders, and the distance from his body became farther and farther away. As he lay dying, he couldn't help wondering why a ghost would use Nichiren blades. With unwillingness, will eventually dissipate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a ghost and gaining the ability to split. Split ability, split a ghost that is exactly the same as itself, with the same ability as itself. A crisp sound came from his mind. At this moment, he felt that he suddenly seemed to have mastered something. With just one thought, you can create a ghost exactly like yourself. Perhaps. Looks like 2. The ghost then beheaded can only split into 2, and there is one more. Moreover, there is an intuition that with the improvement of strength, this number can be increased. Very powerful ability. He couldn't help feeling that it was equivalent to gaining 3 times the power all at once. Do not. When the 3 ghosts emerge at the same time, they all have the same power as the deity. Afraid of more than 3 times the power. You can't just triple the power by simply counting it into 3. Chapter 46. With emotion in his heart, he put away his sword and looked ahead. As his Nichiren blades chopped off the head, the opponent's body also began to dissipate into black smoke little by little at this moment. Dissipating with the black smoke was an unpleasant stench. He waited quietly for the black smoke to clear away completely. Faintly, there seemed to be a ray of sadness in the air at this moment. Is grief? Is resentment? Still as a souvenir? Or other feelings? These are unknown. But Tsuyuri knew that most of the ghosts in this world absorb Kibutsuji Musen's blood and become ghosts. And most of the ghosts who can be selected by Kibutsuji Musen are frustrated people in the world, or are tortured by illness, or abandoned by the world. Everything in the world can no longer accommodate them. At this time, Kibutsuji Muzan appeared and gave them his blood, giving these people power. Turn these people into frightening ghosts. Only by eating constantly can you protect yourself. They who were once human beings were gradually blurred by this concept, which made the shackles of evil on their backs heavier and heavier. After becoming ghosts, did they gain rebirth, or were they pulled into the endless abyss? Only they know. Other people. It is unknown. But as their strength gradually becomes stronger, the originally human side slowly disappears. As it gets stronger and stronger, more and more of the human aspect is lost. Before they became ghosts, they also enjoyed a warm sunbath. And since then, I can no longer see the light, and can only hide in a dark corner and grow up alone. Slowly, as it gets stronger and stronger, the feeling of emptiness will also become stronger, but I will never look for the memory of the time when I was a human again. But I also want to find everything in the world more and more. But everything. After becoming a ghost, there is no turning back. He will not pity these ghosts, because he is a ghost himself, but he just thinks that no matter whether it is a human or a ghost, he should remember himself. Don't forget where you stand. May I have a good birth in the next life. He whispered softly, straightened his clothes, and returned to the ruined temple. When he walked to the door, the quiet ruined temple had been replaced by loud noises. Almost everyone was awake, and the guard leader was scolding the two guards who ran back, calling them crazy. How could there be ghosts in this world? There is a very strange thing about the world of Ghost Slayer, that is, there are ghosts in this world, but most people don't believe in the existence of ghosts, and their awareness of ghosts is also very weak. And as he stepped into the ruined temple, everyone's eyes fell on him. Especially the two guards stared behind him in horror. Where is the ghost? Where is that ghost? Sumyu's golden eyes glanced at the two guards slightly, and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Ghost? Where is the ghost? The two guards were taken aback. Their gazes unconsciously fell on the sword at Sumyu's waist, and they seemed to be guessing vaguely. The ghost was killed by you. A guard looked shocked. Sumyu ignored the guard, but looked at the guard commander and shrugged helplessly. Your subordinates need to rest well, they are all starting to talk nonsense. The guard commander looked ugly, and punched the guard. Ufg, wake me up. Facing the domineering commander of the guards, the two guards, Nyonyo, did not dare to speak again, but everything they saw before was so clear that it was absolutely impossible to be an illusion. That ghost was so scary, but the boy came over safely. Only one possibility. That ghost was killed by the boy in front of him. What kind of person is he? The farce ended soon, and everyone began to rest as usual, but the guard leader still looked at him with vigilance. Although the commander of the guards does not believe in ghosts in the world, he is very clear about his subordinates. These two subordinates followed him everywhere, and they were very courageous, but when they followed the young man back, they suddenly panicked. Scary stuff. Obviously, the young man in front of him was not simple. However, the other party didn't seem to have any intentions for them. Instead, he was just more interested in following the kid named Tomioka Jiyu in the team. It seems that this time the other party's wages cannot be deducted. He thought silently in his heart, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party didn't trouble him, they wouldn't want to provoke such a person of unknown origin. Therefore, when dealing with Sumyu, I was a little more careful. Chapter 47. Day is getting brighter. The sun dispelled the darkness, and everything in the world became so gentle. But for Sumyu, a ghost, bathed in the sun, he felt sincerely uncomfortable. There is a feeling of powerlessness all over the body. I really want to sleep. Sir, get up. There was a slight slap on the shoulder. It was Tomioka Jiyu calling him. He opened his golden eyes, looked at the smiling Tomioka Jiyu, and smiled slightly. Good morning, Tomioka Jiyu. Good morning, sir, the caravan is on its way, let's go together. Tomioka Gyuhu smiled. He knew that Su-mu was going to pass by his house before, and he also invited Su-mu to his house. It is good. Su-mu nodded and looked at the girl beside her. Peaceful sleeping face. Tsuyuri Kanawo is sleeping soundly. After staying with him for so long, gradually, Tsuyuri Kanawo also began to follow his habit and began to like to sleep during the day. Some can't bear to disturb. He leaned over slightly and hugged Tsuyuri Kanawo into his arms. Tomioka Gyuhu turned his head, looked at this scene with some curiosity, and asked in a very cautious voice, "Aren't you going to wake her up? You know, it will be very tiring to hold someone like this all the time." "No." Su-mu smiled. "Can you stick to it?" Fukuoka Gyuhu was a little worried. In this way, he kept walking with a girl in his arms. He could walk for a while, but if he walked for a long time, he might not be able to persist. "No problem," Su-mu said with a smile. He is a ghost with unlimited physical strength, so naturally there is no need to worry about this problem. "Sir is really nice to your fiancé." Tomioka Gyuhu couldn't help expressing emotion. Su-mu smiled, didn't speak, just lowered his head, looking at Tsuyuri Kanawo who was sleeping soundly, with a gentle flash in his eyes. Tsuyuri Kanawo. Worth being surrounded by all the tenderness in the world. Her childhood was too sad, and she only hoped that his gentleness could slowly restore the girl to the youth and vitality that a girl should have. Instead, sad, without one's own will, unable to express one's feelings, empty like a marionette. This is not Tsuyuri Kanawo, the way it should be. The caravan is on its way. Tomioka Gyuhu also followed, but this time, the leader of the merchant's guard did not ask him to help, but just asked him to follow the caravan. "It's very strange that Master Yasuda Ryota suddenly stopped letting me work," Tomioka Gyuhu muttered. Before, he couldn't stop, and the guard commander always asked him to do all kinds of work, and if he didn't do well, he would even hurl insults at him. But today, his attitude was surprisingly kind, which made him a little uncomfortable. "Maybe I recognize you." Su-mu looked at the guard leader in front of the team, and said with a smile, but he had to agree, this guard leader is really a person who can read words and deeds, and he is also worthy of being a traveling businessman. Hearing Su-mu's words, Tomioka Gyuhu was also very happy. She hoped that she could get more wages this time, so that she could buy more things for her sister and make her sister's wedding day more decent, so as not to be looked down upon by her husband's family. "Let's go." Su-mu turned her head and shouted to Tomioka Gyuhu, who was still giggling. Tomioka Gyuhu also came to his senses and hurriedly followed, but his eyes fell on Su-mu involuntarily. This mysterious gentleman wearing a bamboo hat. He had walked so long with the sleeping girl in his arms and still didn't seem to show any signs of being tired. "Sir, you must be a very powerful samurai-sama, right?" Tomioka Gyuhu couldn't help asking. Chapter 48. "Sir, you must be a very powerful samurai-sama, right?" Tomioka Gyuhu couldn't help but speak, his eyes were full of admiration. "Master Samurai." Su-mu was slightly taken aback, then shook his head, "I'm not a warrior." "Even if he is not a warrior, he is still a very powerful person," Tomioka Gyuhu said seriously. Su-mu smiled wryly, "What a human being he is. He is a ghost." "Of course, these cannot be said. Can I learn some skills from you?" Tomioka Gyuhu was a little cautious, but also a little expectant. Su-mu was a little stunned, and learned skills from a ghost. Where can he teach Tomioka Gyuhu? "Why do you want to study with me?" He couldn't help but have some doubts, and at the same time, he also felt the firmness in the young man's eyes. "Because I can feel that you are very powerful. If I can be as powerful as my husband, I can protect myself and the people I want to protect," Tomioka Gyuhu said seriously. "Do you want to become stronger because you want to protect the people you want to protect?" He whispered silently. After waiting for a long time, without waiting for Sumyu's answer, Tomioka Gyuha felt a little lost, feeling that he should be rejected. Then, he saw the other party's golden eyes under the bamboo hat looking at him. I don't have the ability to teach you, because my ability is not suitable for you. I see. Tomioka Gyuha nodded disappointedly. However, I can tell you where you can learn skills. He suddenly laughed. Really? Tomioka Gyuha showed excitement. Xiaowishan, there is an old man there, he is very powerful, he can teach you, from there, you can learn what you want to learn. Sumyu said softly. In his mind, the figure of that person appeared involuntarily. Water column. Urokadaka Kanji. In the future, he has taught Makomo, Sabato, Kamadu Tanjiro and other excellent ghost killers, and is also the teacher of Tomioka Gyuha in the future. Is a very powerful person. That person, is Mr. Yu good? Tomioka Gyuha couldn't help asking. Much better than I am now. He laughed. After hearing this, Tomioka Gyuha couldn't help but look forward to it, and really wanted to visit the old man now. Sumyu smiled and patted Tomioka Gyuha's shoulder. Yes, we will see you later. Also, don't call me sir. Speaking of which, I'm not as old as you now. His actions also woke up the girl who was sleeping soundly in his arms. The girl opened her beautiful purple eyes. Woke up. Sumyu lowered her head and looked at the girl tenderly. Sir, I've been holding you all this way. Your fiancé is really gentle with you. Tomioka Gyuha next to him couldn't help but speak. Tsuyuri Kanawo's beautiful purple eyes flickered surprisingly, his little hands couldn't help tugging at his sleeves, and his petite body struggled in his arms. Want to come down, Kanao? Sumyu asked. The girl nodded in a rare way. Sumyu was taken aback for a moment, it was the first time he saw Tsuyuri Kanawo expressing his wishes, and nodded. Is your fiancé's name Kanao? Tomioka Gyuha couldn't help asking. Sumyu smiled, it's called, Liwaluo. Kanao. Chestnut Blossom Fall. Kanao. Tomioka Gyuha repeated, then nodded, it's really a nice name. His parents really know how to name them. Tomioka Gyuha couldn't help but said. No, I started it. Sumyu shook her head. Miss Kanao, it's really romantic that your name was given by your fiancé. Tomioka Gyuha couldn't help laughing. Kanao didn't speak, but his little hand grasped Sumyu's sleeve even tighter. Sorry, she doesn't like talking to strangers very much. Sumyu was somewhat apologetic. It's okay, I can see that the husband's fiancé is very dependent on you, and the husband must be like a protector in Miss Kanao's eyes. Tomioka Gyuha didn't care that Kanao didn't answer his words. In the future, I will also be the protector of my sister Tomioka Tsutako. Tomioka Gyuha looked at the sky, clenched his fists, and yearned for the future. Chapter 49. For Kanao, she herself has no name. From birth, she has no name. Regarding the name Tsuyuri Kanawo, it was the first time her fiancé called her. I remember the first time my fiancé called Tsuyuri Kanawo, she didn't know it was her. But slowly, with the fiancé repeating again and again. She knows. Tsuyuri Kanawo. This name belongs to her alone. Whenever the fiancé yells Tsuyuri Kanawo, or Kanao, she knew it was calling her. Gradually, she is also used to the name. I also like the name. Although sometimes, I try hard to express my wishes to my fiancé, but sadly, she can't do it. She seemed to be closed in a very dark world, and it seemed that she would never be able to get out. But whenever the fiancé calls her name, call Tsuyuri Kanawo, she felt that her world became warmer and the darkness dissipated. She likes to be with Sumyu. Like very much. She hoped she would get better soon. The caravan quickly arrived at the location. A small city. Here, the merchants began to look for places to dump their goods. The trip was over, and Tomioka Gyuu naturally didn't have to follow the caravan and could go home. This time, Tomioka Gyuu received all the wages for this trip from the guard commander, including some previous arrears. Tomioka Gyuu felt very happy. Leaving from the guard commander, Tomioka Gyuu looked at Tsuyuri and Tsuyuri Kanawo who were waiting at the door, and said happily, "I received the full salary today." As he spoke, Tomioka Gyuu raised the purse in his hand. With Tomioka Gyuu's movements, the purse makes a jingle-jingle sound, which is very pleasant. "Congratulations, but you deserve it." Tsuyuri laughed, feeling that the guard commander was quite sensible, otherwise, he might be interested in pretending to be a ghost at night to scare that person. Tomioka Gyuu was also very happy. With the money, she can buy good things for her sister before she gets married. These years, their elder sisters have depended on each other for life, and life is difficult, but the elder sister has always kept the best things for herself. Even when my sister got married, she didn't have a good dowry. This is what he cannot tolerate, and it is also the reason why he took the risk to join the merchant team. "Let's go to my house. My sister will be very happy to see guests at home." Tomioka Gyuu smiled. Tsuyuri nodded, and followed Tomioka Gyuu holding Tsuyuri Kanawo's hand. Walking on the street, Tomioka Gyuu bought a lot of things. Mostly bought for my sister. Cosmetic case, face powder, jewelry. My sister has never used so many things before. "Whatever you say, I will buy it for my sister." Tomioka Gyuu said softly. He knew that her sister's husband's family actually looked down on her. Including that brother-in-law, actually looked down on their family. However, as long as I can treat my sister well in the future, it doesn't matter. Soon, it was near Tomioka Gyuu's house. When he got here, Tsuyuri frowned and stopped slightly. "Ghost." Under the bamboo hat, the golden eyes glanced around, but found nothing. "That's right, it's daytime now, even if there are ghosts, they won't appear during the daytime. After all, Gyuu can't bask in the sun like him." "Sister, I'm back." Tomioka Gyuu happily knocked on the door. Squeak! There was a cheerful sound from the door. A plainly dressed girl opened the door, without makeup, with the gentleness of a Jiangnan girl, with black hair and a pretty face. She looks like a very gentle and beautiful girl. Tomioka Gyuu's older sister. Tomioka Tsutako. In the future, the day before Tomioka's wedding, Tomioka's family is attacked by a ghost. In order to protect her younger brother, Tomioka will be swallowed by ghosts and die in front of Tomioka Gyuu. In the end, it became a nightmare that Tomioka Gyuu will never get rid of. In the future, Tomioka Gyuu said this to Tanjiro, who begged for mercy from Nezuko, who had turned into a ghost in order to protect Nezuko. As if telling myself, "Don't hand over the power of life and death to others, don't beg for mercy in a low voice, if it works, your family will not be killed, even life and death must be handed over to others. A weakling like you still wants to cure your sister? Still want to find an enemy? It's ridiculous. The weak have no rights and no choice. You can only obediently submit to the power of the strong. The ghost may know the way to cure your sister, but don't think that the ghost will respect your will and wishes, this is the reality." These were not just what was said to Tanjiro at the time. Likewise, Tomioka Gyuu said to himself. "I hated being weak at that time, hated being unable to do anything at that time, hated myself for being powerless to resist. Of course, these are things that will happen later. But now, because of his participation, it's like Kochu flapping his wings, will such a thing happen? Tsuyuri thinks. Such a scene should never happen." Chapter 50. Tsuyuri and Kanao were warmly invited by Tomioka Tsutako. For Tomioka Tsutako, her younger brother Tomioka Gyuu has very few friends, and this is the first time someone has been invited to her home by her younger brother. Naturally, hospitality is required. When you get to the house, don't be restrained, sir, you can take off the bamboo hat. Tomioka Taizi poured a cup of tea for Tsuyuri and Kanao. Seeing that Tsuyuri was still wearing a bamboo hat, she stretched out her hand to help Tsuyuri take it off. Tsuyuri hastily stretched out her left hand, pressed down on her bamboo hat, and waved her right hand at the same time. I have a strange appearance, and it's not easy to see people. If the bamboo hat is exposed, the ghost horns on his head will not be able to hide. It is impossible for a human to have ghost horns. Naturally, the ghost's identity will be exposed. Well, actually, my brother and I don't care about that. Tomioka Tsutako nodded helplessly. Mr. is a very powerful man. Tomioka Jiyuhu said to her sister from the side. Then my younger brother has to learn from my husband, and he will become a very powerful person in the future. Tomioka Tsutako bent down and patted Tomioka Jiyuhu on the head. I will work hard. Tomioka Jiyuhu clenched his fists and said seriously. Looking at Tomioka Jiyuhu, who is so talkative now, it is difficult for Tsuyuri to connect with the unsmiling water column of the Ghost Slayer squad in the future. Bang bang bang. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Tomioka Tsudazi hurriedly ran to open the door. Tsuyuri also looked over curiously. An obese man, with the natural smell of blood mixed with the smell of sweat. Tsuyuri sniffed. The smell of blood does not come from human blood, but pig blood. Tomioka Jiyuhu also hurriedly stood up, and at the same time, he did not forget to introduce to Tsuyuri, this is the brother-in-law who will marry my sister soon, Isajai Kai, a well-known pig butcher in the town. Although the job of butcher sounds humble, for people living in slums, this job means having enough food, no worries about food and clothing and safety. Tsuyuri nodded, no wonder there was a bloody smell all over her body. However, looking at Isaki Kai's fat body and big ears, and seeing Tomioka Tsutako's slim figure and pretty face, such a couple will be together in the future, and he always feels a little unsuitable. There is a feeling of a flower being chewed by a pig. Are there any guests at home? Isaki Kai entered the door, glanced at Tsuyuri and Kanao, and couldn't help asking. Well, it's Jiyuhu's friend. Tomioka Tsutako hastily poured a cup of tea and handed it to Kai Isaki, together with the cup and a clean towel. A very considerate and gentle woman. Isaki Kai took the teacup, took a big gulp, and rudely wiped off the sweat on his body with a towel. At the same time, he glared at Tomioka Tsutako with a bit of impatience. Why, I didn't even pass the door, so I disliked it. I smell it. No no. Tomioka Tsutako shook her head in a panic. I don't think so. Isaki Kai nodded indifferently, and glanced at Tsuyuri intentionally or unintentionally. Also, you should also pay attention, you haven't gone through the door yet, don't bring some unknown people into your home. Isaki Kai was not polite to Tomioka Tsutako at all. He looked down on Tomioka Jiyuhu's family. In his eyes, this family was poor. The reason why she married Tomioka Tsutako was because she was greedy for her beauty. Before, he had some scruples, but now that the marriage schedule has almost been settled, he has no scruples. After all, if the woman wants to repent at this time, many people will scold her behind her back. The area is mixed. Even if Tomioka Tsutako doesn't care about herself, she still has to think about her younger brother. On this point, Kai Isaki was very sure about it. Tomioka Tsutako lowered her head slightly, and her heart was full of sadness. Before, when Kai Isagi pursued her, her attitude was not like this. Unexpectedly, she became like this in just a short time. She has not been married yet, that's already the attitude. It's just that, at this time, it's too late to regret. I only hope that after I get married, I can change. Seeing Isaki Kai not only being mad at his friend, but also treating his sister so rudely, Tomioka Jiyuhu also stood up angrily. However, as soon as he stood up, his sister grabbed his arm. I wanted to vent, but was stopped by my sister, and I could only swallow my anger. After all, Kai Isaki will live with my sister in the future. If she really breaks up with Kai Isaki, it will be my sister who will suffer. However, referring to Sumyu who treats his fiancé Tsuyuri Kanawo tenderly along the way, Tomioka Gyuha feels sick the more he looks at Kai Isaki. Such a person is not worthy of marrying his sister. And at this moment, Sumyu also stood up. Isaki Kai looked at Sumyu disdainfully. Is this kid going to get angry? But, with that skinny appearance, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a punch from him. But immediately, he found out. Not. The other party's eyes have been staring outside. Kai Isaki couldn't help but look out. Sunset. Sunset. It's dark. Chapter 51. Isaki Kai stared at the sun that had already set outside, and an obscure gaze flashed in his eyes. The wedding was supposed to start tomorrow, but according to the custom, he shouldn't be here tonight. The reason why he came to Tomioka Tsutako so late today is mainly because he was greedy for Tomioka Tsutako's beauty, and he couldn't bear it. It's getting late, I won't go back today. Tsutazi, prepare a room for me, I will live with you today. Kai Isaki turned his head and spoke to Tomioka Tsutako very domineeringly. Tomioka Tsutako blushed and looked embarrassed. You know, although she will marry the other party tomorrow and will sleep together in the future, but, after all, it will be after marriage. Not married yet. How can I tidy up your room? You can sleep with your younger brother Jiu at night. We are not married yet, isn't it? Okay. Tomioka Tsutako lowered her head and said in a low voice, Kai Isaki really disrespected her by doing this. Anyway, they will be mine sooner or later, so there's nothing wrong with that. Isaki Kai waved his hand impatiently, that's the decision. As he spoke, he glanced at Sumyu and Tsuyuri Kanawo, stretched out his hand, groped through his greasy clothes, and took out 100 yen, here, you two will live in an inn outside tonight, there are no extra rooms here for you to live in. It's like sending a poor ghost away. Under the bamboo hat, Sumyu glanced at the other party lightly with golden eyes. This Isaki Kai is really annoying. He could clearly feel that Isaki Kai looked down on Tomioka Gyuhu's family, and the disdain in the other's eyes was almost undisguised. He turned his head and looked at Tomioka Gyuhu, such a person, are you really confident that you will hand over your sister to him? Anyway, he couldn't stand it, such a person was really disgusting. It's just that this is Tomioka Gyuhu's family business. He is still an outsider, so it's really hard to interfere. As for how to deal with it, everything depends on Tomioka Gyuhu. And then tangled in front of the eyes. What's outside is what's pressing now. Unexpectedly, the ghost that killed Tomioka Gyuhu's family before in the ruined temple was not the ghost that killed Tomioka Gyuhu's family. The ghost that killed Tomioka Gyuhu's family came only now. Tomioka Gyuhu also clenched her fists, the anger in her eyes hardly concealed, but she finally looked at her sister. All the decisions are still with my sister. Tomioka Tsutako is also lowering her head at this moment, with an unspeakable sadness in her heart, but, at this point, as a girl, she has already accepted her fate, and she keeps telling herself forcefully in her heart that this is nothing. After all, Kai Isaki also didn't do anything bad. It's just that I still feel wronged in my heart. I haven't gotten married yet, and I have already started to disrespect myself. In my future life. It's just that I can't go back on my word now. If I go back on it, it's nothing to me. Even if I can't get married in the future, if I get gossip, it's nothing, but my brother is different. You can't affect your younger brother and be gossiped about because of yourself. Thinking of this, Tomioka Tsutako couldn't help raising her head, seeing her younger brother's eyes full of anger, she stretched out her hand unconsciously, and patted his younger brother's head lightly. Brother, don't think so much, sister. However, before Tomioka Tsutako could say it, there was a knock on the door again. Tomioka Tsutako raised her head with some doubts. It was so late, and there were still people coming to visit. Just about to walk over to open the door, Su-mu called to stop her. Tomioka turned her head and looked at Su-mu puzzled, only to see Su-mu's hands on his waist. Although his face was completely covered by the bamboo hat, it was conceivable that Su-mu must have a serious face at this moment. The ghost is knocking on the door. He spoke softly. Tomioka Tsuda couldn't help shaking, and Tomioka Jiua beside him couldn't help turning his head. Sir, are you joking? How can there be ghosts in this world? Seeing the disbelief on the faces of Tomioka Tsubaki and Tomioka Jiu, Su-mu was also a little helpless. Although there are ghosts in this world, people in this world are naturally indifferent to ghosts, and do not believe that there are really ghosts in this world. Ghost! Ha ha! There was a burst of laughter. Isaki Kai patted his fat belly and looked at Su-mu. Today, Isaki Kai, really heard the best joke in this world. It's ridiculous that someone actually said that there are ghosts in this world. Even if there are ghosts in this world, I can kill him like a pig. While talking, Isaki Kai walked to the door nonchalantly. I want to see, it's so late, who is still knocking on my fiancé's door in the middle of the night. If it's a BD man, I must kill him today. Seeing Isaki Oi walk to the door step by step, Su-mu wanted to remind him, but hesitated for a while, and in the end he didn't speak, just stared at him faintly, as if looking at a dead person. He had a chance to remind him, but he didn't think so. Isaki Kai walked to the door, just about to push the door open. Boom! There was a big hole in the door, and a dark claw pierced through the hole. Isaki Kai, who was just about to open the door, lowered his head in a daze, watching the inhuman hand stab into his heart. Ghosts, so they really exist. Chapter 52. As he was dying, Isaki Kai had only one thought, that ghosts really exist. Feeling a little unwilling, he managed to catch Tomioka, the brightest flower growing in the slum, before he could enjoy it. Already unwilling to fall down, the ghost broke open the door, grabbed a bright red heart that was still beating faintly, and opened its mouth full of fangs. Suck and slip. Isaki Kai's heart was swallowed by him, and he licked his tongue in remembrance. Humans are really delicious food. A pair of scarlet eyes had already fixed on several people in the room, and finally fell on Su-mu alone. Here, there is another one of its kind. But this is his territory, robbing food in his territory is really annoyed by ghosts. Su-mu looked at the scene in front of him indifferently, and covered Tsuyuri Kanawo's eyes with his hand long ago, lest Kanao see this cruel scene and cause unnecessary impact on his mind. At the same time, he looked at Tomioka Tsutako and Tomioka Jiu. Tomioka Jiu was already limp on the ground at this moment, looking at the scene in front of him with horror in his eyes. Here, he could hardly see the combination of the calm and unsmiling water column in the future. On the contrary, it was Tomioka Tsutako who surprised him a little. Although the girl was pale and trembling with fright, she firmly pulled her younger brother Tomioka Jiu behind her to protect her. A very respectable sister. Su-mu didn't speak, but patted Kanao's little head. Kanao obediently closed his eyes and backed away. Finally, he retreated to the corner and stood there with his eyes closed like a marionette. Su-mu nodded and stepped forward with her hands on her waist. From the moment his hand touched the sword, his whole body glowed with joy. At the same time, a message appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Daisuke Nakazai. Ghost level, Elementary Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghosts. Abilities, Immortality, Bad, Ghost Tongue, Super Healing, Danger Warning. Cons, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. This is all the information about the ghost in front of me. The moment he saw all the information about the ghost, his scabbard was already out. A fiery red horse slashed at the evil spirit. The ghost seemed to have an intuition for a long time, and directly dodged to the side. The fiery red horse fell on the wall behind him. The earthen walls of the slums couldn't resist the sword at all, and a big hole was directly cut by the fiery red horse. Roar! The ghost roared angrily, staring at the little ghosts who were robbing his food in his territory with scarlet eyes. Su-mu didn't say a word, but hurriedly followed the ghost's figure, holding the hilt of the sword tightly with 5 fingers, and the tip of the sword touched the ground. As he moved, the tip of the sword rubbed against the ground, and brilliant sparks burst out. Damn imp! Ghost, licking his tongue, staring at Su-mu with scarlet eyes. Almost the next moment, tongue jerked out. Between lightning and flint, it pierced his face like a whip. And almost at this moment, the sword sliding on the ground and glowing with brilliant sparks slashed violently. Clang clang! There was a metal-like vibration sound, and his knife did not cut through the opponent's tongue. So hard! He couldn't help murmuring. And the opponent's tongue was also hurriedly withdrawn following Nichiren Blade's slash, covering his mouth with both hands, and jumping backwards. Obviously, although the sword he just did not cut off the opponent's ghost tongue, it also hurt the opponent. But at this time, Su-mu was infinitely approaching the opponent. Raise the fiery red blade. Facing his neck, he rode over. A bloodstain appeared on his neck, but it was so dangerous that the other party reacted within a hair's breadth and dodged the sword. Touching the neck, the ghost's body bounced back, a pair of scarlet eyes glowing with fear. Damn, 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 kid, you managed to piss me off, kid. The ghost roared. Su-mu squinted her eyes, her expression was extremely serious. This ghost was a bit difficult to deal with, the opponent would easily react to her own attack and dodge it. Is it the ability to warn of danger? He muttered in his heart, but his eyes were burning. Chapter 53. Tomioka Gyuhu stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He had always felt that the husband was very powerful, but it was just a feeling. Now, he knew how powerful the husband was. A man who can keep persecuting ghosts. Tomioka Tsutako also stared at all this in a daze. This friend of my younger brother is really strong. Su-mu didn't care about the gazes of Tomioka Tsutako and Tomioka Gyuhu. At this moment, he completely focused his attention on the ghost. Compared with the 2 ghosts we dealt with before, this ghost is obviously much more difficult to deal with. It's not to say how strong this ghost is, but that this ghost is so slippery that it can always avoid fatal attacks dangerously. Although, many times, his Nichiren blades left deep wounds on each other. But the fatal thing is that there is none. Do you feel the danger in advance and dodge it in advance? This ability is really a very powerful ability in battle. Under the bamboo hat, a flash of thought flashed in the golden eyes. It is not easy to kill this evil spirit. Damn brat! The successive battles made this ghost faintly afraid of Su-mu. Although he escaped countless fatal attacks, it was inevitable that the wounds on his body became more and more. As for the other party, up to now, he has not been able to hurt the other party in the slightest. The idea of running away came to mind immediately. However, what he didn't understand was why the other party was with humans even though he was obviously a ghost like him. Humans are just food. The ghost's eyes couldn't help looking in the direction of Tomioka Gyuhu, and he could feel that this person's blood is very rare. It should belong to thin blood. Eating such a person is almost equivalent to eating dozens of people. However, looking at the hateful fellow standing in front of him, he understood that it was already impossible to prey on him. Thinking like this, the body couldn't help but retreat. Looking at the ghost who wanted to escape, Su-mu's face was cold, the sword was clenched to the hilt, and her body was bent. Boom! He stepped on the ground suddenly, and shot towards the opponent like a shell. And at this moment, the ghost didn't hesitate anymore, and started to flee into the distance. The raised fiery red horse kept slashing at the ghost in front, but the opponent could always dodge narrowly. It seemed that none of his attacks could hit the opponent. "You can't kill me, stop doing useless work. You can't kill me!" The ghost roared angrily, trying to make Su-mu stop chasing. "The ability to warn of danger is really good." Su-mu whispered slightly, being able to sense danger in advance and avoid it is a very powerful self-protection ability. "But, what if, even if you know the danger, you can't avoid it?" He opened his mouth softly, and an idea sounded in his mind. Just in an instant, the body suddenly split apart. 2 ghosts identical to Su-mu appeared. 3 Su-mu surrounded the ghost. Ability to split. Split ability, split a ghost that is exactly the same as itself, with the same ability as itself. With his current strength, he can split 2. The ghost, seeing the 3 Su-mu who suddenly appeared, was slightly taken aback, then realized something was wrong, and began to flee crazily into the distance. "Humph!" Under the black hat, the golden eyes flashed coldly. "Did you escape?" He spoke softly. In the next second, 3 Su-mu chased after him in 3 directions. 10 seconds later, the ghost stopped and looked at the 3 Su-mu who surrounded him with an ugly expression. "You and I are of the same kind, why are you chasing me so hard?" The ghost roared. Su-mu narrowed her eyes and looked at the ghost. "I have never regarded you as the same kind," he said softly. Immediately, with him included, the 3 Su-mu attacked at the same time. 1 Su-mu, the opponent is already unable to parry, relying entirely on the danger warning to avoid it. When the 3 Su-mu attack together, they are almost in danger frequently. If it weren't for the ability of the danger warning to be strong enough, he would have been killed long ago, and even so, his body would already be covered in bruises. Roar! The ghost roared angrily, "If you want to kill me, I won't make it easy for you." He knows that if he continues, he will eventually be consumed by the opponent. After all, the ability to warn of danger is not omnipotent, and some attacks that are not fatal will not be warned. And the other party, who seemed to know this, concentrated on attacking his legs. "In a short period of time, my thigh has been severely injured in many places, and I am afraid that it will be cut off by the opponent in a short time. With the loss of both legs, it is naturally impossible to easily dodge the attack. Continue. The result will only be..." Roar! The ghost roared angrily, trying to get hurt, and suddenly hugged Su-mu who was rushing towards him. He held him tightly, and the tongue in his mouth suddenly spit out like a sharp sword. Completely penetrate this Su-mu's head. At the same moment, another Su-mu also raised his sword. In an instant. Cut off. The warning of danger made the ghost unconsciously want to turn its neck, but Su-mu, who was pierced by its tongue, stretched out his hand suddenly and fixed it firmly. Crack! A crisp sound sounded. Fiery red horses streaked across his neck. Flying head. Ghost, what he saw was that he was getting farther and farther away from his headless body. Hot sun streaming. Like the sun. It has been a long time since I felt such warm sunshine. Do you died? Consciousness gradually blurred until it ceased to exist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a ghost, gaining abilities, and predicting danger. Chapter 54. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill the evil spirits, and gain the ability, Danger Prediction. Danger Prediction, in the dark, you can sense the deadly threat to yourself one step ahead. A clear and emotionless voice rang in Su-mu's ears. At this moment, he faintly felt something, but he didn't feel anything, but, somewhere in the dark, his perception of the surroundings seemed to become clearer. This ability can only be regarded as a passive ability, but it is a very good excellent ability. Even, in a certain aspect, compared with the hands of ghosts obtained from the first 2 ghosts, the ability to split is even stronger. It's a really good ability. Under the bamboo hat, the corners of the boy's mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes couldn't help falling on the other 2 split bodies. One is still intact, while the other has a big hole in its head. However, because of the ghost's ability, even with a big hole in his head, he still can't die. Fully recovered. There was a sound of crisp footsteps. A thought arose in Sumyu's mind, and the other two avatars melted like ice, until finally there was nothing left. The girl walked over cautiously, looking at the mess all over the floor. Her eyes were almost overflowing with worry. However, when he saw the back of the young man in the hat who was safe and sound with his back facing him, the worries in his heart subconsciously dissipated. The ghost was wiped out. Wiped out by his brother's friend. My brother's friend is really amazing. Sumyu turned her head and looked at her approaching. Her pale little face that had turned pale because of fear was still on her face. You, how did you come here? He couldn't help asking. Fighting with ghosts is not an easy task. If you are not careful, it will affect innocent people. Ordinary people like Tomioka Tsutako should not get too close. I'm more worried about Sir. Tomioka Tsutako said in a low voice. The ghost was so terrifying just now, but Mr. chased it out alone to fight the ghost. Although she was weak, she thought, come here by herself, in case she can help. Madness. Sumyu said something, then looked at the surrounding situation, frowned slightly, and made such a big commotion. I hope the people in the police station will not be alarmed, otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Hurry up and tidy up. He whispered to Tomioka Tsutako. It is good. Tomioka Tsutako nodded hastily, and began to tidy up quickly. Tomioka Tsutazi's hands and feet are very nimble, and she works very fast, so Sumyu couldn't help but take a second look. Especially when the other party bent down to clean up the fallen soil nearby. The tight and graceful arc of his back made his golden eyes flicker slightly. A mature girl. Call. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the impetuous thoughts that had just arisen in his heart, he walked in front of Isaki Kai's body. Looking at this human being whose heart was ripped out by a ghost and died, his eyes were slightly complicated. He might have reminded this person, and even protected this person. But he ultimately did not do so. Perhaps, there is an idea in itself? Involuntarily, he looked at the graceful back of the girl who was working swiftly, and looked at the dead body of Isaki Kai who was like a fat pig. Reminiscent of Isaki Kai's attitude before. Is such a person really suitable for a girl like Tomioka Tsutako? Together, will you be happy? From his point of view, Kai Isaki is naturally happy, but for a girl like Tomioka Tsutako, the future may be dark. Shaking his head, don't think about it anymore, people are dead, aren't they? What do you think about these things? Moreover, he has no regrets about what he has done. Tomioka Gyuhu soon rushed over. Although he was frightened by the ghost and fell to the ground, in the end, he overcame the psychological barrier and ran over. When I saw my sister cleaning up the mess nearby, I saw Mr. standing in front of Kai Isaki. When the ghost was gone, he was deeply shocked by Sumyu's strength. Sir, are you blaming yourself for not being able to protect Kai Isaki? Looking at Sumyu who has been standing silently in front of Isagi Kai's body, Tomioka Gyuho couldn't help thinking. But these, how can you blame Mr.? Mr. has already issued a reminder, but Isaki Kai himself does not believe it, and he is looking for death. Besides, ghosts are such terrible things. Thinking that he was paralyzed to the ground by the ghost before, and only Mr. was fighting the ghost alone, he felt self-blame in his heart. Stepped up. What are you thinking, sir? Tomioka Gyuho couldn't help asking curiously. Sumyu looked up, under the black bamboo hat, looked at Tomioka Gyuho with golden eyes. I was just thinking, what should I do next? As he spoke, he pointed to the corpse in front of him. Tomioka Gyuho was taken aback. Tomioka Tsutako who came over was also a little at a loss. Chapter 55. Looking at Kai Isaki's body, Tomioka Tsutako and Tomioka Gyuho were a little overwhelmed and terrified. after all, it was a dead body. For them in the slums, this situation has never been encountered. Why don't you call the police? Tomioka Jiyu asked in a low voice. Wait for the people from the police station to come, and then tell the people at the police station that it was killed by a ghost. Su-mu raised his head and asked flatly. Tomioka Jiyu was stunned for a moment, he hadn't thought about this question before. Tell others that Kai Isaki was killed by a demon, who would believe it? Bury him. Su-mu said lightly. It is good. It was Tomioka Tsutako who spoke suddenly. Su-mu couldn't help turning his head to look at Tomioka Tsutazi. He thought she would hesitate, but he didn't expect to agree so quickly. It really surprised him. After all, the other party should be regarded as his fiancé. Actually, I never liked him. Tomioka Tsutako spoke softly. When Ai Isaki pursued me at the beginning, I didn't agree, but he always helped our family. Like us, there are actually many girls living in the slums, and they don't really care whether they like it or not, but yes, having a stable home, I thought, in fact, marrying such a person and being able to live a stable life is actually quite good for a woman. But I didn't expect that before I got married, I would already. Su-mu is not talking. A woman like Tomioka Tsutako who lives in a slum is not qualified to talk about love. Sister, he doesn't deserve you at all, you don't have to feel sad for him. Tomioka Jiyu on the side couldn't help but speak, in his eyes, his sister is always the best. Tomioka Tsutazi stretched out her hand and rubbed her younger brother's head, but she didn't talk. A woman from a slum like him was talking about whether she deserved it or not. Although life is hard, the future is always bright. As long as tomorrow's us are better than today's, that's enough, isn't it? Su-mu raised his head and looked at the two people. Though we are in the dark, we yearn for the light. Su-mu murmured softly, as if saying the same to herself. Although he became a ghost, he never gave up what he should be like as a human being. This was probably his last attachment. Although you are in the dark, you yearn for the light. That's really good. A crisp sound suddenly sounded, startling Su-mu. He couldn't help but raise his head. On the courtyard wall, two girls, one tall and one short, stood there. The moonlight shone on their slim figures, so beautiful. Style, Kochu Kane. And Kochu Shinobu. Hello, long time no see. Kochu Kane smiled, his toes touched the ground, and he fell slowly. Kochu Shinobu also followed behind his sister, looking at Su-mu with beautiful purple eyes, and then at the mess all over the floor, thoughtfully. It's been a long time, Miss Kane, Miss Shinobi. Su-mu nodded, but he didn't expect Kochu Kane and Kochu Shinobu to appear suddenly. But it seems that there are more than two Kochu sisters. Unnoticed. He looked up into the distance. 3 more masked people rushed over here. The one in front is wearing a Tengu mask with a long nose. Behind, a boy wearing a fox mask for dispelling disasters, and a girl with black middle-length hair and a fox mask with a flower pattern. If the guess is correct, the one in front should be the current water column, Urokadaka Seikanji. And the pair of masked men and women who followed behind Urokadaka Seikanji should be Sabato and Makomo. I didn't expect so many people to come all at once. Miss Kane. Urokadaka Seikanji raised his head and looked at Kochu Kane who had already arrived, with a slight sense of surprise. He didn't expect Kochu Kane to come over. He came here because he smelled ghosts nearby, so he came to check the situation. Mr. Urokadaka Seikanji. Kochu Kane also shouted in respect that Urokadaka Seikanji was her senior. After greeting Kochu Kane, Urokadaka Seikanji set his sights on Su-mu. A ghost. Miss Kane, is it you or me? Su-mu's heart tightened, and she stepped back unconsciously, and lightly pressed her hand on the hilt of the sword. No, don't do anything. Kochu Kane said suddenly. Urokadaka Seikanji was slightly taken aback, as if he didn't understand, he pointed at Tsuyuri lightly, he's... I know. Before Urokodaka Seikanji could reveal Tsuyuri's identity, Kochu Kanawo interrupted him. Chapter 56. Urokodaka Seikanji was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Why didn't he attack him even though he knew that the person in front of him was a ghost? After all, ghosts are always dangerous. Ghosts feed on people, so if they are allowed to haunt them, they are always a potential hazard. Even if he is not killed, it is best to imprison him in Tangzishan, so as not to endanger the world. This is what it means to be the master. Kochu Kanawo spoke calmly. Urokodaka Seikanji was stunned for a long time, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. The master actually wanted to protect a ghost? Did he hear correctly? I forgot to mention that this news has not been reported yet, but I believe it will reach Mr. Zojansi in a few days. Kochu Kanawo smiled. Urokodaka Seikanji's eyes fell on Tsuyuri's body unconsciously, a little strange, what is on this ghost's body, so that the master ordered him not to be an enemy to him. While Urokodaka Seikanji was watching him, Tsuyuri was also watching him. Stare at the grey-haired old man wearing a Tengu mask. It can be said that this person is very powerful, of course, not only in strength, but in cultivating newcomers. In the world of Demon Slayer, he successively bred Makomo, Sabato, Tomioka Jiu, and later Kamadu Tanjiro. Is a very good teacher. If you can get the teaching from the other party, your strength should improve very quickly. However, this kind of thinking is just thinking about it. Letting a member of the ghost-killing team teach a ghost is tantamount to talking about the fairy tale. Sir, are these all your friends? Tomioka Jiu looked carefully at the people who appeared suddenly. Although these people looked very kind and gentle, each of them exuded a sense of deterrence. Those sisters are my suitors. As for the three, they are not yet. Tsuyuri pointed to the Kochu sisters, and then pointed to the Urokodaka Seikanji 3. I see. However, it's normal for someone as outstanding as Mr. to be pursued. Tomioka Jiu nodded in agreement, without any doubts. Kochu Kanawo's eyelids twitched, and a blush appeared on her face unconsciously. She didn't expect Tsuyuri to say such words suddenly, it was really. As for Kochu Shinobu, his hand was already on the hilt of his waist at this moment. This Tsuyuri was simply quite hateful, he dared to say anything, he really wanted to cut him off. Pursuing a ghost. Urokodaka Seikanji was also dumbfounded, looking back and forth at the Kochu sisters and Tsuyuri with hesitant eyes. Please, Mu, don't make such a joke. Kochu Kanawo took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt his skin was burning hot, and his plump chest was also rising and falling. This ghost. It's really too hard to figure out. Tsuyuri shrugged casually, didn't pay much attention, but pointed to the dire situation in front of him. I'd like to ask Ms. Chanahue to help me deal with it. No problem, I will notify the hermit. Kochu Kanawo nodded. Hearing what Kochu Kanawo said, Tsuyuri didn't say anything, turned around and walked into the room. Looking at the girl who was still standing obediently in the corner with her eyes closed, her golden eyes flashed tenderly. The girl. Always support his words like this. He didn't let her open her eyes, they kept them closed. Walked slowly to Tsuyuri Kanawo, touched Kanao's little head, you can open your eyes. The star-like purple eyes opened, staring at the man standing in front of him, he stretched out his little hand consciously. He smiled, and stretched out his hand to wrap Kanao's little hand. Urokodaka Seikanji frowned and stared at the ghost who entered the house. Not long after, he saw that ghost came out leading a human girl. The girl seemed a little abnormal, dumbfounded, like a marionette. But it seems to be very dependent on this ghost. A person depends on a ghost? Urokodaka Seikanji frowned, everything about today was bizarre. Chapter 57. Let's go. Tsuyuri, who led Tsuyuri Kanawo out, saw that everyone was paying attention to him, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and spoke naturally. Kochu Kane and Kochu Shinobu didn't come here specifically to find him if they had nothing to do, presumably they were talking about the last proposal. It seems that now the master, Yubayashiki Kaguya, intends to cooperate with him. That's right, after all, for thousands of years, the ghost-killing squad has never stopped encircling and suppressing Kibutsuji Musen, but unfortunately, none of them have been able to pose a real deadly threat to Kibutsuji Musen. The only chance to possibly kill Kibutsuji Musen was probably during the Sengoku period, with the appearance of Ji Kuniichi. However, such a genius as Ji Koyuanyi only appears once in 1,000 years. It is obviously impossible to expect another talented and powerful swordsman like Ji Koyuanyi to be born. In these years, although Kibutsuji Musen has been cautious and lurks in the dark, the ghosts he created have caused serious disasters, especially 12 Kizuki, which has caused great damage to the ghost-killing team. It can be said that in recent years, against 12 Kizuki, the ghost-killing team has been at a disadvantage. As the master, Yubayashiki Kaguya is also actively seeking opportunities to open up the situation in front of him. Undoubtedly, with the appearance of Sumyu, he faintly saw a glimmer of opportunity. After all, this is the first time in thousands of years that a ghost is willing to cooperate with the Demon Slayer team, and it is also the first case in thousands of years that a ghost is willing to fight against Kibutsuji Musen. It is good. Kochu Kane nodded. Xiawushan. Water column, the place where Urokodaka Seikanji used to teach his disciples. A house built under a mountain. In the room, charcoal fire lingered, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Now, Sumyu, Kochu Kane, Kochu Shinobu, and Urokodaka Seikanji sit facing each other. As for Tsuyuri Kanawo, Sumyu arranged outside the door. Staying with Kanao are Tomioka Jiyuu and Tomioka Tsutako. At the door, wearing a disaster-dispelling fox mask, a boy with flesh-colored mid-length hair stands on the left. Wearing a fox mask with flower patterns on her cheeks, a mysterious girl with black mid-length hair stands on the right. Inside the room, Kochu Kane handed a letter to Urokodaka Seikanji. It's a letter from Yubayashiki Kaguya about Sumyu's situation. Last time, after Kochu Kane returned to the headquarters, he immediately reported the situation to the head, Yubayashiki Kaguya. As the leader of the ghost-killing team, Yubayashiki Kaguya is a leader with both charisma and a broad heart. After learning about Sumyu's situation, he immediately decided to cooperate. After all, this is the first ghost who is willing to deal with Kibutsuji Musen in thousands of years. Even if he can't deal with Kibutsuji Musen in the end, it is still a very important attempt. Of course, in cooperating with ghosts, the defense against ghosts cannot be relaxed at all. This point, Yubayashiki Kaguya also firmly reminds Kochu Kane, no matter what, don't forget. Ghosts are ghosts after all. I really didn't expect that the ghost-killing team would cooperate with ghosts one day. Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Sumyu, especially the two ghost horns on Sumyu's head unconsciously. Because the people in the room had already seen through his identity, Sumyu naturally didn't need to wear a bamboo hat. Perhaps you will be thankful for working with me. Sumyu smiled and looked at the water column, Urokodaka Seikanji. For this old man, he still admires him very much. Kochu Shinobu glanced at his mouth. You ghost is not strong, but your mouth is quite strong. For Sumyu, Kochu Shinobu was very impressed. In the few days she got along with Sumyu, she didn't know how many times she was teased by the other party. Sumyu's golden eyes also fell on Kochu Shinobu. Looking at the girl with short hair, she couldn't help admiring, Miss Shinobu, it seems that she has grown taller. Ah! Really? Kochu Shinobu couldn't help standing up happily. She has always been troubled by her lack of height. Compared with her tall sister, she always looks short. It bothers her a lot. Now, Sumyu suddenly said that she had grown taller, and she felt happy all of a sudden. However, seeing everyone paying attention to him, Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but blushed, knowing that he had overreacted just now. Feeling so embarrassed. It's all about this ghost. Hastily sat down again, and gave Su-mu a fierce look with her beautiful purple eyes. I don't know what power this ghost's mouth has, and it can easily stir up her emotions every time. Su-mu didn't care either, but shrugged his shoulders and started talking to Kochu Kanawo about cooperating with Ghost Slayer. Water column Urokodaka Seikanji was watching from the side, seeing the appearance of a man and a ghost chatting happily, feeling a little uncomfortable. If it is not clear that Su-mu is a ghost, if ordinary people see Su-mu and Kochu Kanawo almost head to head, discussing things constantly, they may think that they are a couple. Is he really a ghost? Urokodaka Seikanji looked at the young man and couldn't help but feel that he didn't see what a ghost should look like from this ghost. Chapter 58. Some discussion. Su-mu finally reached a formal cooperation with the ghost-killing squad. He is responsible for detecting certain ghosts as much as possible and providing them to the ghost-killing team. Similarly, the members of the ghost-killing team are not allowed to make things difficult for him. When necessary, the ghost-killing team can give him some assistance. To show sincerity, Su-mu first reported a piece of information to Kochu Kanawo. The way Kibutsuji Musen looks, it's not set in stone. When Kochu Kanawo heard this, his eyes could not help but concentrate. Invariant, what do you mean? Urokodaka Seikanji couldn't help but twitch his brows. Although he had vaguely guessed the general meaning, he still couldn't help asking Su-mu to explain the situation. It means that Kibutsuji Musen can change his appearance by himself. For example, sometimes he will appear as a man, sometimes he will appear as a woman, and sometimes he will appear as a child again. After hearing Su-mu's words, Kochu Kanawo and Urokodaka Seikanji's expressions became very serious. For thousands of years, Kibutsuji Musen's whereabouts have been strange and difficult to identify. Now, he can change his form. There is a huge crowd, and it is extremely difficult to find Kibutsuji Musen. At the same time, I gradually understood why Kibutsuji Musen could not even be found for thousands of years. This is a very important piece of information that must be reported in time, and it will be very helpful in finding Kibutsuji Musen. After all, to deal with Kibutsuji Musen, the first thing to do is to confirm his whereabouts. If even Kibutsuji Musen cannot be found, how can we find a way to deal with him? If Kibutsuji Musen can really be found, even if the Ghost Slayer squad is wiped out, Kibutsuji Musen must be dragged until the sun rises, so that Kibutsuji Musen can be bathed in the sun. Involuntarily, Kochu Kanawo took a look at Su-mu, and secretly rejoiced in his heart, feeling that it was correct to cooperate with Su-mu. It was the first time to cooperate with him to obtain such important information. When Kochu Kanawo lamented that he was lucky to cooperate with Su-mu, Urokodaka Seikanji was secretly shocked. If he heard correctly just now, the ghost mentioned the 5 words Kibutsuji Musen just now. Although Kibutsuji Musen is just the name of the ghost ancestor, it has a great meaning. You know, the ghosts in this world are basically the ghosts that were separated by the blood of Kibutsuji Musen. Because of Kibutsuji Musen's blood, he became a ghost, and naturally, the curse from Kibutsuji Musen was buried on the ghost. As long as any ghost speaks the 5 words Kibutsuji Musen, a curse will be produced, and the ghost will be cursed to destroy its body and die. Without exception. But now, the ghost uttered the 5 words Kibutsuji Musen clearly, but nothing happened. It's incredible. Style Kochu Kanawo has not been a pillar for a long time, so he is not clear about it, but Urokodaka Seikanji is a veteran pillar, but he knows all this very well. At the same time, I also understood another meaning. That is, this ghost may not be a ghost because of getting Kibutsuji Musen's blood, but it is very likely that he was born like Kibutsuji Musen. Or, it is Kibutsuji Musen himself. However, the possibility of Kibutsuji Musen feeling Su-mu's strength is extremely low. Then, Another possibility is that it, like Kibutsuji Musen, is a natural ghost. If so, Urokodaka Seikanji narrowed his eyes involuntarily. If so, will this ghost, in the future, be more threatening than Kibutsuji Musen? A murderous intent arose unconsciously in his heart. Chapter 59. The moment killing intent appeared in Urokodaka Seikanji's eyes, an extremely powerful aura emanated from him. It looks like a storm that is about to roll up, but immersed in the bottom of the sea in an instant, waiting for the moment when the terrifying torrent erupts instantly. Also in this instant, Su-mu felt a powerful premonition of danger arising in his mind, heralding the imminent danger. He couldn't help pressing the hilt of the sword with his hand, and his golden eyes narrowed involuntarily, looking quietly at Urokodaka Seikanji opposite him. Although his current strength is not as good as Urokodaka Seikanji, it does not mean that he will be slaughtered by others. Kochu Kanao and Kochu Shinobu didn't know why Senior Urokodaka Seikanji suddenly had such a killing intent towards Su-mu, but without any hesitation, the two approached Su-mu, their purple eyes staring at Urokodaka Seikanji vigilantly. And at the moment when Urokodaka Seikanji showed killing intent, Makomo and Sabato, who were standing outside the door, also pressed the hilts in their hands tightly at the same moment. For Sabato and Makomo, they were orphans without parents since they were young. It was Urokodaka Seikanji who took them in and taught them skills. In the eyes of Sabato and Makomo, Urokodaka Seikanji is almost like a father to them. The person the master wants to kill is also the enemy in their eyes. Urokodaka Seikanji, wearing a Tengu mask, raised his eyes, and looked at him with deep meaning. Those eyes were so sharp, like eagles, as if they wanted to see through his heart. He raised his head, and his golden eyes met him without hesitation. For him, there is nothing to be afraid of. The moment you become a ghost, he was ready to be hunted down. Same. If you want to kill him, you must also be prepared to be killed by him. No right or wrong. Just a different stand. As for who kills whom, in the words of future Tomioka Jiu, it is: the weak have no rights and no choice. You can only succumb to the strength of the strong. The room was silent, extremely silent. Su-mu pressed the hilt of his sword tightly, and stood alone, watching everyone vigilantly, including Sister Kochu. He had never really let go of Sister Kochu. In any case, he is a ghost, free from human beings. Kochu Kanao and Kochu Shinobu looked at Senior Urokodaka Seikanji vigilantly with purple eyes. Urokodaka Seikanji sat there silently, looking at the Kochu sisters who were vaguely protecting the ghosts, feeling extremely surprised in his heart. Leaving aside Kochu Kanao, this newly promoted pillar has a gentle nature, even with ghosts. Although he is surprised to have such a behavior, it is not impossible. But Kochu Shinobu is different. This is a girl who hates ghosts to the extreme, but at this moment, she faintly protects ghosts. Outside the door, Makomo and Sabato were holding the hilt of their sword tightly, their eyes fixed, and they were always listening to the movement in the room. If the master made a move, they would rush in immediately to help the master. Tomioka Jiu and Tomioka Tsutako were also sensed by the strange atmosphere that suddenly descended, and they couldn't help but look up strangely, looking at Makomo and Sabato who had already pressed their hands on the hilt of their swords at this moment. Tsuyuri Kanawo, who had been sitting outside like a marionette obediently according to the request of her fiancé, suddenly stood up. The beautiful but empty purple eyes flickered for a moment, and then, like a puppet, she stepped on her feet and was about to walk into the room. However, just as he was about to step into the door, he was stopped by Makomo and Sabato. In the room, the atmosphere was dull, and no one spoke. Mr. Urokodaka Seikanji. Kochu Kanao finally couldn't help but speak and cooperated with Su-mu, but the master, Yabayashiki Kaguya, agreed. I know. Urokodaka Seikanji spoke in an almost hoarse voice. I'm just worried about it. Under the mask of the Tengu, those eyes flickered slightly. I believe in him. Kochu Kanawo spoke without hesitation. Me too. Kochu Shinobu said the same. Uroka Dakase Kanji frowned slightly. Do you want to play a game? Tsuyuri pressed the hilt of his sword, and stared at Uroka Dakase Kanji with golden eyes. Waiting, the battle of life and death. However, the other party seems to be. You are really a ghost that I can't see through. Perhaps, you ghost is really different. I would like to try once. Uroka Dakase Kanji spoke with a hoarse voice, and the killing intent on his body disappeared in an instant, as if the killing intent had never happened. Tsuyuri relaxed slightly, and stared at Uroka Dakase Kanji hesitantly, and only relaxed after confirming that the other party did not seem to be cheating. As future Uroka Dakase Kanji wants to believe in Nezuko who turned into a ghost. Now, Uroka Dakase Kanji is also willing to try to believe in Tsuyuri who became a ghost. Because it feels different from those dehumanized ghosts. The ghost. It's not like a ghost. It's more like a person. Chapter 60. Uroka Dakase Kanji left, but Tsuyuri's heart did not rest, although there was no fight with Uroka Dakase Kanji. But at this moment, he is strongly aware of the importance of his own strength. Although unwilling to admit, but have to admit, if he really fights with Uroka Dakase Kanji now, he will definitely not be as good as the opponent. This is the reality he has to face, and it is also the reality that must be changed. Door open. A small figure walked in. He has black hair and purple pupils, a one-sided side ponytail, a knee-length black pleated skirt and white boots, and a white cape with a dark pink bow tie. Seeing Tsuyuri Kanawo walking over, he was slightly surprised. He remembered that what he told Kanao before was to stay outside. It stands to reason that Kanao would be very obedient. Why, suddenly walked in? Have you got your own will? Looking at the girl who was still walking over like a puppet, Tsuyuri's mouth curled up in a happy arc. Obviously, Tsuyuri Kanawo's symptoms have improved a lot, and she is one step closer to opening her heart. Kanao walked in front of him, and then grabbed his hand naturally, looking at him seriously with beautiful but empty purple eyes that seemed to have no emotion. He stretched out his hand, rubbed Kanao's little head, and hugged him in his arms. Beside, Kochu Kanawo and Kochu Shinobu silently watched the scene. This is not the first time this human girl is seen relying on this ghost. Holding Kanao in her arms, Tsuyuri raised her head and her eyes fell on Sister Kochu. Stared at by Tsuyuri's golden eyes, Kochu Kanawo was still barely calm, but Kochu Shinobu was obviously not used to it. Because, whenever she is stared at by Tsuyuri's golden eyes, she can't forget her embarrassed side in the cave. That's a very shameful thing. Just now, thank you. Tsuyuri sincerely thanks Sister Kochu. Just now, when water pillar Uroka Dakase Kanji showed killing intent towards him, Sister Kochu Kanawo chose to stand by him. At that time, he didn't expect it. But it does happen. For whatever reason. After all, I owe them a favor. Moreover, it can be felt that Uroka Dakase Kanji's ability to change his mind may also have a lot to do with the attitude of the sisters. I just don't want you to die so quickly. Kochu Shinobu turned her head. She was unwilling to admit that she was on Tsuyuri's side just now. Tsuyuri smiled and didn't care. I need to rush back to the headquarters as soon as possible to report the situation, so I need to leave first. Kochu Kanawo looked at Tsuyuri and said seriously. The cooperation between Tsuyuri and the Ghost Slayer team needs to be sent back as soon as possible. At the same time, about Kibutsuji Musen's ability to change his posture, she must also let the head Yubayashiki Kagaya know as soon as possible. This is very important information. Sister, I'll go back with you too. Kochu Shinobu also said hastily. Kochu Kanawo shook his head, reached out and touched his sister's head. These days, please help my sister to take care of Mew. Although Shuizu has let go of his killing intent, Kochu Kanawo is still a little worried, leaving his sister here. If something happens, the younger sister can make a deal. Okay. Kochu Shinobu muttered, a little reconciled. She still likes staying with her sister. At this time, Su-mu also picked up the bamboo hat that was placed on the ground, put it on again, and covered the ghost horns on top of her head. After putting on the bamboo hat, Tomioka Jiu and Tomioka Tsutako also walked in. Sir, are you okay? Tomioka Jiu looked at Su-mu with some concern. Although Tomioka Tsutako next to him didn't speak, his eyes were full of concern. Just now, although there was no battle, he could still feel the wonder of the environment keenly. No. Su-mu shook his head, stepped forward, and patted Tomioka Jiu's shoulder. The very powerful old man I told you before is Mr. Urokodaka Seikanji. If you want to learn skills, you can go to him. Tomioka Jiu's eyes lit up obviously when he heard it, but immediately, he felt a little lost. Mr. Zojin-si, is he willing to teach me? How will you know if you don't try? He patted Tomioka Jiu on the shoulder encouragingly. I see. Tomioka Jiu nodded, showing a determined look. At this moment, Su-mu set his sights on Tomioka Tsutako again. Because of the previous incident, Tomioka Tsutako is obviously a little bit lost now. Don't care about the past, try to find your own happiness, this is what life should be like. Marriage is a big event, don't just let it go like last time. He spoke softly. Chapter 61. Seeing Su-mu's encouragement to Tomioka Jiu and Tomioka Tsutako, Kochu Kanawo looked at Su-mu with more radiance. Is this really a ghost? She couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Compared with the ghosts in front of us, some people in the world are more like ghosts. Shaking his head, Kochu Kanawo didn't think much about it. He patted his sister's head, touched the ground with his toes, and walked away with light steps like Kochu. Tomioka Jiu went to ask Urokodaka Seikanji to accept him as an apprentice, and Tomioka Tsutako followed. Kochu Shinobu didn't go, she stayed by Su-mu's side according to her sister's wishes, but it seemed that this girl didn't like Su-mu very much, and she always looked at him with big eyes fiercely. Su-mu touched his nose, it seemed that he offended Kochu Shinobu before. But it's a good test object. After all, actual combat is always the best existence. Involuntarily, he smiled. Although Kochu Shinobu couldn't see Su-mu's situation clearly because of the bamboo hat, he still felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, as if this ghost was planning something bad for her. Oh, who do you want to fight? He pointed a finger at Kochu Shinobu. Kochu Shinobu jumped up and down with such a contemptuous gesture. Kochu Shinobu doesn't know why he is so sensitive to Su-mu. Sometimes it's a simple action, sometimes it's a relatively simple sentence, but it's easy to be aroused by the other party. Kochu Shinobu even has an intuition, whether this ghost Su-mu is her nemesis or her lifelong enemy. X ghost, don't provoke Miss Ninja, or Miss Ninja will make you look good. Kochu Shinobu bared his white teeth and threatened Su-mu angrily. Su-mu was unmoved. In her opinion, Kochu Shinobu's behavior was a sign of acceptance. Pulled Tsuyuri Kanawo behind him, and asked Kanao to stay on the sidelines obediently. He started to face Kochu Shinobu. Bow down, bend over. Boom. His feet slammed on the ground, and his whole body hit Kochu Shinobu like a cannonball. Kochu Shinobu's pretty face was slightly annoyed. UBD, Miss Shinobu didn't agree to compete with you. Just as soon as the words fell, the wind of Thunderbolt's fist hit him head-on. That punch was thrown out with a strong wind, and it was conceivable that if he was hit by this punch, he would really be disfigured. UBD, dare to bully my old lady. Kochu Shinobu was really out of breath. This BD, when he saw his sister left, he started to bully himself. If his sister was here, how would this BD dare to touch his hair? It's just that at this time, she can only start to be forced to fight back. The soft moonlight fell on the setting moon, a boy wearing a bamboo hat and a girl wearing a standard uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad. The figures of the two moved back and forth in the wide square. During this period of time, Tsuyuri's strength improved rapidly, almost forcing Kochu Shinobu to a disadvantage. Compared with the first time the two fought each other, this time, Kochu Shinobu was almost beaten. "UBD, BD." Kochu Shinobu cursed angrily while dodging Tsuyuri's fist. Boom! Another punch came, and the strong wind almost blew the girl's fair face past. Behind her, a big tree was blown by the strong wind, and it was directly interrupted by the middle. "Damn, hate!" Kochu Shinobu gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do with Tsuyuri, he could only dodge with his super agile steps. In the beginning, Kochu Shinobu was able to dodge Tsuyuri's attack, but as time passed and his physical strength was depleted, he finally couldn't dodge the attack. A waving fist stopped in front of the girl, and the strong wind blew the girl's short black hair fluttering in the wind. The beautiful purple eyes couldn't help but close them under the blow of the strong wind. After a while, I didn't wait for the expected severe pain. She opened her eyes involuntarily, and the little pervert seemed to shake his head in disappointment. "It seems, the distance between us is getting farther and farther," he said softly. Compared with the first time they met, he and Kochu Shinobu are still between 5 and 5 in strength, but now, he has left Kochu Shinobu at a distance. Even though Kochu Shinobu might not be at his full potential, again, neither is he. Unknowingly, there has been a little distance. "Miss Ninja, don't keep walking in place." He grinned and closed his fists. "Damn, hate, hate." Kochu Shinobu clenched his small fists, and his chest, which had begun to develop, rose and fell. "I won't let you underestimate it." Kochu Shinobu clenched his fist and threw it away angrily. Seeing the back of Kochu Shinobu leaving, Tsuyuri shook her head slightly. "Fighting with ghosts, Kochu Shinobu's strength is not enough. Where can there be a moment of relaxation?" Chapter 62. Looking at Kochu Shinobu, who left angrily, his eyes were slightly condensed. The words just now were not only for Kochu Shinobu. Same. He also told himself. Tell yourself clearly, don't have lazy thoughts just because you become a ghost and are naturally stronger than humans. When you are not sure to fully grasp everything in your hands, once you slack off, you may die. Although becoming a ghost, and a relatively perfect type of ghost, does not mean that he can cope with all situations, nor does it mean that he will be able to stand at the highest peak in the end. For example, when facing Urokodaka Seikanji today, if the opponent really made a move, would he be able to handle it? And involuntarily, he looked at the girl sitting there obediently, with beautiful but empty purple pupils. In his heart, unknowingly, there is already concern. With concern, it means that there is weakness. What he has to do is not only to protect himself, but also to protect Tsuyuri Kanawo. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and hugged Tsuyuri Kanawo. He is going to take Tsuyuri Kanawo to a retreat, ready to practice. As far as he is concerned, the fastest way to become stronger is naturally to kill ghosts. Constantly slaying ghosts, gaining the ability to slay ghosts, the more abilities he gains, the faster his strength will increase. But don't underestimate any ghost. After all, no ghost will easily let others take his life. And as a sword demon, he can feel that what really suits him is not the ability of those ghosts who robbed him. Your real foundation should be. This moment, his hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Whenever the hand touched the sword, a sense of joy spread throughout the body. At this moment, he seemed to be able to feel the emotions coming from the sword. Swords are not really dead things. It also has its own spirituality. And how to discover these is what a sword ghost should do. Because, this is the most suitable ability for a sword ghost. I have unlimited potential in the talent of the sword. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Akaza, the third chapter in 12 Kizuki, Fighting Ghost. Akaza's vampire technique is very simple, it's just a simple vindictiveness. But in the process of the opponent's continuous tempering and constant confrontation with the enemy, the mastery of fighting energy has reached an extremely terrifying boundary. Akaza takes the destroying and killing needle as the core to perceive fighting spirit, and derives a series of precise, rapid, and powerful martial arts strikes. Over the years, many members of the Ghost Killing Squad died in Akaza, and many of them were pillar-level powerhouses. And myself. He couldn't help pressing the hilt of the sword at his waist, but he didn't fully understand his true ability. He only knew that he had an unusual affinity for the sword and could feel the emotion of the sword. When the sword was held in the palm of his hand, he could feel an unusual joy, as if the sword could understand his own words. It seems that discovering oneself is also something that must be done. He raised his head, and before he knew it, he had arrived at an open space with no one around. He had thought no one was there. But seeing the two teenagers and girls who were fighting with each other, their eyes narrowed unconsciously. As if sensing something, the two people who were discussing with each other stopped and looked at him. Involuntarily, he put down Kanao in his arms, patted Kanao on the head, and walked towards the two of them. The two boys and girls competing with each other are none other than Shuizu, the two most proud disciples of Urokodaka Seikanji. Makomo and Sabato. Chapter 63. Makomo and Sabato had met Tsuyuri before, so they naturally knew Tsuyuri too. They were a little curious, wondering why this ghost came here. Tsuyuri walked over slowly and came to the place where Makomo and Sabato were training, and could not help staring at the boulder behind them. There are already many sword marks on the stone. Thinking about it, it should be left by Makomo and Sabato or other people's usual training. What are you doing here? Sabato couldn't help but speak. Come to practice the sword. Tsuyuri shrugged his shoulders naturally, but his eyes were fixed on this boulder. In the anime, it was because Tanjiro split the boulder that Urokodaka Seikanji allowed him to participate in the trial of Mount Teng. He stretched out his hand unconsciously and stroked the rock. Can feel that this rock is very hard. Sabato and Makomo looked at this scene curiously, wondering why this ghost cared so much about this rock. Tsuyuri didn't care about Makomo and Sabato's curiosity, but slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist. When holding the sword in his hand, he clearly felt that he had some kind of wonderful connection with the sword. The sword listened to his voice. Choke. Cut out with a sword. A fiery red horse fell on the huge rock, accompanied by a strong clang sound. Sparks fly. So hard. A slash of the sword failed to cut through the rock, but his hand was numb from the shock of the counter-shock. What are you doing? Sabato is a bit strange. Makomo next to him also tilted his head, looking at him curiously. Me, try to see if you can cut off this boulder. Cut off, this boulder? Sabato opened his mouth slightly. This boulder is so huge and so hard, how can it be cut off? What nonsense is this ghost talking about? Seeing Sabato's apparent disbelief, Tsuyuri didn't say a word. In the anime, the later Kamadu Tanjiro finally cut off the boulder, so he got the opportunity to go to Mount Tenji for the trial. But Sabato did not cut off. So, in the end, in the battle between Sabato's Tengzishin trial and Tianai, Sabato's strongest blow failed to cut off Tianai's hard neck. Running around in the mountains, he almost wiped out all the ghosts attacking the mountain with his own strength. He was already exhausted, and even the strongest blow could not cut Tianai's neck. Tianai kills. If Sabato could cut through rocks, maybe he wouldn't be killed by Tianai. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it. In the anime, Tanjiro was able to cut off this boulder, which proves that this boulder can be cut. In memory, Tanjiro smelled a fatal line during the duel with Sabato, and he could only cut through it along the line. But he, without Tanjiro's sharp nose, can't smell that line, so Tanjiro's method is not suitable for him. But The difference from Tanjiro is that he is a ghost. The ghost has unlimited physical strength, greater strength, and stronger explosive power. Thinking of this, Su-mu picked up the sword again, holding the hilt with both hands. Kendo starting move. Draw the sword and chop. In an instant, gather the strength of the whole body, and draw out the sword in an instant. During that breath, the fiery red horses were as hot as the scorching sun, and accompanied by the whistling wind, they fell on the boulders like thunder. Click! The sound of stone breaking sounded, and the huge rock was cut in half. It's really cut off. Sabato and Makomo opened their mouths in disbelief. Is it because of the ghost? Sabato murmured. Perhaps, only ghosts can do it. Su-mu turned her head, looked at Sabato, and said calmly, people can do the same. Human, can do it too? How is this possible? Sabato shook his head, it's hard to imagine anyone can do it, maybe, only the master can. A pillar like a master. No, besides Mr. Urokadakase Kanji, someone younger than you may be able to do it. Su-mu seemed to see through what Sabato was thinking, directly denied it, and at the same time said calmly. Do you want to participate in the Tengzishan trial and avenge your dead brothers? Call. Both Sabato and Makomo couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is something they have already decided in their hearts. How does this ghost know? If you can't even cut through this rock, I advise you, give up the idea of the trial. He looked at Makomo and Sabato lightly. Because you will die. Sabato and Makomo couldn't help shrinking their eyes from Shendu, and squeezed Nichiren blades unconsciously. Chapter 64. Because you will die. The light words made Makomo and Sabato look very ugly. Over the years, they have seen with their own eyes the senior brothers and sisters who are full of confidence and enthusiasm, looking forward to becoming a member of the ghost-killing team in the future, and finally, the scene that they will never see again. Senior brother, senior sister. They all participated in the trial of Tengzishan, and they will never come back. They can also guess that there may be a powerful evil spirit in the mountain, and this evil spirit seems to be secretly targeting the disciples under the name of the master. But Sabato and Makomo are not afraid. Only. But I don't want to see the teacher's disappointed eyes again. Every year, the teacher looks at the brothers and sisters he has taught, and the seniors go to Tengzishan to try with confidence. Both Makomo and Sabato could feel the anticipation in the teacher's eyes. I can feel the strong confidence of the teacher's clenched fist and encouraging hand. But again and again, what is waiting, without exception, is only bad news. They clearly felt that the teacher's mood was getting lower and lower. Also more and more self-blame. More and more silent. Although the teacher didn't say anything to Makomo and Sabato, they knew that the teacher's eyes were full of guilt. The teacher felt that he had harmed his students. So, when Makomo and Sabato looked for the teacher with full confidence and expressed their desire to participate in the Tengzishan trial, the teacher refused decisively. Both Makomo and Sabato knew that the teacher didn't want to lose any more students. But these are not what they want to see. They want to unravel the knot in the teacher's heart. Those brothers and sisters who passed away in Tengzishan have never hated the teacher. They want the teacher to understand that all this is not the teacher's fault, but their own choice. Choose to participate in the trial of Tengzishan. Own choice. Even if he was devoured by evil spirits, his students never stopped wielding their swords for themselves. All of this is not the teacher's fault. Teacher, you should not take the pressure on this. So. They must not die, must never let the teacher down again. Never let the teacher wait any longer. At the same time. And kill all the evil spirits there. To avenge the deceased senior brother and senior sister. So, when Su-mu said they will die, Makomo and Sabato reacted so strongly, not because of fear of death. But I can't keep my beloved teacher, waiting any longer. We all love Mr. Urokodaka Seikanji. And many brothers and sisters are watching them. They must not fail again. Never let the teacher down again. We will not die, we will never die. Sabato gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Really? Are you questioning my words? Or, you can break this rock. He turned his head, his golden eyes under the bamboo hat sneered. I have to say that Sabato's strength is very good. But the same weaknesses are also evident. Strong sense of justice and strong self-confidence. A strong sense of justice will add a lot of burdens to him, like, in the future, during the Teng Attack Mountain trial, Sabato will continue to run around in the mountains in order to rescue other swordsmen who have been injured by ghosts, almost relying on his own strength. He tried his best to wipe out all the ghosts attacking the mountain, but he was also exhausted. Because he was too confident, when facing Tianai, his confident blow could kill Tianai, but the sword on Tianai's neck failed to cut through Tianai's hard skin. Because of his self-confidence, he never left a way out, so, died tragically at the hands of Tianai from exhaustion. It's not that the sense of justice and self-confidence are wrong, it's just that these require stronger strength to support them. But obviously, neither Sabato nor Makomo are able to support these now. So, it was doomed from the start. I can't break the rock, but I don't believe what you say. Sabato pulled out the Nichiren blades in his hand, and the long knife like autumn water was out of its sheath, shining coldly under the moonlit night. Sabato has a blue blade, a white handle, and a black hexagonal blade. Because, even if you can break the rock, you still can't defeat me. That is it. Sabato held the hilt of the sword with 5 fingers, stepped forward, and bowed slightly at this moment. Urokodaka Seikanji disciple, Sabato, please give me your advice. Chapter 65. Disciple Ryotaki, Sabato, please give me your advice. Sabato bowed slightly, with arrogance and confidence in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Su-mu couldn't help raising her brows. When I was young, I was high-spirited and always thought that there was nothing wrong with the world. Perhaps, only when you really encounter setbacks will feel. People. There is no end to strength. Smiled, everyone has a teenager. That's all. Sword Demon, Su-mu, please enlighten me. Su-mu pressed the hilt of the sword slightly, and looked at Sabato with a little interest. In the anime, Sabato is a swordsmanship genius whose talent is still stronger than that of future water column Tomioka Jiu. If it hadn't been for the premature death in the hands of Tianai, maybe, the future achievements will definitely not be low, at least not worse than Tomioka Jiu. Kill. Almost without saying a word, Sabato took the lead and saw the sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed, stabbing with the sword. The blade was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Su-mu's face was serious, and he had to sigh. Sabato's strength is really good, and Kochu Shinobu might be weaker than Kochu Shinobu in a head-to-head confrontation. He didn't train for as long as Sabato did, and he didn't practice any kind of swordsmanship systematically. After all, he was weaker in swordsmanship, but he definitely surpassed Sabato in terms of reaction ability, speed, and strength. But when Sabato drew out his sword, he also drew out his sword without hesitation. A sword slashed out with great force, facing Sabato's sword. Clang clang! Swords that were hard to distinguish with the naked eye clashed in the air, and sword shadows formed one after another and then disappeared quickly. However, facing his fast and heavy sword, every time Sabato made a blow, he felt a great force spread along the sword throughout his body, and after only a few blows, his arm was almost numb from the shock. Call. Breathe. Focus on breathing. Accelerate the circulation of blood in the body and the beating of the heart. Body temperature starts to rise. The physical fitness of the body begins to rise sharply at this moment. Water breath 1 shape. Water surface slash. Swinging the knife mercilessly, quickly launched a powerful straight cut, as if to cut off a person's head with one blow. Watching Sabato's own strength improve instantly through breathing, a blaze appeared in his eyes. He also wanted to learn this method of breathing. Only, unfortunately, he is a ghost, and no one from the Ghost Slayer squad will teach him. By virtue of breathing, in a short period of time, Sabato has the stamina of a ghost. One shape. Slashing on the water surface, cutting out, the waving sword edge seems to tear the air. An irresistible feeling almost floated in Sumyu's heart. But the corners of his mouth were only slightly curled up. If Sabato can cut through rocks with one sword, he might still be vigilant. But this sword, although powerful, is not strong at all. He just gently raised his hand. Ghost hand. There was a metallic luster on the white palms. After cutting out the water breath one shape. Water surface slash, Sabato thought that Sumyu would hide, and even if he didn't hide, he would use his sword to resist, but he didn't expect that Sumyu would grab his sword with his hand. For a moment, I felt a little disturbed, fearing that I would cut off Sumyu's hand with a sword, but in a flash, the thought was gone. Ghost. As long as his head is not cut off by Nichiren blades, he is almost immortal. Even if his sword cut off Sumyu's hand, it won't take long for him to recover. There is no need to worry. Knowing this, Sabato no longer had any worries in his heart, and water breath one shape. Water surface slashed at Sumyu's hand at an extremely fast speed. I thought it would be easy to cut off. Choke. A crisp sound came out, Sabato's sword slashed into Sumyu's hand, and there was a crisp clang sound, accompanied by sparks. What? Sabato stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at this scene. His own sword failed to cut off Sumyu's hand. And at the same moment, there was the sound of howling wind, and a blade exuding a flame-like breath was attached to his neck. Let's go here. Sumyu looked at the other party, and with the clear sound of sword chant, the sword attached to Sabato's neck was sheathed by him. The victory and defeat have been divided. Sabato stroked his neck lightly with his hand. Just now, the icy chill was so clear, his eyes fell on Sumyu's hand unconsciously. White palm. I couldn't cut it with a single sword. I lost. Sabato said. No match for Sumyu at all. Even the palm of the opponent cannot be cut off, and there is no chance of victory at all. Looking at Sabato, who frankly admitted that he lost, Sumyu nodded slightly. The disciples taught by Urokodaka Seikanji are indeed good. At least, you can afford to lose. Smiling, he was going to take Tsuyuri Kanawo's hand to practice swords elsewhere. But immediately, a girl in a fox mask with a flower on her cheek stopped him. I'm here to compete with you. Makomo said softly, his voice was very gentle. The girl was wearing a pink shirt embroidered with patterns. Although her face was covered by a mask, she must be quite delicate. Sumyu slightly tilted his head and glanced at Sabato next to him. Makomo is not weaker than me. Sabato seemed to see what Sumyu wanted to ask, and said calmly. You can beat me, but you may not beat Makomo. Oh. Sumyu nodded, looked at Makomo again, and said, interesting. Chapter 66. Interesting. Sumyu's eyes fell on Makomo with interest. Wearing a fox mask with flower patterns on her cheeks, the girl with black mid-length hair bows slightly. Makomo, I have met Mr. Makomo, now let's have a match with Mr. Makomo. A delicate figure stood in front. As the wind blows, the girl's long hair is flying, and a knife like a rapier hangs from her waist. At this moment, her hands relaxed naturally, and she looked up at him with her head up. Sumyu shook his head. It's just that this kind of competition is too boring, how about adding a head? He looks at Makomo. Make a hey smile. There was a scorching aura in the golden eyes, as if he had some bad thoughts. The girl lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering and rippling as if talking. Sir, please tell me. If I win, how about you teach Kanao the breathing method later? As he spoke, he pointed to Tsuyuri Kanawo who was still standing obediently in the distance. Although the most suitable breathing method for Kanao should be breathing of flowers, it is not a bad idea to learn one more kind of breathing. Moreover, after all, flower's breath is a branch of water's breath. Makomo's skills are all taught by the teacher. Without the teacher's permission, Makomo cannot agree. Makomo shook his head. Hearing this, Su-mu showed a slight disappointment. If that's the case, forget it, it's not interesting. He smiled and had no intention of competing with Makomo. Sir, offended. Seeing that Su-mu didn't agree, Makomo's pretty eyes narrowed slightly. The body bowed slightly. The next moment, the thumb of the little hand pressed against the hilt of the sword at his waist. At the same moment, his footsteps were light, trotting at first, and after about 2 or 3 steps, his hands and feet suddenly exerted strength, and the long sword was unsheathed. At the same time, his figure also bounced off the ground. Excuse me. The girl's crisp voice also followed by the girl's sword slashing in the air. Girl, one sword doesn't seem to be strong. But it highlights the word fast. Su-mu only had time to turn his head away, and the sharp rapier had already been cut open. Crack! A clear voice came. It was the sound of the bamboo hat being cut. As the bamboo hat shattered, the boy's face was also revealed. The most attractive thing about his handsome face was the 2 ghost horns on the boy's head, and it was these 2 ghost horns that interpreted the boy's identity. The girl didn't hit the sword, but her figure retreated, and she stood where she stood before again. It's fast, but not strong enough. Su-mu commented lightly. Really? There is nothing wrong with one sword, so try a few more swords. Makomo raised his sword and pointed the tip at Su-mu. A coldness flashed across Su-mu's golden eyes. At this moment, the girl has already stepped out. The figure stepped forward swiftly. The sword quickly stabbed at Su-mu's face like lightning and flint. Almost impossible to dodge. What? A soft sound came from the girl's mouth, but he missed that sword. It's not that Su-mu can really dodge. But the opponent seemed to know the position of his sword in advance, and dodged in advance. The reason why it can be done is from the ability of ghosts. Hazard warning. It can sense danger in advance and respond accordingly. In fact, even if Makomo stabs him with a sword, he still can't kill him, but in that case, it will look very embarrassing. A sword was dodged by Su-mu. Makomo couldn't believe it. Attack again. The girl's figure was very flexible, and very fast. Su-mu attacked several times, but Makomo was never touched. In the end, Su-mu didn't attack at all, but took the initiative to defend. At first, facing the girl's extremely fast sword, even relying on the danger warning to avoid it in advance, he was quite embarrassed, but slowly, he began to adapt. And as time went by, facing Makomo's attack, he became more and more handy in defending, but Makomo, on the contrary, began to appear sluggish with the passage of time. That's it. A muffled sounded, and Su-mu, who had been on the defensive all this time, stretched out her hand suddenly, and her golden palm grabbed the girl's face like lightning and flint. After practicing attacking for so long, the girl's physical strength has long been exhausted. At this moment, she was attacked suddenly and wanted to dodge, but because her physical strength was slowing down, she couldn't keep up with her speed. Golden palm slid across its mask. The girl's figure slowly backed away, and her slightly immature and delicate face was perfectly presented in front of her. At the same moment, a fox mask with a flower pattern appeared on Su-mu's palm. It turns out that you look like this. He smiled and said with some praise, it's pretty nice. A blush appeared on the girl's face unconsciously. With a wave of Su-mu's palm, the fox mask has been thrown away by him. Makomo hastily picked it up and put it on his face. After a while, the girl bent slightly. Thank you sir for your advice. Chapter 67. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, one big and one small, Makomo tilted his head. The ghost was completely different from the ghost that the master once described. This ghost is very strong. Sabato came to Makomo, clutching the hilt of the sword in his hand, and also looked at the back of Tsuyuri leaving. He was no match for this ghost at all. Makomo turned back and looked at Sabato. So, we need to work harder, don't we? Sabato nodded seriously. Makomo is right, we thought too well before, ghost, it's not that simple. Before, I was too proud. It seems that Tang Zishan's trial assessment needs to be postponed, at least. Sabato's eyes fell on the boulder that was cut off by Tsuyuri's sword behind him. At least, I can cut this boulder. Holding Tsuyuri Kanawo's hand, Tsuyuri soon found a secluded place again. As a ghost, it is impossible for a ghost-killing team to be willing to guide him. This is something he has already understood in his heart. He can learn like the ghosts of this world. But shook his head. He is not on the same path as the ghosts of this world. And it's no wonder what would happen to Kibutsuji Musen if he knew he could bask in the sun. I can only rely on myself. He sighed slightly. Pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist again. Clenched hands Nichiren blades. With the Nichiren blades clenched in his hands, he could feel his ghostly body being happy. The love for the sword, the fit for the sword. Hold the knife, swing the knife. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. Simple practice, slowly mobilize your emotions to match the sword. Since it is impossible to systematically learn swordsmanship from others, then understand it yourself. What he could feel was the emotion of the sword. Then swing and cut according to the will of the sword itself, and draw the sword. Close your eyes. Feel the sound from the sword. Guidance from the sword. Seemingly, it seems to be touched. Unsheath. Draw the knife. Cut. The simplest movement, but compared to before, it always feels smoother and simpler. Long time, open your eyes. Faintly touched. Sword out. Draw sword. Cut. Simple action, but the most effective action. After practicing for a long time, I only felt this step. What a failure! However, I couldn't help thinking of Agatsuma Zenitsu, that person only knows the breath of thunder one type, and he is also a trick that is popular all over the world. Then is it possible to draw the knife and cut? As long as you practice to the extreme, it can also be done. Think here. There was a decision in his heart. To practice only one move is to draw the sword and chop. The moon fades away. The sun will rise. It was almost daylight. Kanao, it's time to go back. Tsuyuri raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't want to expose the fact that he was able to bathe in the daylight yet. There was no sound of Kanao walking. He turned his head unconsciously, only to find that Kanao had fallen asleep leaning against a tree. Tsuyuri froze for a moment, then smiled. After all, I still can't stay up all night. In the past 2 days, Kanao really didn't have a good rest. Carefully walk in front of Kanao and pick Kanao up. Head towards Urokadakase Kanji's room. While walking, looking at Kanao's peaceful sleeping face, my heart is also slightly stable. With the nutritional supplements to keep up, the girl has begun to grow slowly. It's bumped a lot. Is it an illusion? Probably not, ghosts are generally very sensitive to the outside world. It seems that better nutrition is still needed, so we can't fall behind. He murmured softly. Soon, holding Kanao in his arms, he came to the house under the mountain. At the door, a black-haired man with purple pupils, purple hair tips, long hair reaching to the collarbone, curly hairstyle, and a mint-colored Kochu hair clip with dark purple edges was waiting anxiously at the door. And with his arrival, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Shinobu, do you need me? Su-mu asked curiously. It's okay if Su-mu didn't open her mouth. When she opened her mouth, the girl immediately bared her white teeth and put her hands on her hips. You ghost, where did you go? Don't you know it's almost dawn? What if the sun shines on you? You wanna die? The girl scolded him angrily. Su-mu was taken aback. He was not angry, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's not that he is cheap and likes to be scolded. But because… Miss Shinobu, you seem to be a little too worried about me. He tilted his head and looked at Kochu Shinobu. Kochu Shinobu froze, her delicate face flushed, but she didn't think she was worried about this ghost. She hates ghosts. Hate all ghosts. The ghost Su-mu is no exception. How could she be worried about this ghost Su-mu? She was just afraid that he would simply die. I don't care about you. Kochu Shinobu rolled his eyes beautifully, but after looking at the sky, he hurried forward, grabbed Su-mu's clothes and pulled them into the room. It's almost dawn, you're an idiot, still standing outside. You wanna die? You idiot. Chapter 68. When the first ray of sunlight began to shine on the earth, Kochu Shinobu finally pulled Su-mu into the house. UBD. Kochu Shinobu glared at Su-mu angrily, you are making fun of your own life, you will die if you are exposed to sunlight, you know. Are you concerned about me? Su-mu's golden eyes stared at Kochu Shinobu. How could I care about you? Kochu Shinobu stared at him with purple pupils, I will never care about ghosts. In my heart, I hate all ghosts to death, and any ghost is the same. Su-mu nodded in agreement, that's right, the person in charge of hunting ghosts, why would he care about ghosts? He said softly, with a hint of depression in his tone. Kochu Shinobu didn't know why he seemed to be in a low mood, but felt as if his heart was blocked by something, which was very uncomfortable. Especially the disappointed look of the other party made her feel that what she just said was too serious. Actually, this ghost is still pretty good. He's actually not that annoying. That. Kochu Shinobu opened her mouth, a look of hesitation appeared on her pretty face, in fact, she wanted to say. Just now, in fact, there was a trace of concern. However, just as she was about to speak, Su-mu's golden eyes stared at her again, making it impossible for her to say what she wanted to say. Su-mu reached out and patted Kochu Shinobu's shoulder, thank you, you made me understand my situation more clearly. Since I have become a ghost, I am free from human beings. This is what you should understand. He smiles. The golden pupils looked outside, and the warm sun began to shine on the earth in the morning. It was so warm, but for him, he was a little unable to adapt to this kind of warmth. Ghosts love darkness and hate light. He stepped back and retreated to a dark corner of the room. As a ghost, you shouldn't expect so much, should you? Hey! You don't need to have such an expression, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Su-mu like this, Kochu Shinobu stepped on the ground with his feet a little annoyed. Can you be happier, even if you become a ghost, it's okay. Su-mu raised her head, and a little ripple flashed in the depths of her golden eyes, but, I have become a ghost, I am not happy now, I am very sad now. Having said that, he paused for a moment before continuing to speak. However, if you promise me one thing, I may feel better. Don't think about it. Kochu Shinobu said it almost subconsciously. Well, it really is the result. Su-mu lowered her head again. What? Why do you always use such an expression, can you be happier? Su-mu ignored her. Hey! I was talking to you. Su-mu still ignored her. Tell me what you want me to promise. Tell me. I'll think about it. Su-mu still ignored her. Hey, why don't you do this, you are like this, it makes me feel bad, if you are like this, I will leave. Saying that, Kochu Shinobu made a gesture of going. Su-mu still ignored her. Okay. Kochu Shinobu backed away, and obediently walked up to Sumyu. What are you talking about? Why don't I promise you? Only then did Sumyu raise her head, with a smug arc on the corner of her mouth. Seeing Sumyu like this, Kochu Shinobu knew that he had fallen into this ghost's way again. Really? It can be regarded as being manipulated to death by this ghost. Tell me, what's the matter? Kochu Shinobu rolled his beautiful eyes. Teach Kanao the breathing method or your sister Kochu Kane. He pulled Kanao in front of him, looked at Kochu Shinobu and said. Kochu Shinobu was slightly silent while staring at Kane with purple eyes, looking at the little girl. After a long time, she raised her head and looked at Sumyu. Can I ask you a question? Okay. Can you tell me, as a ghost, why should you be so nice to a human girl? Sumyu was also taken aback, her gaze fell on Kanao involuntarily. Why did he do this to Kanao? Sumyu shook her head, I don't know either, I just want to do this. If I really need to give a reason, probably, Kanao is my fiancé. Just because of the fiancé. Kochu Shinobu watching this ghost. You really like it? Kochu Shinobu said seriously. Like? Sumyu was a little confused. Can you tell me what it feels like to like? The girl's bright eyes looked at Sumyu. Chapter 69. Can you tell me what it's like to like? Kochu Shinobu looked at him with beautiful purple eyes. Sumyu raised his head, his golden eyes met Kochu Shinobu's purple eyes. Being stared at by Sumyu's golden eyes, Kochu Shinobu turned his head unconsciously. Whenever he meets these golden eyes, he always feels flustered and his heart beats faster unconsciously. Okay, I can tell you. A slight sound came out. Kochu Shinobu hastily turned his head, what is it like to like? Come closer, I'll tell you. Sumyu waved to Kochu Shinobu. Kochu Shinobu hastily moved closer to Sumyu. Come closer. Sumyu said again. It's very close. Kochu Shinobu pouted. Well, it's really close. Sumyu nodded, then leaned over suddenly, holding Kochu Shinobu's head tightly. No. The girl's purple eyes widened suddenly, and she was speechless for a while. This guy. This ghost. Actually kissed her forcefully. How could he do that? Hastily pushing away, Kochu Shinobu blushed and glared at Sumyu angrily, you, how could you do this? Sumyu pointed to Kochu Shinobu calmly, you asked me to do this. What, I? When did I let you kiss? Kiss me. Kochu Shinobu stomped her little feet angrily, she is really messed up now. Sumyu wiped her lips with her hands. Vaguely, there is still a lingering fragrance of a girl, you let me tell you what it feels like to like, and I will tell you, let you experience it. You. Kochu Shinobu was half dead with anger. Where do you like it? Also, how can you kiss a girl casually? If you want me to be responsible for you, I'd be more than happy. Sumyu doesn't care much. You. Kochu Shinobu was completely speechless by this man, no, this guy was reckless look. Shameless, BD, big BD, super big BD, super shameless big BD. Kochu Shinobu's fingers trembled, he had never seen such a brazen person, no, a shameless and brazen ghost. Hey. Sumyu didn't care, but said very naturally, in my hometown, most couples and men and women would call big bastards and big bad guys like that when they're shy. You. Kochu Shinobu was really pd off by this ghost. Where in the world is there such a ghost? Too lazy to tell you. Kochu Shinobu turned her head angrily, she felt that she didn't want to stay here for a moment, she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be pd off by this ghost. Wait. Sumyu spoke suddenly. Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but stopped, turned his head, put his hands on his hips, and stared at Sumyu angrily, what do you want? Sumyu smiled, lowered her head, looked at Kanao, stretched out her hand, and patted Kanao's little head. Kanao, go and learn from this sister now, okay? In the future, I will call her sister, you know? From now on, she will be Kanao's good sister. He spoke softly to Tsuyuri Kanawo. Hey, follow that sister. Saying that, he patted Kanao's little head again. Although Tsuyuri Kanawo can't express his feelings now, like a marionette, but he listens very much to his words. Immediately, he took small steps towards Kochu Shinobu. Kochu Shinobu glared at Tsumyu angrily, but still stretched out his hand, took Kanao's hand and walked out. Wait! Just as Kochu Shinobu took Kanao's hand and stepped out of the door, behind him, the ghost's voice sounded again. Kochu Shinobu bared his teeth, and now he really wanted to bite this man to death. What? She turned her head and stared at the ghost. Don't forget about kissing me just now, this is my first kiss, you have to remember to be responsible to me. Tsumyu spoke with a bit of a joke. You. Kochu Shinobu's chest heaved with anger, and he felt the air rising from the top of his head. Patter. The door was closed, and she was kicked out without waiting for her to get angry. So angry, so angry, so angry, so angry. This invincible nasty ghost. Chapter 70. After closing the door, Tsumyu couldn't help but smile when he thought of the distraught girl who had just changed. Bang bang bang. The door slammed dong dong. Tsumyu, get out, Miss Ninja is going to show you a good look today. UBD, pervert, big villain. The sound outside gradually disappeared. Obviously, there was a commotion for a while, and seeing that Tsumyu still didn't open the door, she left. After all the sound faded away, Tsumyu came to the shadow of the room again. As far as he is concerned, once it is daytime, the whole person will become extremely sleepy and want to sleep very much. Coupled with the fact that he had been practicing all night last night, even though the ghost's physical stamina was unlimited, his mental exhaustion was real. Tsumyu didn't suppress her instincts either, she folded her clothes and lay on the bed, her golden eyes slowly closed. Speaking of which, the little girl Kochu Shinobu is quite interesting. Although she looks fierce, she is still a kind-hearted little girl. He murmured softly. The gentle sun scatters the earth completely. The world is back to light. The birds began to chirp cheerfully, and the world seemed to be glowing with a new spring at this moment. The tumultuous day began to fall. But all this, nothing to do with him. He is a ghost who likes to walk in the dark. Kochu Shinobu took Tsuyuri Kanawo's little hand and came to a small stream. At this moment, she had put on rather loose clothes, and her unfinished body looked a little petite. Looking down at Tsuyuri Kanawo, who was a head shorter than herself, the girl gestured unconsciously with her little hands. Cut, much shorter than me. She has always been troubled by her lack of height. Although her sister said that she is still young and will grow taller, she always hopes that she can grow taller quickly. Just like when people go to school, they always look forward to graduating soon. When they go to work, they always look forward to get off work soon. When they are single, they always look forward to when they will get married. Hi, your name is Tsuyuri Kanawo, right? Kochu Shinobu looked down at Kanao with his hands on his hips. This sense of overlooking in height gives her a sense of accomplishment. Kind of. The feeling of being a sister. It reminded her that every time she talked to her sister Kochu Kane, she had to raise her head to speak. Now, she also felt the feeling of her sister Kochu Kane. Tsuyuri Kanawo looked up, looking at her with eyes as purple as hers but empty. Very silent. Appears to be a mute. Okay. Looking into Kanao's eyes, Kochu Shinobu smiled helplessly. Obviously, he has been following the big villain ghost, but Kanao can hardly see the shadow of the big villain at all. She is always silent. Can't seem to speak. Like a marionette. always seems to be easily bullied. Touching Kanao's little head, that big villain asked you to learn skills from me, but, as for me, I'm not very skilled, but I can still teach Kanao a little bit. Silence, +1. Well, it's good to learn some skills. Only when you have strong skills can you bully others. If you stay by such a big villain every day, you are afraid that you will be bullied to death. Still silent. How about me, shall I teach you how to breathe first? Silence, +2. Breathing, it's actually called full concentration breathing, which can speed up the blood circulation of the whole body and the beating of the heart. In this way, the body temperature will rise, and the cells in the human body will become extremely active at this moment. What about people? You can become as powerful as a ghost for a short time. Still silent, +3. All in all, it is to expand the chest and let as much air as possible into the blood. When the blood is frightened, the bones and muscles will heat up due to panic, and they will be able to become stronger. What is waiting is still silence, +4. He lowered his head and looked at Kanao, who didn't say a word. Do you understand? Silence, +5. What? Kochu Shinobu scratched his hair a little annoyed. This girl, did you understand? Oops. So annoying. No wonder the big bad guy doesn't teach himself. Then let's go step by step. Silence, +6. Breathe first, breathe as much as you can. Silence, +7. But Tsuyuri Kanawo began to breathe very obediently. Kanao is always very obedient, he can only do things obediently, he can't speak. Right. Start slow, even breathing. But right away, Kochu Shinobu hastily called a stop, and knocked on Kanao's little head. You are told to breathe, not to tell you to breathe all the time, you just start learning, your body can't take it, you have to stop, do you understand? Kochu Shinobu had some headaches. The girl still looked at Kochu Shinobu silently. What? Kochu Shinobu scratched his hair irritably. How can I teach this? I'm afraid only a gentle sister can teach it. Sister, come and save poor Shinobu. How could I be stupid enough to agree to that ghost? So annoying. Kochu Shinobu complained, looking at Kanao, who was still dumbfounded and silently watching her. Kochu Shinobu took a deep breath. Come on, let's take it step by step. First of all. Well, secondly. Yes, that's it, take hold of this feeling. Ah, Miss Shinobi feels like she's about to enter menopause. I heard that menopausal women are particularly prone to lose their temper and want to hit someone. Now she really wants to hit that ghost. While teaching Kanao seriously, Kochu Shinobu turned his head angrily from time to time, looking at the house not far behind him. That ghost is sleeping soundly in that room right now. Thought of this. It feels like my menopause is getting worse. She is a young girl full of youth, how could she become an old woman so quickly? What? Damn ghost! Chapter 71. Dark Room. A man sat there quietly, and on the ground not far away, there was a man and a woman kneeling. The kneeling man has short black hair and is dressed in the attire of a monk. In the center of his palm, there is an eyeball. His name is Yahuba, the ghost of the arrow pattern, and he belongs to Kibutsuji Musen's direct subordinate. The woman kneeling next to her is naturally the ghost of handball, Susumaru. Both Yahuba and Susumaru lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into the face of the sitting man. The sitting man is none other than someone else. It is the original ghost that the ghost-killing team has been looking for, the absolute ruler of ghosts, who calls himself a creature that is infinitely close to perfection. Kibutsuji Musen. Is someone working with the ghost-killing squad? Kibutsuji Musen murmured softly, seemingly puzzled in his voice. Although, for thousands of years, no ghost has betrayed him. Because all ghosts are bound by him, it is difficult to betray yourself. Do not. A ghost betrayed. That ghost is called Tamayo. She has freed herself from her own spell and has been trying to defeat herself. I have been looking for her traces all these years. It's just a pity that I have never been able to find it. Could it be Tamayo? Has she started working with Ghost Slayer? Kibutsuji Musen murmured that it was possible, but he couldn't deny the possibility of other ghosts. After all, with the possibility of the ghost Tamayo getting rid of his own spell, it is also possible that other ghosts will get rid of his own spell. These years, the reason why he has not allowed the ghosts to gather together is that he is afraid that all the ghosts will gather together to rebel. It is precisely because he is afraid that these ghosts will unite that he allows these ghosts to act alone. Waste. Kibutsuji Musen stretched out his hand, the palm stretched directly, and suddenly lifted the necks of Yahaba and Susumaru, and grabbed them firmly. The huge force made the two ghosts feel as if they were suffocating. It's really trash. I can't even find out which ghost it is. Big, my lord. Yahaba and Susumaru looked terrified. My lord, give us another chance, and we will definitely investigate. Waste. With a flick of the palm, Yahaba and Susumaru were thrown directly to the wall. Bright red blood flowed from their mouths. But Yahaba and Susumaru didn't realize it, but hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Kibutsuji Musen looked at Yahaba and Susumaru indifferently. If these two ghosts hadn't been used smoothly, he would have killed these two ghosts a long time ago. Not only do we need to find out who the ghost is, and whether it is Tamayo, but also, we must find information about the blue Bianhua for me as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Yahaba and Susumaru nodded hastily. Get out. Kibutsuji Musen spoke lightly. Yahaba and Susumaru didn't dare to say anything, and retreated immediately. Quietly watching Yahaba and Susumaru leave full of fear, Kibutsuji Musen tapped his finger on the table lightly, except for these things. There is one more person. He will never forget. That person. It's called Ji Guo Yuan Yi. Although, Koku's Hibu reported Ji Guo Yuan's death, that person should have died. However, for thousands of years, whenever I think of the battle with Ji Guo Yuan, still feel the fear from the bottom of my heart. Therefore, after confirming that Ji Guo Yuan was dead, he personally attacked the demon-killing squad immediately and wiped out all the swordsmen who knew how to use the breath of the sun. Cut off the inheritance of the breath of the sun. If the Yubayashiki family hadn't used their unique ability to predict the future to hide, so that he could no longer find the whereabouts of the Ghost Slayer squad headquarters, I am afraid that the current Ghost Slayer squad would no longer exist. Although, all the swordsmen who knew how to use the breath of the sun have been completely eradicated, and it seems that the inheritance of the breath of the sun has really been cut off. But actually, there is still a place. Only, he has never dared to act rashly. These years, he has been observing silently, but it is a pity that the charcoal seller's family has almost endless inheritance, and will always inherit the breath of the sun very well. Every year, he'll spy on. The strength of this family can be seen from the dance that the family offered to pray for the safety of Master Fire God, that is, the dance of God of Fire Kagura. However, this family seems to be surprisingly powerful, and almost every generation has someone who has mastered the transparent world, so that he, who is cautious, has never dared to take any action against it. He is very patient. As long as it is not confirmed whether this family has inherited the strength of Jiguo Yuanyi, but even a little bit before, he will not act rashly. Will have been waiting in the dark. Finally, waiting for the opportunity. In this generation, the only one who has mastered the transparent world, the man named Kamadu Tanjiro, is dying. After he dies, continue to observe for a while, and then you can pass. At that time, the inheritance of the breath of the sun will be truly severed. Thinking of this, Kibutsuji Musen did not reveal a smile. Although the waiting time was a bit long, it is always good to be cautious. After all, that was something to do with that horrible person. That related stuff. But Ji Guo Yuan Yi. Chapter 72. As the sun went down, the sky gradually darkened. Su Mu slowly opened his eyes. Compared with the tiredness of the day, the arrival of the night gave him a sense of joy all over his body. Tighten the hilt of the sword at the waist. Open the door. There was no one around, but being sensitive, he could still feel a steady breath. Taking steps, walked to the next room, and gently pushed it away. On the bed in the room, two girls, one big and one small, are resting. They are Tsuyuri Kanawo and Kochu Shinobu. Tsuyuri Kanawo was quietly nestling in Kochu Shinobu's arms, while Kochu Shinobu was sleeping with the character big without any image, and he didn't see any ladylike posture at all. It seems that Kochu Shinobu is really tired. BD, big villain, dead ghost, pervert, big dead ghost. From time to time, murmurs came from Kochu Shinobu's mouth. I'm dreaming. It's just that I don't know what dream I'm having, calling my name like this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he closed the door gently. Kochu Shinobu and Tsuyuri Kanawo should have practiced all day, and at night, don't disturb them, let them have a good rest. After all, people's work and rest habits are to sleep at night. When he came to a place far away from the room, he continued to practice swords. It's just that, being alone in the cool night, I always feel a little uncomfortable. Probably, ghosts are lonely. Even if he is a ghost, he must learn to adapt after all. Speaking of which, Tsuyuri Kanawo has always followed his own habits before, sleeping during the day. I don't know if this habit of work and rest can be corrected, but I rested a lot last night, and I also practiced with Kochu Shinobu for a day during the day. I think I should be able to sleep soundly. However, in the past, Tsuyuri Kanawo was always by his side, although Tsuyuri Kanawo never spoke, just like a marionette, but, without him by his side, there is still some inexplicable feeling of loneliness. Continue to practice the sword, he said softly. Only when his hand was pressed on the hilt, his whole body seemed to be in joy. Only at this time, he would not feel bored. Speaking of which, since yesterday, he has really started his own practice. About the practice of sword, it has to be said that his understanding of the sword has been greatly improved after 2 days of practice. Thrustling. At this moment, two figures descended. It's Makomo and Sabato. It's so boring to practice sword alone, how about asking for advice together? Sabato held the sword in his arms and looked at Su Mu eagerly. Although Makomo didn't speak, his eyes that seemed to be able to speak looked at him. Okay. He nodded. Needless to say, one-on-one, Su Mu beats either of them. One-on-one is not enough, and then one-on-two will naturally follow. In the beginning, Su Mu was slightly at a disadvantage when faced with the combination of the two, but gradually, as time passed, after mastering the rhythm of Makomo and Sabato's attack, he began to slowly gain the upper hand. In the back, it was almost a one-sided battle. Human physical strength is limited. Makomo and Sabato had to stop and rest after fighting for a while, but he didn't need it. Ghost, his physical strength was unlimited, so he didn't need to worry about these. Seeing this scene, Makomo and Sabato, who were resting, showed envy in their eyes. Ghosts, in terms of physical strength, are indeed much stronger than humans. But also just envious. They are absolutely unwilling to let them become ghosts. As human beings, they also have the pride of being human. After resting, they continued to ask Su Mu for advice. The fight continues. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Unknowingly, half a month has passed. Although I have never learned the breathing method, I have slowly realized the rhythm of their breathing through constant fighting with Makomo and Sabato. I also slowly began to understand how to use breathing to improve my strength. And when fighting Makomo, Sabato can't increase the strength of the pair. Su Mu's eyes traced to the outside world. The world outside Mount Sajiri. There are ghosts in the outside world. A ghost different from him. It's time to harvest. Chapter 73. Night. It is so deep, located in a place like Xiao Mountain, there are few people, except for 1 or 2 lights. Being here, it seems that the whole world is dark. The peak of the misty mountain. Makomo and Sabato came here early. However, there was sadness in the eyes of the two of them. The distance between them and Tsuyuri's strength was getting wider and wider. Now, the two of them joined forces, but they couldn't survive many moves in Tsuyuri's hands. While this made them a little frustrated, it also ignited a stronger motivation in their hearts. Awaited. A slight voice sounded. Makomo and Sabato turned their heads sharply. Under the moonlit night, a young man wearing a bamboo hat stood quietly on a branch. When did you come? They didn't notice it at all. Tsuyuri's speed of improvement simply surprised them. Is this the so-called ghost? Hoo. Taking a deep breath, Makomo and Sabato also bent slightly. Let's get started, sir. These days, every night, they will ask for advice. Tsuyuri's progress is rapid, but they are not standing still. No. Tsuyuri shook her head. Hearing Tsuyuri's refusal, both Makomo and Sabato couldn't hide the disappointment in their eyes. Indeed, Tsuyuri's strength has surpassed them too much now, and they can no longer improve each other by competing with them. Is it because our current strength is too weak? Makomo raised his head and couldn't help asking. Tsuyuri's eyes fell on the town of Makomo. The girl had short black hair, a pink shirt embroidered with petals, and a fox mask. Just standing there with her petite body gave off a very cute feeling. He shook his head. It's not, then why? Sabato next to him couldn't bear it anymore. Compared to competition, I think actual combat can test everything better. He looked at Makomo and Sabato, and smiled. Actual combat. Makomo and Sabato murmured slightly, already guessing in their hearts. Sir, you mean? Makomo couldn't help pinching the hilt of the sword at his waist with his small hands, feeling a little eager to try. As you think. Seemingly guessing what Makomo wanted to say, Tsuyuri nodded. What you will face in the end, isn't it a ghost? Including the trial of Tangzishan that you will participate in, you should also face ghosts, right? He looked at Makomo and Sabato, and asked seriously, so? Come with me. It just so happens that I also want to go out and see the strength of ghosts in this world. He said softly. The reason why he invited the two of them was because he wanted to know the location of the ghosts in this world through their hands. Otherwise, the world is so big and full of people, where would he go to look for ghosts? Of course, Makomo and Sabato definitely don't know now. But Urokodaka Seikanji knows. Urokodaka Seikanji, as the water pillar of the Demon Slayer team, must have information about the active range of ghosts in this world. As the disciples of Urokodaka Seikanji, Makomo and Sabato can get information from the water pillar. Originally, he was looking forward to Kochu Shinobu, but Kochu Shinobu didn't know about it. It turned out that Kochu Kane knew that Kochu Shinobu hated ghosts very much. He was afraid that Kochu Shinobu would go hunting ghosts alone and that his sister would have an accident. So, about ghosts. Intelligence rarely tells her. As for Kochu Shinobu himself knowing, it is even more impossible. Kochu Shinobu is just an ordinary member of the Ghost Slayer squad now, and the information about ghosts can only be known by the Ghost Slayer squad to them. It's just a pity that Kochu Kane is not there. If Kochu Kane was here, he wouldn't bother Makomo and Sabato either. Makomo and Sabato are also a little hesitant. But after thinking for a long time, he finally nodded and said, let's go back and ask the master. Tsuyuri couldn't help showing joy when she heard this. No need to ask. A slightly hoarse voice sounded, and Urokodaka Seikanji, who was wearing a blue shirt and a Tengu mask, walked slowly. Chapter 74. Teacher. Teacher. Seeing the teacher coming, Makomo and Sabato hurried to speak. Urokodaka Seikanji glanced at his two disciples gently, and then looked at Tsumyu. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. Tsumyu frowned slightly after hearing this. I heard your conversation just now, but I cannot accept your proposal. While speaking, Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Makomo and Sabato. Makomo and Sabato have not even passed the test of attacking the mountain. I will not allow them to hunt ghosts. Ghosts are far more dangerous than imagined. They are hunting ghosts now, but to die. Both Makomo and Sabato lowered their heads, but their eyes were somewhat dissatisfied. However, the respect for the teacher prevents them from refuting the teacher. For Makomo and Sabato, they were orphans since they were young, without father or mother. It was the teacher Urokodaka Seikanji who took them in and taught them skills. In their eyes, Urokodaka Seikanji is like a father. Tsumyu beside him touched his nose. Then can you tell me the information about the nearby ghosts? Tsumyu asked tentatively. Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head. Okay. Tsumyu couldn't help but smiled wryly, then I can only go out and look for it myself. However, before that, I still want to tell you something. What? Urokodaka Seikanji couldn't help asking. You are underestimating your disciple, or in other words, you still don't fully understand your disciple. Urokodaka Seikanji frowned slightly. Okay, since I can't get information about ghosts from Mr. Rinaki, I have no choice but to go down the mountain and look for them myself. But after just 2 moves, he was stopped by Urokodaka Seikanji. Now, you are a partner of the ghost-killing squad, and I don't want you to risk yourself. Tsumyu frowned. Are you imprisoning me? Do not. Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head. Until you can prove your ability, I will not allow you to trouble other ghosts. Unless you can prove your ability. Urokodaka Seikanji also faintly saw that Tsumyu was not dealing with other ghosts in this world, and wanted to temper himself by dealing with other ghosts. But this kind of thing is very dangerous. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. These days, he has been secretly observing the ghost Tsumyu, from being on guard at the beginning to gradually understanding it. This ghost is different from the ghosts in this world. It can be said that it is completely different. He looks more like a human than a ghost. Slowly, he began to appreciate the ghost in front of him. I don't want him to be surprised. Tsumyu raised his head and looked at Urokodaka Seikanji who was standing in front of him. He was not angry. Only. I hate when someone interferes with his decision. He didn't speak anymore, just stepped back slightly, and then pressed his sword hilt with his hand. Sword demon, Tsumyu, ask Urokodaka Seikanji for advice. Tsumyu's eyes are dignified. He naturally knows the strength of Urokodaka Seikanji. As a water column, he is powerful. He has killed many evil spirits and defeated many powerful enemies in his hands. I am afraid that his current strength wants to catch up with the opponent. I am afraid. There is still a way to go. Although weaker than the opponent. But Tsumyu is not afraid. Teacher, sir, he. Next to them, Makomo and Sabato couldn't help but speak, a little worried that the teacher would hurt Tsumyu. Urokodaka Seikanji waved to Makomo and Sabato. Young people, it is good to have self-confidence, but you must also learn to be humble. He looked at Tsumyu in an educational tone. Tsumyu chuckled, young people are full of vigor, but they can't be old people and old-fashioned. You're such a sharp-tongued kid, I hope your ability can match your own mouth. Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head. This ghost has a really powerful mouth. My mouth is as good as my skills. Both are strong. Tsumyu opened his mouth, holding the hilt of his sword with his hand, and an awe-inspiring aura emanated from him. I've offended you, Mr. Ryodaki. Chapter 75. I've offended you, Mr. Ryodaki. Tsumyu slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist. He has been practicing hard these days, and his own strength has indeed improved rapidly. Although the strength of Urokodaka Seikanji is far above him. But deep down in his heart, why didn't he want to challenge the other party as soon as possible? Facing Sumyu's challenge, Urokodaka Seikanji did not draw his sword because he did not bring a sword before he came out. "Teacher, take the sword." Sabato couldn't help throwing the Nichiren blades from his hands. Urokodaka Seikanji took the sword, and gently stroked the blue blade, feeling the sharpness of the blade. Then, shook his head. Choke. The sword landed on the ground, inserted straight into it, and made the sound of sword cries. Nichiren blades are not needed yet. He smiled and broke a branch from the tree, facing Sumyu who was ready to go, squinting his eyes slightly. Sumyu didn't get angry because of Urokodaka Seikanji's actions, and remained calm. With the horizontal sword in front, Sumyu's body is bent. Sword gesture. On the opposite side, Urokodaka Seikanji watched this scene with a smile. Next second, with a gust of wind blowing, the Urokodaka Seikanji in front of him disappeared in an instant. As if it never appeared. At this moment, Sumyu's pupils shrank unconsciously, and at the same time, a strong chill came from the back of her neck. Ghost abilities, hazard warning touched. Almost without hesitation, his body suddenly fell short, and he rolled towards the ground. Breath of water 3 shapes. Flowing dance. The figure of Urokodaka Seikanji moved at a high speed like water in an instant, and several phantoms appeared on the way. So fast. Just as Sumyu stood up, the figure of Urokodaka Seikanji had already appeared like a shadow. The branches crossed the air, producing ripples, like a stone falling on the surface of a calm lake, and the ripples spread to the surroundings. Instinctive touch of danger warning. Subconsciously, he blocked the sword and smashed it in front of him, but was blown away by the powerful force from the branch. Boom! It fell to the ground, an afterimage flashed by, and the branches waved towards him. Sumyu dodged in a hurry. A series of attacks were like a torrential rain, one wave was stronger than the other, and it never stopped. Water breathing 1 shape. Water surface slash. Breath of water shape of situation. Hitting the tide. Water breathing wooz hixing. The merciful rain of dry sky. Breath of water 7 shapes. Shizuku ripple sting. One move after another, the attacks continued. Before I knew it, my body ached in many places, which was caused by being hit by a tree branch. If it was Nichiren blades who hit him, I'm afraid I would have been bruised all over by now. Finished. Urokodaka Seikanji looked at his panting counterpart. Hoo. Sumyu exhaled, looking at Urokodaka Seikanji. The opponent's strength was outrageous. This is the strength of the pillar. Compared with Kochu Kane, who is also a pillar, it is almost several levels stronger, and the pressure is too strong. However, fighting for such a long time, he also gradually grasped a trace of. He stood up and looked at Urokodaka Seikanji. Insert the sword into the sheath. Bend over. Bend forward. A posture of drawing a sword. Urokodaka Seikanji frowned slightly. Although he was amazed that Sumyu dodged many of his attacks, Sumyu still missed a lot. If it was Nichiren blades in his hand, Sumyu would have been bloody at this moment. Is it over? Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Sumyu. And at this very moment. The sound of sword chanting made the air vibrate at this moment, and the 5 fingers clenched tightly. Draw sword. Cut. In an instant, it exploded extremely quickly. For a moment, extremely powerful. In an instant, the sword stopped near Urokodaka Seikanji's neck. But at the same moment, a tree branch touched his chest. I lost. Feeling the branch on her chest, Sumyu sheathed her sword and bowed. Although he didn't want to admit it, it had to be said that Urokodaka Seikanji's branch arrived on his chest 1 step ahead of him. If you lose, you lose. Nothing cannot be admitted. No, I lost. Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head. If it's a battle of life and death, I'm already dead, but you're still alive. Sumyu was silent. He naturally knew what Urokodaka Seikanji meant. As a ghost, unless his neck was cut off by Nichiren blades, he would not die. Even if his heart was pierced by Nichiren blades, he would recover slowly. It's because of Mr. Ryotaka's carelessness. Sumyu shook her head. If he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to fully charge and draw his sword just now. Do not. Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head. The battle of life and death has never been careless, only life and death. You win. Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Sumyu, and at the same time, took out a map from his pocket. The area circled above is the place where ghosts are suspected to have appeared nearby. Sumyu smiled, took the map, and bent slightly at the same time. Please take care of Kanao during this time. It is good. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded. Trouble. Sumyu thanked her for opening her mouth, and in the next second, her toes touched the ground, and she swept towards the distance like the wind. It's time to go. Chapter 76. Under the moonlit night, a boy wearing a bamboo hat walked among the rocky mountains. The mountains are steep, but the boy is walking on flat ground. For Sumyu, the reason why she left without saying hello to Kochu Shinobu and Kanao was just because she didn't want to be separated too much. He didn't like the feeling of separation. Feeling bad. Moreover, this is only a short separation, he is just going to try out, it is not that he will not come back. These days, he constantly consulted with Makomo and Sabato, and his strength improved rapidly. But as his strength improved, he felt more and more his own inadequacy. Perhaps, in the eyes of ordinary people, he may be very strong. But in Sumyu's view, in this world of Ghost Slayer, he is still far behind. Therefore, he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible, and when his strength can no longer be improved in Xiaoshan, leaving became inevitable. Thinking like this, he unconsciously looked at the map. The map depicts the general situation in the vicinity. Among them, ghosts are suspected to appear in the circled places. Just suspected. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are ghosts. After all, if it is really confirmed that there are ghosts, the ghost killing team has already sent people to hunt ghosts. Although there are roughly, but still need to find a. He let out a sigh of relief, and gently pressed the hilt of the sword at his waist with his hand. Come out. He stopped, and a coldness flashed across his golden eyes. Thrustling. There was a slight noise from the nearby grass, and a girl with short black hair, a pink shirt embroidered with petals, and a fox mask came out. The fox mask was lifted, revealing the immature and delicate face of the girl. Makomo. The first time he saw the mask, he recognized Makomo, but, a little strange, what was Makomo doing after him? How did you come here? He is a little strange. He didn't feel strange if Sabato followed, but he didn't expect that Makomo, who should be the most obedient, followed. I want to see ghosts. Makomo tilted his head and said very naturally. Sumyu was taken aback. I remember Mr. Rinaki said that it seems that it is not allowed. He frowned. I know. Makomo smiled, however, Makomo wants to be self-willed. Even if the teacher finds out, he shouldn't be angry with Makomo. At this moment, the feelings of a girl are more or less revealed. Sumyu was stunned. You want to go out and play? He spelled out what was in Makomo's mind. The girl's face showed embarrassment and shyness. Since I was a child, I have been living in Xiao Mountain with my senior brother. Teacher Linlong taught me. I have never gone out to see it since I was a child. As she spoke, the girl unconsciously showed yearning. Then why don't you go out and play? Sumyu was a little puzzled. I'm alone, and I don't dare. Makomo stuck out his little tongue. Forward. I remember, isn't Kujiriyama still with Sabato? Let him go out with you. Sabato. Makomo murmured softly, then shook his head. Sabato listens to the teacher very much. Without the teacher's permission, he will not leave Xiaoshan casually. Of course, the most important thing is that Sabato will inform you. You don't know how honest Sabato is. If you sue the teacher. Makomo stuck out her little tongue and said hastily, she seemed to feel that her words were not good, she scratched her head unconsciously, so, there is no way to let Sabato go outside with me. Listening to Makomo's words, Su-mu couldn't help but think of Sabato, who really has a sense of justice, and may really sue. Unexpectedly, there is such a dark history between Makomo and Sabato. But he looked at the depths of Xiao Mountain. Mr. Lindaki didn't allow me to take you out, if Mr. Lindaki knew. Listening to Su-mu's words, Makomo was taken aback for a while, and then disappointment appeared on his face unconsciously. I was obviously rejected. However, immediately, the other party shrugged his shoulders again, with a look of indifference. However, even if Mr. Rinaki knows, he will know, and I don't care too much. Who is Makomo is such a cute girl, I can't say no to it. He smiled at Makomo. Come on quickly. The girl was stunned for a moment, and a look of joy could not help appearing on her immature and delicate face. Chapter 77. Makomo happily followed, and soon, he was shoulder to shoulder with Su-mu. Su-mu said nothing, he was thinking about where to go first. The closest, without hesitation, is a small town located 30 miles due west of Xiao Mountain as shown on the ground. I heard that there seem to be girls who have been missing mysteriously at night recently. Suspected of ghosts. Then there is a commercial road 40 miles due east of Xiao Mountain. I heard that every time you stay overnight, there will be voices like howling ghosts and wolves. Also, in the northeast direction of Xiao Mountain. Mew, actually I've always felt that you ghost, are a little different from other ghosts. Makomo tilted his head, looking at him with those talking eyes. The eyelashes blink slightly, and when you smile, your eyes will unconsciously narrow, revealing a nice gap. According to the summary of watching anime before, in anime, girls who can squint their eyes are generally monsters. For example, Tu Shan Rongrong, the second master of Tu Shan in the anime Fox Fairy Little Matchmaker. Or, now, Makomo in front of his eyes. Because, when you squint your eyes, it's really cute. It's different, aren't they all ghosts? Su-mu turned her head and looked at Makomo. When looking at the beautiful little dimples that are revealed when the other party smiles, and the squinting eyelashes that blink like stars, there will always be a special emotion in my heart. The golden pupils blinked slightly, and a strong desire suddenly appeared. Okay. Lust for beautiful things. I want to have all the beautiful things. This is a common problem of human beings. Similarly, Su-mu, who is a ghost, also has. That is, I feel that you are different from the ghosts taught by our master. Makomo said naturally. The master told us that ghosts are the product of sorrow. They used to be humans, but they degenerated into ghosts. They couldn't suppress the instinct of ghosts. It is sad to become a monster who only knows bloodthirsty. As for Mew, Makomo can't feel this at all. He feels that Mew is a very gentle ghost, and he can't eat people or drink human blood. Moreover, if he uses human words to describe it, he's a good boy and a girl's favorite. Makomo talked about his impression of Su-mu. Hearing Makomo's words, Su-mu couldn't help turning his eyes sideways. He didn't expect Makomo to treat him like this. Mew, are all other ghosts as gentle as you? If other ghosts are like Mew, Makomo thinks, in fact, there is absolutely no need for ghost-killing teams to hunt ghosts. The girl talked about her own opinion, and at the same time, it was also the place where she was most puzzled. If ghosts are as gentle as Mew, why kill them so cruelly? Do not. Su-mu turned her eyes sideways and looked at Makomo seriously. This is an innocent girl who has never been in contact with the outside world. She has the purest dream of a girl and thinks everything beautifully. Ghosts are different. Su-mu looked at Makomo, and said quietly, become a ghost, become stronger, the nature of a ghost, ghosts will forget what they should stick to as a human being. So, don't have innocent dreams about ghosts, because if you have expectations for them, what you may lose is your own life. Makomo tilted his head and looked at the ghost. Mu is a ghost, but he tells himself to beware of ghosts. What a strange ghost! However, it is a very good ghost. If all the ghosts in the world were like Mu, my senior brothers and sisters wouldn't have died on the Vine Attack Mountain. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. Why can't other ghosts be as gentle as Mu? In the future, when you meet other ghosts, you must be careful and prudent, and don't have any unrealistic fantasies about them. He looked at Makomo and exhorted, like, your dead brothers and sisters. Ghosts are not gentle. They walk in the dark and avoid the light, and their hearts will unknowingly fall into the abyss of evil. Slowly, they will lose the persistence that Sen used to be a human being, and become a bird that only seeks a stronger monster. He warns Makomo. The golden eyes, with a strong warning, are like a brother's concern for his sister, like a father's love for his daughter. I understand, Mu. Makomo nodded. Okay. Su-mu nodded, and took Makomo to the west. I will show you what is the ghost of this world. Chapter 78. When the first ray of sunlight shines through the window in the morning, it shines gently on the room. When the bird began to sing happily, a new day begins. Kochu Shinobu slowly opened his purple eyes, and rubbed his eyes with his small white hands. Ah! Another beautiful day. But Miss Shinobu doesn't want to get up today. The girl muttered, but consciously stretched her slender waist, and wriggled on the warm bed for a while before getting up. The purple eyes opened and fell on the figure standing in the room. Tsuyuri Kanawo woke up early and is practicing the breathing method hard. What a hard-working little sister! Kochu Shinobu naturally assumed the role of his sister, and he did not hesitate to praise his sister. Although my younger sister is very boring and looks like an idiot, but I have to admit that Kanao is really working hard. As a big sister, Miss Shinobu can't lag behind. She muttered and clenched her fists unconsciously. She slept very comfortably last night, and now she is super energetic. After getting out of bed and opening the window, fresh air poured in, and the whole person suddenly became much more energetic. Super uplifting. Along the window, Kochu Shinobu's purple eyes unconsciously fell on the house next door. Today, that villain is surprisingly quiet. Moreover, he didn't call her today. It's really strange. Before returning to 193, he would always come to see Kanao, but not today. Could it be that he fell asleep? Kochu Shinobu muttered slightly, turned his head unconsciously, and looked at Tsuyuri Kanawo who was practicing breathing in the room. Kanao, did you see that big bad guy back? Tsuyuri Kanawo stopped to practice breathing, and shook his head numbly, with a hint of anxiety in his purple eyes. As if sensing Kanao's anxiety, Kochu Shinobu couldn't help reaching out his hand and patting Kanao's little head. That big villain must have not gone to sword practice last night, and he came back when we were sleeping. Now, I guess he should be in he fell asleep. Kanao nodded numbly. Seeing this, Kochu Shinobu was slightly relieved, and couldn't help but follow the window to look at the room where the villain lived. Today, the big bad guy is really eerily quiet. There are some discomforts. Shaking his head, Kochu Shinobu didn't think too much about it, and took Rihane Kanahira's little hand. Shall we go out to practice? Tsuyuri Kanawo didn't respond. Kochu Shinobu was used to it. To the outside yard. Kochu Shinobu started a new day of teaching. Because there are barriers in language communication, she needs to feel Kanao's practice state very seriously. Then, Tuan taught according to Chinapin's state of practice. For Kochu Shinobu, this is her first time as a teacher. At the beginning, I was very impatient and irritable, and I was so irritable that I almost hit someone. But watching Tsuyuri Kanawo make little progress under his own teaching, I felt a particularly strong sense of accomplishment in my heart. It's like a mother watching her child grow up little by little. Thinking of the child, Miss Ren couldn't help muttering, in the future, Miss Ren may be an excellent mother. Why did I suddenly think so much, and thought about the child so quickly? What am I thinking? Kochu Shinobu shook his head, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind. Come on, Kanao, let's do breathing exercises. Inhale first. Well, inhale as much as you can. Yes, that's it. Kanao is doing well. Time passed slowly, and there was still no movement in that room. Did you really fall asleep? Kochu Shinobu turned his head unconsciously, his purple eyes fell on that room. Why did you sleep so dead today, like a dead pig? Although it is very immoral to compare the big villain to a dead pig, but it is really like a dead pig and sleeps as deeply. Presumably, you should have practiced very hard yesterday, right? That's why I fell asleep so deeply. Kochu Shinobu couldn't help thinking, covered his mouth and smiled unconsciously, feeling that it was very interesting to compare that big villain to a pig. Continue to practice with Kanao. But gradually, I felt something was wrong. There has been no movement in that room since the morning, which is very strange. Usse, it doesn't fit that ghost style at all. I'm going to see the big bad guy, you continue to practice. Kochu Shinobu couldn't bear it any longer, patted Kanao on the head, and walked towards Sumu's door. Big villain, are you sleeping? She tapped on the door. There was no sound coming from the room. Kochu Shinobu's pretty eyebrows frowned unconsciously, and he leaned his ears against the door, not feeling any breathing sound coming from the room. Although ghosts can stop breathing all the time, under normal circumstances, as long as they cannot be controlled, they will still breathe normally like humans. Where there is breathing, there will be movement. But apparently, nothing happened. I have a bad idea in my mind. Hurriedly opened the door. And no one. Not here. Looking at the empty room, Kochu Shinobu was a little anxious. It's daylight now, why didn't that big villain come home? I was a little worried. No, I have to find him, that stupid ghost. If he is so stupid that he can't hide from the sun, he will be finished if he bathes in the sun. Still, Tsuyuri Kanawo can't be left out. With Kanao on his back, Kochu Shinobu searched almost all of Kyajiriyama, but he couldn't find the big villain. My heart panicked all of a sudden. What if that big stupid ghost is really stupid enough to bask in the sun? After all, such a stupid ghost can't do anything stupid. Some are at a loss. Mr. Linteki, have you seen that dead ghost Sumu? With Kanao behind his back, Kochu Shinobu anxiously asked Urokodakase Kanji. Looking at the anxious Kochu Shinobu, Urokodakase Kanji was slightly surprised. A girl who hated ghosts so much before, who wished to kill all the ghosts in the world, is now worried about a ghost. A very unreal feeling. Faintly, it seems to have understood something. He left. Before he left, let me tell you something, please Miss Shinobi to help take care of Chanaping for a few days. Urokodakase Kanji replied simply. Hear hear. Kochu Shinobu was a little dissatisfied. Leave as soon as you say, don't say hello, don't take Miss Shinobu seriously. The girl's cheeks couldn't help puffing up, angrily, and a little hamster who was full of food. Also, that BD, who said he would take care of others if he asked me to take care of others, what did he think of Miss Shinobu? Just leave as soon as she said, it really p'd her off. V. Urokodakase Kanji couldn't help but speak. Kochu Shinobu, who was sulking, couldn't help but looked up, and looked at Urokodakase Kanji with some puzzlement. wondering what Mr. Ryo Kodaka was doing. There is a sentence, I don't know whether to say it or not. Kochu Shinobu frowned, Mr. Rinaki has something to say, just say it. Tsuyuri, after all, she is different from us. He looked at Kochu Shinobu with a meaningful expression. Don't get caught up in it. Chapter 79. Kochu Shinobu left Mr. Rinaki angrily, feeling ashamed. Really, how could I like that annoying ghost? What is Mr. Ryodaka worried about? He actually thinks that I like that ghost, what is this all about? It's too late for me to hate ghosts, how could I like ghosts well? Kochu Shinobu muttered angrily, thinking of Urokodaka Seikanji's eyes full of meaning just now, she felt annoyed. Although, that ghost seems to be less annoying recently. Although, the ghost I feel recently is so interesting. But you can't say that you just like that ghost, can you? Turning his head, he looked at Tsuyuri Kanawo who was being carried on his back. Kanao, do you think I like that stupid ghost? Silence. How can I expect an answer from you? Seeing Kanao like this, Kochu Shinobu muttered unconsciously. Return to the courtyard of the room again. Kochu Shinobu's eyes unconsciously fell on the room where Tsuyuri lived before. The ghost left suddenly, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. There is a very empty feeling. I won't really fall in love with that ghost like Mr. Ryotaka said, will I? She murmured, shaking her head vigorously. I just treat him as a friend, so I don't like him. Yes, they are friends. But, if it's just a friend, what about the fact that that person kissed me secretly a few days ago? Can friends kiss? Oh, it's so annoying. The girl felt like her head was going to explode. In all these years, she has never become so irritable because of one person. It would be nice if my sister was by my side. At this moment, Kochu Shinobu suddenly misses his sister. If she is around, the gentle sister will definitely tell Shinobu the answer. Zyao Mountain is a small town 30 miles to the west. Original. This small town is very lively, but recently, almost every once in a while, girls from the village will disappear mysteriously. Have you heard? Another girl disappeared recently. Yet. It seems to be Oka Hiroyuda's daughter. I saw it. Hongyu Oka cried so pitifully today that he almost fainted from crying. Yet. It's been a bit uneasy recently, is it caused by some human traffickers? I think it's more likely, a ghost. Ghost? Are you kidding me? Why are there ghosts in this world? Walking on the streets of the town, I could hear such conversations from time to time. A man wearing a bamboo hat and covered in black clothes stopped. Under the bamboo hat, Ryu's golden eyes flickered slightly. Next to it, is a girl wearing a fox mask with a flower pattern. Such a strange combination made people nearby look over from time to time. After all, recently, young girls in the town have been missing late at night from time to time. Now, two guys in strange clothes suddenly came in the town. It's hard not to make people suspicious. Did a ghost do it? Makomo tilted his head and pointed the cute fox mask at Tsuyuri. Should be. Tsuyuri said softly, if memory is correct, in the anime, this ghost should be killed by Tanjiro later. But now, apparently not dead. Then how do we find that ghost? Makomo frowned delicately. Tsuyuri was also slightly annoyed. Tanjiro found the ghost by relying on his keen sense of smell, smelling the breath of the ghost, and searching for it. But he doesn't have Tanjiro's nose. Only. Other than that, that's not to say there's no other way. Involuntarily, he looked at Makomo. She has short and long black hair, a slender figure, and is wearing a pink dress embroidered with petals. Although she is still young, her figure already shows exquisite curves. She is a young girl who cannot be young. And such a girl is exactly what that ghost likes. Being stared at by Tsuyuri's eyes, Changzhu felt a little bad. Don't look at me like this. If you have anything to say, Just say it, sir. Makomo couldn't help taking a step back. Well, okay, come here with your ears, and I'll tell you. Sumyu beckoned. Makomo showed hesitation, but still put his ear to the doctor. As Sumyu whispered in his ear, Jengu's cute little ears trembled accordingly. After a while, Makomo raised his head shyly. How can this be? Makomo pinched her sleeves with her small hands. Although the mask was covering her, the girl's face must have turned red. No way, you heard it too, that ghost seems to be very interested in young girls, so I can only trouble Makomo sauce as bait. 17. Besides, there is no other way to find it in a short time, and if the ghost is not found as soon as possible, I am afraid that during this period, other girls may fall into the mouth of the ghost. 0. Ask for flowers. Okay, why don't I agree? Sumyu talked all about this, how can she not agree? Okay, but you can't dress like this now. Sumyu looked at Makomo up and down, resting his chin in his hand, and made a thought. Although Makomo is cute now, but because of the dress factor, the dress is very simple, and it can't perfectly show her beauty. Stared at by Sumyu's scrutinizing eyes, Makomo always felt a little flustered in his heart. Then what do you say you need? Makomo nearly closed his eyes. Leave it to me. While speaking, he first uncovered Makomo's cheek, and then took off the girl's hairpin. And as the hairpin was taken off, the girl's hair fell down all of a sudden. The girl's hair wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either, just shoulder length. All of a sudden, from a cute girl to a big girl. It's just that something is still missing. Let's go to the tailoring room, and the jewelry store to do some shopping. As he spoke, he took Makomo's hand and walked over. Is he your suitor? In the jewelry store, the clerk looked at Sumyu who was helping Makomo choose the jewelry, and couldn't help asking Makomo. No. Makomo shook his head hastily. That's such a pity. It can be seen that he treats you very well. Also, look at how beautiful the jewelry he picked for you is. It really looks so good when it matches you. His vision is so beautiful. So accurate. The clerk showed a hint of envy. If someone is so generous to buy such beautiful jewelry for me, I must fall in love with him. Under the bamboo hat, Sumyu's golden eyes couldn't help but glanced at the clerk. The ghostly clerk said this on purpose, and the abacus made a slap sound, just to stimulate himself to buy jewelry. Sure enough, no one in this world should underestimate him. Makomo has no experience in the world, so how could he know that the female clerk is evil? Her face is red when she is told. At the same time, her eyes glanced at Sumyu from time to time, and then quickly moved away. I just feel a little joy in my heart. Ever since she was a child, no one has ever bought anything for her. Chapter 80. Sumyu led Makomo, who had been bowing her head, out of the clothing store. The girl's face was as red as a red apple, making one want to take a bite. Before that, he took Makomo to the jewelry store, makeup store. After dressing up, the appearance of Makomo is completely presented in front of my eyes. Perhaps it is from modern times, his vision is naturally different from that of this world, and Makomo's dress is naturally in line with his aesthetics. Turn around and have a look. Sumyu said to Makomo. Makomo's face was flushed, but he still walked around according to Sumyu's request. An exquisite dress showed the girl's slender waist to the fullest, and her jet black hair draped over her shoulders, giving people a natural and charming feeling like a young fox. Coupled with the girl's natural frail temperament, and the slightly exposed skin is as white as cream. Applying a little powder 7 dye has made the delicate facial features like the most beautiful picture scroll in the world. Coupled with the immature age of the girl, anyone who reads it will inevitably be thumped. Not bad. Sumyu couldn't help but praised, it's really beautiful. Such a beautiful woman, no one would be tempted. Even at this moment, he could feel his heart beating slightly faster. I want to hold each other in my arms. The passers-by around couldn't help but stop at this moment. It was the first time that Makomo was watched by so many people, and his face became even more red. The next step is very simple. In the past few days, we only need to walk around the town a few times. He looked at Makomo, who was already tightly clutching his sleeve with his small hands, and said in a low voice. But this girl is really too shy. My face is still red now. Just by wandering around the town, can that ghost be attracted? Makomo said in a low voice, still a little unconfident. Does she have such a great charm? Certainly. Su-mu answered without hesitation. In this regard, full confidence. Not to mention that Makomo is already beautiful, but now, after some dressing up, she is stunning yet naturally conservative. Seductive yet immature and innocent. Eyes shining like stars. All in all, it is really wonderful. Such a woman is really attractive. How could the ghost who likes to devour the bodies of human girls endure such temptation? Really? Makomo is still a little unconfident. Is she so attractive? Can she attract Siju? I really don't believe it. Don't worry, it's definitely possible. Su-mu is very confident, you know, looking at Makomo dressed up, his heart is a little ready to move. However, fortunately, his control ability is not bad, but he managed to maintain it without losing his manners. Only, what Su-mu didn't expect was that the ghost didn't attract it, but it attracted several human beings who didn't know what to do. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Accompanied by a rude voice, under the push of several tall men, the surrounding crowd was pushed out of the way. From the crowd, a man in rather luxurious clothes came over. When his eyes fell on Makomo, his eyes lit up suddenly. It's so beautiful, it's really, really beautiful. Beijing Taeyang's eyes were blazing, he had never seen such a beautiful woman, he must take her as his own. Almost just for a moment. The determination to possess Makomo has been formed in Hoiteo's heart. As the son of the town lord, he is also confident that his means can capture the hearts of beauties. Almost immediately, he put away the brother pig that had just appeared on his face, and became graceful and humble. Hello. Beijing Taeyang came to Makomo, and stretched out his hand naturally. My name is Beijing Taeyang, and I am the son of the lord of this town. When I saw a girl today, I felt very hit and miss. May I get to know you? A gentle and approachable appearance. Makomo looked like Hoiteo, and took a step back naturally. She is not used to shaking hands with unfamiliar people. Recently, the village has been quite uneasy. There have been several cases of missing girls. The girl is so beautiful, she may be easily coveted by others. As the landlord of this place, Beijing's son has a duty to protect her. Yours. Hoiteo continued talking. He can also see that this girl seems to have no deep experience in the world, and she is naturally innocent. Girls like this are actually the easiest to get your hands on. Moreover, such a girl is also the most stupid. Once she gets it, she will be devoted to it almost for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Beijing Taeyang's heart became even hotter. Girl, I don't know where you live now, if you don't mind. Beijing Taeyang continued to chatter, and in his words, he inadvertently revealed his tall, rich, and handsome nature. Makomo felt a little irritated at the moment, and she was disgusted by the other party's extremely purposeful eyes. It's just that Makomo belongs to the kind of soft girl who doesn't know how to reject others. I was a little overwhelmed for a while. Instinctively, she approached Su-mu. Hoiteo didn't realize that he was disgusted by Makomo at all, and continued to tentatively ask Makomo what he was interested in, so as to stir up a topic with Makomo. But, immediately, a man wearing a bamboo hat stopped in front of him, blocking his idea of hooking up with Makomo. Hello. Under the bamboo hat, Su-mu looked at Beijing Taeyang with a smile. Oh, hello. Hoiteo replied with a frown. he could see that this person should be with Makomo, in order to maintain politeness in front of Makomo. He had no choice but to greet politely, "Who are you?" "Oh." Su-mu pointed to herself, then held Makomo's hand naturally, it's a relationship between lovers. Hearing Su-mu's words, Makomo suddenly raised his little head, feeling that his little head was in a daze. When did he and Su-mu become a couple? Ah! A little shy? I haven't agreed yet. Makomo suddenly felt that in his mind, countless little Makomo were fighting. Hoiteo frowned, but he didn't care. He is confident that with his strength, it will not be easy to deal with the opponent. Actually, I think you don't quite match up with this young lady. After all, such a beautiful girl should have a better life, right? What about you, can you provide it? As for me, as the son of the lord of this area. Hoitei proudly talked about his own advantages, hoping to hit the other party with this, and make the other party back down in shame. But what I'm waiting for is just an answer to Fang Ping. Are you finished? There's a lot I haven't said, and it's for your own good. You've seen it too. Can you really protect such a beautiful girl? It's really noisy. Soft words came from the other party's mouth. Beijing Taiyang was stunned for a moment, then he saw a black shadow appearing in front of his eyes, and then he felt the world spinning for a while, and he was directly blown away. Chapter 81. Beijing Taiyang only felt a powerful force coming, and his whole body was directly sent flying upside down by the person wearing the bamboo hat. It fell on the courtyard wall behind him, making an extremely heavy muffled sound. Puff! A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. At this moment, Beijing Taiyang only felt that his internal organs seemed to be displaced, and there was no pain anywhere. It hurts. Can't help screaming, this person dared to hit him, it is really unforgivable. Master, Master! Several big men who had been crowding around Beijing Taiyang also changed their complexions at this moment, and hurried over to help Beijing Taiyang up. With the help of his subordinates, Hoiteo barely stood up. Feeling the pain in his body, a powerful resentment arose in his heart unconsciously. This person hit me. Gimme! Almost without hesitation, he gave instructions to the tall and burly subordinates around him. These subordinates of his are all ruthless characters that his father found for him. It may be impossible to fight 10 with 1, but it is easy to fight 3 with 1. Kill! Without hesitation, the big men threw their fists at Su-mu. However, I almost didn't see how Su-mu made a move. These big men also came and went quickly, and they were shot flying out just like Beijing Taiyang. Seeing this, Beijing Taiyang's face suddenly turned pale, and he realized that he might have encountered a hard stubble. Su-mu walked slowly towards Beijing Taiyang. And as Su-mu stepped in step by step, Beijing Taiyang felt his heart beating a little bit disappointingly. It was a feeling of fear and panic. At this moment, somewhat regretful emotions poured into my heart. The boy in the bamboo hat came to him, staring at him with golden eyes. You seem to have provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. Plop! Almost, subconsciously knelt down. Under the bamboo hat, the ghost-like eyes made Beijing Taiyang feel like his heart was about to jump out of fright. Those ghostly, frightening eyes. Su-mu patted Beijing Taiyang's shoulder with his palm, and indistinctly, an invisible force poured into Beijing Taiyang's body, and finally reached the heart to hide. Like a ticking time bomb, it could explode at any moment. What is certain is that he will not live long. Makomo, come here. What? Surprised, Makomo came to Su-mu's side instinctively and obediently. Hoiteo is also a little strange. Now, why is this boy wearing a bamboo hat suddenly calling Makomo? But, right away, he saw that the boy stretched out his hand and grabbed Makomo at once. All of a sudden, he embraced the slender waist of this beauty. I'm jealous. Such a delicate, innocent, and beautiful girl. Caught in his arms. She is mine. Su-mu said softly, as if he was speaking to Hoiteo, and also as if he was speaking to those around who coveted Makomo's beauty. Next second, he clenched his fist violently and slammed the hammer on the ground in front of Hoiteo. Boom! The ground shook like an earthquake, and a huge pothole was punched out by that person. Human bravery has reached such an inhuman level. Is that human being? Seeing this terrifying force, some people around who still coveted it felt cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. At this moment, almost no one dares to spy on Makomo anymore. The world seems to be a lot cleaner all of a sudden. And as the peeping eyes on her disappeared, Makomo suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing the averted gazes around, Su-mu's mouth turned cold. In any era, strength is always the most important thing. As it seemed that there was no one without eyes looking for trouble, Su-mu finally set his sights on the girl in his arms. Makomo's body. Pretty ugly girl. Naturally, he let go, and Makomo stood beside him with his head down, his immature and charming face turned red at this moment, as if it was about to burn. You must be joking just now, right? Makomo whispered. Feeling my heart beating a little faster, I thought of Su-mu pointing at her domineeringly and saying, "She is mine." Makomo's skin felt hot. Not shy. How dare he say such bold words, and in front of so many people. It's just, so shy. I really want to find a hole to drill into. Looking at Makomo, who lowered his head and asked him in a low voice, Su-mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Makomo, are you so shy? Shy? Are you too shy? What are you kidding? I never joke. Su-mu stared at Makomo very naturally, who told me to like you, so I want to take you as my own. In an instant, the girl's face was almost flushed with blood. How dare he say such bold words? The small mouth opened unconsciously, and the eyes, which were as beautiful as jewels, almost closed in shame at this moment. Mujiang, please don't tease Makomo. Makomo pulled Su-mu's clothes carefully with her small hands. These days, she has a general understanding of Su-mu's character, and her mouth always speaks untidy words. Before, when he was in Kujiriyama, he often heard Su-mu say some nasty things to Kochu Shinobu, and every time he teased Ms. Shinobu her little face turned red. At that time, she was nearby and looked quite cheerful. Now, it's time to start treating yourself. Makomo felt that he couldn't bear it. It was so embarrassing. Such bold words, how can you say it casually? What if a girl takes it seriously? Seeing that Makomo really couldn't stand it, Su-mu couldn't help but smile and shrugged his shoulders naturally. Okay, I won't tease you just now. What? Is it true or not? Makomo blinked blankly, but a sense of loss suddenly appeared in his heart. What he said just now was so sincere, how could it be false all of a sudden? However, if Makomo takes it seriously, so can I. Su-mu looked at Makomo with a smile. After all, Junjiang 973 is so cute. I really like it. Mujang, please don't joke like this. He said in a voice almost like an ant's wings flapping its wings. It is good. Su-mu patted Makomo's little head, and then, looked at the sky. Now, our task is to wander around this town. He said softly. Hidden in the town, the ghost who likes to devour the delicate body of young girls, if he sees Makomo, it may be difficult to give up such a beautiful girl. Okay. Makomo nodded obediently, and followed Su-mu like a little daughter-in-law. His little head was also lowered. Sometimes, he would raise his head and look at the boy's eyes, but when the boy's eyes looked over, there was immediately look away like a thief. Su-mu also felt Makomo's strangeness, and suddenly felt that she seemed to be making a big fuss. He suddenly realized that the cliched words that were regarded as jokes in his place may be easily taken seriously in this conservative world, especially at the age of innocent girls like Makomo, himself, at this age, has the most pure yearning for the other half. The most sincere, but also the most simple feelings. Once it is really picked up, the flame will burn more and more vigorously, until it finally extinguishes itself. And this kind of girl is the least to be easily provoked, and the least to be let down. Chapter 82. As the night gradually darkened, Su-mu and Makomo, who had wandered around the town, also found an inn in the town to stay. Inside the house, a lamp is lit. Makomo sat on the bed nervously, looking up from time to time. On the beam of the house, Su-mu leaned quietly on the pillar, and her breath was restrained. If she hadn't seen it with her eyes, she might not have known that there was a person here, and she didn't emit any breath. "Mu, do you think Nai will come tonight?" Makomo's voice is obviously a little nervous. Although he is not afraid of ghosts, but when facing ghosts for the first time, deep down in his heart, he is always nervous. "Do not know." Su-mu answered very simply. He was confident that he should be able to attract the attention of the swamp ghost, but he was not sure whether the other party would come. "Okay. 1. Makomo muttered. The night was getting darker and darker, and Makomo couldn't stand it any longer. He had already traveled around the town for a day during the day, and he was already exhausted. Now, lying on the soft bed in the inn, he wanted to sleep a long time ago. The star-like eyes glanced at Fang Liang, and he felt a little embarrassed that there was a man nearby. "Go to bed first, I'm here, don't worry." "Okay." Makomo nodded, put his clothes on and lay down. His face was still hot and shy. It's just that the sleepiness is getting stronger and stronger, and the eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. "Really going to bed?" On the beam, looking at Makomo who had fallen asleep, Su-mu leaned on the pillar, holding the sword, silently vigilant. The night is getting darker and darker, and the world seems to be getting more and more silent. At this moment, Su-mu, who had remained motionless on the beam, opened her eyes suddenly, and a golden light flashed out. The breath of ghost emerged. Sure enough, that ghost couldn't bear the desire for the fresh girl's young flesh. He whispered softly. "As far as the eyes can see, a black shadow slowly moves under the sun. Is this the blood ghost technique?" Su-mu murmured slightly as he watched the thing that escaped into the ground, leaving only a black shadow on the ground. Blood ghost art, different from the immortal ability and strange power of ordinary ghosts. Some ghosts will have some special abilities on their bodies, and the stronger ghosts will even show a variety of ghost arts, and a few ghosts use their own blood as media mobilization ability. "True." Su-mu shouted softly. Makomo, who was sleeping in Zhengxiang, suddenly turned over like a carp, and his slender figure jumped up like a bird. And as Makomo jumped up, a black shadow shrouded the bed where Makomo was staying just now, and the bed was completely sucked into the ground. Watching this scene, Makomo's fair face flashed with dignity. The teacher once taught that ghosts are divided into strong and weak. Small ghosts only rely on their own physical strength to attack humans. If you just get rid of the ghost's terrible recovery ability, such ghosts are no different from wild animals in the final analysis. On the other hand, ghosts that are strong enough can use various supernatural powers to burst out with unpredictable strength. This ability is called vampirism. Obviously, the ghost in front of him is a ghost that can use the blood ghost technique. Such a ghost is not easy to deal with. It seemed that the surprised prey ran away, and a vicious man with ghost horns on his head floated up from the underground swamp. It ran away. The swamp ghost looked at Makomo who was already standing on the beam in surprise. At the same time, he also noticed Su-mu who was leaning on the pillar and holding the sword. In just a split second, he understood. I was seduced by these two people's designs. His eyes first turned to Makomo. This is a very delicate girl, it must be delicious to eat. But immediately, he turned his attention to Su-mu again, with a slight sense of strangeness. There is a faint breath of ghost. A ghost too. He was a little uncertain, after all, if it was really a ghost, how could it be with humans? At this moment, the information of this ghost appeared in Sumyu's eyes. Name, Kazuma Yaya. Ghost level, Evolution Ghost. Abilities, Immortality, Bad, Burrow, Swamp, Split. Cons, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. This is all the information about the ghost in front of me. Mew, this ghost doesn't look easy to deal with. Makomo held the hilt of his sword with his hand, and his pretty face was full of dignity. Ghosts who can use vampirism are generally very strong. Nothing. He looked at Makomo, and replied lightly. Damn, what a stupid brat, although the male body is not very tasty, but today, it should be added to the meal. The swamp ghost licked his tongue. With a cold snort, almost instantly, Sumyu drew his saber and slashed. Boom! The ground shook, and he cut a hole in the place where the swamp ghost stayed just now. Did you escape into the ground? Watching this scene, he raised eyebrows slightly. Next, a black shadow appeared on a wall, and then a ghost figure suddenly appeared, and a ghost grabbed him with claws and teeth. Choke! A sword shadow flashed, and a ghost hand fell to the ground. At the same moment, the black shadow floating on the wall also fled towards the distance. Ah! Seeing this scene, Sumyu sneered, holding the Nichiren blades, and slashed at the place where the shadow was. The ground shook, accompanied by a faint scream. PT. In the distance, the ground shook away, and a ghost was directly shaken out from the ground. Do not. To be precise, it should be 3 ghosts. 1 ghost, turned into 3 ghosts. Hateful. Ghost roaring. This guy is no ordinary person. It's surprisingly fast, and it's also surprisingly strong. It's not like a human being at all, more like a ghost. It's over. He looked at the swamp ghost and smiled. Hey! Hateful. The swamp ghost roared and let out an angry roar. At this moment, Sumyu has already pressed his hand on the hilt of the sword again. Draw the knife. Cut. With an extremely quick sword strike, the figure of the young man and the 3 ghosts passed by. Behind them, the 3 ghosts were still roaring angrily. Then, 3 hot heads fell to the ground. Tick-tock. Blood is also flowing from the blades of the Nichiren blades at this moment. Accompanied by the flow of blood, the 3 heads that fell on the ground also turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. Together with their bodies, they disappeared without a trace in an instant. With the corpses gone, what followed was an unpleasant stench. Amazing! Next to him, Jengu's eyes could not help but brighten. Ghosts with blood ghost skills were easily killed by Sumyu. And as the swamp ghost was beheaded, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice rose in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill a ghost, and get. Chapter 83. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill a ghost, and gain the ability, to hide. Dungeon, you can escape into the ground and walk underground, just like on land. It lasts for half an hour, and it will be forced to stop when attacked by external forces. A crisp voice sounded in his mind. At this moment, Sumyu had a feeling in his heart that as long as he had a thought, he could drill into the ground. This is an ability of the swamp ghost just now, and now, with his beheading, this ability is owned by him. Not bad. The corner of his mouth could not help but glow with joy. This is a very practical ability. Mew, you are so strong. Makomo came to Sumyu, raised his head, looked at Sumyu. Just now, before it was her turn to make a move, Sumyu had already dealt with it. He was being too careless. Sumyu shook his head. If the swamp ghost hadn't been too careless, he wouldn't have easily killed him. After all, having mastered the 2 abilities of escaping and swamping, he is definitely very strong in escaping. Even so, Mew is very strong. Makomo shook his head. It's not nearly enough. Su-mu is not satisfied, his strength is still far behind. Moreover, later on, this ghost can even deal with Tanjiro in the early stage. After all, in the early stage of anime, Tanjiro's strength cannot even beat the bottom string. It can be seen that this swamp ghost is very weak. 497 killing a weak ghost is really nothing to be proud of. Picking up the map, Su-mu looked for the next suspected ghost place again. This place is not far from here, it is a minister of mountains near the city. Come on, let's go to the next place. He looks at Makomo. Now he wants to collect as many ghost abilities as possible. Every time he collects an ability, his own strength will almost increase to a certain extent. It is good. Makomo nodded obediently, with excitement in his eyes. Out of town. Come to the mountains. Lush woods, nocturnal creatures. This is a completely different world from the daytime. Su-mu and Makomo are walking. It's a little different from the daytime world. Makomo looked at the scene, it's better to go to Xiaowushan. Su-mu turned her head and looked at Makomo, my hometown is always a place where people look forward to and feel at ease. Yes, Xiao Mountain is where I grew up. How about the place on Wulu Road is very good in my heart. Makomo nodded, then turned his head and looked at Su-mu, curiously, I don't know where your hometown is. The girl tilted her head, her eyes were bent into crescent moons, and her delicate face was full of curiosity. Hometown. It's been a long time since I mentioned it. Su-mu raised her head and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. May never go back. I suddenly feel a little lonely in my heart. After all, he originally lived well in that world, but suddenly came to this world. In order to survive, he had to become a ghost. Makomo looked at Su-mu with good-looking eyes, and could feel a touch of emotion emanating from Su-mu. I think Mu must be a person with a lot of stories. It's just that I don't know if I will tell this story to Makomo one day. She was about to ask something, but Su-mu stopped suddenly, and really followed Su-mu's pace, and accidentally bumped into Su-mu's back. Touching his little sore nose, Makomo looked at Su-mu with some complaints. Only. Immediately Makomo didn't feel right. Su-mu's gaze became cold. There is a situation. Immediately such an association emerged, maybe there is a ghost? She also became nervous all of a sudden, her hand involuntarily pressed on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Su-mu raised his head, and the breath of the ghost was in front of him, and he could faintly feel it. Walk. He whispered, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, but he didn't know what kind of ability he could get this time. Some look forward to it. Deep in the mountains, although it is far away from towns, it is not without people. In the middle of the mountain, a house cliff appeared in front of my eyes. And at this moment, two figures came one after another and landed among the trees. Before they got to the room, Su-mu and Makomo could already smell blood. Apparently, ghosts have started eating people. Hurry up, Wei should already be eating people. Smelling the smell of blood, Su-mu's golden eyes flashed a little coldness, and almost without saying a word, he quickly walked towards the house. Makomo also hurriedly followed, but, looking at the back in front of him, his pretty eyes were full of doubts. If it is correct, Mu should be a ghost, right? Why, a ghost is worried about humans. Can't figure it out. What Makomo doesn't know is that Su-mu is not a ghost of this world, unlike the ghosts of this world. Even if you become a ghost, you still focus on your own thoughts, although sometimes you will be affected by ghost instincts. For example, the body instinctively likes the night and hates the day. However, thinking, cognition, everything is still based on oneself. As a human being before, the natural thought is still human thinking. When thinking about things, even ghosts sometimes inevitably substitute human thinking. Therefore, when ghosts eat people, they inevitably stand on the side of humans. The door was pushed open, there was blood, the corpses' stumps were scattered on the ground, a head rolled down at the door, and Tian Chao could vaguely see the horror, fear and pain from the eyes of the head. With all kinds of negative emotions, one can imagine what kind of scene this person has experienced in front of him. Under the bamboo hat, the boy's golden eyes flashed a touch of coldness. Damn it! Makomo gritted his teeth, his pretty face had long been replaced by anger. Shepherd. Makomo couldn't help but look up. Find it. Seemingly sensing Makomo's intentions, Su-mu nodded, the blood still had a trace of temperature, proving that the man-eating ghost hadn't gone far. The night is so dark. On the path between the mountains, a hideous humanoid creature was dragging a corpse that was bleeding continuously. The smell of blood spreads. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the humanoid creature suddenly raised its head, with a cruel smile in its eyes. Someone is here again, although he is already full, but he doesn't intend to save a meal. As he spoke, there was faint fleshy foam falling from the gap between the teeth on his mouth. Thrustling. Accompanied by a figure that seemed to be blown by the wind, two people appeared in front of the humanoid creature and stopped him. A boy wearing a hat. A girl wearing a fox mask. It seems that they came here specifically to find me. Looking at the two, the humanoid grinned and showed a cruel smile. I'm looking for a ghost specifically? Do you want to be eaten by me? Chapter 84. Specially looking for a ghost? Do you want to be eaten by me? The ghost put down the blood-stained corpse, and walked towards Su-mu and Makomo. The blood-stained fangs were exposed, shining ferociously in the moonlight. The blood-red eyes fell on Makomo. Although the fox mask obscures it, one can feel that this is a very beautiful girl. Of course, beauty is only of ornamental value when it comes to food. What really fascinates me is how tender this body is. The white skin, under the eyes exudes a smoothness like fat. With such a body, the meat is absolutely tender and smooth. He licked his tongue unconsciously, and already felt the amazing sensuality. Let me eat you, I will enjoy you well, well. The ghost grinned his teeth, revealing incomparable greed on his ferocious face. It's really a ghost that can't see the situation clearly. Seeing the ghost that kept coming, Su-mu murmured slightly, and the information of this ghost clearly appeared in the eyes under the bamboo hat at this moment. Name, Jongmori Ryota. Ghost level, Elementary Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Ability, Immortality, Bad. Cons, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. Seeing the ghost's message, the golden eyes were slightly disappointed. An ordinary ghost with no abilities. Give it to you. He took a step back and looked at Makomo. For a ghost with even abilities, he really had no desire to do anything. Clear. The girl nodded, and the pair of beautiful eyes under the fox mask with flower patterns revealed an excited look at this moment. This is her first time fighting a ghost. His eyes fell on the ghost on the opposite side. Wearing a torn cloth, the exposed skin is very thick. The limbs are also like pillars. Physically strong. Coupled with the ferocious face, just standing still gives people a powerful deterrent. I will kill you. Makomo said softly. Roar. The ghost couldn't bear it anymore, he desperately wanted to try this delicious delicacy, so he roared like a wild animal. Then, he stepped on the ground suddenly, and the whole person rushed like a cheetah. Seeing the evil ghost rushing towards him, although Makomo was a little nervous because he was really fighting the ghost for the first time, he was still calm, and he just turned his body slightly to avoid the attack of the ghost. At the same time, lift your feet. Just with a little force, he directly kicked the ghost to the ground. Ba-ba! The ghost got up from the ground in embarrassment, and spat out the dirt in its mouth. Little girl! The ghost was anxious and rushed over again. But soon, Makomo nimbly dodged it, and then, his arm was cut with a horrible wound by the Nichiren blades in Makomo's hand. Damn, same. Don't hide, and see if I don't tear you apart. The ghost roared angrily. In the distance, Su-mu watched. This ghost is really stupid. Until now, he still can't see the situation clearly. Although Makomo may lack a lot in strength, but his speed is light and fast. Not to mention that his senior brother is not as good as her, even Su-mu dare not say that he is worse than Makomo in this aspect. Practice your hands, let's end it, Makomo, don't waste too much time. Su-mu stood in the distance with folded arms, and said softly. It is good. Makomo raised his head, blowing with the wind. The girl's hair was blown up by the wind, and under the slight moonlight, she looked extraordinarily beautiful. The girl's footsteps lightly tapped the ground. Hand on the hilt. Water breathing. 3 shapes. Flowing and dancing. Accompanied by the girl's murmur, its figure is also running at high speed like water. Because of its excessive speed, only the afterimage left by the girl's walking can be seen faintly. So fast. The evil ghost just murmured slightly, and then a beautiful sword arc across its neck. The body stiffened instantly, and he stood there blankly, with his head rolled off. The girl sheathed her sword, put it aside, raised her head, and looked at Su-mu. Solved, Mu. The girl uncovered the fox mask and showed a sweet smile. And as his words fell silent, behind him, the ghost whose head had been chopped off by Nichiren blades also turned into black smoke and completely disappeared at this moment. All that remains is the stench in the air. Well done. Su-mu nodded. This ghost is just the lowest level ghost, and has no other abilities. To be precise, he is not very strong. But Makomo can solve it so easily, which is enough to show that Makomo's current strength is already good. With Su-mu's compliment, the girl's beautiful eyes also bent into a beautiful crescent shape at this moment. Let's go and bury the dead. He looked at the ground, and said softly to the corpse that had been dragged by the ghost. The smile on Makomo's face also disappeared, and he lowered his head slightly, with a hint of apology, I'm late. Su-mu stepped forward and patted Makomo on the head with a smile, this is something that can't be helped. After all, they are not gods, and it is impossible to predict everything in the world. Soon, several small mounds of newly heaped earth stood in this desolate place. Rest in peace. Su-mu murmured softly. May I be reborn in bliss. Makomo also folds his hands together and sends out a prayer. 0. Ask for flowers. Gone. After Makomo finished praying, Su-mu opened his mouth softly. Makomo nodded, and obediently followed behind Su-mu, looking up at Su-mu's back. Makomo spoke suddenly. Su-mu turned her head and looked at Makomo with doubts in her golden eyes. What's wrong? He looked at Makomo, puzzled. Can I ask, how did you become a ghost? Mr. Ryotaka should have told you that it was transformed after the human body received Kibutsuji Musen's blood. Su-mu smiled. Mu, is that the same? A ghost turned into by Kibutsuji Musen? Asked Makomo. Su-mu was slightly silent. Of course he wasn't, but he didn't want to say it. But Makomo thinks so. That Kibutsuji Musen is really hateful, Makomo must kill him in the future. Avenge Musen. 0.0. The girl clenched her fists, with indescribable anger in her eyes. How could someone cruelly turn Mu into a ghost for such a good person as Mu? Seeing Makomo's angry look, Su-mu directly stretched out his hand, lifted off Makomo's fox mask, and put the fox mask on Makomo's head. The girl's pretty face also appeared in front of him. Makomo was stunned for a moment, wondering why Mu suddenly took off her mask. Right away, Makomo figured it out. Her little face was directly pinched by Mu, and then pulled up as her own little face. The pink little face was pulled round and swollen. At this moment, Makomo's eyes were also round and round, like a lantern, and he blinked, a little at a loss. Okay, let's go. Let go of Makomo's small face, then pat Makomo on the shoulder, and then turn around and walk away. It took a while for Makomo to react, and hastily followed, with a blushing face, "Mew, you. Makomo wants to condemn Tsuyuri's behavior just now. It is very bad behavior. After all, she is a girl. How can she pinch Makomo's face casually?" He wanted to scold the other party, but he didn't want to scold him too fiercely, for fear of frightening Mew, so he could only put on a delicate face and yelled fiercely at Tsuyuri, "Mew, you bully." "Okay." Tsuyuri, who was walking in front, turned her head, looked at Makomo who was screaming fiercely, and said indifferently, "I just bullied you, what are you doing?" Of course, it seems that Makomo deserves to be bullied by him. Makomo blinked, his crescent-like eyes widened at this moment. "You man, how can you speak like that?" Chapter 85. How can you bully Makomo like this? Makomo is full of anger, looks like a little hamster that has eaten enough food, very cute. "Why am I like this? I am not human at all." Tsuyuri patted Makomo on the head and laughed out loud. "What the hell?" Makomo grumbled. It's always nice to chat with girls like Makomo, but they move on to the next suspected haunted area. Fujisayama. In the recent period, the current consciousness of the siege squad is here. Because of the illness, his body has started to deteriorate recently, and now he is so weak that he can't even swing the sword 10 times. His eyes fell on the wisteria flowers in full bloom on Mount Teng. The flowers were in full bloom at the moment. "My lord, Miss Kane is here." 983. There was a slight sound. "Okay." Yabayashiki Kagaya nodded and walked out, supported by 2 almost identical twins. Just walking out of the door, a man was wearing the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad, covered with colorful butterfly pattern feathers, with emerald green Kochu hair clips with pink edges on both sides of his hair, long black hair reaching his waist, and beautiful pink and purple eyes. The girl came over. "Kanai has seen the master." Kochu Kane bowed respectfully. "Okay." Yabayashiki Kagaya nodded, and his eyes fell on Kochu Kane. "The message has been conveyed." "How?" "Mew, willing to cooperate with us, also sent us a message about Kibutsuji Musen." Kochu Kane spoke softly. Yabayashiki Kagaya was very sensitive to the change in Kochu Kane's attitude towards the ghost this time. Last time, when Kochu Kane called the ghost, he used the title of ghost, but this time, he used the more human-friendly title of Mew. While curious about what caused Kochu Kane's change in attitude towards the ghost, Yabayashiki Kagaya is now more interested in hearing about Kibutsuji Musen. "What news?" "Mew told me, Kibutsuji Musen can change his appearance at will, sometimes as a man, sometimes as a woman, sometimes as an adult, sometimes as a child." Hearing Kochu Kane's words, Yabayashiki Kagaya frowned involuntarily and sighed involuntarily. The trace of Kibutsuji Musen was already hard to find, but now, with this ability, there is a vast sea of people. How to find it? But, immediately, Yabayashiki Kagaya regained his strength. "Even if our generation cannot defeat Kibutsuji Musen, the next generation, will definitely be able to solve Kibutsuji Musen and the shame of our maternity family. This time, you did a good job. The information mentioned by Mew is very beneficial to us, and let us know something about Kibutsuji Musen." Yabayashiki Kagaya once again affirmed the cooperation with Mew, and even believed that with such a cooperation, the 5th Kibutsuji Day situation can be improved. By the way, some team members have discovered traces of followers of the Bliss cultist. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, the delivery room opened its mouth. "Eternal Bliss teaching." Kochu Kane murmured slightly, and immediately, the girl's expression became serious. "Eternal Bliss teaching. A sectarian organization. It would not have attracted people's attention originally, but it has drawn a message about December. News about the winding to, Doma, in 12 Kizuki. Because, the leader of the Bliss sect is 12 Kizuki, the second of the Winding. The appearance of Manchi Bliss cultists is very likely to indicate that Doma, the second Winding in 12 Kizuki, should be active nearby. This time, your task is very simple, go there to investigate the news about the Bliss cultist, but, because it involves 12 Kizuki Doma, don't act rashly. Yubayashiki Kaguya said solemnly. He originally planned to give this task to Rock Pillars, Himejima Kyume. After all, this matter involves 12 Kizuki, the second Doma of the upper string, that is an extremely powerful ghost, except for the ghost of the sword in 12 Kizuki, the one of the upper string is black and dead, and he is the most powerful. You know, the pillar of the demon killing team may be able to deal with 12 Kizuki's lower string, but it is far from the opponent of the upper string. Especially Winding number 2. This is simply not what Kochu Kane, who has just become a pillar, can deal with. However, Yanzu Himejima Kyume is now entangled in missions and cannot pass, so he can only hand it over to Kochu Cigarette Hue. I see. Kochu Kane also understood the danger of this task, but still nodded seriously. After Himejima Kyume finishes his mission, I will let him pass as soon as possible. Yubayashiki Kaguya said earnestly, and at the same time did not forget to remind, once you find out about Doma, don't act rashly. No. Kochu Kane nodded earnestly. When Kochu Kane set off to investigate the information about the Bliss cultists in the dark, 2 ghosts were fleeing crazily in a town. Master Tamayo, I will definitely protect you. A firm man's voice sounded, it was one of the 2. Don't worry, you can definitely leave this time. Tamayo opened his mouth gently, but his brows were unconsciously frowned. During this period of time, he didn't know what happened, and Kibutsuji Musen's search for her trace became more serious. Did something happen? Tamayo murmured that many years ago, when she was still a human being, she suffered from a terminal illness that could not be cured by medicine. In order to see her child grow up, she tried her best to find a cure. However, he was deceived by Musen, the ghost dancer, and after becoming a ghost, he killed his husband and children with his hands in a state of being unable to control himself. Because of his proficient medical skills, Kibutsuji Musen took her with him as a valet in order to increase the possibility of overcoming the sun. Tamayo knows that it is impossible to resist Musen with his own strength, so he can only try his best to suppress his emotions and go undercover to find Musen's weakness. I thought it would be difficult to find opportunities for life, until Ji Koyuanyi appeared. Almost, Kibutsuji Musen died under Ji Koyuan's sword. But Kibutsuji Musen escaped anyway. Although Kibutsuji Musen did not die, she was severely injured in the 5.2 battle with Ji Koyuanyi, and was even on the verge of death. At this time, she also took the opportunity to get rid of Kibutsuji Musen's control. For so many years, she has continuously used drugs to transform her body. Not only can she completely get rid of Kibutsuji Musen's control over her, but also greatly reduces her need for human flesh and blood, and can maintain her rationality and physical fitness. At the same time, he met Yoshiro, who was terminally ill, and with the consent of the other party, he turned the other party into a ghost who did not need to eat people like himself. I can definitely go away. Even if I can't go away, I will definitely be able to protect Master Tamayo, even 12 Kizuki. I won't let the other party hurt Tamayo grown ups. Yoshiro spoke very seriously. The 2 of them turned into invisible phantoms and ran in the forest. Similarly, there is a powerful ghostly aura exploring nearby, looking for something. Chapter 86. Running. Keep running. Feeling the breath of chasing ghosts from behind, Tamayo and Yoshiro's faces became more and more ugly. It seems, can't escape the pursuit. The ghosts behind them seem to be able to clearly find the information they passed by. It may be a ghost who is very good at finding and tracking. Master Tamayo. Yoshiro stopped abruptly, raised his head, looked at Tamayo with serious eyes. It won't work like this. The ghost behind them can easily track them, and if they don't get rid of the other party's tracking breath, it is impossible to escape. Tamayo's gentle face is also full of contemplation, but at this moment, it is impossible to hide his aura in a short time. Give it your all, Tamayo, balance. Yoshiro's face was serious. He could feel that the ghosts chasing after him were not any of 12 Kizuki, and they still had a chance to defeat them. The man with short black hair and monk attire squatted slightly on the ground, with his palms protruding to the ground, and the eyeballs on the palms blinked slightly. It is the ghost of the arrow pattern, Kibutsuji Musen's direct subordinate Yahuba. See it. A female ghost next to her kept clapping the handball in her hand, looking a little impatient. It is the ghost of handball, Kibutsuji Musen's direct subordinate Susumaru. I see footprints. Look at this 02. Yahuba raised his head, with faint excitement in his eyes. If he really caught Tamayo who betrayed his master, they would be able to get more blood from him, and they would become even stronger. Feel the blood is excited. Don't mind playing around until you catch it. Susumaru kept clapping the ball. The strength came up, thanks to the blood that the adults gave us. Have you decided on a way to catch them? The corner of Yahuba's mouth next to him was also cruel, and he sneered sinisterly. Break their limbs so they don't run away. Susumaru laughed like a child. Yes, that's it, breaking their limbs with a handball. Sounds like it would be nice. Yahuba is also smiling. Master Tamayo, they are catching up. Yoshiro closed his eyes slightly, seemed to see something, and spoke suddenly. Come yet. There was a wry smile on Tamayo's beautiful face. Master Tamayo, I will definitely protect you. Yoshiro looked at Tamayo with a determined face. Do not force. No, I can definitely do it, I won't let anyone hurt Master Tamayo. Yoshiro opened his mouth firmly, and at the same time, took out two things from his pocket. Just lightly stick it on him and Tamayo. The figures of the two people seemed unreal, invisible to the naked eye, as if they disappeared from this world all of a sudden. At the same time, Yahuba and Susumaru also appeared. Yahuba stopped abruptly. Susumaru looked at Yahuba strangely. What? Stopped? Breath, it ends at this place. Yahuba looked ahead, obviously there was no one in front of him, but Yahuba couldn't help lowering his head, looking at the palm. The message from the eyeball in the palm was here. Here, is it terminated? Susumaru murmured slightly, slapping the ball with his palms constantly. It's fun. This game, I like it. While speaking, the handball in his hand slammed forward. The next one, the handball that was played like a child, raged in the forest like a cannonball. Big trees were broken by handballs. It seemed to hit something, and an arm fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhu laughed like a child. I found it. Keep playing. What a pleasure. As he said that, he had two more handballs in his hand. Boom. The handball was shot by Susumaru, who bombarded the position where the arm had just dropped. Accompanied by the bombardment of the handball, there seemed to be something beating in the deserted place. Sure enough, it's invisible. It seems that he used the vampire technique to hide himself cleverly. Yahuba looked ahead, and there seemed to be something beating faintly, avoiding the constant bombardment of the handball. Also, Susumaru, you are too naive, or in other words, too arbitrary. If you kill them with this kind of bombardment, it's not good. Also, my clothes are all stained by the dust here. Yahuba looked at Susumaru annoyed. Aren't you bothered? Thanks to my handball, I can force them to track down, find them, and play more happily. Susumaru giggled, and in the next second, several more handballs were in his hands, and they were thrown towards the shadowy, invisible figure. Boom! Like shells raging in the forest. The rising dust spread outward like a mist. Yahuba jumped back unconsciously, avoiding the dust. My clothes are dirty again. You are nervous, where is it dirty? Susumaru didn't bother to pay attention to Yahuba's nervous cleanliness, and continued to wave the handball towards the forest. All of a sudden, it seemed that something had been hit, and a man's scream came out from the forest. The next moment, a phantom swayed in a place where there was no one. Tamayo hugged a lost Yoshiro and leaned against a big tree, both panting slightly. It appeared, it appeared. Susumaru let out a childlike laugh. Damn! Yoshiro struggled to get up, but one leg was broken and he couldn't get up at all. Master Tamayo, go first, I will hold them back. Yoshiro spoke to Tamayo with a firm face. It's not what you say. Susumaru giggled and threw the handball again, hitting Tamayo's leg like a cannonball. Break off the limbs first, so as not to run away. Seeing the handball hit, Yoshiro jumped up and blocked the handball with his body, but Yoshiro himself was also hit by the handball, and a big hole was opened in his chest by the handball. Heal 160 Shiro. Tamayo couldn't help making a worried sound. It's okay, Master Tamayo, please go quickly, I will definitely be able to stop them, and I will definitely protect Master Tamayo well. Even if there was a big hole in his chest, even if a leg and an arm were broken, Yoshiro stood up with difficulty, staring at Susumaru and Yahuba full of anger. Put it down, you won't be able to run away, I will keep your heads and play with them like handballs. Susumaru giggled. It seems that someone is coming. Just when Susumaru wanted to continue, Yahuba, who was hiding far behind, suddenly looked at his palm, and the eyeballs of his palm were rolling. Like a ghost and a person. Strange, why do ghosts stay with people? There was a slight doubt in Yahuba's eyes, and suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be the ghost who cooperated with the ghost-killing team? It's really lucky. Yahuba couldn't help cheering up. Rustling. The leaves in the forest were shaking, and the boy in the bamboo hat and the girl in the fox mask kept jumping and running in the forest. There are a lot of ghosts coming from the front. Under the bamboo hat, the golden eyes stared at the front, faintly excited. It looks like we're going to fight again. Under the fox mask, the girl's eyes also shone slightly, fight side by side with Mew. Very nice. Chapter 87. Rustling. A swaying figure came from the forest, and Susumaru couldn't help but stop the handball attack in his hand. Under the moonlit night, two figures moved lightly, and finally landed on the branches. A boy wearing a hat. A girl wearing a fox mask. Yahuba couldn't help but looked up, looking at the two people who suddenly appeared. One ghost, one person. Very strange combination. These two ghosts are a bit strong. Makomo stared at Susumaru and Yahuba. These two ghosts were stronger than the previous ghosts, but the other two ghosts felt weak. However, looking at the situation in front of them, it seems that these ghosts have internal strife. For what? The girl frowned beautifully, a little confused. Unlike Makomo, who focused more on the two ghosts, Yahuba and Susumaru, he focused more on the ghost who was leaning against a tree and wearing a dark purple kimono decorated with a woman with wavy lavender branches and red flowers and a wide beige belt around her waist. She has long black hair, parted in the middle, and combed into a large, low bun, which is held in place by a flower barrette. The eyes are gentle, like a light pink mist. The lips are rosy, in stark contrast to the pale complexion. Is a beautiful woman. Of course, the reason Sumu notices the other party is also because the other party is Tamayo. If I remember correctly, this used to be a doctor who lived next to Kibutsuji Muzan, and his medical skills can be said to be very powerful. Yoshiro, who lost a leg and a hand, walked up to Tamayo with difficulty, looking around vigilantly. As far as Yoshiro is concerned, he does not allow anyone to hurt Master Tamayo. Although he didn't know who these two people who appeared suddenly, no, one person and one ghost, were, but Yoshiro was still vigilant instinctively. A ghost, with a human. Tamayo's eyes are also on Sumyu at the moment. As we all know, almost all the ghosts in this world are under the control of Kibutsuji Muzan, even she was like this back then. Back then, in order to get rid of Kibutsuji Muzan's control, she did not know how many experiments she had done on herself, and finally got rid of Kibutsuji Muzan's control through drug transformation. So, how did this ghost escape Kibutsuji Muzan's control? All of a sudden, a strong curiosity arose. Although, hundreds of years ago, relying on the power of Ji Koyuan, a talented swordsman, he could not completely defeat Muzan, but Tamayo always believed that as long as the strength of people with the same ambition was gathered together, Muzan would be able to be completely killed. For this, she can bet everything. But all these years, the only ones she has seen that are not controlled by Kibutsuji Muzan are herself and Yoshiro, who was transformed into a ghost by herself. She once felt very hopeless. But now, see this ghost. She seemed to see hope. Why is this ghost able to get rid of Kibutsuji Muzan's control? If the reason can be found, then it is definitely very good news for dealing with Kibutsuji Muzan. Are you the ghost your lord is looking for? Yahuba raised his head and looked at Sumyu. As a ghost, it's really disgusting to cooperate with the ghost-killing team. Yahuba licked his palm, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. Sumyu did not answer the other party's words, but said to Zhenzang beside him, look out for the other two ghosts. 11. Makomo had already held down the hilt of Nichiren blades with his little hand, and was ready to fight side by side with Sumyu, but Sumyu asked him to watch over the other two ghosts, and he was somewhat reluctant in his heart. But, although reluctantly, Makomo still listens to Sumyu's words. Then, in a flash, the figure landed next to Yoshiro and Tamayo, looking at the two ghosts vigilantly. Makomo glanced directly at Yoshiro and began to size up Tamayo. This female ghost has just been stared at by Mew for a long time. I have to say that this female ghost is really beautiful, very charming, and her appearance is also very beautiful. No wonder he was watched by Mew. She looks very beautiful. You must know that after most people are turned into ghosts by Muzan, their bodies will inevitably undergo changes. Only a very small number of people will remain the same, and most of them will become particularly ugly. For example, a bigger nose, or ugly fangs, or Master Tamayo, take this opportunity, we will. Yoshiro whispered. In front of Susumaru and Yabayu Mingxian were attracted by the ghost wearing a bamboo hat, and now, it is indeed a chance to escape. Although, they were caught by the human girl in front of them. But compared to Susumaru and Yahuba, this human girl is obviously not too much of a threat. Want to go? Under the fox mask, a smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth. Mew told me to watch you carefully, and you two ghosts should stay here until Mew has not dealt with those two ghosts. Well, that's not what you say. Yoshiro snorted coldly, his hand and leg, which were broken by the handball, had completely healed before he knew it. Although he felt a little weak all over his body, he had recovered his combat effectiveness. Holding the talisman in his hand, he gently pasted it on his head, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from his eyes. Stealth. Makomo murmured slightly, his figure trailing behind Kochu lightly, and as he just left, a dull voice came from the place where he was standing just now. It was obvious that a place was attacked by Chien Shiro just now. The body floated down on the branch, and Makomo tilted his head and looked at the ground. Although he didn't know where the other party was, he didn't care. She can see that although this ghost is invisible, it is not perfect. As long as it makes any movement, it will produce movement. For example, there will always be a little wind when it moves. Eyes narrowed slightly, bent into a beautiful crescent shape. Wang Zhao, she gently waved to Yoshiro, who was invisible underground. You can't do it. Too weak. Damn fly. Yoshiro was enraged immediately. She was so arrogant even though she was still a little girl, and immediately attacked Makomo. But it's a pity that Makomo's speed is really fast, Yoshiro's attack often has not passed, and the girl's figure has already gone to another place. He couldn't hit at all, and the angry Yoshiro was extremely irritable. Yoshiro and Makomo were fighting fiercely on one side, and on the other side, Sumiu also fell from the tree branch and walked towards Susumaru and Yahuba. Handball, let's play. Seeing Sumiu approaching, Susumaru showed a happy expression on his face, like a girl encountering a fun game. Unknowingly, there are 2 more handballs in the hand. Sumiu ignored Susumaru, and all the information of the 2 ghosts appeared clearly in his eyes. Chapter 88. At this moment, the breath of the 2 ghosts in front of Sumiu's mind was clearly heard. Name, Susumaru. Ghost level, Evolution Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Abilities, Immortality, Bad, Handball Manipulation, Super Healing. Cons, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. Name, Yahuba. Ghost level, Evolution Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. Abilities, Immortal Body, Bad, Red Arrow, Super Healing. Cons, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades. The abilities of the 2 ghosts clearly appeared in his mind. In fact, even without these, he still knew the abilities of the 2 ghosts. To be honest, the abilities of these 2 ghosts are actually not unique, but they are indeed very powerful. It's not that ghosts are strong because of their abilities, but how ghosts can use their abilities well. Obviously, these 2 ghosts have mastered their abilities proficiently. Susumaru, the ghost of handball, can manipulate the handball and continue to attack. Its power is enough to destroy buildings, and its power is even comparable to the shells of later generations. Yahuba, the ghost of the arrow pattern, uses the invisible arrow pattern to move or attack the things it touches. Come on, let's play handball together. Susumaru grinned, and threw the handball towards Sumiu like a cannonball. Sumiu turned sideways to dodge 640, the handball almost brushed his cheek and fell on the ground behind him, making a huge hole. But on the handball, an invisible arrow pattern dragged, unexpectedly turned back, and hit Sumiu's back from behind. Break a big hole in me. Susumaru let out a child's laughter. Did this kid think that the handball that was thrown could not be returned? What a dream! Her handball combined with Yahuba's arrow pattern can change the attack trajectory of the handball. Choke! As if there were eyes growing on the back, a sword slashed out, and the handball supported by the arrow pattern on the back was cut in half by Sumiu's sword. If it's just these things, it's not my opponent. Sumiu, who was walking, raised her brows, bent her body slightly, and then stepped on the ground suddenly. Boom! Like a cannonball, it shot towards Susumaru. Fun, fun! Susumaru was as good looking as a child seeing a fun toy, and he laughed happily. The next moment, his body swelled suddenly, and suddenly became 8 arms, each with a handball. Come on, keep playing! Susumaru grinned, and continued to throw the handballs in his hand, and he could cut one. Could it be possible to cut 8 handballs in a row? Be obedient and be smashed into pieces by my handball. Bang 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 bang! One after another sword shadows appeared in the air, 8 consecutive swords in an instant, and 8 handballs were chopped to pieces by him with Nichiren blades. Stop playing, this brat is a bit strong. Next to him, Yahuba's face also became serious. It's just that it just sounded a reminder. Swish! A flash of sword light flashed, and the palm with eyes flew into the sky. At the same time, another fiery red horse cut towards Yahuba's neck. As soon as his arm hurt, and he saw a knife slashing his head, Yahuba's already frightened face changed. Almost without hesitation, the 10 donkeys in a panic rolled to escape the blow. Hateful! Seeing the mud all over his body, Yahuba's eyes were full of anger. For him, who has always been obsessed with cleanliness, getting mud on his body was very annoying. All of this is thanks to the little ghost in front of me. As soon as the arm stretched out, the palm with eyes and 5 fingers that had been cut off got up on the ground, and after a while, it crawled in front of Yahuba, grabbed the sleeve of the upper body, and finally returned to the body of the lost feather. Su-mu dodged a shooting handball while watching the scene calmly. For ghosts, as long as their heads are not beheaded by Nichiren blades, they are almost immortal, even if their palms are directly cut off like this. Can also heal in a short time. Depending on the strength of the ghost, the healing speed is also different. The strength of the arrow pattern ghost in front of him is obviously at the top of the evolution ghost, and it only took a few seconds to heal. Sometimes, Su-mu couldn't help feeling that Kibutsuji Musen was too cautious, possessing the ability to turn people into ghosts. He could almost form an army of ghosts, in a short time. But Kibutsuji Musen is afraid to do so. One must know that an ordinary miscellaneous ghost can easily eliminate dozens of elite soldiers. If it is really necessary to overthrow the world power, it is not impossible. Once in power, it may be very difficult for a team like the Ghost Killing Squad to survive in this world. Suffice it to say, Kibutsuji Musen has gone too far with caution. Go to hell with me. Yahuba stretched out his palm, the eyeball in the center of the palm blinked slightly, and the red arrow shot towards him at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. At the same time, 8 handballs also came from 8 directions. Looks like can no longer hide. Su-mu watched this scene quietly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he put his hand on the hilt of his sword, watching quietly. When the attack was about to arrive, a slight voice came out. Escape. The next moment, Su-mu's figure disappeared from the spot, and the handball and Hungja's arrow had already landed on the place where he had just stood in a daze. Fog is generated. Do you died? Yahuba murmured slightly. It's really not fun, I haven't had enough fun yet. Susumaru looked at the huge pothole, and already concluded that the ghost was smashed into meat paste. After all, the situation just now was obviously unavoidable. And with such a powerful attack, I'm afraid that I will be smashed into meat paste, and my body will be smashed into meat paste. Even with the body of a ghost, I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover. It's just, the huge pothole doesn't seem to feel the slightest smell of blood. Not good. This thought came to mind almost instantly. At this moment, a black shadow appeared on the ground behind Yahuba and Susumaru, and then Su-mu appeared with a sword drawn and ready to cut. Yahuba and Susumaru also seemed to feel something, and turned their heads suddenly, just in time to see Su-mu who was holding his sword drawn. When did you run behind them? This idea just surfaced, a sharp sword light has already flashed. Draw sword. Cut. Accompanied by a slight murmur, the sharp edge of the sword has passed through their necks one after another. Ma. The blood fell down the blade and dripped on the ground, making a slight sound. When the sound sounded, the heads of the 2 ghosts were instantly separated. Yahuba and Susumaru showed disbelief, opening and closing their mouths, wanting to say something, but the power of the sun contained in the Nichiren blades has already invaded, and both the ghost body and the head are slowly turning into black smoke at this moment. Handball, come and play. When the body was destroyed, Susumaru made a childlike voice with natural innocence. In the end, everything dissipated completely, and the 2 ghosts disappeared completely. At the same moment, a familiar voice also appeared in Su-mu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a ghost and getting. Chapter 89. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a ghost and getting, manipulating the handball. Manipulate the handball, can manipulate the handball and continue to attack, which is powerful enough to destroy buildings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a ghost and getting, the red arrow. Arrow of red cleansing, arrow patterns that are invisible to ordinary people, can move or attack things that touch. Two emotionless mechanical voices sounded in his ears, and with the sound of the voices, he himself seemed to have a clear understanding at this moment. With a slight squeeze of the palm, a handball appeared out of thin air, and with a sudden wave of the hand, the ball shot away like a cannonball. 54. A large crater was directly smashed into the ground, and its power was almost comparable to that of a cannonball. And watching the handball move in the air with your own ideas, up, down, left, right. With the control of Hungja's Hejian, the handball will also move with his own thoughts. This is a handball that can be controlled and can continue to emit the power of cannonballs. The ability is not bad. Su Mu whispered, this trip was not in vain. Putting the sword back into its sheath, his eyes fell on the delicate figure that was moving gracefully under the moonlit night. Makomo, stop. Okay. The girl stepped forward, her figure drifting behind. The clothes fluttered, and when I looked again, they had already obediently landed beside Su Mu. After beheading Yahuba and Susamaru, his eyes also fell on the other two ghosts. Yoshiro and Tamayo. Does Mu want to kill them? Makomo tilted his head, his beautiful eyes bent into a crescent shape. Although it was a slight whisper, an invisible threat seemed to be hidden under that smiling face. Squinting little monster. And as Makomo's words fell, the world is also tense. And Yoshiro also appeared from the phantom, firmly protecting in front of Tamayo, looking at the two of them vigilantly. Need not. He patted Makomo on the small head. Makomo looked at him with doubts in his good-looking eyes. Before, Mu had never held back from almost all ghosts. Why, let's keep our hands on these two ghosts now. Is it because? Involuntarily, it fell on Tamayo, this ghost is really beautiful, with soft facial features and gentle temperament. Very beautiful female ghost. Suddenly a soreness emerged in my heart, I almost forgot that Mu was still a male ghost, and this was a female ghost. Did Mu become interested in this female ghost? Seemingly sensing something in Makomo's little head, he couldn't help stretching out his hand and tapping on Makomo's little head, don't think about it. No. Makomo muttered, however, this female ghost is quite beautiful. If Mu likes it, I will catch it for you. After the initial panic, Tamayo also calmed down slowly. Looking at the person and ghost in front of him, Tamayo had indescribable doubts in his eyes. The combination of ghosts and people is really strange. Why, that little human girl would listen to a ghost. Moreover, after watching the girl's battle with Yoshiro just now, it can be seen that the girl should have also practiced the breathing method. And the breathing method is the standard equipment of the ghost-killing team. In other words, it shows that this girl belongs to the ghost-killing squad, even if she is not a member of the ghost-killing squad, she has a close connection with the ghost-killing squad. People and ghosts in the ghost-hunting organization are together, such a combination, no matter how you look at it, how confusing it is. Master Tamayo, you go first, I will hold them back. Hearing Makomo's words, Yoshiro's face was also extremely ugly. It seemed that the ghost seemed to have ideas for Master Tamayo. He must not let the other party succeed, even if it cost his own life, he must protect Master Tamayo. You can't hold back, kid. Makomo curled his lips. That female ghost is my muse fancy. When the words came out, there seemed to be an inexplicable sourness. Yoshiro's complexion also became even uglier. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that his strength was indeed much worse, not to mention Su Mu, even Makomo, he might not be an opponent. Get out of the way, Yoshiro, he has no ill intentions towards us. A gentle voice sounded. Yoshiro couldn't help turning his head. If there was malicious intent, they would have done it long ago. Tamayo said softly, a pair of pupils also began to swell Su Mu. Completely different from the ghosts I have seen before, this ghost seems to be completely unaffected by Kibutsuji Musen. Yoshiro was still a little worried, but he always obeyed Tamayo's words and stepped aside unconsciously. Let's find a place, this doesn't seem to be a place to talk. Zero looking for flowers. He said softly, and faintly felt a strange aura approaching here. It is good. Tamayo nodded. At this moment, Su-mu also had a thought, and a body that was exactly the same as his was also in place. Splitting ability, able to separate ghosts that are exactly the same as themselves. A clone of the ghost was left behind, waiting for the ghosts who might come, and he followed Tamayo to their hiding place. Not long after Su-mu and the others left, an extremely fast figure came. Soon, the figure landed on a tree branch, and his eyes fell on the mess all over the ground. It was certain that his two direct subordinates, Senior Yu and Zhu Wan, had died here. The man was wearing black Western clothes and a white hat. At this moment, under the white hat, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the ghost staying in place. Zero. No, it shouldn't be a ghost, just a clone of a ghost. What is certain is that no breath is felt on this ghost. In other words, this ghost is not a ghost that sucked his blood. Is it the same ghost as him? Kibutsuji Musen. Su-mu, who stayed in place, looked up and looked at Kibutsuji Musen on the treetop. You came later than I thought. Damn. Kibutsuji Musen looked annoyed at the ghost clone in front of him. He felt the provocation of this ghost. This is something he cannot tolerate. For thousands of years, those who dared to provoke him almost ceased to exist. Except for the man who made him fear in his bones until now, Jiguo Yuanyi. Does this ghost also want to be Jiguo Yuanyi? Anyway, kill him. The palm stretched out, turned into an extremely huge arm, and grabbed the clone that stayed in place. Yin Hong stared at the ghost's clone. Even if he was completely controlled at this moment, the other party didn't seem to be surprised, but opened his mouth. Kibutsuji Musen, I found you. The very calm words made daughter-in-law Wu unintentionally raise her throat. Boom. Without hesitation, with a pinch of 5 fingers, the avatar immediately turned into a ball of meat sauce. Anyway, kill him. This newborn ghost. Kibutsuji Musen roared inwardly. Anger. Or is it little fear? Chapter 90. A secluded estate. Arriving here, Tamayo stopped. Here, there should be no one to disturb. Tamayo turned his head and looked at Su-mu. Su-mu's eyes fell on the manor, a manor hidden in the illusion. If it didn't really appear at the door, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to find it. Is it vampirism? He murmured softly, and had to say that this manor was really cleverly hidden, especially the surrounding area was covered by the enchantment of vampirism, making it impossible for people to find out. It is good. He nodded and followed Tamayo into the manor. In the manor room, Su-mu and Makomo sat on one side, and Tamayo and Yoshiro on the other. From the beginning to the end, Yoshiro's eyes were fixed on Su-mu, and the hostility in his eyes was barely concealed. He didn't forget what Makomo said just now, this ghost is interested in Master Tamayo. 643. This is intolerable. Only. He is well aware of Su-mu's strength and dare not provoke her. If you stare at Mu again, your eyeballs will be dug out. Makomo on the side also immediately narrowed his eyes. Yoshiro opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, he could only hum his nose to express his dissatisfaction. At this moment, Tamayo also brewed the tea and handed a cup to Su-mu. Su-mu took it and was about to drink it, but was held down by Makomo. Be careful, it's poisonous. No problem. Su-mu shook her head, not to mention, ordinary toxins are useless in a ghost's body. It is only possible unless the toxin of wisteria flower is researched like Kochu Shinobu in the future. After taking the hot tea, take a sip, the fragrance of the tea enters the lungs, and a mellow fragrance lingers in the spleen and lungs for a long time. The tea is good tea, and the craftsmanship of making tea is also superb. You flatter me. Tamayo responded. Su-mu was about to say something, but suddenly, she seemed to feel something, and her body couldn't help shaking. What's wrong? Makomo looked at Su-mu strangely. Nothing. Su-mu shook his head, the avatar he just stayed in place should have been killed. If not expected, it should be Kibutsuji Musen. Strange, you don't seem to have any intention of killing us. Tamayo raised his head and looked at Su-mu with a pair of eyes. Is it weird? Yes, you know, when you killed the other two ghosts just now, your attitude was very firm. Tamayo said naturally, I am the same as Yoshiro, also a ghost, I wonder why you. The latter words, of course, needless to say. It's almost easy to understand. Makomo next to him also turned his head around and looked at Su-mu curiously. This is also where Makomo's doubts arise. You know, Mu has never held back the ghosts she and Mu met before. Why, met the two ghosts in front of me. Su-mu suddenly stopped killing them? I'm just somewhat hostile to those ghosts who have completely lost their nature and feed on human flesh. Su-mu spoke very flatly. You guys, shouldn't you be eating human flesh? He looked at Tamayo and Yoshiro. Although both of them are ghosts, these two ghosts have already changed themselves through drugs, and they only need to drink a small amount of human blood to replace Nianren's flesh and blood. Tamayo looked up in surprise, although she didn't know why Su-mu knew this, but she was sensible and didn't ask further. I'm afraid that's not the only purpose of not killing me, sir. Tamayo raised his head and looked at Su-mu. It's natural. He looked at Tamayo, I hope I can get your help. Tamayo frowned slightly, the little girl's strength is limited, I'm afraid she won't be able to help Mr. too much. Tamayo shook her head, her strength is not strong, if not, she would not be chased by Yahuba and Susumaru who can't even play the string. Su-mu shook her head. Compared with strength, Tamayo's medical skills are very powerful. Of course, for Su-mu, he is a ghost with a strong recovery ability, and his medical skills have little effect on him. Forget it. Don't know what sir wants Tamayo to help. Tamayo frowned tightly. Destroy, Kibutsuji Musen. Su-mu spoke very plainly. With Kibutsuji Musen's character, when he can bask in the sun, he and Kibutsuji Musen are already enemies. Walking in the dark, for thousands of years, no one is more eager to bask in the sun than Kibutsuji Musen. For this reason, he has been painstakingly looking for the whereabouts of the Bianhua over the years. Destroy Kibutsuji Musen. Hearing Su-mu's words, Tamayo's body trembled slightly involuntarily. No one knows the power of Kibutsuji Musen better than her. As the valet beside Kibutsuji, and also the physician beside Kibutsuji Musen, she knows the power of Kibutsuji Musen better than anyone else. That ghost is almost an invincible existence. Except for the swordsman who used the breath of the sun many years ago and could have defeated Kibutsuji Musen, I am afraid there is no one anymore. And that person is dead. Tamayo shook his head, with your current strength, you are not an opponent of Kibutsuji Musen at all, far from it. Although, before Su-mu beheaded Yahuba and Susumaru, it looked very powerful, but compared to Kibutsuji Musen, it was far inferior, even, far worse. Even the strongest pillar of the demon-killing team, Yanzu Haimjima Kume, cannot be Kibutsuji Musen's opponent. Not only the rock pillar Haimjima Kume, even if all the pillars of the ghost-killing team are gathered to deal with Kibutsuji Musen together, they are not Kibutsuji Musen's opponent. The only way to eliminate Kibutsuji Musen may be to desperately consume, regardless of death, and at the cost of the death of all the pillars, drag Kibutsuji Musen into the daytime, use the sunlight, and kill Kibutsuji Musen. However, this possibility is too low. Kibutsuji Musen is not a fool, and, being cautious by nature, such a chance will not be given. You're right, I'm really not Kibutsuji Musen's opponent right now. He spoke softly. Although I don't want to admit it, these are the facts before my eyes after all. Tamayo's eyes were full of doubts. Since he knew this, how could he talk about eliminating Kibutsuji Muzan? But is not Kibutsuji Muzan's opponent now, but it doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Tomorrow's me will definitely be stronger than today's me. He looked at Tamayo seriously, with a strong confidence in his eyes. Looking at Su-mu with a confident face, she seemed to vaguely see the figure of the man who could slash 1,500 effective slashes in a second hundreds of years ago from the other person's eyes. Is it an illusion? A slight murmur came from Tamayo's mouth, and he couldn't help but believe that the other party would be able to do it. Chapter 91. Is it an illusion? Tamayo raised his head, and his eyes fell on the opposite side, the boy in the bamboo hat. Covered by the bamboo hat, she couldn't see clearly what this ghost looked like, but those golden eyes were so sharp, just like the original swordsman who used the breath of the sun hundreds of years ago. The eyes are so sharp that they seem to see through people's hearts. Can you tell me why you beheaded Kibutsuji Muzan? After a while, Tamayo spoke seriously. If Su-mu were human, she wouldn't ask such a question. After all, do people need a reason to kill ghosts? But, Su-mu is a ghost. Could it be that this ghost has the same experience as himself? The same experience of being persecuted by Kibutsuji Muzan. Once, hundreds of years ago, she was just a very ordinary person, living in a very warm family, with her own lovely child. At that time, what she hoped most was that she could live until her son grew up. But she was terminally ill. As a family of doctors, at that time, she had been trying her best to find a way to keep her alive. At that time, Kibutsuji Muzan appeared. Tell her that as long as she accepts his blood, she can live forever. So, she trusted Kibutsuji Muzan. Received the blood of Kibutsuji Muzan. Became a ghost. But Kibutsuji Muzan never told her that becoming a ghost is no longer the same as a human being. The bloodthirsty nature possessed by the ghost was something she couldn't suppress, and she no longer knew what kind of night it was. She ate her husband, she ate her son. When the ghost nature disappears and the human nature returns a little bit, looking at the bloody. That moment. What's inside? She doesn't remember much. All I know is that at that moment, she wanted to die very much, but she couldn't die. She pierced her throat with scissors countless times, but she found out very sadly that she couldn't die no matter what. This is her experience and the reason why she wants to kill Muzan, the ghost dancer. Because Kibutsuji Muzan tricked her into thinking that if she received Kibutsuji Muzan's blood, she would be able to see her son grow up. But the result was that he killed his son and his husband with his own hands. I will never forget that at that night, the young son looked at her with a childish and innocent face. Mom, are you hungry? You bit me. Devouring her own flesh and blood little by little, no one can understand the kind of anger in her heart. The hands are clenched unconsciously, even if hundreds of years have passed, even if the years pass by, the memory of that night will never be forgotten. Therefore, she also wants to know the reason why Su-mu wants to kill Kibutsuji Muzan at this moment. Tamayo has always believed that only by uniting people with the same aspirations as her can kill Kibutsuji Muzan completely. For this reason, she is willing to block her all. Looking at the inquiry in Tamayo's eyes, and the sadness hidden in the depths, Su-mu couldn't help but stood up, went to the window, and looked at the full moon in the sky. Why did you kill Kibutsuji Muzan? He whispered softly, then clenched his fists naturally. From the moment I became a ghost, I and Muzan have been enemies. I don't know if you believe such an answer. He said softly. Kibutsuji Muzan, as the first generation of Oni who survived the millennium, calls himself a creature infinitely close to perfection but cannot bask in the sun. How would Kibutsuji Muzan react if he knew that he, a ghost, could bask in the sun? Moreover, Kibutsuji Muzan has a very cruel and ruthless personality. He will destroy those who are looking for themselves, or those who violate their will. Cautiously, he dominates the ghosts with absolute terror, and he never wants any ghosts to escape his control. Tamayo looked up and looked at the boy's back seriously. Compared to Kibutsuji Musen, this boy is still very weak, even weaker than many pillars of the Demon Slayer team that he has seen before. But from the boy's back, she vaguely saw a glimmer of hope to defeat Kibutsuji Musen. Although it was just a tiny bit, it was enough for her to grasp it desperately. "Sir, I don't know what you want to do as a concubine." She also looked at the other party seriously. The other party asked her to talk about these things, not just these things. After all, the other party was a ghost, and her medical skills could not help the other party much. If she knew more information, she should understand that she has already cooperated with the ghost-killing team, and if the ghost-killing team is willing, she doesn't mind providing medical treatment for the ghost-killing team. If this ghost knows the inside story, she also provided treatment for Yubayashiki Kaguya, the current head of the Ghost Slayer squad. However, only Yubayashiki Kaguya, the head of the Ghost Slayer team, knows all this, and no other members of the Ghost Slayer team know about it. Maybe the ghost in front of me doesn't know? Su-mu turned back, looked at Tamayo, and looked at him very seriously. "I want to know all the information about the swordsman who made Kibutsuji Musen terrified to the bone hundreds of years ago." More precisely, he wanted to know about the practice method of that swordsman. As a ghost, it is impossible for him to learn too much from the ghost-killing team. Not to mention that the ghost-killing team doesn't fully trust him now. Even if they trust him completely in the future, it is impossible for him to unreservedly share all the information about the breathing method to him. And Tamayo, as a ghost who personally witnessed the battle between Kibutsuji Musen and Ji Koyuan hundreds of years ago, probably has a much better understanding of Ji Koyuan than the people of the current ghost-killing team. And, there's no way Tamayo, who has spent hundreds of years trying to find a way to defeat Kibutsuji Musen, would not have studied that swordsman. That swordsman! Tamayo murmured, even after many years, that battle, about the 047 sword that the initial swordsman fought against Kibutsuji Musen, is still imprinted in his mind like a hot sun. 1,500 effective slashes in 1 second. With just one sword strike, Giwojiwa was forced to flee for his life in embarrassment. If Kibutsuji Musen's means of escape were not powerful enough to instantly split his body into more than 1,800 fragments and flee in all directions, I am afraid that Kibutsuji Musen would have fallen under the sword of that swordsman. That person was someone Kibutsuji Musen simply couldn't fight against. Even after so many years, Kibutsuji Musen still lives under the sword that he feared back then. Tamayo raised his head, and his eyes fell on Su-mu. Obviously he didn't expect that Su-mu would want to know the information of that swordsman. But when you think about it carefully, it is not surprising. After all, for thousands of years, there is only one person who can really defeat the Ghost Dance Plan Musen. However, because we are human beings, our lifespan is limited after all, and we cannot escape the shackles of life, so we can only turn into a piece of Lois in the end. Okay, I will tell you all the information about that swordsman. But probably disappointed you. I didn't really have much contact with that swordsman. Strictly speaking, there is only one side. Maybe you don't get as much information as you want. Tamayo said softly. After all, that human thing is comparable to a god and demon, and it is definitely not something that a ghost like her can spy on. Chapter 92. It may disappoint you, I don't know much about that swordsman. Maybe you won't get as much information as you want from me. Tamayo looked at Su-mu and said seriously. Regarding the original swordsman who mastered the breath of the sun, maybe, there should be no second one in this world. Because, that is a person loved by God. Su-mu nodded, I know, just tell me what you know. In addition to learning about the swordsman from Tamayo, he can also find some information from 2 other places, and the information on Tamayo is only for reference. The first place to learn about it is from Nezuko's father, Kamadu Tanjiro. After all, Kamadu Tanjiro is the descendant of Kamadu Tanjiro's close friend Kamadu Tanjiro's family. As the inheritors of the will of the country, the Kamadu family has always shouldered the task of inheriting the Nichiren flower paper earrings and the breath of the god of fire Kagura left by him. Moreover, Kamadu Tanjiro is the only ordinary person outside of the Demon Slayer squad who has mastered the transparent world, and has mastered the principle of the transparent world. In the anime, when Tanjiro played against Akaza in Infinity City, he recalled the principle of the transparent world that his father explained to him, which allowed Tanjiro to understand the transparent world. Another place to learn about is from Rengoku Mojura, the father of Rengoku Kyujura, the former Yanzu Rengoku Kyujura of the Demon Slayer squad. Following Guo Yuanyi's message. Hearing what Su-mu said, Tamayo didn't say anything. In the past, in order to find out how to defeat Kibutsuji Musen, she had done research on Ji Guo Yuanyi. But it is a pity that such as Ji Kuyuan, who was born with the ability to use breathing and penetrate the world, has extremely high talent and attainments in swordsmanship. The first swordsman who awakened the stripes was born with stripes, and was recognized by the gods. Beloved, it is impossible for her to research anything. I got up and found a yellow notebook from the cabinet in the room. These are what I once knew about Ji Guo Yuanyi, and everything I know is here. Su-mu took the notes and read them carefully. Unfortunately, as Tamayo said, she really doesn't know much about Ji Kuyuan, and the things recorded are of little value. However, there is one point that has certain introductions and guesses. That's some speculation about Zebra. You must know that once a person activates the stripes, his strength will be greatly improved. Regarding how to open the stripes, Tamayo made his own guess in recalling the battle between Ji Kuyuan and Kibutsuji Musen, that is, the body temperature needs to reach 39 degrees, and the heart rate is more than 200 times. It's just that if you want to do all of this, it's absolutely impossible for a human body to bear it. So, once you start the markings, you can't live past the age of 25. Based on Su-mu's understanding of the anime Demon Slayer, there are very few people in this world who can open stripes. Except for the Jiguo brothers in the Warring States period, humans who understand this technique include Kamadu Tanjiro, Hime-jima Kume, Tokaido Muchiro, Iguro Obanai. Following Kunaizuki's death, Tsujikuni Michikatsu is now one of the top players in 12. Kizuki Black is dead. Kamadu Tanjiro is still a child now. Tokaido Muchiro and Iguro Obanai should not be mastered yet. Now, the entire Demon Slayer masters the pattern is Yanzu Hime-jima Kume and Tanjiro's father, Kamadu Tanjiro. Thank you. Seeing Tamayo's introduction about Zebra, Su-mu knew that this trip was not in vain, and this little thing alone was enough to help him. No, it should be me who wants to thank you. Tamayo shook his head. It is Tamayo's honor to meet a like-minded person like Mr. Su-mu was slightly silent. Indeed, for Tamayo, she was already dead after devouring her own bones that night. The motivation behind Tamayo's survival is to atone for her sins as much as possible and kill Kibutsuji Musen who destroyed her everything. Over the years, I have also found some ways to deal with Kibutsuji Musen. As a doctor, I think there are corresponding medicines and treatments for any injury, so she believes that ghosting is actually a physical change. As long as you can turn ghosts back into humans after research, you can defeat Musen. Tamayo looked at Su-mu and expressed her guess. She would not hide the information she knew from those who shared her goals. A good guess. Su-mu nodded and agreed with Tamayo's conjecture. Tamayo's eyes lit up when he heard Su-mu's approval. After all, what an incredible idea it is to turn a ghost into a human being. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed with it. I think, if Ms. Tamayo can develop a drug that turns ghosts into humans, then many ghosts will be saved. He said softly that not all ghosts are willing to become ghosts. These days, among the ghosts he and Makomo killed together, many of them were killed by his own Nichiren blades, showing pain and unwillingness, not about death. More of a relief. For example, Susamaru, the handball ghost who was just beheaded by himself. Its final expression is about the innocence of children, handball, come and play, a childlike character, but was tricked by Kibutsuji Muzan, went to fight, and killed many people. Save the ghost. Tamayo murmured slightly, and couldn't help thinking of everything about himself in his mind, thinking of the night that he would never forget. If she could really save other ghosts, it would be a redemption for her. If it's possible in the future, I'd like to ask Sir to do me a favor. Tamayo bowed, making a request. Please say. Help Tamayo collect 12 Kizuki's blood. Tamayo said softly, only by completely analyzing the blood of 12 Kizuki, can we truly understand Kibutsuji Muzan, and can we research the corresponding medicine. I see. If I meet 12 Kizuki next time, I will help collect them if possible. Su-mu nodded, and agreed without hesitation, if he killed 12 Kizuki in the future, these things would be just a matter of convenience. Thanks. Tamayo bent over and said thanks. Su-mu shook her head, actually, I also have something to say to you. Tamayo raised his head and his eyes fell on Su-mu, wondering what the other party wanted to say to her. Although you are ghosts, in fact, you are more like humans than humans. You and I are like ghosts walking in the dark, but our hearts yearn for the light. In my eyes, there is actually no difference between you when you write about human beings. Tamayo was slightly taken aback, and was told by a ghost that they were more like human beings. Tamayo's heart was complicated, and at the same time, he was also moved. Because of the evil deeds of killing to vent anger in the past, Tamayo once thought that he was an unforgivable evil spirit, but today, from Su-mu's mouth, he regards himself as a human being. Actually, I, Wang Zhao, agree with Mu. I also think that you are more like humans than ghosts. Makomo on the side also spoke his own words. Thanks. Tamayo bent down, his head almost to the ground, to express his sincere thanks. She was very moved. Whether it is Su-mu, a ghost, or Makomo, a human being, they are willing to treat themselves as human beings, which really touched her. After all, the crimes committed by a ghost like her, in her opinion, can never be forgiven. Now, he has been forgiven by others. It's like being in the dark all the time, and suddenly one day, the first light of life is ushered in. It is a kind of warmth that illuminates people's hearts. Chapter 93. After saying goodbye to Tamayo and Yoshiro, Su-mu took Makomo on the journey again. But, this time, Su-mu's main goal is no longer to kill evil spirits. But find Kamadu Tanjiro, the protagonist of the Demon Slayer world. Of course, it is definitely not greedy for the beauty of Tanjiro's sister Nezuko, or wanting to play a game of Nezuko's development. Of course, there is also such a trace of thought in the heart. After all, although he has become a ghost, he has not disappeared at all in terms of human nature. I believe that anyone who has watched the anime Demon Slayer will never forget a girl like Nezuko. It's normal to have thoughts about Nezuko being such a cute, a female ghost who can grow into a big Lolita, and down, into a little Lolita. Of course, the current Nezuko is not a female ghost. The current Nezuko should still be a little lowly, right? Mu, is Kamadu Tanjiro really an expert hidden in the world as Mu said? Makomo looked at Su-mu curiously. Su-mu did not hide from Makomo the information about finding Kamadu Tanjiro, so Makomo was very curious about Kamadu Tanjiro. Yes. Su-mu nodded. Demon Slayer didn't describe much about Fa Zhi's father, Kamadu member Wang Lang. But one thing is very clear. That is, Zhao 660 Men Tanjiro is the only ordinary person who has mastered the penetrating world other than the Demon Slayer squad. If the guess is correct, Kamadu Tanjiro should also be one of the few people who opened the stripes. After all, in the anime, Kamadu Tanjiro has a stripe on his forehead. Then Makomo should pay a good visit then. Makomo is also interested. At the same time, I also have some doubts. Having mastered such a powerful force, but willing to make a living by selling charcoal for generations, such a family is really a family worthy of admiration. The sky did not know when it started to snow. Another year of winter is coming. For the young Kamadu Tanjiro, he likes this kind of weather very much, which means that this year's charcoal can sell better again. Since my father's health became worse and worse, the burden of the family suddenly became heavier. As the eldest son of the family, it is natural to shoulder the responsibility of bearing the burden of the family. I hope my father's health will get better soon. Tanjiro prayed in his heart. Walking along the rugged mountain road is really difficult for him who is still very young. After a while, I became a little out of breath. Looking at the dim, sky, I need to go home as soon as possible. It's dark, so it's hard to go. Tanjiro, who was carrying an empty basket, murmured slightly that the trip to the town went smoothly, and all the charcoal baskets he carried were sold out. However, simply, home is almost here. Night shrouded. In a small house, the fire was burning. The somewhat tired Kamadu Aoi was hugging the young child, looking at the children playing happily in the room, and his tired face was unconsciously filled with joy. Mom, Mom, when will Big Brother come back? The young Mao asked while hugging his mother's thigh. Should be back soon. Kamadu Aoi responded gently. Just looking at the heavy snow falling outside, there is a hint of worry in her eyes. This is Tanjiro's first time going out to sell charcoal independently. She is actually very worried in her heart, but she will not show her worry in front of other children. Mao, when the Big Brother comes back, he will definitely bring delicious food to Mao. The sensible Nezuko also took his younger brother's hand, not to let Mao keep pestering his mother. The Big Brother has to go out to do errands, and many things at home have to be done by the mother. The younger brother is by the side, which will greatly affect the mother. Mao has to eat a lot of delicious food. Mao let out a cheerful laugh, looking forward to the Big Brother's arrival even more. Nezuko stroked his younger brother's little head. Unlike her younger sister, she is the same as the Big Brother. As the eldest daughter of the family, she is also sensible from a very early age. At the same time, I can take good care of my younger siblings. Although the days were a bit tough, the whole family was working hard, and it wasn't too hard. Nezuko's eyes could not help falling on his father who was still drowsy on the bed, and there was a hint of worry unconsciously in his eyes. My father's condition has gotten worse. I hope my father's condition will recover soon. Nezuko prayed silently in his heart. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. The moment he heard the knock on the door, Kamadu Aoi, who had been worried about his son Tanjiro, hurriedly opened the door. See the man standing at the door. It was not his own son Kamadu Tanjiro, but a well-mannered man in black western clothes and a white hat. In the middle of the night in the forest, Kamadu Koizi was a little surprised when such a wealthy man knocked on the door. I passed by here by chance. Because of the heavy snow, the road was blocked. I hope I can borrow some hot water to warm my body. I am really grateful. A gentle smile appeared on Kibutsuji Musen's pale face. Apparently, not a bad guy. Okay, I'll get you some hot water right now. You don't have to be so polite. People will inevitably encounter some difficulties when they are outside. Kamadu Aoi smiled. She hopes that in the future, if her son Tanjiro cannot go home, he can also get some small help from others. Come in, it's cold outside, but it's warmer inside. Kamadu Aoi warmly extended the invitation. Thanks. You really are a nice guy. Kibutsuji Musen walked in politely. The moment he entered the door, there was a tinge of scarlet in his gentle eyes. He licked his lips unconsciously, and his eyes fell on Kamadu Nezuko, Kamadu Takeo, Kamadu Shigeru, and Kamadu Rokuta one after another, and then stopped for a while at Kamadu Aoi who was about to fetch water. In the end, it stopped at the man lying on the bed, Kamadu Tanjiro. It can be clearly felt that this person has a very serious illness. However, one can still feel that the other party's frail body contains very powerful energy. Especially the streak on his forehead made his pupils shrink slightly. It looks like Mr. S condition is not good. Kibutsuji Musen seemed to speak inadvertently. Well, Tan Lang's body has always been weak, and he has recently been infected with chronic illnesses, and his health is deteriorating. Kamadu Ueze handed warm water to Kibutsuji Musen, a little sad. Really, it sounds really bad. I happen to have some nutritional supplements here, which may be of some use to Mr. S body. Kibutsuji Musen pulled the tonic out of his pocket. Is this possible? Kamadu Aoie shook her head. It's okay, it just so happens that you helped me today, so let me thank you. If you don't accept it, I won't feel at ease. Then, that's fine. Kamadu Ueze was a little hesitant, but seeing her husband's weak body, she finally nodded. I am also very grateful to the people in front of me. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Kibutsuji Musen said softly, deep in his eyes, the eyes were scarlet and flickering. Chapter 94. Kibutsuji Musen took a deep look at Kamadu Tanjiro who was still lying on the bed. At the same time, I took a look at all the members in the room, Kamadu Aoi, Kamadu Nezuko, Kamadu Takeo, Kamadu Rokuta, Kamadu Shigeru, Kamadu Hanako, and got a detailed number in my heart. When the time comes, none of them will be missing. It's really a big family with a lot of people. It's not easy to feed so many children. Guiwu murmured in a low voice, and said in her own words, after a while, you won't have to work so hard. After waving his hands and saying goodbye to the gentle Kamadu Ueze who was delivered to the door, Kibutsuji Musen lowered the brim of his white hat and walked slowly into the snowy night. Bon voyage! Kamadu Ueze blessed. Kibutsuji Musen's footsteps paused slightly, his eyes sparkled with scarlet. She was really a simple woman, she had no defense at all, and a ferocious face appeared on her face. After closing the door, Kamadu Aoi put his palms together, hoping that his son Tanjiro would come back healthy. It seems that God has answered Zalmen Koizi's prayer somewhere. There was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. There was a familiar knock on the door. Master, I'm back. Kamadu Tanjiro's familiar voice sounded, which made Kamadu Ueze suddenly excited. The big brother is back. The children in the room immediately began to cheer up. Accompanied by the sound of excited footsteps, the children in the room ran out quickly. Kamadu Koizi also opened the door swiftly. The moment the door opened, the cold wind blew, causing the bodies of everyone in the room to tremble slightly. However, everyone is very happy. The big brother is back. Well, Rokuta, Hanako, Takeo, Shigeru, and Nezuko, I'm back. As the door opened, the figure of a young man also emerged. The young man with dark red hair and red eyes, son of Hezwo, has a scar on his left forehead and wears Nichiren earrings that have been passed down from generation to generation. It was Kamadu Tanjiro. Nezuko thoughtfully removed the pannier from Big Brother's back. Hurry up and get inside, the room is warm. It is good. Tanjiro nodded. Mother Kamadu Koizi quickly brought over a bowl of ginger soup. Holding ginger soup in his hand, feeling the warmth on his back, looking at his brother and sister who are entwined around him begging him to tell a story, and not far away, Nezuko who is helping his mother in a sensible way. Moment, Kamadu Tanjiro's eyes there was a touch of warmth. Tanjiro big brother, younger siblings are very attached to you, when you didn't come back. Everyone chased Nezuko and asked, where did Big Brother go, why didn't he come back? Everyone was very worried about Big Brother. Nezuko put down his work, came to Tanjiro's side, and hugged the youngest Lyuda who was playing around. It took a little time to sell charcoal in the town, but the charcoal is all sold out. Tanjiro explained, and at the same time took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, shook it gently, and there was a crisp sound of coins colliding, which was very pleasant to hear. I sold it for a lot of money, enough to buy some good medicine for my father, and I also bought some favorite food for my younger siblings, of course, Nezuko's favorite kopi candy. Wrapped in a small oiled paper, when the oiled paper was opened, a few small candies shaped like stars emerged. Jinpingtang is made from luo powder and sugar water or sugar wine water, and there are various tastes and colors according to different raw materials. Unfortunately, Big Brother only buys these few. There was a little disappointment in Tanjiro's eyes. There was not much money for selling charcoal. In addition to buying medicine for his father, he had to bring some back. After all, the family still had money. It's been a lot. Nezuko happily took kopito, which is her favorite food. For poor families, sugar is already a luxury, not to mention the candies made from it. Although he took the candy, Nezuko didn't eat it, but twisted a piece with his little hand, first gave one to Liutai who was holding him, then gave it to Hanako, Shigeru, and Takeo, and after giving it to his younger siblings, only one was left. 1. Nezuko hesitated slightly, and handed the last one to Big Brother Tanjiro. You eat, Big Brother. No, Nezuko eat. What Nezuko wanted to say, Tanjiro directly twisted the Jinpei sugar and sent it to Nezuko's mouth. Feeling the sweetness of kopito on his lips, Nezuko's beautiful eyes narrowed happily. It's really delicious. Looking at the smiles of the whole family at this moment, Tanjiro couldn't help scratching his head, feeling warm in his heart. Although this kind of life is not easy, it is also very happy. However, life is like the sky, with seasons changing and changing all the time. It won't always be a clear sky, and it won't always be snowing. 0. Ask for flowers. But as long as the family is together, all are happy. By the way, Tanjiro, did you meet a traveler on the road just now? The busy Kamadu usse seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help asking Tanjiro. Traveler. Tanjiro frowned slightly, he didn't see it. Just now, a passing traveler borrowed some hot water from home to drink. He should go on the way back to Tanjiro. I thought Tanjiro would meet him. Kamadu usse explained with a smile. Forward. Maybe it was too dark, so I didn't see it. Tanjiro shook his head. Kamadu usse nodded, looked at the dark night outside. That's right, today's night is really dark, there is not even a moon. On the other hand, after continuous searching, Tsuyuri and Makomo also roughly locked the approximate location of the Kamadu family. After all, the family who sold charcoal for generations, and the nearby towns, should have some clues as long as they ask. In the inn, Makomo was lying on the bed with his clothes closed, his little head raised unconsciously, looking at Mew who was holding a sword on the beam of the bed. Are you going to visit the Hermit Lord tomorrow? Tsuyuri nodded, with a look of anticipation in his eyes, because the other party is probably the only ordinary person who has mastered the breathing method besides the ghost-killing team, and is the only one who has arrived. Ordinary people who see through the world. Probably, only from him can I get the breathing method. And it is the breath of the sun, the ancestor of all breathing methods. I'm really looking forward to it. Makomo also had yearning in his eyes, but looking at Mew who was still lying crookedly on the beam. Mew, why do you always like to stay on the beam like a bat? Really, a very strange character. Tsuyuri lowered his head and looked at Makomo carefully, because, in this way, I can observe Makomo's appearance very well. Makomo's delicate and immature face blushes unconsciously. Mew, it's always like this, always saying something that makes Makomo blush. It's really, really bad. Chapter 95. The next day, early in the morning, Tsuyuri woke up early, of course, not on the beam, but on the bed. What she said to Makomo last night was just some teasing words. He didn't mean it. As for whether Makomo took it seriously, only Makomo himself knows. In fact, last night he had 2 guest rooms, and after Makomo fell asleep, he went back to his room. Open the window, and the warm sunlight falls on the person's body along the window. It is warm, but Su-mu does not feel warm, but feels that with the sunshine, the whole person has a feeling of being muddled. Sure enough, Y's character still doesn't like daytime. Although he can bask in the sun, the characteristics of ghosts make him not like the daytime. During the daytime, his strength can only be half exerted, and the abilities belonging to ghosts will also be suppressed. And at night, the whole person will become extremely excited again. The reason why I stayed in Makomo's room last night was also because the ghost who was excited at night couldn't sleep. Boom boom boom. There was a crisp knock on the door, and you could tell it was a real possession without even thinking about it. When I opened the door, I saw Makomo's delicate face. What a face you never get tired of. Is it tightly packed? Makomo looked at Su-mu, who was wearing a bamboo hat and his whole body was almost covered by black clothes, and couldn't help laughing. You know, I'm a ghost. He reached out and tapped Makomo's head lightly. It hurts. Makomo covered his head, and looked at Su-mu with some resentment. How did I find out that you like to bully me a lot recently? Always make jokes about Makomo. Su-mu tilted her head, and the golden eyes under the bamboo hat flickered. That's because I like Makomo. You think, if someone who is not related, will definitely not bully her for no reason. And I won't just make fun of others. You, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll go back and tell your fiancé, Tsuyuri Kanawo. Makomo turned his back, muttered with his mouth open, and made a low-pitched threat. He was used to Mu running the train with his mouth full. The longer I stayed with Mu, I gradually realized that Mu is really bad, always saying some very simple, but very touching love words, always touching Makomo's heart. A burst of waves. Every time, when I thought the other party was confessing to me, I found that the other party seemed to be joking with Makomo. And when you think the other party is joking, it seems that the other party is telling you the truth. Sometimes, it is impossible to tell whether the words of Mu are true or not. But one thing is clear, that is, the words of Mu are very pleasant to hear. Although she feels ashamed when she speaks, she likes to listen to it surprisingly. Haha. Seeing Makomo like this, Su-mu couldn't help laughing, and looked at the sky. Let's set off quickly. If the sun arrives at noon, it will be too bad. It would be too uncomfortable for a ghost like him if he was still on his way during the scorching sun. This is also the reason why he got up early. After all, the morning sun is not too intense. I really don't understand you. Since the day is still so uncomfortable, it will be fine when the night passes. Makomo muttered. He could feel Su-mu's obviously weak emotions when he spoke. Obviously, daytime is not a very good thing for the ghost Su-mu. Although the whole body of Mu is covered by clothes and the sun cannot reach him, walking in the sun is also very dangerous. Makomo didn't know that Su-mu, a ghost, could bathe in the sun, so she was always worried about walking with Mu in the daytime. If you visit at night, I'm afraid it will scare the other party. Su-mu shook her head. A ghost, visiting at night, I am afraid that anyone who encounters it will find it difficult to accept. Okay. Makomo muttered, knowing that it would be unreasonable for a ghost to visit someone's house at night. I have roughly investigated the place where Tanjiro lives before, and climbed several mountains, and finally came to the mountain range near the forest where Tanjiro lives. Hey, are you going into the mountains? A nearby resident shouted to stop Su-mu. Yes. Makomo turned her head back, showing a sweet smile. I advise you not to go into the mountains. Recently, giant bears have appeared in the mountains. It is very dangerous. Several people have died. It's okay, don't worry, we are very good. Makomo raised the sword in his hand and spoke confidently. Seeing that Su-mu and Makomo did not listen, others stopped persuading them. After all, what should be said has already been said. If you really want to seek death, it is your own business. The two continued to walk on the rugged mountain road. Mew, there are giant bears in the forest, it's very dangerous. Makomo tilted his head and looked at Mew. Didn't you just say that you are very powerful? He couldn't help but looked up and looked at Makomo with some surprise. Makomo is very powerful, but Makomo is a girl. Makomo blinked. Mew was taken aback. Is there any relationship between the two? Sure enough, Miss Shinobu is right, you are really a big fool. Makomo told you that she is a girl. Mew scratched her head, but didn't understand. Fool. Makomo muttered, bouncing ahead with his little hands behind his back. Looking at the back of the slender girl bouncing in front of her, Mew's golden eyes flickered. Did she really pick up Makomo? Some are not confident. After all, his technique of teasing girls is actually very bad, it's just a very straight guy telling some bad love words in that world. Mew didn't know that in that world's rotten street love words, in this rather closed and conservative world, the impact brought by them is not just simple words. In that world, few people would take these words seriously. But in this world, these words can easily be taken seriously. What's more, there is no woman who doesn't like sweet talk. What's more, it was sweet words from a ghost. After a long time, you will always be immersed in sugar-coated cannonballs. When Mew was thinking secretly, Makomo who was bouncing in front suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Stupid, I mean, if the giant bear comes, will Mew protect Makomo? Mew was taken aback, as if he felt something faintly. Feelings may represent some kind of commitment. For a man, promises like this are the most difficult thing for Xianyo to take lightly. Especially for a girl whose eyes are all about you. I heard that bear paws are delicious. He pouted to himself and said. Forward. Makomo was stunned, then laughed, and cursed, Mew, you are really a glutton. Talking, the girl's eyes consciously bent into a beautiful crescent shape. She was bouncing and walking in front of her with her little hands clasped. The rough mountain road didn't seem to have any effect on the girl, she always hopped around dexterously like a deer. As for me, but Makomo, how could I let Mew protect me? In the future, I will protect you. How about it? The girl's voice was as clear as a lark's, but the ghost behind her couldn't help but stop. Seeing the girl pretending not to care at all, a complex look appeared in the golden 5.1 pupils. Don't forget, I'm a ghost. You silly girl. He stepped forward and patted Makomo on the head lightly. You are the one who aspires to become a ghost killer in the future, how can you say silly things about protecting ghosts? It hurts. Makomo covered his head, glared at Mew angrily, and grabbed Mew's hand. You bullied Makomo again, and Makomo will bite you to death. Saying that, the white and tender teeth bit Mew's hand at once. In fact, the bite was not painful. Moreover, with the ghost's healing ability, even if the whole palm was bitten off, it would heal immediately. Chapter 96. Shui stopped unknowingly, and the boy wearing the bamboo hat stopped unknowingly. In the anime, the House of Memory also comes into view. Arrived. Mew turned her head and said to Makomo who was still blushing beside her. Is this what Mew said, the place where the hermit lives? Makomo looked at the dilapidated house in front of him, his eyes were full of curiosity, that hermit's life seems a bit poor. Let's go. Mew patted Makomo on the head and walked forward first. Makomo also hurriedly followed. Kamadu Koizi, who was sweeping the snow in the yard, stopped what she was doing and looked curiously at the two men with weapons at their waists, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. After all, in this era, the government is very strict about weapons control, and many people who go out with weapons like this are RRF. When he reached the door, Mew stopped in time. Makomo also tilted his head and looked at Kamadu Koizi. Is this the hermit mentioned by Mew? It feels like a very gentle woman, not as powerful as imagined. Hello, who are you? Kamadu Koizi looked at Mew and Makomo with some doubts. They looked like just teenagers, which made her vigilance drop a lot. 02. My name is Su-mu, her name is Makomo, and we are here to visit Mr. Tanjiro. Su-mu bent slightly and said respectfully. Visiting the husband. Kamadu Aoi's eyes are full of doubts. She has never met these two people before. Moreover, Tanjiro has been bedridden almost all these years and rarely communicates with the outside world. She doesn't know what these two people are doing when they visit her husband. Although he was somewhat puzzled, Kamadu Kuazi still nodded and said, Please, please, but my husband has been in poor health. Thanks. Su-mu and Makomo couldn't help but bow down to express their gratitude. In the room, Kamadu Hanako and Kamadu Shigeru are playing, laughing cheerfully from time to time. As Su-mu and Makomo stepped into the room, Kamadu Hanako and Kamadu Shigeru couldn't help but look at them with curiosity in their eyes. Big brother, sister Yin's son. Although they didn't know Su-mu and Makomo, Hanako and Mao still yelled at the guests sweetly. Hello, this is a gift for you. Makomo bent his crescent-like eyes, and took out a small bag of kopi candy from his pocket. Thank you, sister. Hanako and Mao shouted happily. 2. Please drink tea. Kamadu Kuazi also came over with tea. Just seeing the attitude of these two people towards Hanako and Shigeru, made her a lot less vigilant towards them. Husband hasn't woken up yet, maybe 2 sessions. Kamadu Aoiji slightly apologized. It's okay. Su-mu shook his head and didn't care, now his time is not urgent. He took a sip of the tea handed by Kamadu Kuazi, and felt that the craftsmanship of making tea should not be good, but it is better than the high-quality mountain spring water. The tea is picked in the mountains, and, with the girl aromatic, but also quite tasty. Where do you two come from? Kamadu Aoiji sat aside and asked. I'm from Xiao Mountain, and I've studied under ice scale recently. Makomo answered naturally, and then tilted her head to look at Su-mu. In fact, she was also quite curious about where Su-mu came from. I'm from a place called the Blue Planet. Su-mu said something casually. Blue Planet. Makomo tilted his head, feeling that this is really a very strange place name. It should be a very far away place. In the future, he must check carefully, where is this place? If he has time, he must visit Muse. What is hometown like? Hearing the two people's answers, Kamadu Kuazi became even more puzzled. It is certain that the two came from a far-away place, Xiaoshan, she had heard of it faintly, and Blue Planet, she had never heard of it. What is certain is that Tanjiro should have never set foot in these places, and why did those two people find their husbands? Cough cough. There was a coughing sound. It was Kamadu Tanjiro who woke up and walked this way with some difficulty. Kamadu Aoi stood up hurriedly, supported Tanjiro. Why didn't you tell me when you woke up? Nothing. Kamadu Tanjiro glanced at Kamadu Aoiji tenderly, and then his eyes fell on Su-mu and Makomo. He also heard the conversation just now, and he was also a little curious about what these two people did when they visited him. After all, in his impression, he had never seen these two people before. Mr. Tanjiro, hello. Su-mu hurriedly stood up and spoke respectfully. Mr. Tanjiro, hello. Makomo also stood up following Su-mu's movements, and said respectfully. Hi there. Kamadu Tanjiro nodded weakly, but the doubts in his eyes became deeper and deeper. With the support of Kamadu Aoi, Kamadu Tanjiro sat down on a chair and looked at Su-mu and Makomo strangely. I don't know, what do you two want me for? Su-mu looked hesitantly at Kamadu Hanako, who poked out her small head from behind Kamadu Aoiji, and Kamadu Shigeru, who was not far away. It's okay, there is nothing to hide, please say. Kamadu Tanjiro seemed to see Su-mu's hesitation, and he spoke indifferently. Mr. Tanjiro thinks there are ghosts in this world. Seeing this, Su-mu didn't hesitate, and immediately spoke. As his voice fell, the room fell silent for an instant, and Hanako and Mao, who were still a little playful, couldn't help hiding in their mother's arms. Kamadu Tanjiro also frowned. Deep down in his heart, Kamadu Tanjiro does not believe in ghosts. After all, he has never seen ghosts, but the things passed down from his ancestors tell him that there are ghosts in this world. Therefore, he is contradictory in his perception of ghosts. What do you mean by that? Kamadu Tanjiro frowned. I found some records from ancient things, about hundreds of years ago, during the Warring States period, some records of Jiguo Yuan Yi. Jiguo Yuan 1. Kamadu Tanjiro's pupils tightened involuntarily. Naturally, it is impossible for Kamadu Tanjiro not to have heard of this name. 087 The Kamadu family has always been the inheritor of the will of Jiguo Yuan, and the Kamadu family has also been shouldering the task of inheriting the Nichiren flower paper earrings and the breath of God of Fire Kagura left by Jiguo Yuan. What does what you said have anything to do with ghosts? Kamadu Tanjiro narrowed his eyes unconsciously, his frail body exuded a powerful aura faintly. Under the shroud of this powerful aura, people seem to see a fierce tiger that suddenly wakes up and chooses to eat. Under the oppression of this powerful aura, Makomo's complexion involuntarily turned pale, and his little hand involuntarily pressed the hilt of his sword. Su-mu looked very calm, but said quietly, "What I want to say is that hundreds of years ago, Jiguo Yuan once pushed the ghost ancestor Kibutsuji Musen into a desperate situation, and even almost killed him. The other party is dead. It's just that with the death of Jiguo Yuan Yi, Kibutsuji Musen made a comeback. Once, everything related to Jiguo Yuan Yi was wiped out by him. Now, Gui Wukan has set his sights on Kamadu Tankichi, who was once Jiguo Yuan's best friend." Who? Kamadu Tanjiro's breathing seemed to become a little short all of a sudden. Kamadu Tankichi, that's the ancestor of the Kamadu family, a close friend of the former swordsman Tsukuni Enika who used to breathe the sun, and they are the descendants of Kamadu Tankichi. What I want to say is very simple, your family followed. He took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Chapter 97. What I want to say is very simple, your family follow me. Very light words, accompanied by Su-mu's words, the whole room suddenly fell into an incomparable silence. Faintly, as if a gust of cold wind was blowing on everyone's bodies, they trembled involuntarily. I don't know when, the wind and snow outside began to fall again. What nonsense are you talking about? Kamado Kuazi at the side couldn't help shouting, these two people came here to scare them because of their sudden visit. Facing Kamado Kuazi's angry voice, Su-mu was silent, just looked at Kamado Tanjiro silently, he believed that the other party should understand. After all, the Kamado family, as the inheritors of the will of Jiguo Yuan, has always shouldered the task of inheriting the Nichiren flower paper earrings and the breath of God of Fire Kagura left by Jiguo Yuan. It is impossible for an inheritor to know nothing. If Kamado Tanjiro doesn't understand anything, in the anime, Tanjiro's memories of his father Tanjiro will not mention the words Tanjiro, remember to breathe that Kamado Tanjiro always said to him. Kamado Tanjiro would not have hung a rope with bells around his home 10 days before his death when he was already terminally ill. Relying on these bells, he let out a bird that was always on the snowy moonlit night that night. A giant bear raging nearby. He chopped off the bear's head with just one axe, and explained to Tanjiro the principle of the transparent world he had mastered, and hoped that Tanjiro could understand it carefully. Obviously, at that time, Kamado Tanjiro should have realized something, or Kamado Tanjiro should have realized something a long time ago, but everything is still relatively vague and not specific. After all, Kamado Tanjiro is not an ordinary person, he is the only person other than the Demon Slayer squad who has mastered the transparent world, and he may also be the only person who has mastered the stripe besides the Demon Slayer squad. Not a simple ordinary person. Call. Taking a deep breath, Kamado Tanjiro calmed down after the initial shock. Sunflower branch. Kamado Tanjiro glanced at his wife. It. Kamadu Aoie wanted to say a few more words, but Kamadu Tanjiro stared at him, so he stopped talking. The breath on your body is very similar to the person who passed by on the journey last night. Kamadu Tanjiro squinted at Tsumyu. Although he doesn't know martial arts and can't fully display the strength of the through the world, his sensitivity to the outside world is not weak. Last night, he felt puzzled by the aura of the person who came to visit. At that time, he was very vigilant for a while. After all, he felt that the opponent's strength was very strong. However, it seems that the other party is really just a passing traveler. So, he didn't think too much about it. Now, Tsumyu in front of him has the same aura as that person last night. He couldn't help but associate them together. It's just that Tsumyu's breath is obviously much weaker than the breath given to him by the person last night. The person who came to visit last night, and his breath is very similar to mine. Tsumyu murmured in a low voice. Similar to his breath? The breath of ghosts? Could it be Kibutsuji Musen? Kibutsuji Musen comes to mind almost subconsciously. As for why Kibutsuji Musen didn't do anything, I'm afraid, I'm also worried. He couldn't help looking at Kamadu Tanjiro, who looked extremely weak in front of him, especially at the stripe on his head. Obviously, he was concerned about Kamadu Tanjiro in front of him. After all, this is a dappled person. In this world, there are very few people who can open their stripes, not to mention, this is the person who inherited the breath of the sun and opened their stripes. Moreover, with Kibutsuji Musen's cautious character, he must not dare to act rashly. It's just that I didn't expect Kibutsuji Musen to follow the Kamadu family so early. Compared with his knowledge of Demon Slayer's plot, Kibutsuji Musen is obviously a lot more cautious than he expected. In the anime, Musen waited patiently until Kamadu discovered Wang Lang's death several years before doing it. Can you tell me about the so-called ghost? Kamadu Tanjiro stared at Tsumyu. Tsumyu nodded. Ghosts do exist in this world. Ghosts will appear after nightfall, and they eat people. After listening to Kamadu Tanjiro, he nodded his head slightly, feeling more worried. Today, the current situation can be said to be very unfavorable for the Kamadu family. If so, the Kamadu family is really being targeted by ghosts. How should we solve it? With his current physical condition, how long can he protect the Kamadu family? If he is gone, who can he count on? Is the gentle wife Kamadu Aize? Or the eldest son Kamadu Tanjiro? Or the eldest daughter Kamadu Nezuko? Lifting his head, he looked at Tsumyu. It's not just because of this, is it? Just tell them the Kamadu family, they are being targeted by ghosts? Of course not. His eyes unconsciously fell on the Kamadu family. Unfortunately, he has not seen Kamadu Tanjiro, the male protagonist of Demon Slayer, nor Kamadu Nezuko, the female character he liked very much on the screen. However, what happens after the united anime? In the anime, after the Kamadu family lost the mainstay of Kamadu Tanjiro, although life was very difficult, they have been working hard. As the eldest son, Tanjiro worked hard to shoulder the burden of being a family. I worked very hard, lived very hard, and lived a life that was difficult but warm. Just, sadly, when happiness is destroyed, always with the smell of blood. It was a silent tragedy. The once perfect family has been separated. He doesn't like tragedies, does he? So, naturally, he doesn't just tell the Kamadu family that they are being targeted by ghosts and wants to help each other. Apart from not liking tragedies, what he wants more is of course something about the Kamadu clan and about that swordsman. Breath of the sun. And, the principle of penetrating the world that Kamadu Tenlang now grasps. I came here mainly to learn from Mr. Tanjiro about the God of Fire Kagura dance that has been passed down by the Kamadu clan and the method of penetrating the world that Mr. Tanjiro has now mastered. He stated his purpose very frankly. Silence, a long silence. During this silent time, no one knew what Kamadu Tanjiro was thinking. At this moment, the room was surprisingly silent. For a long time, Kamadu Tanjiro opened his eyes. You should be the same as the person who appeared last night, right? Based on a certain attribute, it should indeed be regarded as the same type, but I don't think that I am in the same type as him. Su-mu said calmly. She didn't deny anything, and she didn't want to lie. Then, can you tell me, how should I believe what you say, or how should I believe you? How can you make me believe you and use, Zhao Qian Zhao, to make me willing to choose the inheritance and the will to you? Su-mu was slightly silent. Obviously, if he wanted to obtain the principle of breath of the sun and penetrate the world, he had to convince Kamadu Tanjiroji. In other words, enough reasons are needed. After a long time, he looked at Kamadu Tanjiro and said seriously, I can't make you believe everything I said, and likewise, I can't make you believe me, and I can't make you willing to give me what Kamadu has inherited. Because how these things are chosen, those are all up to you. These are all your will, your wishes, I have no right to intervene, and I will not intervene. With me, you can choose to refuse, choose to accept. I accept your choice. But with Kibutsuji Musen, you don't have a choice. Su-mu didn't say much, but told Kamadu Tanjiro the most real situation at the moment, believing that the other party would choose his own choice. These are all based on Kamadu Tanjiro's own choice. If he is willing, he is naturally happy. If he is unwilling, although he is sad, he will not force it. Chapter 98. The wind outside the house seemed to be getting stronger at this moment, and it kept beating the windows, making a woo-woo sound. But in the room, it was extremely silent. Even said, it was dull. Everyone is almost holding their breath deliberately. After a long time, Kamadu Tanjiro raised his head, with a wry smile on his pale face. Actually, I have no choice at all, don't I? From the very beginning, he had no choice, unless he wanted to watch his wife, his son, and his daughter being targeted by ghosts. However, this is obviously impossible. In fact, when Su-mu gave him a choice, he had already made the choice for him, didn't he? Su-mu smiled, and a smile could not help but appear on the corner of her mouth. Thanks for your trust. Su-mu bent down and expressed his thanks. Kamadu Tanjiro shook his head. I'm not for you, I'm just for my family. Similarly, I am not here specifically to help you. I also have my purpose, which is for the penetrating world and the breath of the sun that you have mastered. Su-mu also shook her head. In fact, he didn't expect Kamadu Tanjiro to believe his words so easily at first. In fact, he had already given up his plan to spend a certain amount of time here. Even, he was already prepared to get nothing from Kamadu Tanjiro. He has even set his target on Tanjiro's son Tanjiro. After all, no matter what, regarding the inheritance of the Kamadu clan, Kamadu Tanjiro will always give it to his son Kamadu Tanjiro, right? Now, tell me, what should we do? Kamadu Tanjiro smiled bitterly. Here, Kibutsuji Musen has been eyeing, the first thing to do is to move. Move place. Kamadu Tanjiro nodded, I'll let Aoiji arrange it, and they will move with the children. Do not. Su-mu shook her head, including you, we have to leave together. Su-mu said earnestly, he will never forget Kamadu Tanjiro's top combat power, after all, he is the one who has mastered the penetrating world and stripes, although his combat ability may be greatly reduced because he does not know swordsmanship, but the combat power it can display, except for the rock pillar Hime-jima Kume, almost surpasses most of the pillars in the current Demon Slayer squad. If Kamadu Tanjiro is allowed to practice swordsmanship specifically, I am afraid that Yanzu Hime-jima Kume may not be Kamadu Tanjiro's opponent. Hearing Su-mu's words, Kamadu Tanjiro couldn't help but shook his head bitterly, I'm afraid my body can't support me to travel far. For his own body, Kamadu Tanjiro really knows too well. He already feels that his body is getting worse and worse. I am afraid that he will not live for long. Su-mu shook her head. I will find a way to find someone to help with treatment. It's useless. The nearby doctors have seen it, but they are helpless. It's not like he hasn't seen a doctor these years. That's because those people's medical skills are not strong enough. Su-mu said very plainly, and he roughly guessed the cause of Kamadu Tanjiro's stubborn illness. If his guess is correct, the reason for Kamadu Tanjiro's so-called stubborn illness may be because he turned on the stripe. You must know that when the stripes are turned on, the body temperature needs to reach 39 degrees, and the heart rate is above 200 times. Once this is done, the burden on the body is quite huge. The opponent's chronic illness should be caused by turning on the stripe, coupled with the lack of targeted rest, so the physical condition is getting worse and worse. And how does this kind of remote doctor understand these things? And how to propose targeted treatment methods? But now, don't worry. You know, he now knows a very powerful doctor, and he has also developed a drug that turns people into ghosts. Even if it is really impossible, Tamayo can give Kamadu Tanjiro the medicine to become a ghost. Is there really someone who can heal your husband well? The eyes of Kamadu Ueze beside him couldn't help but brighten up. I dare not guarantee it, but at least there is a 70% possibility. Su-mu seriously said, Tamayo's medical skills can be said to be the top of the world. After all, it has reached the point where it can turn people into ghosts, which is enough to see how powerful Tamayo's medical skills are. Then, Mr. Trouble must help your husband. Kamadu Ueze suddenly fell to his knees. If possible, who would want the pillar of his family to fall down? Even if there is only a slight chance, you must desperately grasp it. Boom! The door of the room was knocked open at this moment, and a red-haired boy ran in excitedly. He just heard outside the door that someone had the ability to treat his father. Who can cure father? Tanjiro broke into the room with a look of excitement. Just like her mother, she immediately knelt in front of Su-mu. Please, sir, you must help cure father. As long as you can cure father, you can ask Tanjiro to do anything. Nezuko didn't hear it. She came home after Tanjiro, but she was smart and saw the situation in front of her, and immediately understood what was going on. Almost without saying a word, he immediately knelt down. Mister, please help me and treat my father. Looking at the Kamadu family who knelt down in front of him suddenly, Su-mu also smiled wryly. Helping everyone up, looking at the begging eyes of everyone, I was really touched by such a family. Don't worry, I can do what I can, and I will definitely do it. He said seriously. Thanks. Kamadu Tanjiro bent down again. No matter what the final result is, Mr. is willing to help save my father, because of Tanjiro's kindness, and I will definitely repay Mr. S kindness. Kamadu Tanjiro looked at Su-mu seriously. The boy's eyes were so determined. Next to him, Makomo, who had been silent all the time, silently looked at the past in front of him, and his eyes fell on Su-mu unconsciously. The ghost Mu seems to be more popular than her. He also looked at the red-haired boy who wanted to repay Su-mu. He wondered if this red-haired boy would fulfill his promise and work hard to repay Mu after he knew that Mu was a ghost. And also, Makomo's eyes fell on Nezuko's body at once. This girl has her hair in a bun, with loose buns hanging beside her delicate melon-seeded face, and her high nose bridge is so delicate. Wearing a pink kimono. Elegant and pure yet with an inexplicable cuteness, it has a charm that people can't take their eyes off. This girl is surprisingly good-looking. Unconsciously, Makomo narrowed her eyes slightly beautifully, forming a beautiful gap, always feeling that this woman would be her lifelong enemy. A very terrifying enemy. Chapter 99. Koizi, take the children out for a while, I have some things to discuss with this gentleman. Kamadu Tanjiro said to Aoi next to him. Kamadu Aoi nodded, and together with Nezuko, took the children away. Tanjiro was about to leave, but was stopped by Kamadu Tanchalang. As the eldest son of the family, Tanjiro is the pillar of the family in the future, and he will bear the burden and responsibility of the family. He needs to know this. The room was silent, only Kamadu Tanjiro, Makomo, and Tsumyu. More precisely, 3 people and 1 ghost. Kamadu Tanjiro took a cup of tea from his son, took a sip, and looked at Tsumyu. Are you a ghost too? It was a very clear question, or rather it had already been guessed. Beside, Tanjiro listened to his father's words, his body trembled involuntarily, and he raised his head in horror. If his father's calmness hadn't infected him, he might have already run away. Tsumyu nodded. There is really no need to hide this point, and there is no need to hide it. Earlier, Kamadu Tanjiro mentioned that he had the same aura as the traveler who visited his home last night, and the other party probably had already guessed. It's just that everything is just speculation and not very sure. Tsumyu also took off the hat on her head. In Kamadu Tanjiro's prediction, there may be a ferocious face under the bamboo hat. But obviously not. It was a pale, but very handsome young man's face, with black hair hanging down his shoulders, blowing in the wind. There was a sense of elegance. The ghost horns on the head are also slightly glowing, and the golden eyes hidden in the pupils are sharp. Seeing the appearance of the ghost, Kamadu Tanjiro was slightly startled, and murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Is this a ghost? The ghost doesn't seem very vicious." Tanjiro next to him couldn't help but speak. Tsumyu raised his eyes and looked at Tanjiro, feeling a little funny that this Kamadu Tanjiro, who was almost wiped out by ghosts in the future, would say such words at this moment. However, thinking about it, it seems normal again. Although there are legends about evil spirits eating people in this world, to ordinary people, they are just legends after all. Compared with human beings swallowed by ghosts, more human beings may die of accidents every year. Although there are ghosts in this world, there are not many real ghosts. After all, that ghost Kibutsuji Musen is too cautious, and the ghosts he creates are not too many. Note the same. In addition, the ghost killing team has always been committed to slaying ghosts, so among the people, few people can actually see ghosts. Possibly, many people will never be able to see ghosts in their entire lives. The cognition of ghosts is naturally still in the imagination. It is natural to recognize the situation of seeing ghosts for the first time and realize that all ghosts are like this. It is necessary to break Tanjiro's perception of ghosts. Staring at Tanjiro with golden eyes, he asked a simple question, "Don't you think ghosts are evil? Sir doesn't seem to be vicious." Tanjiro scratched his head. "But, what if I, a ghost, eat people?" The very calm words made the room seem to be gloomy in an instant. Even if it felt that Tsumyu was joking, Kamadu Tanjiro's body couldn't help but tense, let alone Kamadu Tanjiro, who was still a child. Tanjiro's complexion also turned pale. If the ghost in front of me really eats people? Some dare not imagine, a little scared, but at the same time, they clenched their fists unconsciously, and there was a touch of determination in their eyes. He squeezed his fists, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. It really is worthy of being the protagonist, this characterization. Seeing Kamadu Tanjiro, who quickly became calm and made a decision, Tsumyu couldn't help but sigh. However, as the eldest son of the family, this is what Kamadu Tanjiro has to face and bear. After all, behind him, there is something he desperately wants to protect. "Please sir, teach me." Tanjiro lowered his head slightly. Obviously, Tanjiro is not a fool, he can clearly feel that the ghost in front of him has no malice towards the Kamadu family, and he can feel 10 touches of warm kindness from his breath. Tsumyu looked at Tanjiro and shook his head, "It's not me who taught you, but your father." Tanjiro froze for a moment, and couldn't help looking at his father. In Tanjiro's impression, his father has always been a seriously ill person, even if he walks normally, he needs someone to help him. Only when he prayed for safety to Master Vulcan every year and offered dances, the sick father would behave unusually. In fact, your father is stronger than you imagined, at least, many times stronger than me now. He looked seriously at Kamadu Tanjiro, the only ordinary person who has mastered the transparent world besides the Demon Slayer team, and he is also one of the few people in this world who can activate the stripe. Even if this person is seriously ill, even if he doesn't know swordsmanship, the strength he can display will never be inferior to any pillar except Yanzuheim Jimakume. Tanjiro couldn't help but look at his father. 0. Ask for flowers. Mr. Tanjiro, please start teaching me now. He looked at Kamadu Tanjiro. It is good. Kamadu Tanjiro nodded, and at the same time, patted his son on the head. You should also learn it seriously. After all, as the eldest son of the family, in the future, he will inherit the Nichiren floral paper earrings and the god of fire left by that adult. Kagura, the task of breathing is entrusted to you. Kamadu Tanjiro began to talk about his understanding of the transparent world and the second type of Kagura Mai, the god of transformation. Sumu listened carefully, her golden eyes shone slightly. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually began to set. Night is coming. Sumu stood up, looked at the tired Kamadu Tanjiro, bowed respectfully, thank you. Kamadu Tanjiro waved his hands weakly. Sumu didn't say anything, just opened the window. 0. The setting sun began to fall slowly, and faintly, the moonlight began to emerge. The night is coming. Today, the area around here has long been monitored by Kibutsuji Musen, and staying here will only attract the attention of Musen. If Kibutsuji Musen is really made aware of his arrival, no matter how cautious Kibutsuji Musen is, he will not be indifferent. I can only come here during the day tomorrow. Walk slowly on the road. Kamado Koizi waved goodbye at the door. Okay. Sumu nodded, and at the same time said to Kamado Tanjiro, for a while, try to keep the old habits. It is good. Kamado Tanjiro nodded. Seeing this, Sumu also pulled Suzumin to leave. Gentlemen. A crisp sound sounded. Sumu couldn't help but look back. It was Nezuko who came over. Slightly surprised. This is for big brother and sister to eat on the way. The small hand that Nezuko was holding was loosened, and it was a bunch of berries. In another world, there is a very sweet fruit called hawthorn. Nezuko looked at Sumu and Makomo with her fair face, the girl's eyes were innocent, and she was wearing the purest smile. It is good. Sumu took the fruit and rubbed it on Nezuko's little head by the way. Nezuko was stunned for a moment, a slight blush appeared on his small face, apparently he did not expect Sumu to make such a move. Makomo next to him was obviously a bit apprehensive, but he still patiently explained to Sumu, a villain, he is always like this, always touching the little heads of pretty girls. I see, sister. Nezuko whispered begging. Chapter 100. The sun was setting. At the time of the devil. As night approached, those who went out also returned home. In this remote area, there are very few people walking at night, or almost none. Sumu and Makomo did not go far, but climbed several peaks, far away from the mountain where Kamadu's family lives. Unknowingly, the sun completely set and lit up. Why don't you stay at Kamadu's house? Standing on the top of the mountain, Makomo looked up at Sumu with some doubts. Sumu turned her head, looked at the really lonely and thin clothes, and very consciously put the clothes covering her body on Makomo. At night, he will not need to wear heavy clothes to block the sunlight from the day. As for why I didn't stay at Kamadu's house, the reason is very simple. The nearby area has long been monitored by Kibutsuji Musen's ghosts. If I stay at night, I can't escape the eyes of those ghosts. 173. He pointed his finger to the distance, can you feel the breath of ghosts nearby? Makomo's beautiful eyes unconsciously looked in the direction of Sumu's finger, it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. If it was in the past, maybe I wouldn't feel anything, but Su-mu felt it carefully and felt it in that direction, and indeed, I felt a strange breath. Everything here has long been mastered by Kibutsuji Musen, he said softly. For Kibutsuji Musen, he never wants to see anything out of his control. For the wary Kibutsuji Musen, he had already set up a lot of surveillance in the vicinity. It can be said that the Kamadu family at night is almost completely under the supervision of these ghosts, and there are almost no secrets. Any approach of ghosts or ghost-killing teams will cause these ghosts to pay great attention. I see. Makomo nodded. But at this time, Su-mu looked at Makomo with serious eyes. Makomo, let's start. Okay. Makomo nodded. The necessary daily sparring between the two is almost unavoidable. However, with the improvement of his strength, the gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. From the very beginning in Xiao Mountain, they can barely communicate with each other and make progress with each other. Now, every time they practice each other, it is almost above Su-mu's advice to Zhenzang. Let him, a ghost, teach Makomo how to deal with ghosts and how to kill ghosts. I'm afraid, in terms of dealing with ghosts, none of the members of the ghost-killing squad have experience with Makomo. The slim figure of the girl danced on the top of the mountain, avoiding the attack from Su-mu. This is her greatest advantage. Even the current Su-mu is not as fast as her. She also kept in mind Su-mu's lesson to herself. Speed is one's own advantage. One must firmly grasp one's own advantage and make the best use of one's own advantage. She seriously remembers this point. When fighting, she doesn't love to fight, and every time she tastes it, she will never let her opponent catch her. Find the right opportunity to give the opponent a fatal blow. Choke. The girl gave a soft drink. Breath of water shape of situation. Hitting the tide. The girl's figure was slender, and she moved in an instant, attacking Su-mu in multiple stages like a tide. Handball. At some point, 2 more handballs appeared in Su-mu's hands. In an instant, the handball was thrown and went towards Makomo like a cannonball. Crack! The beautiful sword shadow flashed across, and the 2 handballs were cut into 2 by Makomo with the water breath SIG shape. Hit the tide. But it was not easy. The impact of the handball was comparable to that of a cannonball, which made her, who was already weak in strength, feel a burst of numbness in her arm. But looking up, looking at the sky, densely packed, there are still 8 handballs. The girl let out a scream, like a fertilized sparrow, flapping its wings in a panic. A series of handballs almost brushed against the girl's side and exploded. Boom! The girl seems to be dancing on the tip of a knife. Relying on her unique speed advantage, she can always dodge the handball attack dangerously every time. It's just that the Hungja arrow attached to these handballs makes these handballs seem to have the ability to track. No matter how much I dodge, these handballs can always easily track my position. The ability to manipulate handballs from Susumaru, the ghost of handball, and the ability of Yahuba, the ghost of arrow pattern, to control the arrow of Hungja. Panting. Not coming, not coming. The girl bent over, panting heavily. Su-mu's figure fell and stood by her side. Today is so fast. After the words fell, a cold sword light attacked, and the girl suddenly drew out the sword. Breath of water 7 shapes. Shizuku ripple sting. A sword stabs from an inclined surface, and the sword thrusts along a straight line or curve, just like ripples appearing on the water. This is the fastest stabbing technique of all sword types of water breath. Combined with Makomo's speed 0. The cold sword light almost came to Su-mu's side in the blink of an eye. Choke. Draw sword. Cut. A faster sword slashed out, but the second strike came first, and it slashed at the edge of the incoming sword. Intense explosion like sparks burst out from the clash of the 2 swords, brilliant like fireworks. These days, Su-mu has never practiced anything else. Day after day, he only continues to shoot swords. Other sword moves may be much slower than Makomo in terms of speed, not to mention the fastest 7 type. Shizuku ripple thrust in breath of water. But only. Draw sword. Cut. In this blow, he will never lose to Makomo, and even surpass him. The drawn sword that contained his power slashed at Makomo's Nichiren blades, a huge force surged in, directly numbing Makoto's body, and the Nichiren blades in his hand were also knocked out long ago. The whole person staggered back. Sumyu's figure followed, just when Makomo thought Sumyu would come to pull her. Snapped. No, So kicked her little butt instead. Makomo's slender figure fell instantly. Hey hey hey! Makomo got scared, and stared at Sumyu angrily. You don't talk about martial arts, sneak attack, are you a man? Sumyu couldn't help but rolled her eyes. It's you who didn't talk about martial arts first, and you obviously couldn't explain it, and you still attacked me. I'm a woman, what's the matter if I don't talk about martial arts? What's the matter, are you a woman? Are you a woman? Makomo glared at Sumyu. I'm a ghost, what's the matter if you don't talk about wood? What's the matter, 5.6 Are you a ghost? Sumyu shrugged his shoulders, and immediately put the little girl Makomo to death. Such a small Makomo, he can handle it to death. Ba, ba, ba. Makomo grumbled and ran in front of Sumyu, clenching his small fists, and punched this nasty ghost hard. She doesn't have the prestige of a female knight at all. On the contrary, I lost the quarrel with my husband and started to piss off. Is there anyone who can reason with a girl? This ghost is really not a ghost. Other boys talk about feelings with girls, you reason with girls? After the daily sparring, today, Sumyu will start to do what he has to do. Practice the God of Fire Kagura dance from Kamadu Tanjiro. That is. Practice the breath of the day. Chapter 101. Although Kamadu Tanjiro knows the breathing method, in fact, he doesn't know what the breathing method is. The breathing method practiced by Kamadu Tanjiro is also based on the practice in the God of Fire Kagura dance. Fire God Kagura dance is a Kagura dance passed down from generation to generation in the Kamadu family. Essentially, breathing is controlled through dancing, a form of Kochu. Pursuing the essence of truth is the breath of the sun. The Fire God Kagami dance not only contains the breathing method, that is, the breathing of the sun. The 12 dance patterns it dances also include the 12 patterns of the sun's breath. In fact, the God of Fire Kagura dance does not only have 12 forms, but a total of 13 dance forms. But the 13th type, Kamadu Tanjiro doesn't know. Sumyu, who can understand the plot of anime, knows. The 13th type is to completely link the first 12 types together, which is the so-called 13th type. He doesn't know any breathing method, including Kamadu Tanjiro, so Kamadu Tanjiro is explaining everything he knows to himself. Explaining the so-called breathing of the sun is actually telling himself that he is dancing the God of Fire 02 rhythm of self-breathing in Kagura dance. Just like him and Kamadu Tanjiro, they don't have a professional teacher to teach them systematically, they can only use their own understanding. I remember that in the room, he watched Kamadu Tanjiro dancing the God of Fire Kagura dance. The coherent dance pattern was so beautiful and breathtaking. At that moment, he also understood why. The reason why the Kamadu family will inherit the God of Fire Kagura dance. Every form of the God of Fire Kagura dance is almost like dancing in an elf, a very beautiful dance form. On a rock on the top of the mountain, Makomo sat down, leaning on his small head with his small hands, and looked at the Mu who was practicing the God of Fire Kagura dance in the open space in front of him. The girl's eyes were shining brightly. This dance is beautiful. To be honest, he was somewhat shy as a boy dancing in front of a girl like Makomo. But this doesn't affect his desire to practice the breath of the sun. It's just that, compared with humans, the body of ghosts is completely different. Ghosts have unlimited physical strength, super healing power and almost immortality. Moreover, the role of the breathing method is also to help people to have the physical strength equivalent to ghosts. As for ghosts, practicing the breathing method is to go one step further and further improve the abilities of ghosts. Keep trying to breathe, feel the breath. Because human beings are different from ghosts, the road at the beginning was not smooth for Su-mu. But Su-mu didn't feel discouraged. After all, the abilities of ghosts themselves are already stronger than humans, so it will definitely be more difficult to make a breakthrough here. Try again and again. Failed again and again. Su-mu's complexion was as usual, but there was unavoidable anxiety in her golden eyes. Makomo, who was sitting on the rock, couldn't help but said, "Breathe, adjust your breathing as much as possible. Apply breathing to the lungs and stimulate the blood." Su-mu looked back and looked really shut up. Makomo immediately shut his mouth. In fact, Makomo should not have said these things. No matter what, Makomo, as a disciple of Water Pillar Urokadakase Kanji, shouldn't tell the ghosts any of these important information related to the Ghost Slayer squad. No matter how much Makomo trusts Su-mu, he shouldn't say it. After all, the breathing method is what the ghost-killing team relies on most to hunt ghosts. Previously, Su-mu might have had the idea of breathing water from Makomo, but as she became more and more familiar with Makomo, this idea was gradually abandoned. What's more, now I got the breath of the Sunday. Trying again and again, failing again and again, even with Su-mu's character, deep down in his heart, it is inevitable to become anxious. He can't be a machine, really emotionless. Only. I've been suppressing myself all the time. Calm. He silently told himself that he should almost miss something while practicing. What's wrong? Time passed slowly, the bright moon hanging high was slowly falling, the starry sky shining with stars also slowly faded, and the darkness that once surrounded the mountains seemed to be beginning to be illuminated by the sun. Unconsciously. It's dawn. The sun will shine on the earth, and the energy from the sun will also bring warmth to the world. It's almost dawn. Makomo stood up suddenly, picked up the thick clothes and bamboo hats on the ground, and walked towards Su-mu. But was rejected by Su-mu. Su-mu waved her hand, her golden eyes looked at the sun that was about to rise from the east. Bright, hated by ghosts. It is the nemesis of ghosts. Even though he, a ghost who is different from this world, still instinctively hates the sun. But at this moment, he vaguely understood something. Breath of the sun. It contains the energy of the sun, so the ghost itself will automatically reject it during practice. This is the limitation of ghosts. Just like, once the ghosts in this world are beheaded by Nichiren blades, they will die, but if the ghosts can break through this limit, even if they are beheaded by Nichiren blades, they will not die. And those who can do this, there are also in Demon Slayer, for example, 12 Kizuki's Black Death, in the anime Infinite City Decisive Battle, because of his strong obsession that he must not lose to others, he broke through the limit like Akaza and repaired his own neck wounds. Breaking through the limit of ghosts. So, what are his limits? He didn't know. These all need him to find in the future. But, at least, he knew, to overcome the feeling from the ghost nature. Ghosts hate the feeling of 013 sunshine. If he hates sunlight instinctively, then the ghost instinct will also prevent him from practicing the breath of the sun because breath of the sun contains the energy of breathing the sun. Open your hands to meet the sun. Mew, you are crazy, hurry up and hide. Seeing Su-mu's appearance, Makomo was quite annoyed, and wanted to cover Su-mu regardless of whether Su-mu agreed or not. If you are exposed to sunlight, you will die. You idiot, idiot. While cursing, Makomo began to spread his clothes in a panic, preparing to help Su-mu stop. The arrow of red cleansing. A calm voice came from Su-mu's mouth, and an invisible arrow shot out. Makomo was pulled by an invisible arrow before, forcing him to a place far away from him. A hole! Makomo yelled angrily, "UBD! What are you doing? If you see the sun shining, you will die." Su-mu ignored it and just opened his arms. At this moment, the first ray of sunshine in heaven and earth rises from the east. On the top of the mountain, a ghost opened its arms and bathed in the sun. Makomo was a little desperate. Tears flowed down drop by drop. The delicate little face is crying into tears. She thought that Mu was going to die, but suddenly felt empty. But until seeing the stupid Mu basking in the sunday. Chapter 102. Makomo blinked, looking at the idiot basking in the sun. Feel like dreaming. What did I see? Saw a ghost bathed in sunlight. Doesn't it mean that ghosts will die as long as they see the sun? Makomo felt that his head was in a daze. He was a ghost, wouldn't he die at the sight of light? Facing the sun and bathing in the sun, Su-mu only felt an indescribable discomfort all over her body, weakness, wanting to vomit, wanting to sleep, all kinds of difficult and negative states almost rushed in. Although, as a ghost, he would not die if he was bathed in sunlight, and sunlight would not be his fatal point, but the characteristics of ghosts still made him dislike sunlight. I really want to hide in the shadows, I really want to wear a black coat all over my body. But in the end, he didn't. He gritted his teeth, forcibly endured the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, and forced himself to adapt. Time goes by little by little. The sun rose higher and higher without knowing it. The ghosts in this world have long been hiding in the dark depths, but he is the only one who still welcomes the sun with open arms. The warm sunlight fell on Su-mu's skin, and with the warm sunlight, layers of fine blisters began to appear on the fair skin. It was the ghost's body that instinctively responded to the sunlight. Presumably similar to human allergies, ghosts are allergic to sunlight. There was an unstoppable itching all over his body, and the longer he bathed in the sun, the more intense this allergic feeling became. Call. Taking a deep breath, Su-mu forcibly endured the discomfort, and began to dance on the top of the mountain. There are a total of 12 dance patterns in the God of Fire Kagura dance, and he did not know how many times he danced last night. But no matter how many times he jumped, it didn't seem to have much effect on him as a ghost. But now, dancing in the sun, he could clearly feel breathing, with the scorching heat of the sun entering his spleen and lungs domineeringly, burning and warming him. Is this the breath of the sun? In an instant, I realized something. He opened his eyes, breathing was smooth at this moment, and the breath filled with sunlight filled his whole body. Breathing method is a general term for the skills developed by Guo Yunyi for the human body. The main function is to strengthen the heart and lung function, so that the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time. The ability of the body is greatly improved, and then it has the same physical ability as a ghost for a short time. The breath of the sun is the initial breath, the ancestor and foundation of all breathing methods. As the initial breath, it can emit the same energy as the sun, and has great lethality to ghosts. At the same time, energy can also be directly attached to the blade to form a burning crimson blade. He knife will destroy the ghost's internal organs after being pierced into the ghost's body, and the ghost's internal organs will be burned as if burned by a raging flame. The pain, and the body of the ghost gradually collapsed and could not be regenerated. The so-called breathing, chasing its essence, is made for people. It wasn't made for ghosts from the start. When the same energy from the breath of the sun that comes from the sun enters the heart and lungs, and feels the pain burning in the heart, Su-mu probably already understood the matter. But it is precisely because this is the breathing that a ghost should master. When the breathing containing solar energy enters the ghost's heart and lungs, the powerful stimulation makes him instantly sense an extremely powerful force. While this kind of power has the destructive power to the ghost's body, it also greatly improves the ability of thinking. Hand. Press on the hilt. Close your eyes. In an instant, I realized something. The wind blows from the top of the mountain, and the hot sun shines down. The young man's eyes were vaguely thinking of the 12 dance patterns of the god of fire Kagura dance. Choke. The clear and crisp sound of sword chanting suddenly resounded through the clouds, and in an instant, hundreds of kilometers away, one could faintly feel that the sun in the sky and the earth suddenly became hot at this moment. Breath of the sun one-shaped round dance. Round dance. Breath of the sun two-shaped biloshan. Breath of the sun three-type sun red mirror. The breath of the sun the four-shaped phantom sunbow. Breath of the sun wazi train. Breath of the sun land-shaped scorching sun. Breath of the sun seven-shaped yang huetu. Breath of the sun eight-type flywheel kajiro. Breath of the sun nine-shaped setting sun turning. The breath of the sun. The breath of the sun the dragon of the sun's halo head dance. The breath of the sun the dance of the 12 shapes. On the top of the mountain, all I could see was the Nichiren blades wielded by a boy with ghost horns. Accompanied by one after another of type surging out, one after another of terrifying sword chi crisscrossed. The rocks began to collapse as the sword chi slashed past. Makomo opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at this scene, looking at that stupid Mew, bathed in the sun, using the breathing method. What's even more frightening is that the breathing method actually contains destructive energy from the sun. The place where the Nichiren blades are waving, the flames are endless. At this moment, it is obviously the coldest moment in winter, but the surrounding temperature makes people feel suffocatingly hot. Hide nearby. A basement hidden deep underground. The basement here is incomparably luxurious. A man in a black suit who had started to rest suddenly opened his eyes. A feeling of heart palpitations suddenly formed in my heart. That breath. Familiar breath. Just like hundreds of years ago, that person cut him with a sword like the sun. Ji Koyuanyi. That person, even now, still feels fear. Damn undead. Why are they all dead? It still makes me so uneasy. Kibutsuji Muzan gritted his teeth, and there was unspeakable hatred in his scarlet eyes. On the top of the mountain, the snow that was once covered had already begun to melt at this moment, and the water began to flow. In the end, the ice layer accumulated on the top of the mountain gushed down like a torrent. On the top of the mountain, the flames were scorching hot. Every sword that Su-mu swung cut down, the flames were scorching hot, and there was no corrective action. And in the same way, the clothes on Su-mu's body, money, were all burnt clean with the terrifying temperature. This idiot! Makomo looked at this scene with a blushing face. Mew was definitely intentional, it's too hateful. She wanted to turn her head away, but she was really worried about Su-mu in her heart. After all, it can be clearly seen that the state of the body is wrong. But at this moment, Su-mu has stopped moving, staring at the rising sun, whispering softly. The breath of the sun the shape of the three. The next moment, the round dance, the blue sky, the scorching sun and the red mirror, the 12 shapes from the breath of the sun, release, and thus constitute a cycle, starting to continue. At this moment, Su-mu's body was burning with flames. Like Vulcan. The flames flowed endlessly. Everything you see, feel, touch, and touch is like a blazing sun. This is the most direct softness that can be felt by people who have been forced by the hot temperature to watch from a long distance away. Chapter 103. Feeling the hot breath from the heart and lungs, it is constantly burning, and the ghost's powerful recovery ability is constantly being repaired. Burning and repairing seem to have reached a balance point in the body. The body will not be completely destroyed by the powerful damage brought by the breath of the sun. At the same time, it also possesses the domineering power of the breath of the sun, which is as hot as a scorching sun. It can be said that with the breath of the sun, his strength is almost 10 times stronger than his previous self. In terms of pure destructive power, it even exceeded 10 times. In particular, the unique destructive power of breath of the sun against ghosts makes him more handy when dealing with ghosts. Is this, breath of the sun? Su-mu couldn't help murmuring, carefully experiencing the feeling just now. The girl uttered angrily and shyly. Thinking back to reality, Su-mu turned her head and looked at Makomo, who was hiding far away. At this moment, Makomo turned his back to himself, and hardly dared to look in his direction. Through the back facing him, he could see the small and white ears hidden in the black hair. It can be seen that the girl's ears are red. What's wrong with Makomo? He tilted his head, a little confused about Makomo's state at the moment, as if seeing something embarrassing. He felt very shy. What are you looking at? Put on your clothes quickly. Makomo felt the gaze of the ghost from behind, and kicked his feet angrily. Where is there such a thing? Doesn't 670 treat Makomo as a girl? Su-mu was taken aback, and with the wind blowing from the top of the mountain, she suddenly felt. It's chilly all over. Looked down. He hurriedly covered it with his hands. Even if he is as thick-skinned as him, he still blushes in the old face. The current self, without an inch of hair, is really too embarrassing. When he thought of dancing the god of fire Kagura dance on the top of the mountain just now, he felt his face burn. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise, he felt that he really wanted to find a hole in the ground, and he got into it by himself. But it seems that there is no one. Isn't Makomo one? She won't watch the whole thing, right? The golden eyes couldn't help looking at Makomo. The girl's slim back was behind her, and her white and tender hands were tightly clutching the hem of her dress. Looking at Makomo's state, even if I didn't watch the whole process, I'm afraid. Although she has a thick skin, Su-mu still blushes a little. What are you still doing in a daze? Get dressed quickly. Not feeling the movement behind him, Makomo stomped his feet angrily. Really, 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 really disgusting. In the world, where is there such a thick-skinned ghost as Mu? When I think of what I have seen before, I feel. My face is hot. I'm out of clothes. Su-mu is also, wanting to cry at the moment. I was too involved in practicing the breath of the sun before, and the ghost's body is domineering, resulting in the power of the breath of the sun being too domineering, and the clothes on the owner's body were burned. Give you. Put it on soon. What a shame. Makomo stomped on the ground with her little feet angrily. Su-mu hastily took the clothes that Makomo still brought over, and put them on quickly. Because he was a ghost, his skin looked pale. At this moment, because he felt ashamed, his whole face turned red, like a familiar the prawns were average. All right. After getting dressed, Su-mu said to Makomo, who was still facing away from her. Makomo waited for a long time before turning around. Her little face was still flushed like a small apple. However, Makomo was obviously stunned when he saw the red-faced Mu with boiled prawns. Are ghosts still shy? Makomo couldn't help murmuring. Slap. The little head was hit hard by Mu, and Makomo raised his head a little annoyed. Why did you hit me? Why can't I hit me? Why didn't you remind me before? He glared angrily at Makomo, this nasty little girl, watching Lao Tzu dancing the god of fire Kagura dance on the top of the mountain naked. Do you want to see him make a fool of himself? Fortunately, there was no one nearby, otherwise, he felt that he was going to be humiliated and killed by his coquettish operation. Makomo blinked blankly, and said in a daze, Ghost, are you still afraid of being seen? Su-mu was taken aback. Many of the ghosts he and Makomo met before were dressed in tatters, and many of them were even naked. It's just that those ghosts are very ugly, and they just wanted to solve each other and didn't care about this aspect. It seems that some ghosts don't seem to care much about their appearance. Of course, except for some female ghosts. In the world of Demon Slayer, there are still female ghosts who are particularly concerned about their appearance. Why am I afraid of being seen? Su-mu looked down at Makomo with her hands on her back. The strong pressure from the ghost made Makomo lower his head. You were so engrossed in the practice just now, I didn't dare not disturb you. And you dance so beautifully, I didn't expect it for a moment. Do I dance so well? Su-mu stared at Makomo with gritted teeth. Makomo felt a little hot on his little face. Actually, it's not that pretty either. It's just that Su-mu's ferocious gaze made him feel quite at a loss. Su-mu walked forward step by step, and Makomo was forced to step back step by step. Until retreating behind a huge rock, the cold rock reached the soft back, and there was no way out. Su-mu put one hand out on the left side of Makomo's head, and one hand out on Makomo's right side. He stared at Makomo intently. This movement is like a wall dong. Almost immediately, Makomo was separated from the outside world, so that Makomo could only face himself obediently. Sensing this scene, Makomo lowered his head in a daze, and his fair face was flushed like sunset. The small mouth makes a slight sound like a mosquito wing flapping its wings. You, what are you going to do? Su-mu stretched out his hand, and placed his fingers gently on Makomo's lips. He looked at Makomo, with extremely domineering eyes in his golden eyes. It's like in a dog blood TV series, the black-bellied and domineering president bullies a commoner girl. You have seen all of this ghost. Do you want to take responsibility for this ghost? Negative, negative, take responsibility. Makomo was stupefied for a moment, and then made a small face at Hong Jojo, but Mu already has a fiancé. Suddenly, I felt my heart beating so fast, as if it was beating a drum. If I intervened between Mu and Tsuyuri Kanawo, wouldn't I be acting as a little three? But Makomo doesn't want to be a little three. You, how are you going to hold Makomo accountable? The small voice was a bit shy. You really want to be responsible? Su-mu looked at Makomo blankly. He was just joking with Makomo just now. What? Makomo froze for a moment, then realized that Su-mu was playing with her again, making fun of her. Although I am used to being made fun of by Su-mu, but this time, it was really too much. Standing on tiptoe, he hugged Su-mu almost at once. Then, the white and tender teeth opened and bit Su-mu's chest. Bite you to death, you big bad guy. Chapter 104. Feeling the pain in his chest, Su-mu felt quite at a loss and wanted to reach out and hit Makomo. But the palm is raised high, but I really can't let it go. Such a cute Makomo. Crying. I'm afraid I'm going to cry for a long time. It's just that my chest hurts. It feels like Makomo is a real ghost compared to himself, eating his flesh. Big villain, tell you to bully me, I will bite you to death. Makomo murmured, and the white and tender teeth were bloodshot. It can be seen that Makomo is really a little angry. Hearing Makomo's muttering, Su-mu also realized that he was really too much joking about the truth. For a girl like Makomo, she has been an orphan since she was a child. She has no father or mother. She was adopted by Urokodakase Kanji when she was a child. The only people I come into contact with are the master Urokodakase Kanji, the senior brother Please Rabbit, and the senior fellow and senior sister. But following the senior brothers and senior sisters began to participate in the trial of Teng Zishan's ghost-killing team, one after another did not come back, and Makomo saw even fewer people, only Jingtu and the master Urokodakase Kanji. The master, Urokodakase Kanji, has a gentle personality, and Makomo's character, like the master Urokodakase Kanji, is a very gentle person. But, after all, she is a girl, with the cunning of a girl. She has been living in the deep mountains, has never seen the mundane world, is a simple-minded woman who is not of the world, and is very good at distinguishing men's jokes. What's more, some of Su-mu's jokes are jokes in his world, but in this world, the degree of blatantness is quite embarrassing. If it falls into the ears of a simple girl like Shenzang, how big it will be. Of destructive power. Moreover, girls like Makomo who live in the Kiriyama Mountains have no friends, or in other words, no friends of the opposite s*x. Xiaowishan's master, senior brother, and senior sister are all regarded by her as family members. Sees Master Urokodaka Seikanji as his father. He regards senior brother Invite Rabbit as his big brother. And when the opposite s*x that the relatives thought appeared suddenly, it gave Makomo a completely different feeling from what the brothers and sisters stayed in the misty mountains of the gorge. That kind of feeling made Makomo obsessed and wanted to hold on to it. Although Makomo knows that Miu has a fiancé, she should not be too close to a girl. However, every time Miu said a joke one by one, it always makes Makomo's heart rippling. The impulse in my heart became stronger and stronger. For a simple and serious girl like Makomo, once she really likes one, she will be extremely dedicated. Therefore, when I found that what I said seriously was the other party's teasing, I couldn't help but feel a kind of anger at being played with. So, at this moment, Miu felt that she was really going too far, bowed her head. Biting herself, slightly annoyed girl. Miu is greedy when she blames herself. Greedy want to have. Human nature is inherently greedy, like Makomo, like Tsuyuri Kanawo, like Nezuko. There is nothing better in these demon slayer worlds. I always want to hold it in my hand involuntarily. Although it is a bit shameless, then it will continue to be so shameless. It's already a ghost anyway, isn't it? People are inherently greedy, let alone a ghost like him? After thinking about this, his mood gradually became brighter. Before, he really had many concerns, fearing that he would hurt a girl like Makomo. But, if Makomo doesn't mind, then let your greed ferment. Thinking of this, Miu's heart became inexplicably brighter. She lowered her head and looked at Makomo with tenderness in her eyes. The place where she was bitten was still painful, but considering the ghost's body, it was not considered an injury. The raised palm raised, and finally fell slowly, patted Makomo's back lightly, and smiled gently, "Don't bite yourself." His gentle voice was very soft, and he didn't care that he was bitten by Makomo, but he was concerned that Makoto stopped biting himself. After all, he is a ghost, and if he is injured, he can almost heal in a short time. The warm voice poured into Makomo's heart like a warm current. Girls like Makomo are rarely treated with such warm words. Like a master. Urokodaka Seikanji, though gentle, would not say such a thing. For example, "Senior brother, please rabbit," it is even more impossible for that arrogant person to say such nasty words. Although Miu's words are nasty, they may sound disgusting to outsiders, but for girls who really like you, this is definitely the sweetest poison. The sweetness made him willing to drink it even if he knew it was poison. Some shyly let go of the white and tender teeth, looking at the place where the blood was bitten, Makomo blamed himself, "I'm sorry." It's really unreasonable for Makomo to hurt his own ghost when he treats him so tenderly. Makomo kept his head down, blaming himself. At the same time, I feel that Miu is really a gentle ghost who can tolerate her nonsense. Miu smiled and patted Makomo's head, "What are you sorry for?" Makomo lifted his small head, looked at Miu with beautiful eyes, and blinked his beautiful eyes blankly. After all, my Makomo is so cute, no matter what she does, no one will blame her. Miu spoke seriously, unconsciously holding Makomo's little hand. Makomo turned his head shyly, broke free with his palm symbolically, and then stopped breaking free, acquiescing to the feeling of being held by Miu. There is a warmth, a feeling of being protected. For Makomo, this is an extremely cherished thing, something that is willing to protect with life. I suddenly wished that time would pass slowly, so that I could be led by Miu for a longer period of time. However, I still feel a little shy, squinting my beautiful eyes, looking at the beautiful morning sun. "You villain, you always say some inconspicuous words, what is it? Makomo is your Makomo." "Of course it's my Makomo." Miu hugged Makomo from behind, put Makomo in his arms, and looked at the beautiful sunrise in the sky. As a ghost, he was bathed in the sun, and the sunlight was so hot that it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. 0. But the warmth in his bosom, like sweet spring water, nourished his soul. Makomo, the view from the top of this mountain is really beautiful. He held Makomo tightly in his arms and pointed to the rising sun. Makomo also looked at the sun naturally. It's beautiful. More importantly, because there is someone I like to accompany, so everything feels beautiful. From now on, Makomo will belong to me alone. There was a ghostly voice in his ear. I don't want it. You have a fiancé, so don't be a little vixen. Su-mu scratched Makomo's little nose with her fingers. Anyway, in my eyes, Makomo is a little vixen. What the hell? Makomo broke free from Su-mu's embrace immediately, put his hands on his hips angrily, and clenched his small fists, as if he wanted to give Su-mu a good look. Seeing the cute girl Makomo, Su-mu said the following sentence very naturally, Makomo is a little vixen in my heart. My whole heart is captivated by you little fox, Makomo. The girl's face was like a burning cloud, glowing red, and under the reflection of the beautiful morning sun, it became more and more beautiful. You are a little villain, so I don't believe your nonsense. Makomo muttered, his beautiful eyes unknowingly bent into a beautiful crescent shape. The corners of the mouth were raised unconsciously, with a beautiful arc raised upwards. Chapter 105. Makomo stood on her tiptoes and put on a bamboo hat for Su-mu. She could clearly feel that although Su-mu could bathe in the sun, she was not used to the sun. She could feel that when the sun shines on the mu when you are on your body, the other party will feel very uncomfortable. And as the bamboo hat blocked the sun, the burning sensation on Su-mu's body disappeared a lot, and she felt very cool. He, after all, is still not quite used to being in the sun. Mu, in the future, don't expose your secret easily, you understand? Makomo said to Su-mu seriously while helping Mu tidy up his clothes. At the same time, with a bit of complaint, how can there be such a stupid ghost like you in the world, to expose the fact that you can bathe in the sun in front of me, who is inspiring to be an excellent member of the ghost-killing team. Although it was a complaint, there was a trace of inexplicable happiness in the words. It seems to have mastered someone's little tricks and little secrets all of a sudden, and I feel 753 happy. At the same time, there is a pleasant feeling of being trusted in the heart. Su-mu smiled, because he was sure that Makomo would not tell others, so he would bathe in the sun. Naturally holding Makomo's little hand, let's go. Today I will continue to visit the Kamadu family. Okay. Makomo nodded. Su-mu and Makomo's footsteps are very fast, and it is very easy for them to climb several mountains. Soon, the house where the Kamadu family lived appeared in front of him. When Su-mu and Makomo appeared, Kamadu Tanjiro, who was exercising at the door, noticed them. Good morning, sir. Kamadu Tanjiro waved his palms happily, and then ran towards them quickly with strides. In front of Su-mu, Tanjiro bowed respectfully. Hello, Tanjiro. For Tanjiro, the protagonist of the Demon Slayer, he appreciates it very much, and at the same time, he is sorry. After all, according to the ending of the anime, he took away Tsuyuri Kanawo, the wife who originally belonged to Tanjiro. However, Tsuyuri Kanawo has been regarded by him as his own, and it is impossible to give it to the other party. Of course, to express his apology, he will not let the tragic thing that happened to the Kamadu factory happen again. At the same time, try to treat Tanjiro's father Kamadu Tanjiro as much as possible, so that the Kamadu family can live happily. Tanjiro scratched his head, and looked behind Su-mu unconsciously, but he didn't see anyone else. The boy's eyes were slightly disappointed. He thought that Su-mu would bring a doctor to treat his father today. After all, his father's illness became more and more serious, and he was very worried. Seemingly seeing what Kamadu Tanjiro was thinking, Su-mu said with a smile, "My friend is quite special, he can't come during the day, he can only come at night. When he left yesterday, he passed the message to Tamayo. At the beginning, when they parted with Tamayo, they agreed with each other on how to contact each other in the future. Hearing that the doctor would come at night, Tanjiro jumped up excitedly, he was so happy. After all, this is related to his father's illness. Seemingly realizing that he had lost his composure, Tanjiro also scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm very sorry, just now. It's okay, take me to Mr. Tanjiro. He said softly. Yesterday, I heard the other party talk about the God of Fire Kagura dance and the breathing that needs to be paid attention to. Today, I will focus on understanding the transparent world that the other party has achieved. Okay. Tanjiro hurriedly led the way ahead. Sumu and Makomo also followed behind. Mr. Tanjiro, good morning. When I got to the house, I saw Kamadu Tanjiro lying on the bed. Sumu spoke respectfully. Good morning. Kamadu Tanjiro smiled gently, but when he looked at Sumu, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sumu gave him a completely different feeling from yesterday. If points are to be distinguished, Sumu gave him a very eerie feeling yesterday, with a very dark aura, the so-called ghost aura. But today, although the feeling Sumu gave him still contained a gloomy feeling, but it was more hot and warm. Moreover, I feel that Sumu's breath is stronger than yesterday. You learned. Kamadu Tanjiro's eyes widened. Sumu's speed was beyond his imagination. Yes, I learned a little bit, and I would like to thank Mr. Tanjiro for his disgusting explanation yesterday. Sumu said gratefully. Congratulations. Kamadu Tanjiro couldn't help congratulating. Next, please send me through the world. Sumu bent slightly. It is good. Kamadu Tanjiro didn't say much, stretched out his hand, asked them to sit down nearby, and then began to explain to Sumu what he knew about the transparent world. The transparent world, that is, the world that can be seen when the brain becomes transparent, and the highest realm that can only be reached after working hard and enduring pain. In this state, by focusing and shutting off superfluous senses, the creature's body appears transparent. The speed of one's own actions, the ability to predict and avoid attacks will all be significantly improved, the blood vessel flow in the opponent's lungs can also be clearly seen, and the contraction of one's own muscles can be grasped faster. Even grudges can be turned off freely according to needs, because the actions of enemies that are perceived to be accelerated will also appear to be slowed down. This is the so-called transparent world. In the room, Kamadu Tanjiro spoke seriously, and Sumu and Makomo listened carefully. Everything is so harmonious. In the kitchen, Kamado Koizi is diligently working in the kitchen, preparing to cook a sumptuous lunch for guests and family members. Outside, Takeo, Shigeru, and Hanako are happily making snowmen. In another room, Nezuko is doing needlework. With the growth of age, Nezuko's figure has become more and more slim, and she has become more and more graceful. Many people in the town have praised that she will definitely be a good-looking beauty in the future. Soon, Nezuko finished the last stitch, and the little silver teeth bit the thin thread, looking with satisfaction at the mended jacket for Big Brother Tanjiro. Now, Big Brother can wear warmer clothes when going out to work, and it will be more decent when he sells charcoal in the town. Nezuko thought silently, poked his head out of the room quietly, and looked at the big brother who listened carefully to his father's speech. My father was lecturing on some things I didn't understand. It's a pity that I am a girl, and I can't shoulder the heavy burden of the family like my big brother. However, Suiduzi is also working hard to do what he should do in 5.8. Thinking of this, I feel happy again. His eyes fell from the back of the big brother and landed on Makomo. The fox mask on the top of the other's head is very beautiful. Moreover, this girl is also very beautiful and looks very powerful. Will I be like this female swordsman in the future? It will be very powerful, very powerful. I have some longing in my heart. And also, Nezuko's eyes fell on the boy wearing the bamboo hat. The black hat covered the opponent's appearance, so that people didn't know what the opponent looked like at all. What will this foreign guest look like? Also, the clothes the other party is wearing look so thin, will it be cold? I should also make a piece of clothing for the other party, after all, the other party is so good, and even looking for a doctor for my father, I have to repay the other party. By the way, I don't know the name of this person yet. It's time to ask. Chapter 106. Sunset. When it was nightfall again, Su-mu also got up to say goodbye. What a bother! He stood up, bowed slightly, and thanked Kamadu Tanjiro. The other party's explanation about the transparent world was very helpful to him, but it was a pity that he could not understand it immediately, and he needed to comprehend it carefully before he could fully understand it. Still, thanks a lot. Nothing. The road is dark at night, be careful on the road at night, I won't see you off. Kamadu Tanjiro shook his head while exhorting. It is very difficult for him to stand up because of his weak body. Of course, it is possible to forcefully stand up, but if he does that, he will probably will be watching. Su-mu nodded, and then patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Don't sleep tonight, I may bring the doctor over, and you will need to open the door then. It is good. Seeing Su-mu leave, Tanjiro was still a little disappointed, but after hearing Su-mu's words, he immediately clenched his fist excitedly. Watched by Kamadu's family, Su-mu's photo left 02 again. Walking on the road. It can be felt that as the sun slowly sets, the breath of ghosts near the Kamadu family has become active again. If it weren't for some restrictions, 100 ghosts would have been walking around at night in this nearby area. After crossing several mountain ranges, Su-mu turned his head at a place far away from Hademan's house. The golden eyes are staring into the distance, the little sparks surrounded by ghostly breath. Kibutsuji Muzan is really cautious enough. He is afraid of spying on the Kamadu family for many years, right? He has been able to endure it until now and not do anything. He whispered softly. Sure enough, Kibutsuji Muzan was really frightened by Ji Koyuan. It can no longer be described as cautious, but timid seems more appropriate. However, why hasn't Tamayo come yet? Looking around, Su-mu frowned slightly. This is where they agreed. Meow. A cat meow sounded suddenly, and Su-mu turned her head sharply. Out of nowhere, a cat came out of thin air. It's Cha-Cha-wan. Su-mu bent down, stretched out her hand, and gently touched the cat's little head. This cat is the tool they use to communicate with Tamayo. In the anime, Tanjiro kills Kyugai and collects the ghost blood from Kyugai's body. This cat is used to transmit the message. After gently stroking Jimmy's small head with his hand, he stretched out his hand to the small school bag that the cat was carrying. From the bag, I found a letter. I'm very sorry, because I was followed by 12 Kizuki on the road, I couldn't make it in time. Our current address is it. Looking at the contents on the envelope, Su-mu's eyes flashed coldly. It seems that we need to take action. The golden eyes flickered with a hint of cold killing. Walk. He looked at Makomo beside him. Okay. Makomo nodded. Under the moonlit night, two figures galloped in one direction. The bright moon hangs high, in a dark place. Zhu and Yoshiro hide carefully. Master Tamayo, we shouldn't have come here, otherwise, we wouldn't have been targeted by 12 Kizuki. Yoshiro gritted his teeth, he didn't have a good impression of that ghost, especially at this moment he was being targeted by 12 Kizuki. Yoshiro. Tamayo's slightly annoyed voice sounded. It seemed that Master Tamayo was a little angry, and Yoshiro couldn't help but shut his mouth, but he was still a little unconvinced. Looking at Yoshiro who turned his head away, Tamayo couldn't help shaking his head, this Yoshiro is still like a child. Since Sir invited me over, there must be something important. Tamayo explained. But if you act rashly like today, it will be easy to be found. Yoshiro was also a little annoyed, he knew that Master Tamayo wanted to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. But, more dance out there Muzan is so easy to deal with. Although that ghost is powerful, it is far worse than Kibutsuji Muzan. It is too blind to count on that ghost. Just like now, because of his hasty movements, he exposed his breath, and was targeted by 12 Kizuki's Kamadu. Now, he doesn't know how to get rid of Kamadu. I have asked Cha-Cha-wan to send a message to Mr. He should come to support soon. Tamayo shook his head. Yoshiro felt very annoyed when he heard Mr. Tamayo talking about each other. All these years, he had always loved Mr. Tamayo, but he never dared to express his feelings. He hated anyone who came into contact with Mr. Tamayo. Especially after the last contact with Tsuyuri, he could clearly feel the difference in Master Tamayo's attitude towards this ghost. Especially yesterday, after receiving the letter from that ghost, he left without hesitation, even if there was an active atmosphere of 12 Kizuki nearby, Master Tamayo did not hesitate. This made Yoshiro very jealous. Master Tamayo, I think we don't know anything about that ghost. Who knows if that ghost will do us any harm? Besides, Master Tamayo is so beautiful that ghost in Shishi has evil intentions. Yoshiro finally couldn't hold back his mouth. Tamayo looked up, looked at Yoshiro, and shook his head in disappointment. Yoshiro, you shouldn't have such a deep prejudice against Mr. But... Yoshiro patted the ground with his hands annoyed, but, we only met that ghost once, so we believe him. Why should we trust him so much? I don't know why to believe Mr. Tamayo looked at Yoshiro with a wry smile. If you really want to say why, I can only say that according to my feeling, in Tamayo's opinion, Mr. is different from other ghosts. Hateful. Seeing that Master Tamayo, whom he admired so much, believed in that ghost, Yoshiro was extremely annoyed and clenched his fists unconsciously. The strong jealousy made him almost go crazy. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded around Tamayo and Yoshiro. The ground shook, and a big hole was directly exposed where the two were hiding. A ghost appeared. Seeing Yoshiro and Tamayo hiding here, he couldn't help grinning. 903 Haha, finally found you. I thought it was my illusion before, I didn't expect it to be you. If it wasn't for you just now you unintentionally leaked a breath, I can't find you. Kamadu proudly looked at Tamayo and Yoshiro in front of him, with greedy and excited eyes. Catch these two rebels, he will definitely be able to get the attention of Lord Muzan, and he will definitely be able to get more blood from him. It's over. Looking at Kamadu, who appeared in front of him, Yoshiro almost closed his eyes in despair. Master Tamayo, we really shouldn't believe in that ghost, otherwise, we wouldn't. Yoshiro turned his head and spoke angrily to Tamayo. At the same time, I also felt a little regretful, because I was too angry just now, and showed my body. However, even so. A look of determination appeared in Yoshiro's eyes. Master Tamayo, I will definitely be able to protect you. Yoshiro, don't force yourself, Sir should be on his way, we can delay until your arrival. Tamayo shook his head. Damn, you still believe in that ghost at this point? Yoshiro was really angry, that ghost. Can't protect Master Tamayo, only I can protect Master Tamayo. Haha. After a burst of laughter, Kamadu looked at Yoshiro with disdain. You are a weak chicken, no one can protect you. However, I am very interested in the ghost you mentioned. Who is that ghost? Tell me, maybe I can let you go. Chapter 107. Have you figured it out? Tell me about the ghost in your mouth, maybe I will let you go. Kamadu stared at Tamayo and Yoshiro with scarlet eyes, and let out an eerie laugh. Tamayo's gentle face was unmoved, not wavered in the slightest. Yoshiro's expression moved slightly. If he didn't know that even if he told the ghost would never let them go. He would have said it long ago. It seems that I don't want to say it. Kamanu's face was grim. If you don't say it, then I will hit you to say it. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Tamayo almost in the next second. The sharp claws stretched out and grabbed Tamayo's gentle face directly. It would be a pity if such a beautiful face is ruined. Master Tamayo. The face of Yoshiro next to him changed greatly in fright. Qian pushed the ball out without hesitation. The arm was torn apart and fell to the ground. Yoshiro covered Tamayo and stepped back, his face turned pale. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Although for ghosts, as long as they are not hurt by the fatal place, they are almost immortal. Even if their arms are directly torn off like now, for ghosts, they can heal in a short time, but the pain is impossible. Immune. I didn't expect you, a weak chicken, to have some courage. Kamadu looked at Yoshiro's fair face, slightly surprised. Damn! Being scolded as a coward, Yoshiro's face was also very ugly. Master Tamayo, you go first, I will hold him back. Yoshiro put one hand into his pocket, and a piece of something like xia appeared on his hand. The talisman was just pasted lightly on the body, and the whole person seemed to disappear in place at once. Blood ghost technique. Kamadu sneered, hee, I want to see what kind of blood ghost technique it is. Standing there quietly, immediately, as if feeling something all of a sudden, he grabbed it at a place where there was no one in front of him. Well! As if grabbing something all of a sudden, there was an unbearable sound of in the air. 5 fingers pinched suddenly. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, a head fell to the ground, and Yoshiro's body was also thrown to the ground by Kamadu at this moment. Master Tamayo, let's go! Even with only one head, Yoshiro urged Tamayo loudly and hastily. Kamadu sneered, it's useless, I can't escape, I'm Master Kamadu. The ghost let out a wild laugh. I really don't understand how these 2 little weak chickens escaped for so many years without being caught by adults. Step by step to Tamayo. When passing by Yoshiro, he stomped on Yoshiro's head. Tamayo raised his eyes and looked coldly at Kamadu, who kept walking towards him. Gently stretching out his hand, a small scalpel blade appeared in Tamayo's hand. Want to kill me with this little blade? Kamadu let out a sneer. Tamayo's face was serious, the scalpel was not swung at the enemy, but at his own arm. Are you scared, stupid? Kamadu laughed triumphantly. Blood-confused fragrance of visual dreams. Tamayo murmured softly. With the blood dripping from Tamayo's arm, the surrounding air began to smell fragrant. Kamadu, who was walking towards Tamayo, stopped involuntarily, and a dreamy color began to appear on his face. It's like being in some kind of dreamlike scenery all of a sudden. Kamadu seemed to see an incredible pattern in his vision. This is... Tell me the name of that lord. Tamayo's cold voice sounded. The grown-up's name. Kamadu murmured in confusion, and couldn't help but want to say the name of the adult, but, a strong sense of fear suddenly hit him, causing the word Xilu engraved on his left eye to flicker. Gritting his teeth violently, traces of blood flowed from his lips, and Kamadu also woke up all of a sudden. Damn it! Kamadu stepped forward almost suddenly, grabbed Tamayo's fair neck and lifted him up. Damn! 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 Kamadu stared at the woman in front of him angrily, and almost saw the woman's words. If he really said the name of Lord Kibutsuji Muzan just now, he might be killed by a curse. For such a weak woman, she almost fell into the other party's way. Annoyed, extremely annoyed. Let go of Master Tamayo. Yoshiro, whose head had already been crushed, couldn't help roaring as he watched Tamayo-sama being lifted up by the neck by Kamadu, who was struggling in pain. At this moment, I really hated myself for not being able to protect Master Tamayo. Hate their own weakness. Obviously, I have promised to protect Lord Tamayo for the rest of my life, but now, I can only watch helplessly. You damn woman! Kamadu licked his lips, lifted Tamayo's neck, and bumped against the wall next to him. The scarlet wound on the white head was knocked open suddenly. Master Tamayo. Yoshiro closed his eyes in pain, hating himself for not being able to protect the world. It seems that you only need to bring a head back. Kamadu stared at Tamayo, and spoke coldly. With 5 fingers stretched out, Tamayo's head was about to be pinched off. However, as if feeling something suddenly, he let go of the hand holding Tamayo's neck, and the whole figure retreated urgently. Choke! The cold light overflowed. At the place where Kamadu was standing just now, a deep sword mark went deep into the ground. One can imagine that if he didn't dodge it in time just now, he might be cut in half directly. Although with the body of a ghost, even if it is cut in half, it will not die, but the pain is unavoidable. Tamayo unconsciously opened his eyes at this moment, looking at the boy in the bamboo hat standing in front of him. As the wind blows, okay, the boy's black hair flutters with the wind. Compared to the first time we met, it seems that I have become stronger again. It's a little later than I expected. Tamayo pursed his lips and showed a gentle smile. Feel sorry. Tsuyuri showed a slight apology. Tamayo shook his head, it's come in time. But... Tamayo looked at the opponent's Kamadu, this time the enemy may be a little stronger. One of the real 12 Kizuki. Tsuyuri smiled and looked at Kamadu, the land of the lower strings. This ghost should be killed by Musen after seeing his inner thoughts at the next strings gathering in the future. Exactly, isn't Ms. Tamayo lacking 12 Kizuki's ghost blood for research? The ghost in front of me is a good material. He looked at Kamadu, who was opposite him, and showed a cruel smile. Are you ready to be beheaded by me? Chapter 108. Are you ready to be decapitated by me? Land of the Dead. Tsuyuri took a step forward, and under the bamboo hat, she stared at the ghost opposite with her golden eyes and sneered. Damn, brat! Kamadu gritted his teeth and looked at the kid on the opposite side. I really don't understand why this kid has the courage to challenge the land of the next string. I am the land of the understring in 12 Kizuki, Lord Kamadu. A ghost who isn't even 12 Kizuki to provoke the land of the dead. Kamadu raged annoyed, while mocking the imp's ignorance in front of him. 12 Kizuki, what a terrible name. Under the bamboo hat, the young man smiled and gently stroked the blade of the sword. However, these are all my hunting targets. You will be the first of them, land of the dead, you should be honored. Tsuyuri sneered. At the same time, the information of the ghost in front of him completely appeared in Zay's eyes. Name, Kamadu. Ghost level, lower string land, primary ghost, evolution ghost, lower string, upper string, ancestor of ghosts. Abilities, immortal body, sharp, demon claw, demon hand, demon eye, demon leg, demon tongue, super healing. Disadvantages, photophobia, wisteria, curse, from ghost ancestor Kibutsuji Musen, old wheel knife. Seeing the ability of this ghost, Tsuyuri was stunned. The ability of 12 ghosts 413 U seems to be a bit surprisingly much. You little brat, won't you be trembling with fear? Kamadu bared his teeth. In the next second, his limbs fell to the ground like a beast. Get ready, be devoured by me. Kamadu said. T. Boom. A powerful ground explosion sounded, and Kamadu's figure disappeared, and there were gusts of wind all around. Tsuyuri stood where he was, with his hand on the hilt of his sword. Breathe. Concentrate on breathing. When the breath of the sun was breathed in from the tip of his nose and fell into his heart and lungs, the burning energy from the sun burned inside his body like a solar star. With a slightly painful roar, the ghost's body seemed to be stimulated by some kind of stimulation. The ghost's blood, which had always been cold-blooded, felt like it was about to boil at this moment. Strength are constantly emerging. The strong wind swept across, and something passed overhead, a gloomy cold light. He raised his sword very calmly, Only slightly. Clang! When the ghost claws touched the blades of Nichiren blades, sparks burst out. When Kamadu touched it, the figure retreated quickly, and circled around again. As it continued to move, the surrounding trees were cut off continuously, attracting billowing dust and sand. Bring you traitors back, Your Excellency will definitely be happy and give me more blood. It's an honor, you guys, will be the sacrifices I set foot on the string. Kamadu gritted his teeth and sneered, as if the little ghost in front of him was already his prey, but the ghost eyes with the words down to the land engraved with them were solemn at the moment. The little ghost in front of him is very strong. Strength and drunkenness are no less than 12 advisable. When did such a powerful ghost appear, and why? The other party never challenged 12 Kizuki. But at this moment, Su-mu narrowed his eyes. Gently pressing the hand on the hilt of the sword, under the bamboo hat, the golden eyes lifted up, ignoring the strong wind around, just murmured softly. Lu Jinyu, the last string, give the head. Slight words came out, and it seemed that in the next second, he was going to decapitate 12 Kizukis Lu Denganu. Are you kidding me? Kamadu lay on all fours, running around Su-mu like a cheetah, looking for prey opportunities, trying to kill him with a fatal blow. In his eyes, the little devil in front of him had weaknesses almost everywhere, but he didn't dare to try it lightly, because it was a fatal weakness, he was easily blocked by the opponent. Damn, how to kill the little devil in front of me? Roaring in my heart. And at this moment, in Kamadu's eyes, the little ghost who had remained motionless all this time suddenly moved. I saw that little devil's knees were slightly bent, and his hand was pressing on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Are you going to make a move? Kamadu squinted his eyes and maintained a 100,000 alert. No matter how careless he was, he still noticed the unusualness of the little ghost in front of him. Notably, this imp also has the ghost hunter's weapon, the Nichiren blades. The boy's slightly bent knees moved, the solace of his feet bounced off the ground, and he jumped up instantly. The hand on the waist also moved instantly. There is a slight sound. The breath of the sun one shape. Round dance. An arc-shaped slash surrounded by flames suddenly came out. The flaming blade flashed across in an instant. Limbs fell to the ground, and the running figure stopped abruptly. The violent wind blowing around also stopped suddenly at this moment. The world suddenly returned to silence. Able to hear only. There was an extremely subtle click sound. A blood-stained head was thrown out, and the thrown head was instantly covered in flames, dissipated little by little, and finally completely dissipated before the lingering Kamadu's sentence, how is it possible? In the distance, Tamayo's eyes widened. Among all the ghosts in this world, this one is very powerful, almost at the level that Joe yearns for 12 Kizuki. But at this moment, it was a sword. With just one strike, the opponent has no time to resist at all. I thought that even if he could defeat the opponent, it would be an extremely fierce confrontation. However, not at all. All the battles were divided in just a split second. The Nichiren blades held by Su-mu slashed like a blazing blow, and the flames that burst out from the sword are still burning on the ground until now. Yoshiro, who had been trampled into meatloaf by Kamadu long ago, with only one eyeball left, stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The ghost. Surprisingly powerful. Even if it is as strong as 12 Kizuki, the opponent is only one knife. The boy's figure fell to the ground along with Kamadu's head, and the powerful sword that was cut out was now in the scabbard. The moonlit night was still so soft, shining on the boy's body. Everything is so gentle. He raised his eyes and looked at Kamadu's body, which was being killed by his own Nichiren blades and was constantly turning into black smoke and dissipating into the world. He frowned. He glanced at Tamayo, who was still watching all this in a daze, and asked with some confusion, Miss Tamayo, you don't need 12 Kizuki's ghost blood anymore. Tamayo was taken aback, looking at Kamadu, who was turning into black smoke and about to disappear, Tamayo also exclaimed, hurriedly searched for the needle, and began to draw Kamanu's ghost blood. Su-mu watched this scene quietly. I can feel the sadness in the air following Kamanu's death. That is the obsession of being a human being. Even an existence like 12 Kizuki was once still a human being, with memories that once belonged to a human being. Only when the nature of ghosts becomes stronger and stronger, the beauty that once belonged to humans is slowly forgotten, but at the moment of death, the beauty of the past reappears, and those beauty are destroyed by the former self. Qing's sadness emerges. Sad, deplorable. Not to mention all the ghosts in Demon Slayer, but at least most of them are poor. When they were humans, they had many weaknesses, such as being addicted to money, or greedy for pleasure, etc. After becoming ghosts, their weaknesses will be framed within a narrow range of emotions. It may seem hateful, but in fact they all had heart-rending experiences. They are very pitiful, whether they are in the human world or in the world of ghosts. None of them were ever recognized. Chapter 109. Ding, congratulations to the host, beheaded a ghost, and got the ghost's eye. Ghost's eye, exploring and breaking through obstacles, can break through illusions. Along with beheading Kamanu and 12 Kizuki, the familiar voice also rang in his ears. At this moment, he felt that his eyes had some sort of ability. Seem. As long as the mind moves, we'll be able to. Under the bamboo hat, the golden eyes unconsciously looked at Miss Tamayo. There is nowhere to hide. Wrapped under the clothes are call. Even if it is a ghost, it can control its breathing, but at this moment, it still feels a little short. Tamayo had just finished drawing Kamanu's ghost blood with a needle. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was watching him, and he turned his head unconsciously. It was Su-mu who was looking at her side. Some doubts, she couldn't see the eyes of the other party because of the cover of the bamboo hat, so she didn't know the bursts of strange light in Su-mu's golden eyes at the moment. However, even though I can't see it, my intuition as a woman still feels the gaze of Mr. It's too overbearing and strong. Sir, what's the matter? Being watched all the time, Tamayo turned around a little puzzled, and presented almost no secrets in front of his eyes. Under the bamboo hat, Su-mu hastily turned her head and also put away the Eye of Grace. Although, by beheading the land from 12 Kizuki, he obtained an ability similar to the ghost claw obtained by beheading ordinary ghosts before. But for some reason, he didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, there is a feeling that the trip was worthwhile. This ability seems to be surprisingly easy to use. If defective. That is. It's a bit of an eyesore. Especially seeing some beautiful things, it is even more eye-catching. Is the blood drawn? Su-mu turned her back, and her tone of voice was obviously strange. It's been drawn, sir. Tamayo nodded happily. With Kamanu, the blood from 12 Kizuki, his research can be further improved. I believe that he will be able to research the potion that turns ghosts into adults in a short time. On this point, she is very confident. This is the confidence of being a top doctor. That's good. Su-mu's voice was slightly hoarse, and what he imagined in his mind was still the beautiful scenery that the ghost's eyes had just seen. Everything is too tempting. Sir, is there something wrong with your body? Tamayo looked at Su-mu with some concern, and obviously felt that Su-mu's situation was not right. When he thought about the battle with the mighty 12 Kizuki just now, he might have suffered some kind of injury. Sir, hold out your hand and let me see. Tamayo also asked with some concern. She has always had a good impression of Su-mu, especially last time, the other party's recognition of her made her feel like a like-minded person. I'm fine. Su-mu said in a hoarse voice. He was naturally aware of his situation, but he just saw what he shouldn't have seen, and in addition to the fight just now, he was already blood boiling, and then he was stimulated. Show me, I'm a doctor, I'll do what I say, if it leaves some hidden wounds, it's not okay. Tamayo said earnestly, although ghosts generally do not have hidden wounds, after all, ghosts have a very powerful healing ability. But it doesn't count that way. After all, there is a strange existence of vampirism, and whether the opponent is from 12 Kizuki, it is better to be careful. Su-mu didn't want to reach out. But immediately, his hand was grasped by a white palm, and the slightly slippery feeling slid over the palm, making his heart tremble slightly. Under the bamboo hat, the golden eyes lifted up, and fell on Tamayo unconsciously. That gentle and pretty face is just right. A charm that has matured for hundreds of years. I felt shortness of breath, and my heart was pounding. Sir, there seems to be something wrong with your body, your heartbeat, your body temperature, your... Tamayo looked up and said the diagnosis as a doctor. But, when he raised his head, he saw those golden eyes. The things contained in those golden eyes were a little too domineering and aggressive. For a moment, he seemed to realize something, and felt that the palm he was grasping seemed to be a little hot. He hurriedly let go of his hand, took a few steps back, turned his head, and wiped the black hair on his forehead somewhat unnaturally. Sir, I'm sorry, just now, Tamayo's diagnosis was wrong. In fact, there is no problem. She said somewhat unnaturally. Hundreds of years ago, when she was still a human being, she had a child, so she naturally understood that although it has been a long time since that look in her eyes, it doesn't mean she didn't know at all. 0. Ask for flowers. The domineering and aggressive eyes made her face a little feverish. She didn't expect this ghost to have thoughts about her. Somewhat overwhelmed. After all, from the very beginning, she never had such an idea, and never thought that this brat would have thoughts about her. Well, good. I see. Su-mu withdrew her hand naturally, put her hands behind her back, raised her head, and looked at the full moon in the sky. Now, go and treat Yoshiro first. After being reminded by Su-mu, Tamayo remembered Yoshiro now, and hurriedly walked towards Yoshiro who had only one eyeball left. After some treatment, Yoshiro quickly recovered and became an adult again. Thank you Master Tamayo. Yoshiro said gratefully. It should be me who said thank you, and it was you who protected me that made this happen. Tamayo shook his head. No, this is what Yoshiro wants. Yoshiro shook his head, his eyes were firm. Yoshiro once swore to protect Master Tamayo forever. In the distance, looking at Yoshiro who turned into a licking dog, Su-mu felt a little uncomfortable. Protection is not what you say, but what you do. He interjected very flatly. Yoshiro's tone couldn't help being choked, and he lowered his head in shame. Indeed, his own strength was too weak. When the real danger came, he could only watch Tamayo-sama fall into danger. But this brat he looked down upon easily beheaded 12 Kizuki who was invincible in his own eyes. I will work hard. Yoshiro clenched his fists and said to Su-mu seriously. Su-mu shrugged and looked at Tamayo. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. The death of a ghost like 12 Kizuki, I believe, Kibutsuji Musen should have a sense of it. If so, he would like to come and take a look on a whim. With his current strength, he is not yet Kibutsuji Musen's opponent. It is good. Tamayo nodded, facing Su-mu's gaze, he turned his head unnaturally. Now she doesn't know how to face this ghost Su-mu. She is. I really didn't expect the other party to have thoughts about her. After all, she has been single for hundreds of millions of years. Chapter 110. For Tamayo, she has been single for hundreds of years. Now that she has become a ghost, few ghosts would consider being single. Although she looks pretty, she really has no ghosts to pursue. Of course, Yoshiro is one, but for Tamayo, she doesn't have much feelings for Yoshiro. After all, when she rescued Yoshiro and turned Yoshiro into a ghost, Yoshiro was just a child. Therefore, Tamayo has always treated Yoshiro as a child, and has never considered such a problem. Moreover, although Yoshiro loves Tamayo and likes Tamayo in his heart, he never dares to express this love. So, Tamayo still doesn't know that Yoshi has admiration for her. However, Tsuyu was different. The domineering and aggressive eyes just now were almost undisguised. That domineering look seemed to have penetrated her clothes. 160. Thinking of Tsuyu's fiery eyes, Tamayo felt his heart beat a little faster, and an inexplicable feeling emerged. She didn't expect Tsuyu, a ghost, to have thoughts about her. Moreover, it is so hot. As a female ghost, she used to be a woman, so she naturally saw that the girl called Makomo who followed Tsuyu actually liked him. Otherwise, how could a human follow a ghost and listen to a ghost like this? It's just that people and ghosts are different after all. Can ghosts still be with people? Ghosts, of course, can only be with ghosts. Tamayo shook her head violently. Why did she suddenly have so many thoughts in her heart? Could it be that she has been single for too long? Hoo. Take a deep breath, and your chest rises and falls violently with your breathing. The mood also became calmed down. I shouldn't think so much. After all, Kibutsuji Muzan hasn't been killed yet. How can I think about this? Tamayo bit his red lips firmly, expelling the strange thoughts in his heart, and then his mood calmed down slightly. Yoshiro is indeed not very good at fighting, but he is indeed first class in cleaning the battlefield and expelling the breath. Seeing Yoshiro skillfully sweep away all the aura left by the scene, Tsuyu couldn't help showing a hint of admiration in his eyes. Rustling. The leaves trembled. Someone is coming. Both Yoshiro and Tamayo couldn't help feeling tense. Don't worry, it's Makomo. Tsuyu said softly. In order to prevent accidents, he could only leave Makomo behind and arrive first. Logically speaking, Makomo was faster than him, but he should have arrived first. But it doesn't mean that you will be able to arrive first if you are fast. For some things, you need to consider the actual situation. For example, Makomo's speed is fast, but his physical strength is limited. Full rate. So, at the very beginning, Makomo was ahead of him, but later, he surpassed him. Zhu and Makomo, who were nervous at first, also came down at once. The slim figure fell. Finally arrived. The girl gasped slightly, and her gradually developing chest heaved. Tsuyu stepped forward and patted Makomo's back gently. Since the scene on the mountain top that morning, the relationship between the two has actually advanced by leaps and bounds. Although they didn't say it explicitly, they almost regard each other as their lovers. Being patted on the back by Mu, his breathing slowly calmed down, and suddenly, as if he felt something, he suddenly raised his head. Someone outside saw it. The little face was flushed. Although the two outsiders were ghosts, they were still a little shy and looked at the scene unnaturally. Is everything resolved? Tsuyu nodded. Hearing this, Makomo's eyes were slightly disappointed. This time, he couldn't help the makeup. We should get out of here, he said to Makomo. It is good. Makomo naturally has no objection to the words of Mu, and after these days, he has gradually gotten used to listening to Mu's words. Seeing a ghost and a woman walking ahead, Yoshiro breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this ghost has no idea about Master Tamayo. Tamayo's gentle eyes are slightly complicated. She can feel that Mr likes that human girl, but Mr doesn't understand, is he a ghost? And, that human girl should still belong to the ghost killing squad bar. Now, we're going to the Kamadu family. While several people were running, Tsuyu also began to talk. This time, Ms. Tamayo was invited to come, and the main reason is that Ms. Zhu helped treat a person. Rescue a person. Tamayo looked at Tsuyu with a pair of beautiful eyes. For Tamayo, it was the first time in hundreds of years that a ghost asked to save a person. As a ghost, she has accepted many requests from humans to save humans, but she has never accepted ghosts' requests to save humans. Is that person special? Tamayo couldn't help asking. The person who can make Mr. ask for medical treatment should not be an ordinary person. Su-mu nodded. The person he treated is the inheritor of Ji Koyuan's will, and at the same time, he is also a very powerful person. He didn't hide it, and would explain Kamadu Tanjiro's situation. It can be said that in the world of Demon Slayer, Kamadu Tanjiro is a hidden master of the small boss level. If he can take a master like Kamadu Tanjiro for his own use, it will undoubtedly increase his protection. After all, Men Lang is not a member of the Ghost Slayer squad. Although, now, he and the Demon Slayer squad have the same goal, to kill Kibutsuji Muzan first. But Su-mu never forgets that he is also a ghost himself. Moreover, when the common goal of Kibutsuji Muzan is removed, he and the Ghost Slayer team have no common goal, and the rest is between the Ghost Slayer squad and him. Who can guarantee that the ghost-killing team will not attack this ghost like him? He is not used to entrusting his life in the hands of others. The inheritor of the will of the adult. Tamayo couldn't help but let out an exclamation. For Tamayo, he will never forget the battle between Ji Koyuan and Kibutsuji Muzan. For thousands of years, only Jiguo 5.8 Yuanyi is the closest and has the best chance to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Then we must work hard to treat it. Tamayo nodded. If he is really the inheritor of that adult's will, then he really needs to be cured. It's just that I didn't expect that you could even find the inheritor of the will of that adult. Tamayo looked up at Su-mu. It's just a coincidence. Su-mu didn't care about the explanation. Is it really just a coincidence? Tamayo lowered his head, murmured slightly, then raised his head again, looking at the back of his husband, feeling more and more that his body seemed to be shrouded in an invisible fog. More and more unclear. I want to know more and more. What kind of ghost is this again? Why is it so different? It's like being out of this world. Do not. Not like the ghosts of this world. Chapter 111. Tamayo didn't know why he suddenly became so curious about Su-mu, but he did feel that Su-mu was the most special ghost he had seen in the past few hundred years. Even though they are both ghosts, Tamayo didn't feel the slightest ghost nature from Su-mu, a ghost. You must know that to become a ghost, you will eventually be distorted by ghost nature. For example, Yoshiro, sometimes his personality will suddenly become explosive. Even her personality is inevitably affected by the ghost nature. However, after hundreds of years of physical transformation by drugs, she has gradually recovered her own personality in terms of personality. However, her transformation took hundreds of years of patience. How did this ghost Su-mu do it? Curious, Tamayo thought it was a good research topic. Walking silently all the way. Soon. It is near the mountains where the Kamadu family lives. When they got here, several people stopped involuntarily. Feel the breath in front. Yoshiro frowned and looked into the distance, and Tamayo's hundreds of years of fleeing careers allowed them to easily detect the nearby aura. It can be clearly felt that there are many ghostly breaths outside the little sparks surrounding the dark mountains. The vicinity of that mountain range has long been surrounded by crowds. Even more terrifying. Near here, he keenly felt the breath from Kibutsuji Muzan. My heart suddenly tightened up. That's the breath of Kibutsuji Muzan. It's not wrong, here, it has been monitored by Muzan, the ghost dancer. Feeling the strange gaze from Yoshiro, Su-mu said it very calmly. Yoshiro stretched out his finger and pointed at Su-mu, his eyes were shocked. This ghost was able to say the name of Kibutsuji Muzan. You must know that all the ghosts in this world are cursed by Kibutsuji Muzan. If you dare to speak the name of Kibutsuji Muzan, the curse in the body will explode. At that time, the body of the ghost will completely disintegrate from the inside out. However, when the ghost Su-mu said the name of Kibutsuji Muzan, nothing seemed to happen. Yoshiro, calm down. Tamayo's gentle voice sounded. With the sound of Tamayo's voice, Yoshiro also recovered from the shock. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Obviously, he lost his composure. Because hearing the name of Kibutsuji Musen, I lost my composure. In fact, although Giwo generally cannot say the name of Kibutsuji Musen, this does not mean everything. At least that's the case with Master Tamayo and himself. Well, Su-mu, a ghost, dared to deal with Kibutsuji Musen, and if he was still cursed by Kibutsuji Musen, it would be too unreasonable. Feel sorry. Yoshiro lowered his head in shame. Compared with Su-mu, this ghost who looked much younger than him, he felt that he was like a child in front of Su-mu. Not as good as Su-mu, the human woman next to her is like, at least, when she heard the name of Kibutsuji Musen, she didn't panic as much as she did. Next, what shall we do? Tamayo raised his eyes and looked at Su-mu. Obviously, with their current strength, it is impossible for them to head with Kibutsuji Musen. Tomorrow the day will pass, tonight, we will rest here. Su-mu said seriously. Ghosts are creatures that walk in the dark. Sunlight during the day is what ghosts fear most. Even Kibutsuji Musen cannot bathe in sunlight. Only during the day, when all ghosts are forced to hide in the depths of the caves in the mountains, is the safest time to pass, and the possibility of exposing themselves is too great when the night passes. Before, he really didn't think about this issue carefully, thinking that before leaving today during the day, he actually told Kamadu Tanjiro, "Don't sleep tonight, I may bring the doctor over, and you will need to open the door then." I have some regrets. At that time, my own thinking was really not thoughtful. Daytime. Tamayo frowned slightly. Ghosts like her could not walk in the daytime, even if they were covered in black clothes to avoid sunlight, it would be difficult for them to walk in the daytime. After all, a ghost like Su-mu who is different from this world will feel uncomfortable when the day comes, let alone a ghost like Tamayo. I will make 2 boxes tonight, and tomorrow you will get into the boxes, and we will carry you there. Su-mu said. 2 boxes. Tamayo looked at Mu with some doubts, as if he had thought of something. His face blushed slightly. "Mister, do you want to be in the same box with Yoshiro?" Su-mu was slightly taken aback, looking at Tamayo whose face was slightly flushed, probably knew that the other party was wrong. "No, it's Ms. Tamayo and Yoshiro, you two, each with a box, and Makomo and I will be responsible for carrying you." Su-mu said lightly. "Sir, too." Tamayo's eyes revealed incredible colors. Ghosts are afraid of the sun. Even if they are covered in black clothes and their body is not exposed to the sun, walking under the sun is very uncomfortable. Just like human beings are severely punished, at this time, there is no need to talk about rushing. "No problem." Su-mu waved his hand, signaling Tamayo not to worry. Tamayo hesitated to speak, but looked at Su-mu and didn't want to say more, so he had no choice but to stop talking. Now that he had decided to make a wooden box, Su-mu also went to cut down the tree soon, but Yoshiro was handed over to make the box in the end. Yoshiro is not good at fighting, but he is good at doing this kind of work. Soon, the 2 boxes are done. 223. Now, all they do is wait for the day to come. After finishing the box, Su-mu couldn't help looking at Makomo who was leaning on the rock and dozing slightly. In the past 2 days, Makomo basically didn't sleep. "It seems that I am really tired. Take a break." He came to Makomo and said softly. Makomo looked up, nodded obediently, and said, "Okay." However, the girl didn't fall asleep immediately, but patted her position next to the rock, and then tickled him with her little finger. Su-mu walked over and sat down next to the girl. Just sitting down, the body of Shang Ruan who was in his arms was the girl's body. Su-mu's body suddenly stiffened slightly. The girl naturally leaned her little head on his shoulder, and wrapped her hands around his waist. "Let me sleep in your arms." "Why?" The voice was muffled, full of exhaustion. After all, people are not ghosts. In the past 2 days, there has been no rest at all. Makomo, but he has been holding on. But Ghost has unlimited physical strength, so he didn't take this issue into consideration, and Makomo didn't say he was tired, so he naturally ignored it. In the distance, Tamayo and Yoshiro watched Makomo start to rest beside the ghost Tsuyuri, their eyes slightly complicated. It's hard to imagine that a human would be so close to a ghost. Could it be this human? Aren't you afraid that ghosts will eat her? Chapter 112. Starry, the night gradually deep. Makomo fell asleep leaning on Tsuyuri's shoulder from time to time, but his soft little hands were like iron tongs. Even when he fell asleep, he still hugged Tsuyuri's waist tightly. Tamayo came over at some point, looking at Makomo who was already asleep, with a bit of complexity in his eyes. Yoshiro followed Master Tamayo, also watching the harmonious scene, one person and one ghost, standing next to each other, trusting each other. It is simply a good story in the world. If I can also be with Tamayo-sama. Yoshiro couldn't help raising his head, looked at Tamayo, then lowered his head blushing. For him, all that was just wishful thinking after all. As long as I can protect Master Tamayo well. This is also the meaning of his existence in the world. Miss Makomo seems to trust Sir. Tamayo sat down on the rock opposite Tsuyuri, put his hand on his cheek, and looked at Makomo who was sleeping next to Tsuyuri. She is really asleep. As a member of the ghost killing squad, you should know something about ghost nature, right? In this world, there are not people who believe in ghosts. But most end badly. For example, the Tianai who was still growing up in Mount Fuji, before he was imprisoned in Mount Fuji by Urokadakase Kanji, his big brother didn't abandon him when he learned that he had become a ghost. He is kept at home. But Tianai couldn't bear the ghost nature in the end, couldn't bear the ghost's greed for human flesh and blood, and finally ate his big brother with his own hands. Just like she once loved her child and husband so much, but after becoming a ghost, she ate her son and husband with her own hands. Although, everything about her was related to being deceived by Kibutsuji Muzan. But it was he who ate his son and husband. This is an unchangeable fact. Ghosts are terrifying, as the existence of the ghost-killing team, it is impossible not to understand. But still so relieved. Most of the people who joined the ghost-killing team were persecuted by ghosts during their lifetime, and their long-established happiness was destroyed by ghosts. With ghosts, how can we not be on guard against them? Even Nezuko in the Demon Slayer anime, after Nezuko turned into a ghost, also put on a muzzle. But Ms. Makomo in front of her was completely unprepared against Mr. This ghost. The white neck was leaning against the face of the gentleman, almost as long as the husband bit it lightly, the warm blood would enter the body along the throat. Not only the warm and delicious blood, but also the fragrant body from Makomo. For ghosts, it is really an extremely good food, and it is an existence that cannot restrain greed. All these are irresistible temptations for ghosts. Does Miss Makomo believe in Mr. This ghost? Her eyes were a bit complicated, thinking of the innocent son who was eaten by herself back then. Before being eaten by herself, he never thought that his mother would eat him. At that time he naively thought that he was hungry. The pain suddenly poured into the atrium. Whenever the memory recalls this point, the heart-wrenching pain almost suffocates her. Her sins cannot be redeemed in a lifetime, and she will go to hell if she dies. Tsuyuri raised his head and seemed to see that Tamayo was not in the right state, so he stretched out his hand and patted Tamayo's shoulder. No one can change the facts of the past. There is only one person who can become a ghost like Nezuko and restrain his ghost nature for thousands of years. Therefore, the anime Demon Slayer will show the value of Nezuko even more. It is a kind of suffocation in the deep darkness, just because a ray of light appears in this dark world, and you have to desperately grab it. That's why watching Demon Slayer's anime, ordinary viewers like him can allow Tanjiro to be injured in the battle, but can't watch Nezuko get any damage, and can't see someone who doesn't believe Nezuko. Just like when Fengjoshi Nezuko Sanami stabbed Nezuko when watching Demon Slayer Pillar Judgment chapter, at that time, I even wanted to go directly through the screen and go in to kill Fengjoshi Nezuko Sanami. Tamayo raised his head and looked at Tsumyu seriously. If Mr. dares to hurt Ms. Makomo, I, Tamayo, will be the first to let Mr. G go. Tamayo's eyes are serious, and at the same time, with some anticipation. Hundreds of years ago, she finally couldn't bear the ghost nature and ate her own son and husband. She didn't want Tsumyu to repeat everything she did, the kind of person who wished she would kill herself thousands of times. Unbearable pain. This is one of the reasons why she insisted on killing Kibutsuji Muzan. Don't worry, if one day, I will not be able to bear the ghost nature, I will kill myself first. Tsumyu said very calmly. Even if he becomes a ghost, he still has to act according to his own will. If one day, his humanity is really annihilated, then there is no need for him to exist in this world. The most precious thing for a person is his own nature. This is also the core of being a human being. Tamayo closed his eyes slightly, and looked at Makomo with a hint of envy. A girl like this, will you consider getting married in the future? A question that popped out of nowhere. Even Tamayo himself didn't understand why he asked this question, he just felt that just being together with a ghost is already. Not to mention getting married. Tsumyu's eyes were full of crying and laughter. He lowered his head and looked at Makomo's beautiful side face. To be honest, I don't know how to deal with the matter in front of me now. I already have a fiancé. Her name is Tsuyuri Kanawo. Tamayo opened his mouth slightly, and looked at Tsumyu in disbelief. He already has a fiancé, and outside. However, looking at Ms. Makomo, who is lying quietly and sleeping next to her husband, I am afraid that no one can refuse such a lovely girl, right? Even a woman like her would probably like a cute girl like Makomo. Although it is very immoral for Mr. to do so, Tamayo would like to ask Mr. Makomo not to let you down. Tsumyu nodded, confirmed after I go back, I will be free with my fiancé Li Ping. Well, as someone who has experienced it, I suggest you go back and coax your fiancé first, and then, at the right time, check your fiancé's attitude. Tamayo blushed and said his suggestion. Feeling a little hot, Tamayo felt as if he was teaching a man how to cheat on his fiancé. Tsumyu nodded, then shook his head again, it should not be used. Tamayo's eyes widened, and he kicked Tsumyu with some resentment. After you go back, if you don't confess well, there will never be peace in the garden behind your heart. Tsumyu spread her hands helplessly. Is it too early to confess? Why? Because Tsuyuri Kanawo hasn't grown up yet. Tsumyu said helplessly. You. Tamayo's eyes widened. Sir, this is, ever. Isn't this too immoral?